7 years ago, the world was shattered by a cataclysmic event. They called it the Dungeon Outbreak. Countless demons poured through gates of the void, invading our world. In the wake of this absolute nightmare, many lives were mercilessly extinguished. The main character's parents were among the fallen. On that fateful day, after losing everything in a mere heartbeat, he blamed himself until he wept tears of blood. He swore a solemn oath to the heavens. He would become a hunter, tear the monsters limb from limb, and eradicate every last beast. Fast forward 7 years to the present day. At the memorial park honoring the tragedy's victims, Sung-yeon was officially expelled from the Hunter Training Center. He sat alone in a gloomy corner, lost in bitter thoughts. A hunter? Right. He recalled the devastating events of that morning. The captain had confronted Sung-yeon, coldly stating, "I will get straight to the point. You no longer need to report to the training center." The words struck Sung-yeon like a bolt of lightning. What? Why? Why are you suddenly saying? Why am I being expelled? Listen closely, the captain replied. Awakened individuals only need a few months to complete the course, inside the exclusive training facility. And as you well know, they usually make their official debut as hunters shortly after. However, you have exceeded that time limit by 7 whole years. As Sung-yeon stared back with desperate, pleading eyes, the captain ruthlessly shattered his remaining hopes. While we are at it, I will be brutally honest. Your talent is worse than grade 3 trash. If we keep you around, our center's prestigious reputation will turn to absolute garbage. The crowd of young trainees gathered around them, openly sneered with pure contempt. They gossiped about his pathetic daily routine, mocking his foolish persistence to train every single morning. But, unfortunately, another trainee chimed in. It is not about bad luck. That fool is just plain ignorant. He does not know his rightful place. How can someone fail to raise a single stat for 7 whole years? Recalling those venomous words, a bitter taste filled his mouth. He crushed the soda can in his grip. His entire body trembled with suppressed rage. Why could he not awaken a unique trait or skill? Why did his stats refuse to grow even a single point? Suddenly, his dark thoughts were interrupted by the voices of a mother and child sitting nearby. The little girl innocently asked, "Mommy, how did Daddy pass away?" Before getting an answer, she eagerly raised her hand. I know. When the monsters attacked, Daddy sacrificed himself to save others until his very last breath." The mother gently continued her lesson. "That is right, my brave girl. So, if you ever face a difficult challenge in the future, what must you do?" The little girl answered brightly, "I must be strong and never give up." Those pure words struck like a surge of electricity, piercing straight through Sung-yeon's shattered spirit. In that instant, his inner fire reignited, and his eyes flew wide open. The mother pulled her daughter into a warm embrace, praising her unwavering strength. Suddenly, they turned around, sensing a presence nearby. It was Sung-yeon. He had stepped forward, offering a deep bow of silent gratitude. Without uttering a single word, he turned and sprinted away, leaving the mother and child staring in absolute bewilderment. As he dashed through the streets, his mind raced. That is right. I have endured this hell for 7 long years. I cannot stop. Here! I will absolutely never give up. Sung-yeon charged straight back to the training center under a torrential downpour. He pounded relentlessly until the heavy doors finally creaked open. The head coach took one look at him and immediately waved him off. Please, just go back. Home. But Sung-yeon desperately stood his ground, pleading through the rain. Director, just this one last time. Please let me take the hunter exam. I cannot surrender my dream like this. The coach let out a cold, mocking scoff. He slowly turned his head, glaring back with the menacing eyes of a devil. Listen here, you pathetic bastard. Why can you not get this through your thick skull? Sung-yeon froze, paralyzed by the sudden hostility. The coach fiercely shoved a finger into his face, violently cursing him out. He accused Sung-yeon of only returning to beg for his wasted tuition fees. Fine. You absolute rat. I will refund half of your membership fee. Are you happy now? Sung-yeon frantically shook his head, insisting that the money meant nothing to him. But before another word could escape his lips, a brutal punch crashed straight into his jaw. The coach's casual strike carried terrifying force, launching Sung-yeon backward into a towering pile of garbage. The ruthless instructor merely smirked, flashing a wicked grin. Not here for the money, huh? Know your place, you miserable failure. Agony and utter humiliation washed over Sung-yeon as he lay paralyzed among the filthy trash. Deep down, his soul screamed in sheer desperation. If only he had a unique trait of his own. No, forget a unique trait. Even the smallest shred of ordinary talent would be enough. If only he had just a fraction of power. Suddenly, a glowing blue holographic window materialized right before his eyes. The Tower of Trials is currently praising your unyielding willpower. Sung-yeon gasped in absolute shock. Who is speaking? What does it mean by praising me? Before he could process the anomaly, his physical body, which was slumped against the cold concrete, suddenly felt completely weightless. It was as if he were plunging into a bottomless abyss. What in the world is happening? He managed to scream. But his desperate cries for help vanished into the void, unheard by human ears. The arrogant coach turned around, ready to deliver another string of curses. However, as he glared at the mound of trash, the boy had completely vanished into thin air. Gripping Sung-yeon's fallen cap in his hand, the coach stood utterly baffled. Shrugging it off, he tossed the cap into a nearby dumpster, muttering about what an annoying nuisance he was. Meanwhile, Sung-yeon was endlessly plummeting into a terrifying, pitch-black space resembling the deepest ocean trench. The suffocating pressure mounted, and his lungs burned as his breath finally gave out. Right. Breaking through the watery abyss, he plummeted into an entirely different dimension. A holographic system window flashed before his eyes. The Tower of Trials had spoken. It had selected all suitable candidates from Earth. Seeing this ominous message, dread washed over him. Was a second cataclysm about to strike? The system demanded he choose a difficulty level. The rewards would be directly tied to the danger he faced. He bit his lip hard. Thrown into the absolute unknown, his survival instincts screamed at him. He had to choose this path. It was his only chance to seize his destiny. With a single tap, he locked in his choice. Instantly, the system teleported him to another realm. He was stepping onto the first floor of the tower. The system announced that all stats and status ailments would be fully restored. The trial was about to begin. He needed to brace himself. His boots hit the ground of a vast, endless desert. As he stared into the wasteland, utterly bewildered, the system materialized a bronze sword before him. The objective was brutally simple: survive. The grand prize for clearing this trial? Unlocking a unique, one-of-a-kind trait. Hearing those words, memories of his bitter past rushed back. 7 excruciating years of blood, sweat, and tears. Was the universe really going to hand him everything he had suffered for, wrapped up like a simple gift? He stared at his empty, calloused hands. A bitter, self-deprecating smirk crossed his face. This was absolute madness. He took a step toward his new blade. But before his fingers could even brush the hilt, the earth violently trembled. Sung-yeon was thrown off balance, crashing hard into the sand. What on earth was going on? The system declared the trial's start. Erupting from the desert floor was a massive sand golem. Its colossal frame blotted out the sun. Sung-yeon turned back, staring up at the towering monstrosity in pure shock. "You have got to be kidding me," he gasped. Adding insult to injury, the system slapped him with a brutal survival timer. 9 minutes and 58 seconds. Sung-yeon bolted, running for his life. The giant's footsteps thundered right behind him. Pure terror was etched across his face. The penalty for failure was absolute death. No matter how fast Sung-yeon sprinted, the monstrous beast remained hot on his heels. His lungs burned. Exhaustion set in. Could he really survive just by running away from this sand monster? It looked clumsy, but it was growing larger and packing immense power. Plus, in this blistering desert heat, his stamina would never last the full 9 minutes. He gripped his sword tight. The world had given him a blade and told him to survive. But survival was easier said than done. Right now, he was staring down 2 grim choices. Option 1, run until his heart gave out. Option 2, stand, fight, and be crushed. His mind raced, frantically searching for a winning strategy. This suffocating helplessness dragged him back to the training room. Unlucky? You bastard. He is so stupid he does not even know his place. In this world, you are absolute trash. He ground his teeth together. He absolutely refused to die a pathetic coward, running away in the dirt. He would not let his story end here. He had sacrificed 7 long years studying to become a hunter. In theory alone, he possessed more tactical knowledge than most veterans in the field. Realizing that fleeing would only guarantee his grave, he shifted gears. He needed a foolproof survival plan. Sand golems had a fatal weakness. Destroy their energy core, and they crumble. But those cores were always buried in the hardest places to reach. His eyes locked onto a jagged peak ahead. If he could reach the high ground, he would have a clear strike. After a brutal climb, Sung-yeon reached the top. The mindless beast, blinded by its rage, stumbled and crashed into the rocky slope. It was a golden opportunity. Without a second of hesitation, he launched himself into the air. He had a clear shot at the energy core. A triumphant grin flashed across his face. After running like prey, he finally unleashed his first deadly strike. But the core's defense was terrifyingly tough. The moment his blade made contact, it violently deflected off the surface. The beast slowly raised its head. It locked its hollow eyes onto him. Sung-yeon grimaced, cold sweat pouring down his face. Damn it, he cursed. He readied his blade, praying for one more desperate strike at the core. But tragedy struck faster than his sword. The monster fully awakened. Its massive hand closed around his body, squeezing him like a fragile insect. Its lifeless eyes glared down, dripping with the exact same disgust as those bullies in the training room. Their insults screamed in his mind. You are nothing, a curse, a foolish weakling. Blood seeped through his fingers as the crushing pressure intensified. Pushed to the brink, he roared with the fury of a dying man. Stop it. Shut your damn mouths, you arrogant bastards. In that final, desperate moment, he hurled his sword, driving it straight into the golem's energy core. A perfect, devastating strike. The massive beast instantly dissolved, cascading down as an avalanche of fine sand, burying Sung-yeon beneath it. He gasped for air, sitting up and clutching his pounding chest. Had he actually slain the sand golem? Even back then, defeating it felt absolutely impossible. Suddenly, the system chimed with a glowing congratulatory message. He had successfully conquered the first floor of the Tower of Trials. A deeply satisfied smirk crossed his face as he stood up, while abundant system rewards flooded his vision. He stood completely frozen, staring intently. He stared at the glowing interface, completely unable to believe his own eyes. For 7 agonizing years, despite his relentless and bloody effort, the only things he ever received were absolute contempt and endless mockery. But right here, right now, he could finally prove he had what it takes to become a true, awakened hunter. Yet, he knew perfectly well this only mattered if he actually survived. Suddenly, a mysterious crimson object materialized right before his eyes, right where the massive sand golem had crumbled to dust. A sinister black mist began to violently gather. Despite a wave of hesitation, Sung-yeon reached out to touch it. A system alert instantly popped up, revealing that this dark mist was his newly awakened unique trait. The crimson object slowly seeped straight into his beating heart. He could physically feel a foreign soul dwelling within his body, which meant one staggering thing. He could house even more souls through continuous absorption. He closed his eyes in deep contemplation. By focusing his mind entirely, he could feel it. The sensation became crystal clear, like raw energy flooding through his entire body. But the most staggering change of all was that his combat stats had actually increased. Looking back on 7 brutal years of hellish training, no matter how hard he pushed himself, his numbers had never moved a single inch. But now, he could finally shatter his absolute limits. A bright, hopeful expression washed over his face. If he could return to reality with this awakened power, becoming a top-tier hunter was an absolute certainty. Suddenly, a shimmering dimensional portal materialized before him. It was the designated gateway to the waiting room. Sung-yeon stared at the rift in utter bewilderment, then slowly stepped toward the glowing threshold. He knew perfectly well there was no turning back now. When he crossed over, a powerful force violently pushed him forward. He tumbled heavily into the waiting room. Sung-yeon simply collapsed onto the cold floor. His severe, life-threatening wounds pinned him down entirely. Suddenly, a soothing, magical warmth wrapped around his battered form. He quickly sprang to his feet, inspecting his body, and made a shocking discovery. Every single devastating injury had been flawlessly and completely healed. Astonished, Sung-yeon approached the lone bed resting right before his eyes. He muttered quietly under his breath, completely baffled as to how his body had instantly recovered after the brutal trial ended. Pushing those lingering questions aside, another bizarre detail caught his immediate attention. Why place just one single bed in such a massive, empty room? Deciding not to overthink the strange system setup, he threw himself onto the mattress, fully embracing the soft comfort. After resting his exhausted mind and body, he immediately began calculating his next crucial moves. What was his optimal path forward? Should he desperately attempt to escape this towering labyrinth? And what cosmic reason violently dragged him here anyway? His spiraling train of thought was abruptly shattered. A glaring system notification flashed before his eyes. The system officially granted him access to exactly 5 distinct command prompts. He slapped his own cheeks hard to sharpen his focus. Right now, absolute survival was his ultimate priority. Entering the second-floor trial was not yet possible. He decided to browse the community forum to gather critical intel. This digital gathering space allowed everyone trapped here to communicate freely. He noticed a massive wave of absolute panic in the chat, and shockingly, it seemed even ordinary civilians had been violently dragged into this nightmare. Suddenly, a tower administrator entered the chaotic channel. The chat was instantly locked down and disabled. They announced that highly classified survival information was about to be broadcast, exclusively for those who survived the initial trial. He mentally braced himself, knowing he had no idea how to return to the real world. He had to engrave every single word into his mind with absolute focus. First, the administrator thoroughly explained the new point system. These newly earned points were their ultimate lifeline. They acted as the official currency within the Tower of Trials and were strictly required to access the dimensional shop. A person would not be able to buy a single drop of water without sufficient points. As the harsh reality struck him like lightning, he finally grasped the grim truth. He had to violently adapt to the Tower's ruthless laws instantly. Being utterly denied life-saving medicine due to a lack of points meant certain death. To earn points, risking his life in further trials was mandatory. He buried his face in his hands, completely frustrated by this hellish setup. His long-held dream of returning as an awakened hunter felt distant. Suddenly, his sharp gaze shifted to the ordinary steel sword resting right beside him. Relying solely on this basic blade was a guaranteed death sentence. Recognizing his critical weakness, he immediately opened the shop and purchased a sturdy defensive shield. Every single hunter had their core stats completely reset upon entering the tower. Yet, they effortlessly reclaimed their previously mastered combat arts and devastating techniques. That fundamental difference haunted his mind constantly. He was starting from absolute rock bottom compared to the elites. Without hellish training, closing that massive gap was mathematically impossible. After pushing his physical body past its absolute breaking point, he collapsed heavily onto the unforgiving floor. Instantly, that familiar warm energy rushed through his veins. He stood up, feeling completely revitalized, and realized the waiting room's passive healing ability was an absolute cheat code for infinite training. However, right at that moment, his empty stomach began to growl violently. The sheer agony of extreme starvation was driving him mad. Desperate, he immediately checked his spatial inventory. Every single decision required absolute precision right now. He possessed exactly 40 pathetic points to his name. Without securing additional bonus rewards, buying even a basic shield had been a massive gamble. The countdown timer for the second floor trial showed exactly 17 minutes remaining. The once chaotic chat channel had gone completely dead silent. A suffocating dread hung heavily in the air as the second trial approached. A heavy silence fell over him as well, as he questioned if he could truly survive this waking nightmare a second time. But a blazing fire of absolute determination ignited in his eyes. He firmly vowed to himself that he would conquer death itself. When the merciless countdown ticked down to its final remaining second, Sung-yeon charged directly into the glowing dimensional portal. He instantly materialized inside a dense, terrifyingly foreign forest. The sheer, overwhelming scale of the new environment left him utterly breathless. His ultimate objective for this brutal stage, the mission was clear: assassinate the Oros chieftain before time ran out. Sung-yeon stood on a high cliff, staring down at his prey. Below him lay the heavily guarded Oros encampment. Hiding behind the thick brush, Sung-yeon watched their every move. His mind raced with calculations. In these brutal trials, if a goblin tribe had assigned guards, it meant they definitely possessed trained hunters. Defeating a single goblin hunter was unpredictable enough, but the real nightmare was their sheer numbers. To wipe them all out, it would normally require a full raid team of rank E hunters just to guarantee survival. He hit a wall of despair, unsure of his next move. Retreat seemed like the only logical option. Fall back, plan carefully, and return. But suddenly, a confident smirk crossed his face. He had found a loophole to clear this training stage. Dashing into the forest, he gathered dry wood and a single torch. He stared at the blazing flames before storing it inside his system inventory. Perfect. Goblins might look incredibly stupid, but they were actually a highly diligent species. Their elite hunters left at dawn and only returned when the sun set. Until then, time was completely on his side. To survive this hellish difficulty level, against a massive horde of high-level monsters, he had to use fire. Sung-yeon crept closer to the enemy camp. He studied their patrol routes carefully. According to the Hunter Association data, goblin guards were not machines. They took breaks. They would retreat to the village to eat and rest. Seizing that exact opening, he hurled the blazing torch into the camp. In seconds, a roaring sea of flames swallowed the wooden structures. Total chaos erupted as the Oros scrambled in pure panic to stop the fire. Before they could regroup, he needed to assassinate at least 2 guards. The panicked goblins rushed toward the forest stream. Suddenly, one goblin sensed a deadly presence. It snapped its head back, only to see its comrade falling to the ground. Sung-yeon's blade had pierced straight through its skull. As the monster's corpse hit the water, his unique trait activated. Soul Summon. Sung-yeon absorbed its soul with a thrilling rush of power. But right behind him, a massive shadow loomed. This monster oozed with raw, terrifying strength. It was a camp guard. Without warning, a heavy blade crashed down toward him. Sung-yeon barely raised his shield in time. Gritting his teeth, he burned a stored soul to temporarily boost his physical stats. After a brutal clash of steel, he decapitated the hulking guard. Absorbing its soul, he let out a heavy breath. One tiny mistake, and he would have been a dead man. The soul of this elite guard granted him a massive boost in endurance. If he kept stacking these buffs, the deadly risk of fighting the guards would drop significantly. After a brief rest, he marched back into the burning camp like a god of war. The lesser monsters trembled in absolute terror at his sight. His eyes locked onto the targets: 4 guards and the withered chieftain. If he could handle the bodyguards, executing the old chieftain would be a breeze. Thanks to the constant soul absorption, these goblin hunters were no longer a threat. Sung-yeon dashed forward like a phantom. Blood painted the air with every swing. Monsters were cleaved in half in the blink of an eye. But one bloodthirsty guard lunged forward, throwing its entire weight into a devastating strike. Sung-yeon blocked it, but his arm snapped with a sickening crunch. Agony exploded through his nerves, but then he realized the guards had completely separated from their leader. The chieftain was left entirely defenseless. The only thing standing in his way now were these remaining elites. With blazing determination, he poured every ounce of strength into his blade. In one flawless strike, he impaled the monster, sending it crashing to his feet. But hidden within the smoke and fire, the chieftain seized the opening. Catching him off guard, the boss unleashed a violent wave of pure mana. Sung-yeon braced himself, fighting for his absolute life. The chieftain sneered, laughing maniacally, thinking the hunter was reduced to ash. But as the smoke cleared, Sung-yeon stood tall and unbroken. The boss froze in sheer terror. Though completely battered and bloodied, he had just unlocked the title Fire Endurer. He glared at the chieftain through the hazy smoke. The terrified boss raised its staff high, blasting an explosive beam meant to vaporize everything. But in a flash of blinding steel, Sung-yeon sliced its entire arm off into the wind. The monster shrieked in agonizing madness. It stared at the hunter, with eyes full of total despair. Both of its arms had been cleanly severed. It turned and desperately fled toward its hut. Sung-yeon watched it with a cold gaze before slowly following its blood trail. With one powerful swing, he ripped the door wide open. But the sight inside made his cold eyes widen in shock. The trembling chieftain was tightly embracing its 2 small children. One of the young Oros quickly ran forward, falling to its knees to beg for its father's life. Staring at its innocent, tearful face, a heavy thought crossed his mind. So monsters value family too. In that fleeting second, Sung-yeon fell into a dead silence. A tragic memory flashed before him. His own parents, screaming at him to run, to escape that horrifying massacre. But suddenly, the illusion shattered. The crying Oros child slowly pulled a hidden dagger from behind its back. With eyes devoid of fear, it raised the blade. Sung-yeon gripped his sword tightly and smashed the hilt into its skull. "You foolish creature. Even if I become a ghost, I will slaughter every last one of you." With those words, the trial ended. He had successfully cleared the second floor. Back in the waiting room, he stared at his shattered shield. It was completely destroyed. But that broken metal had saved his life. He had narrowly escaped death's grip. Checking the community forum, Yi-hun froze in absolute shock. Half the participants were wiped out in a merciless bloodbath. Suddenly, a specific post caught his eye, making his heart skip a beat. Someone was discussing a way out, a method to return to Earth. He had only been gone a few days, but he craved his normal life. The system displayed a new notice. Clearing a floor granted a question ticket, providing one absolute answer. Hunters began sharing their ticket answers, turning the chat room into an information hub. The main discovery was clear. Clearing the 5th floor unlocked the shop. It sold a temporary return stone, granting a brief trip back to Earth. Furthermore, passing the 7th floor would trigger a massive system expansion, unlocking a permanent return item. Yi-hun clenched his fists in excitement. If he returned with his current power, he would be an elite hunter. His unique traits gave him a massive edge. He clutched his head, completely overwhelmed by the burning desire to go back. Having this immense strength back home would change his entire destiny. But reality hit him hard. He was only on floor 2. Reaching the 8th floor was a long and brutal journey. He forced himself to stay positive and check his growth. His stats had started at absolute 0, but now they averaged around 20 points. He ripped off his shredded shirt. He threw the bloody rags aside in disgust. It was time to absorb the souls he had bled to obtain. Pure energy exploded within his veins. Explosive power surged through his muscles, allowing him to dash forward like a blur. This was the realm of superhumans. He tested his newfound agility, running straight up the wall to the ceiling, but he pushed his luck too far. He slammed hard into the stone barrier and crashed heavily onto the floor. His body could not handle the sudden stat boost just yet. Catching his breath, he formulated a new plan. He opened the system shop and bought a sturdy new shield, an attack dagger, and an assassin cloak. Fully equipped, his aura transformed entirely. He finally looked like a formidable protagonist. He let out a deep breath. He needed to master his new gear. His body had to perfectly sync with his stats before the next lethal trial. He trained until his movements were flawless, aiming to become untouchable. Then, Yi-hun stepped into the next portal. The difficulty had spiked drastically. The system announced a duel to the death. He spawned inside a pitch-black cave. Darkness swallowed the entire arena. 10 seconds until the shadow guard spawned. Yi-hun tightened his grip on his blade. It could attack from blind spots, just like the brutal sand golem. Suddenly, a chilling presence manifested behind him. Its stance mirrored his own perfectly. A shiver ran down his spine. Before he could even react, the shadow moved. The dark figure dashed past him. Blood sprayed from a fresh wound as the shadow smiled wickedly. Ignoring the pain, Yi-hun spun around and launched a brutal counterkick. They stared each other down in identical combat poses. The beast let out a spine-chilling laugh. Yi-hun glared at it with deadly caution, instantly activating his rapid recovery skill. If his reflexes were a second slower, his spine would have been completely severed. He finally realized what was happening. This bastard is copying my moves. He decided to test his theory in battle and charged forward at blinding speed. The monster flinched and turned. Yi-hun slashed it relentlessly as he passed. It shrieked in pain, but the wounds instantly closed. Yi-hun gritted his teeth in frustration. It had copied his healing skill too. The shadow analyzed his attack pattern. It began mimicking his exact technique. Its blade followed Yi-hun's previous path flawlessly. But Yi-hun had anticipated this trap. As the shadow closed the distance, Yi-hun slammed his boot into its chest. The copied strike missed its target entirely. Yi-hun pressed the attack fiercely. His mind raced with tactical calculations. He knew the fatal flaws in his own style. He would use his weaknesses against it. He unleashed a flurry of flawless strikes, completely overwhelming the monster's defense. He had it right where he wanted. But suddenly, a dark blade thrust at his face, stopping just 2 inches away. A deafening clash of steel echoed. Yi-hun desperately parried the fatal blow, stumbling back in pure shock. The beast relentlessly spammed his own techniques, raining a storm of slashes upon him. Defending for his life, realization hit him. That lethal counterattack was no accident. This monster was evolving in real time. The shadow locked eyes with him. Its gaze was filled with deadly intent. Yi-hun immediately activated his cloak's hidden trait, letting a massive speed buff surge through him. Time was running out. He had to end this within 1 minute. He dashed forward at blinding speed. Suddenly, the beast raised its blade for a lightning-fast strike. Sung-yeon evaded the deadly attack. Spinning around, he planted a brutal kick on its shoulder. The monster trembled with sheer terror. Sung-yeon channeled all his strength, plunging his blade deep into its arm. A victorious smile finally crossed his face. His desperate strike had connected. The creature shrieked in agony as its flesh tore apart. But then, the unthinkable happened. It countered with a mirrored slash that severed Sung-yeon's arm. He stared at his bloody stump in absolute horror. Agonizing screams ripped from his throat, echoing the beast's cries. After a desperate struggle, he glared at it with blazing hatred. This was not over yet. He needed to focus. He noticed the creature standing, frozen and sluggish. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Why was it not moving? Even with high-grade healing, it needed time to fully recover its wounds. This was his golden chance to strike. But how could he fight without his blade? He only had 11 seconds left on the clock. Sung Yi-hoon's eyes burned with fierce resolve. He gripped his heavy shield tightly. It was a deadly gamble. But fighting and dying was better than a meaningless death. Stealing his heart, Sung Yi-hoon charged forward. Meanwhile, the shadowy beast stood waiting for his approach. It raised its blade with its remaining arm, preparing to cleave Sung Yi-hoon in two. Yet he continued his terrifying high-speed sprint. Throwing his entire body weight behind his shield, he slammed into the monster with devastating force. Sung-eun knocked the creature entirely off its feet. The beast crashed heavily onto the hard ground. Its elongated, twisted body trembled wildly. Sung-eun stood over it, gasping for air. He prepared to deliver the final, crushing blow. Just die. His heavy shield smashed its body, sending dark blood flying everywhere. Back in the waiting room, his severe injuries slowly healed. Sung-yeon pressed his hand against the wall, testing his renewed strength. He unleashed a devastating punch. The solid wall caved in as if struck by a bomb. A wave of absolute relief washed over him. A bright smile broke across his face. His body was completely back to normal. Yet, the memory of that shadow beast still sent shivers down his spine. As he absorbed the creature's dark soul, he realized something. Compared to every monster he had faced before, the sheer density of this soul was on a completely different level. His soul summoning trait had leveled up to rank E. Furthermore, he could now absorb their abilities. Just like how he awakened rapid recovery on the brink of death. This was a legendary, incredibly rare skill. A dark, sinister smile formed on his lips. He never expected to awaken such a bizarre, overpowered trait. Naturally, this newfound power carried hidden risks. But regardless of the danger, everything would depend on his own luck now. After resting, he opened the community forum to browse. Being his third visit, the waiting room felt as familiar as home. But then he noticed something incredibly strange. Every single person was aggressively debating the next trial's details. It was announced as an integrated trial. He assumed they would be forced to act as a unified team. But instead, it was a brutal competition between hunters. In simple terms, a desperate fight to the death. Shock washed over him as he realized this next trial would force him to kill other humans. The condition to clear the fourth floor was set: defeat the Goblin King within the time limit, or annihilate the rival challenger team before time runs out. Sung-yeon stepped onto the fourth floor alongside two unknown teammates. The three of them stood inside a glowing magic circle. Sung-yeon felt an eerie, unsettling tension in the air. Until now, he had only crossed blades with monsters. The female hunter broke the heavy silence first. "All right, we are a team now. Let us start with introductions." She flashed a bright, welcoming smile. "My name is Lee Hae-yeon. I am a rank E hunter, and my specialty is party support." Suddenly, the other man's arrogant voice echoed out. "A mere hunter? Well, I guess our team is not completely useless." He crossed his arms and proudly declared, "My name is Lee Sung-hoon. I am a rank D hunter, specializing in close-quarters combat." Sung-hoon analyzed the man quietly. Why was this guy acting so incredibly arrogant? Still, a rank D hunter possessed undeniable strength. He stepped forward and politely introduced himself. "Nice to meet you both. I am Han Sung-eun. I also specialize in close-quarters combat. However, I am not an official hunter yet. I am merely hoping to become one." Lee Sung-hoon's face immediately twisted in disgust. "What did you just say? You want to become a hunter?" You better not drag me down, you useless deadweight. His harsh words caught Sung-yeon completely off guard. But keeping his composure, he firmly replied, I believe I can pull my own weight. The rank D hunter shot him a look of absolute disdain and scoffed. You better. Let me make one thing crystal clear. If you become a burden to this party, you are out of here, immediately. Hearing this toxic threat, he let out a quiet sigh. It is fine. I am used to this by now. They always looked at him with that exact same, contemptuous glare. Sung-hoon stomped forward, glancing back with a sneer. Hey newbie, just stay in the back and clean up the trash. Sung-yeon observed the arrogant man carefully. He despised his attitude, but there was no denying his raw, unyielding power. After all, combat skills were the absolute law within this ruthless tower. The massive doors of the trial finally roared open. Before their eyes could even adjust to the darkness, a vicious squad of goblin guards lunged straight for their throats. Sung-hoon desperately swung his weapon to fend them off. Already, his arrogant face was dripping with cold. He scowled at the bleeding scratch on his skin. How were these mere goblins so perfectly organized? He cursed that useless newbie. What are you doing? Hurry up and fight. Sung Yi-hoon glared at him with cold fury. Beneath his feet lay a mountain of slaughtered goblins. His voice was like absolute ice. Are you completely blind to what is happening here? Nearby, the girl desperately cried out. I will finish my spell in just a moment. Shut your mouth, he roared in panic. Support me right this instant. But the trembling girl had already exhausted every single support spell she possessed. Sung Yi-hoon stepped beside her with a calm demeanor. Hunter Lee Haeyeon. It seems he needs some help. Wait here for a moment. She hastily called out to him in a panic. Please, wait. But Sung Yi-hoon had already dashed into the fray. Panic gripped her heart. If he leaves his post, who will guard my blind spot? But as she turned around, pure shock washed over her face. The entire rear guard of goblins had already been completely wiped out by Sung Yi-hoon. She gasped in absolute disbelief. This is impossible. Meanwhile, two vicious monsters lunged directly at Lee Sung-hoon. He swung his blade desperately, trying to block their relentless assault. These damn bastards, he cursed. But from his blind spot, another beast locked onto him. It wielded a brutal, spiked iron sphere and hurled it with deadly precision. The heavy iron crashed violently into his arm. Bones cracked, and his grip completely failed. He could only watch in absolute despair, as his only weapon clattered uselessly onto the cold ground. A towering goblin raised its rusty blade above his head. He screamed in terror, shifting the blame. Damn that Sung Yi-hoon. If only we did not have that useless newbie. But mid-curse, a shadow blurred past him. Sung Yi-hoon struck like lightning, slicing the monster cleanly in half. Lee Sung-hoon clutched his head in sheer terror. The remaining monsters froze in their tracks, staring blankly at their slaughtered comrade. The tide of battle had instantly shifted. Sung Yi-hoon stood tall before the trembling man. The so-called newbie radiated a terrifying aura. His eyes were dead and cold. Lee Sung-hoon, step back right now. The arrogant hunter could only gape in stunned silence. Sung Yi-hoon repeated his warning with lethal calm. You are standing in my way. Without another word, he unleashed a flawless dance of death, slicing through every monster with a single brutal strike. A system notification suddenly echoed. Achievement unlocked, Goblin Hunter. Moving as fast as lightning, Sung Yi-hoon devoured the souls of the fallen beasts. He calmly analyzed his newfound power. The unique traits he had just absorbed were already taking effect. This swirling black smoke would perfectly cloak his movements, leaving the monsters completely blind to his strikes. Slaughtering them from the shadows was now child's play. But that was not his only reward. He had also extracted a rare racial skill from the goblins, the passive ability of night vision. His eyes flared with a piercing, unnatural glow. The oppressive darkness of the dungeon was suddenly stripped away, expanding his sight flawlessly. He could even sense the faint presence of hidden targets. This overwhelming new advantage left him smiling with sheer satisfaction. He had hit the absolute jackpot. Meanwhile, the stubborn Lee Sung-hoon violently refused to accept reality. Instead, he forced out a loud, arrogant laugh. You got insanely lucky, newbie. You only ran into low-level goblin trash. But I suppose pure luck is a skill too. Congratulations on surviving. Sung Yi-hoon and Lee Haeyeon stared at him in utter disbelief. The audacity was staggering. Sung-yeon casually pulled up his hood, looking effortlessly intimidating. "I appreciate the compliment," he replied dryly. "From now on, I am taking the lead. If I sense any danger, I will warn you both in advance." His piercing gaze dared them to object. The crushing weight of his presence completely silenced them. Even the arrogant Sung-hoon had to swallow his pride and step back. "Fine, whatever," he scoffed bitterly. "But if I am not leading, what is my job?" Sung-yeon laid out the new formation flawlessly. "You will cover the rear and protect Hunter Lee Haeyeon. Miss Haeyeon, please take the center position. Keep a sharp eye on our flanks. If anything moves in the shadows, alert me immediately." She nodded eagerly, fully trusting him now. With their new formation set, they marched deeper into the abyss. The further they descended, the thicker the monster hordes became. But Sung-yeon was unstoppable, devouring their souls with every kill. Goblin heads flew through the air like a morbid rain. It was an absolute massacre. But as they pushed further, an eerie silence fell. Haeyeon shivered, sensing something horribly wrong. The endless swarms of goblins had completely vanished. Not a single shadow moved in the darkness. Suddenly, Sung-yeon's heightened senses caught a disturbance ahead. He vanished like a phantom, leaving no words behind. The two hunters scrambled to keep up, completely bewildered by his sudden explosive speed. "What in the world is happening?" Haeyeon gasped in pure horror at the gruesome sight. A massive horde of monsters lay entirely massacred. Standing over a mangled corpse, Sung-yeon narrowed his eyes. Another raiding party had definitely beaten them here, and their kill speed was frighteningly fast. He knelt down and touched the pooling blood. A grim realization washed over him. The blood was still incredibly warm. These fresh, brutal wounds meant only one thing. The unknown hunters were still very close by. His strategic mind raced with possibilities. "We need to move at maximum speed." His mind raced with a chilling thought. If this mystery party slaughtered the dungeon boss before them, the only system penalty for failure would be death. "Hurry up," Sung-yeon commanded with burning urgency. Meanwhile, in an entirely different sector of the tower, a nightmare was unfolding. Several terrifying aerial beasts circled ominously above. Standing fearlessly before them was a mysterious young man. Beside him, a menacing figure wielded twin blades. He sat with absolute dominance atop a severed monster's head. His eyes radiated pure, soul-crushing boredom. "These weaklings are nothing but a nuisance," he yawned. "Let us stop playing around with trash. It is time to hunt down the real boss." He patiently let the vicious hordes swarm around him. Then, he launched into the air like a bloody tornado. A single, devastating sweep of his twin blades decapitated them all. He landed gracefully, radiating pure arrogance. These monsters were less than insects to his terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, an entire army of beasts lay utterly decimated at his feet. His two lackeys watched in awe, showering him with pathetic praise. "Brother Sion, your power is absolute." The arrogant hunter merely scowled in annoyance. His eyes burned with absolute contempt as he glared down at them. "You two are completely useless," he spat. "Especially you, Jin-ho. Can you not do a single damn thing right?" Left with no defense, Jin-ho simply bowed his head. "Yes, boss." Sion then shifted, his icy gaze toward the massive door ahead. "Whatever," he scoffed. "Wasting my breath on you, trash changes nothing. Open the gates. We are taking down the boss." He barked at Jin-ho. "Move your feet. What are you waiting for?" As he walked, Jin-ho muttered bitter curses under his breath. Suddenly, a system window flashed before them. The Goblin Chief will not spawn if more than 2 parties enter its domain. It was a deathmatch restriction. No one could leave this sealed zone until they slaughtered the Goblin Chief. The very ground beneath their feet was now a locked arena. Sion narrowed his eyes. What did that say? 2 parties? Beside him, his lackey finally sensed the shifting aura. "Boss, look over there!" Emerging from the shadows was Sung-yeon and his team. He marched forward, his gaze colder than steel, completely devoid of fear. Sion smirked, finding this highly amusing. "Well, look what the cat dragged in. More sacrificial lambs." Sung-yeon halted his steps, warning his group. "Stay sharp. These guys are dangerous, especially their leader," he noted. Taking the vanguard position, he turned back. "Haeyeon, stay in the rear. Buff my agility, and keep my health up. Lee Sung-hoon, you are her shield. Do not let them breach our backline." With fierce determination burning in her eyes, she nodded. "Understood." Leave it to me. Sung-yeon locked eyes with the enemy. To wipe out the goblin horde this quickly, their strength was absolute. He could not lower his guard. I am going in. Watch my back and time your support, he commanded. Conserve your mana. We will need every drop for what is to come. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 instantly activated her core. Golden aura washed over him as her flawless buffs surged through his veins, maximizing his stats. He charged forward, his mind razor sharp. He had fully mastered his awakened abilities. To reach this very stage, he had bathed in the blood of countless monsters. Yet, his instincts screamed that this clash would be deadly. Across the arena, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 barked, his orders. The rat is making his move. Brace yourselves. Sung-yeon exploded off the ground like a ballistic missile. The stone floor shattered, leaving a trail of thick dust in his destructive wake. 𝙎𝙎𝙎's eyes widened at the sheer speed. He snapped his head back. Lee, Jin-ho, deploy the Grand Shield. Full mana output now. Without missing a beat, Jin-ho slammed his hands down, projecting a massive mana barrier, encasing the trio in an impenetrable dome of light. But Sung-yeon did not even flinch. He launched himself into the air, bringing his blade down with catastrophic force. The moment cold steel met the barrier, spiderweb cracks erupted across the dome. The sheer kinetic impact sent shockwaves inward, blasting all three men violently to the ground. Refusing to give them a single breath, Sung-yeon closed the distance. His blade sang a deadly tune, striking Jin-ho down in one ruthless motion. The remaining two barely raised their weapons in time, surviving the fatal blow by a hair. Watching from the rear, his own team gasped in absolute awe. Sung-yeon slowly shifted his piercing gaze. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 pushed himself up, his face twisted in pure, unadulterated fury. Murderous intent poured from the leader, as their eyes locked in a silent promise of death. In a flash, both warriors collided. Sparks flew like fireworks as they traded a flurry of devastating blows. The cavern echoed with the deafening symphony of clashing steel. But as the high-speed duel raged on, Sung-yeon sensed a chilling anomaly. His swordsmanship was vastly superior, yet 𝙎𝙎𝙎 was perfectly parrying every strike using bizarre, unnatural combat forms. Gritting his teeth, Sung-yeon realized he had to break the rhythm. He needed overwhelming power. In a blur of speed, he vanished, materializing right in 𝙎𝙎𝙎's blind spot. He swung his blade down like an executioner's guillotine, aiming to end this bloody dance right then and there. But the enemy was a seasoned killer. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 twisted his body impossibly, his blade arcing up to violently deflect the fatal strike. Sung-yeon's eyes widened in genuine shock. His perfect ambush had been effortlessly swatted away. As a sinister smirk crept across 𝙎𝙎𝙎's face, the truth finally hit Sung-yeon. It was his terrifying eyes. The bastard possessed an ocular skill that could read sword trajectories. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 spun on his heel, ready to counterattack. But all he found was Sung-yeon's heavy shield, hovering right in his line of sight. It was a brilliant tactical blinder. Stripped of his visual advantage, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 was wide open. Stepping from the shield's shadow, Sung-yeon drove his blade straight through the villain's chest. Blood erupted from 𝙎𝙎𝙎's mouth as he choked out his final, venomous curse. You absolute bastard. Instantly, a glowing blue system window chimed in the air. Special quest, cleared. Relieved, his two companions rushed forward to examine the fallen enemy. But the battle had taken its toll. Sung-yeon's grip was slick with his own blood, and his hand violently trembled. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 caught this subtle detail, her eyes widening in disbelief. Is he actually shaking? She thought, stepping closer. Hey, are you holding up all right? His striking face was painted with the crimson aftermath of battle. I am perfectly fine, he replied coldly. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 silently analyzed him. The psychological weight of taking a human life must be crushing him. And here I thought he was just a cold-blooded machine. But before she could dwell on it, Sung-yeon's unwavering voice shattered her train of thought. I am heading straight for the boss room, right now. Are you too? Ready to handle this? Pushing past their limits, both companions fiercely nodded. Fast forward through a grueling, brutal boss raid. Sung-yeon stood triumphantly atop the massive beast's skull. He drove his blade down without mercy. With a final, pathetic roar, the dungeon overlord collapsed at his feet. The supreme trial had finally been conquered. Watching this absolute display of dominance, Sung-yeon trembled. He is not human, he is a literal monster. The moment the teleportation gate opened, the terrified man fled the dungeon instantly. leaving only Sung-yeon and Hae-yeon in the eerie silence. He turned to the skilled healer. Lee, Hae-yeon, have a safe journey back to the surface. She nodded softly, but her eyes remained locked onto his imposing figure. Utterly captivated by, he pressed for an answer. The girl finally broke her silence. Perhaps I am crossing a line, but you only did what was necessary. Someone had to bear that burden. If Han Sung-eun failed, I would have done it. A bright smile finally crossed his face. I am glad you understand. She summoned her system panel. A friend request appeared before him. Turning away, she prepared to leave. She offered her parting words. You helped us clear the floor for trial. Still, it frustrates me that I received 0 rewards. Once you return to Earth, seek out Lee Hae-yeon of the Baek-chang Guild. For the first time, a woman had sent him a friend request. Sung-eun froze, completely unsure of how to react. He stood frozen in place. He watched her figure vanish through the portal. Slowly, he shifted his gaze to the floating souls. The defeated monsters left their spirits behind. Now completely alone, a choice had to be made. Lying beside, the monster spirits were the souls of the humans he had slain. A dark thought crossed his mind. Should he absorb a human soul? Upon discovering this dark ability, he had hesitated. He knew that taking this step meant crossing a point of no return. But his resolve hardened. He slowly raised his hand toward the fallen. The human spirit flowed directly into his veins. He craved absolute power, though not through murder. Yet, if survival demanded it, he would not hesitate. The dream of becoming a hunter ignited his deepest ambitions. The Tower of Trials had granted him this ultimate chance. He would seize it with everything he had. He vowed to conquer this Tower of Trials. He would reach its absolute peak. Sung-eun returned to the waiting room. Every surviving challenger received their rank. The system prompted him to choose an alias. He rubbed his chin in deep thought. Finally, he locked in his new title. He chose the name Hunter. On the grand leaderboard of those who cleared floor 4, his name proudly appeared. But a specific detail caught his eye. His pupils dilated in pure shock. He was ranked number 16. It turned out, his ranking was far higher than he had ever expected. The elite challengers within the top 50 were granted the prestigious title of pioneers. They would receive massive benefits on floor 8, but only if they maintained their dominance. A pioneer who reached floor 8 would unlock a divine privilege, a magnificent power known as the Halo. After pondering his next move, he decided to push these distracting thoughts aside. The truth would reveal itself once he conquered that floor. For now, it was time to harvest the souls of his fallen enemies. As the ethereal energy surged, he felt a profound physical change. He was no longer bound by mere human limits. Shortly after, he purchased a return stone. He prepared for his journey back to Earth. He also needed to test a crucial theory. Could tower equipment manifest in the real world? The burning desire to return home consumed his very being. His long-awaited dream was finally becoming a reality. He activated the return stone's magic. He had exactly 3 days of freedom on Earth. Back inside his familiar room, the golden morning sun poured in. A gentle breeze danced through the curtains. Han Sung-eun collapsed onto his beloved bed. He had missed this simple comfort so deeply. His eyes fluttered open, staring silently at the ceiling. After soaking in the absolute peace, he slowly sat up. He scanned his quiet surroundings. He saw his old computer. He recalled the training rules etched into his memory. In this fleeting moment, the reality of his safe return finally sank in. But heavy exhaustion took over. He flopped back down. All he craved was a deep sleep. Compared to the cold waiting room, his mattress felt like absolute heaven. However, a foul, rotten stench suddenly hit his nose. It radiated directly from his own body. He could not stand the filth anymore. He shot up from the bed. This smell is pure torture. The top priority right now was scrubbing himself entirely clean. As his bare feet hit the floor, he spotted his combat gear. A massive wave of joy washed over him. He lifted his heavy blade. I only tried bringing it as a joke. The tower items had successfully crossed into the real world. This terrifying revelation changed everything. It meant every other surviving challenger possessed this exact same power. He realized he needed to act incredibly fast. As more awakened humans returned home, the market for magical items would completely explode. The pockets of greedy item hunters were about to get incredibly fat. After inspecting his precious loot, he made a firm decision. He would sell every piece for a mountain of cash. But there was one massive obstacle. Only officially certified hunters had the legal right to trade. Under normal guild laws, he needed to register for the official exam. Then he would start his deadly test during his next return trip. He scrolled through his phone for guild updates. He quickly realized his upcoming schedule was about to become brutally packed. The scene abruptly shifted. It was the very training center where he had bled for 7 long years. A stern instructor watched from the high balcony. Down below, desperate trainees clashed in endless combat. Suddenly, a sharp ringtone shattered the heavy tension. He answered the call. "Hello. This is the director of the White Lotus Training Center, Manhwa speaking." The voice on the other end belonged to none other than Sung-yeon. "It is Sung-yeon. Do you still remember me?" Director Hwang recognized the voice instantly. A sneer of pure disgust twisted his face. "Of course I remember you. If you want a refund, handle it online. No need to call." But Sung-yeon cut him off, his voice absolutely unwavering. He refused the refund entirely. The man on the line paused, thick skepticism in his voice. "Are you actually serious? Think this through before you decide." His reply was instant and cold. "My mind is made up. But I need a favor." A heavy, irritated sigh echoed through the speaker. "If you are begging for more training center hours, I absolutely cannot approve that." Before the man could finish, he interjected. "Register me. Book my hunter exam." The rejection came instantly. "Have you already forgotten your disastrous assessment results? You are an F rank, the absolute bottom of the barrel. You possess 0 awakened traits, and absolutely no skills. Begging changes nothing. So my membership fee cannot buy your assistance?" Hearing this, the man's arrogant tone vanished instantly. "Well, if money is involved, I have no reason to refuse." Sung-yeon's lips curled into a deeply satisfied smirk. The bait was taken. "Perfect. Book my hunter exam. Make it for today." Disconnecting the call, he finally dragged his foul-smelling body to the shower. Stepping inside, he truly looked at his reflection. How can someone this incredibly handsome actually exist? He mused. He proudly flexed his newly sculpted six-pack, marveling at the sheer perfection of his physique. His body had been completely reforged by his recent trials. Half an hour later, after endless posing, he finally snapped back to reality. "All right. Enough admiring my own greatness." The time for vanity was over. His hunter exam was officially set. It was time to move. Pushing his front door open to the hallway, he crossed paths with his stunningly beautiful neighbor. This mundane, peaceful reality, it was a life he had long forgotten. Just seeing an everyday face washed a profound peace over his soul. "Good morning," he greeted warmly. However, her mind immediately filled with quiet disdain. She viewed him as just another pathetic, aging dreamer, desperately chasing a hunter fantasy. Keeping up appearances, she offered a stiff, polite nod. Their brief exchange ended as they brushed past one another. "See you around." Yet, an inexplicable shock suddenly gripped her. She turned to stare at his retreating back. Wait, since when did he get so incredibly tall and broad? Stepping onto the street, Sung-yeon raised his hand high. To ordinary eyes, he was hailing a cab, but his piercing gaze was locked on the distant horizon, calculating his path. Without a single warning, he launched into the sky like an unleashed missile. Leaping effortlessly over towering rooftops, he soared through the city. Traveling like this is actually incredibly fun, he mused. In less than a single heartbeat, he touched down at his destination. The massive Hunter Association headquarters loomed before him. Sung-yeon strode inside, immediately locking eyes with the director. He stood face to face with the administration. Venomous, hidden smiles were exchanged between them. Sung-yeon broke the heavy silence. "It has been a very long time, Director Hwang." The director beamed with fake, mocking warmth. "What kept you so long, kid?" Sung-yeon offered a terrifyingly hollow smile. "Lately, I was dealing with some extreme personal matters. Honestly, it feels like entire years have passed." At those heavy words, the director feigned utter shock. "Personal matters, you say?" Something like that. The man beside the director finally stepped forward. "Greetings. I am Inspector Kim In-hoo. I am the official evaluator for today's Hunter exam." He adjusted his glasses coldly. "As you already know, Han Sung-yeon, you are entirely exempt from the written theory and interview phases. Director Hwang will oversee everything personally. Are there any questions about the protocol? Closing the distance between them, he spoke with absolute finality. I understand perfectly. Let us begin immediately. Moments later, Sung-yeon entered the vast combat arena, a single sword gripped tightly in his hand. Up in the observation deck, the director leaned toward the inspector. Like I ordered, make it violently impossible for him. Inspector Kim bowed his head slightly. Do not worry, sir. I have queued up the absolute worst possible nightmare for any swordsman. Looking down at the arena floor, his voice boomed over the intercom. Examine Han Sung-yeon. If you are prepared, please select your desired difficulty level. You may choose any tier between level 1 and level 10. Standing in the arena, a dark memory flashed through his mind. The exact same test from his past, when he had cowardly chosen level 1 and was brutally defeated by a pathetic, low-level goblin. The absolute humiliation and soul-crushing agony of that day had haunted him forever, cursing his own pathetic weakness. But today, fate would be completely rewritten. Just as he opened his mouth to declare his choice, the director's mocking laughter echoed down from above. Obviously, this trash will select level 1 again. But before the insult could even land, an unshakable voice sliced through the air. I select level 10. Those unbelievable words caused the director to freeze in absolute shock. What did you just say? Sung-yeon glanced up at the observation deck, an arrogant, victorious smirk playing on his lips. Right now, the director viewed him as an absolute suicidal lunatic. The arena flared to life. System objective: eradicate the legendary Fire Phoenix. The very second, the blazing beast unleashed its deafening screech. An oppressive debuff struck. Movement speed completely reduced by 25%. Worse yet, the rusted, pathetic blade, gripped in his hands, began to violently fracture and crack before he even swung it. Up in the stands, the director smiled like a venomous snake. He vividly recalled the moment inside the weapon selection vault. Even though he was absolutely convinced this F-rank trash would fail the exam regardless, he had still taken the extra step to brutally sabotage the blade. This, the director sneered internally, is the ultimate price for absolute arrogance. Know your place. Back in the arena, the beast made its move. The Fire Phoenix unleashed a blazing inferno. Yet, Sung-yeon stood his ground. He calmly waited for the perfect moment. A memory flashed before the arrogant instructor. Hwang Man-ho remembered his own past. Back then, his name stood proudly on the passing list. The Hunter certification exam was his greatest triumph. Triumphant cheers echoed through the testing hall. Those who passed celebrated their new awakening. In that golden moment, Hwang believed he was a genius. He thought he stood at the absolute top. But reality was incredibly cruel. As time passed, the ugly truth revealed itself. The gap between him and his peers widened. It became an uncrossable abyss of power. He was forced to abandon his grand dreams. He simply could not keep up with real monsters. In the brutal world of hunters, innate talent was absolute law. He was completely powerless. He surrendered to his pathetic fate. His drive to grow vanished entirely. Standing before the massive gates of reality, a bitter truth hit him. Humans always shatter before the strong. They break against walls they can never climb. And so, a twisted excuse took root. A toxic lie grew deep within his bitter mind. He convinced himself that everyone else was just as weak. Therefore, he believed Sung-yeon should just give up. Suddenly, the blade in the young hunter's hand shattered. Sung-yeon had not even swung it yet. It crumbled just from the monster's overwhelming pressure. He landed softly on the solid ground. Suspicion filled his sharp mind. No matter how low the weapon's grade was, it should never be this incredibly fragile. His piercing gaze shifted upward. He locked eyes with Hwang Man-ho. The instructor wore a disgustingly arrogant smirk. The sabotage was undeniably clear. He desperately wanted to watch the young man despair over the broken blade, but despair never came. Sung-yeon faced the monstrous beast without fear. The Fire Phoenix unleashed a relentless barrage. Blazing fireballs rained down upon him. His eyes turned dangerously serious. Actually, this was perfectly playing into his hands. Things were going even better than planned. This was the absolute perfect chance. He could finally test his new power. The instant acceleration skill from the 4th floor. He dropped into a perfect stance. He blasted upward, soaring far above the blazing bird. The sheer force of his jump was terrifying. The concrete roof cracked, sinking 15 centimeters deep. The Fire Phoenix witnessed this explosive power. The giant beast was completely paralyzed by shock. Sung-yeon looked down with a predatory smirk. He instantly evaluated his own raw power. The speed boost was absolutely phenomenal. It completely outclassed the assassin's cloak. Desperate, the monster fought back wildly. It blasted vicious flames toward the sky. But Sung-yeon was already a blur, dropping from the ceiling. He dive-bombed like a falling meteor. He gripped the shattered hilt tightly. With ruthless precision, he struck down. He drove the broken hilt straight into its eye. Crimson blood exploded into the air. The Fire Phoenix thrashed wildly in agonizing pain. Its terrifying shrieks echoed through the arena. Sung-yeon landed with flawless grace. His analytical mind calculated the damage. Just as he had predicted, the broken blade was too short for a lethal blow. Without missing a beat, he grabbed a solid brick. He channeled his explosive strength and hurled it forward. The projectile tore through the air like a cannonball. A flawless, deadly strike. It smashed the bird's skull with devastating force. But the brick did not stop there. It shot straight toward the observation deck. The two men flinched in absolute terror. Cold sweat dripped down their faces. It was a clear, undeniable warning to his saboteur. The blazing beast finally collapsed to the ground. The rigorous exam was officially over. Standing victorious in the ruined arena, Sung-yeon looked up. He feigned complete innocence. He casually waved at the terrified men above. "Hey, are you two okay up there? I had no idea it would fly that high." A wildly satisfying smirk crossed his face. Shortly after the incredible display, a breathless staff member approached the young victor. She handed over a shining Rank C hunter license. With a bright smile, she offered her deep congratulations. The announcement was loud and clear. He was finally a true hunter. He was officially registered with the Hunter Association. He looked at the staff member with burning ambition. "Can I enter the dungeons and sell loot now?" "Yes, you absolutely can," she confirmed. Meanwhile, in a private office, rage blazed like wildfire. The corrupt instructor slammed his fist onto the desk. He furiously cornered Inspector Kim. He demanded answers for the spectacular failure. "I ordered you to fail him in 10 seconds. I didn't tell you to let him pass." Inspector Kim glared back with equal frustration. "Are you out of your mind? We rigged it exactly as you requested, based on Sung-yeon's recorded abilities. The difficulty was set high enough to crush him. But the bitter instructor refused to accept reality, then force his rank lower. Is that so hard? That is completely impossible," Kim snapped. He utterly obliterated the exam monster. "The minimum time for rank D is 10 seconds. If I purposely assigned him rank D now, the association would immediately investigate me for corruption." As the furious instructor continued his pathetic rant, the heavy office door swung open. Sung-yeon strolled in with ultimate confidence. "I got my certification." He marched straight toward the scheming instructor. His gaze was terrifyingly calm. "You look a little pale, instructor. Did something ruin your day?" Hwang forced a violently fake smile. "Congratulations." "No, I should say congratulations." Hunter Sung-yeon. But the protagonist was not done playing with his prey. He tilted his head with a deadly smirk. "Come to think of it, Director Hwang, your rank before retiring was only C, wasn't it?" The older man's face twisted in sheer fury. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" Sung-yeon shrugged indifferently. "Well, I remember. You spent years calling me a talentless trash. But let us be brutally honest here. The only pathetic failure in this room is you." That was the final breaking point. Consumed by blind wrath, Hwang charged forward. "You arrogant little bastard," he roared. He threw a desperate, raging punch, yet Sung-yeon did not even flinch. A cold smile played on his lips. The trap had worked flawlessly. To his newly awakened senses, the incoming fist moved slower than a turtle. Sung-yeon pivoted with lightning speed. He buried his fist deep into Hwang's gut. 7 long years of hatred exploded in that strike. Everyone saw that, right? Pure self-defense. He spoke with terrifying calmness. Then, he unleashed a heaven-shattering slap. The brutal impact launched the corrupt man backward. He flew a full 5 meters across the room. And that was my personal revenge. Hwang soared through the air in absolute disgrace. His pathetic face twisted in ultimate despair. Unbelievable. Is this truly the power of a rank C hunter? Outside the association, Inspector Kim hands him a card, leaving him puzzled. "You want me as the association's exclusive hunter?" "Exactly." Inspector Kim tempts him with a base salary of 1 million won. We can negotiate. If you want more, you will not lose out. Sung-eun stares down at the card. He feels a flicker of surprise. 1,000,000 won is a massive sum. The inspector smiles brightly, explaining that they see immense potential in him. Suddenly, Sung-eun's voice turns freezing cold. Inspector, you manipulated the test's difficulty, didn't you? The question startles Inspector Kim. With an even sharper glare, Sung-eun continues. I have no issue with the compensation, but I will never sign with untrustworthy people. Without hesitation, he throws the card away. A definitive rejection. 2 days later, at Sung-eun's home, the news broadcasts recent rumors, reports of hunters, being summoned to the Tower of Trials. The tower's existence is now public knowledge. Sung-eun has already sold several items for a hefty profit, maximizing his 3 days of rest. He stares intently at his phone. It is time to return. Back to the Tower of Trials. During the teleportation, pure excitement washes over him. He can finally feel the absolute thrill of growing stronger. Sung-eun arrives back in the waiting room. After 3 days of rest, he glances at his items. He realizes a crucial fact. He can freely transport items between Earth and the tower. He neatly stores everything in his inventory. Then, he executes a flawless, acrobatic flip to the ground. He warms up his body, fully prepared to conquer the 5th floor. Upon his return, he receives the skill Eyes of Truth. This allows him to pierce through the essence of any target. He can instantly distinguish truth from lies in anyone's words. Sung-eun never expected to obtain such an incredibly useful ability. This is truly a god-tier skill. Getting a high-rank skill immediately makes him smile endlessly. To prepare for the next trial, he purchases a thunder sword and an 𝙎𝙎𝙎 iron shield of rank D. He grips the blade, testing a few basic swings. It seems expensive, but a one-handed grip vastly increases his slashing speed. Plus, it has a bonus effect. Weapons with secondary effects are always a steal. Fully equipped, he flies toward the gate with fiery anticipation. He enters the 5th floor. The clear condition is to eliminate the werewolf boss in the valley. Sung-eun is teleported to a cave entrance. This wolf hunting trial promises to be entertaining. Suddenly, from the dark cliffs above, countless glowing eyes glare down, accompanied by vicious growls. After 5 seconds of observation, the entire pack pounces at once, but he returns their feral greeting with devastating, critical slashes. Every single beast drops dead. With just a few light steps, the entire pack is annihilated. He scoffs. These wolves are incredibly weak. Suddenly, a massive white paw steps out of the shadows. The sheer size startles him. Not just one, but 3 gigantic wolves appear, glaring at him with murderous intent. One roars fiercely to assert dominance, but Sung-eun instantly gifts it a brutal slash across the head. Blood sprays everywhere. Yet, the strike fails to kill the beast. Despite being dwarfed by their colossal size, he feels a fleeting moment of shock. Looking up, a thrilling smile spreads across his face. The true targets have arrived. The giant wolves charge with terrifying speed. Sung-eun does not hesitate. He leaps into the air to begin his warm-up. Now, he admits the 5th floor trial holds some genuine excitement. With that, he unleashes a storm of slashes, ripping into the monstrous wolves. Blood splatters wildly across the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, 2 beasts fall dead. He lands smoothly, on the ground, and calculates. The sword skill from the 3rd floor is almost maxed out. Skills from the lower floors are not truly powerful. He needs better abilities to avoid wasting his experience points. The remaining wolves lunge right at him. He grips his blade tightly, fully prepared to clash. Come here. Let me use you as practice targets. Finally, he absorbs the souls of the entire giant wolf pack. He stares at his hands, deep in thought. During these recent battles, the lightning effect barely triggered. A 10% chance is just too low. Scanning the system window, he notices the experience gained is minimal. However, his necromancy skill proficiency has increased slightly. He wonders, how much will this skill level up after absorbing countless wolf souls? Venturing deeper into the valley, he guesses he has reached the central zone. Suddenly, a chilling realization hits him. He freezes. The deeper he goes, the stranger things feel. Why are there so many wolf corpses scattered here? Looking at bodies cleanly sliced in half. Someone else was here before him. Deep slashes even scar the stone cliffs. Sung-eun activates his Eyes of Truth to investigate. Rank D, light sword marks. The cuts are blindingly fast and deadly precise. Whoever left these strikes is an absolute master. He ponders this mysterious, highly skilled fighter. Despite his logical analysis, the tower still holds many dark secrets he has yet to uncover. This opponent felt incredibly dangerous. The cavern echoed with a sudden, deafening roar. Even Sung-yeon stood bewildered by the sheer intensity of the sound. He immediately dashed forward to investigate the source. Further down the path, another dark cavern emerged. Suddenly, a mangled corpse was thrown from within. It was a massive wolf, cleaved entirely in half. Seeing this brutal scene, Sung-yeon knew he had arrived. The system immediately flashed a new completion condition. The Floor 5 challenge had changed. The werewolf boss was already dead. The system began calculating the error. He stared down at the slaughtered beast. He stood there, completely baffled by the dead boss. How was he supposed to clear the floor now? Suddenly, the system finished its analysis and rang out. An unknown challenger from another dimension had invaded his trial. Sung-yeon locked his intense gaze onto the mysterious trespasser. His mind raced with questions. Was this the dimensional invader? A challenger from an entirely different realm? He quickly realized a shocking truth. Earth was not the only world connected to the system. Countless other trial towers must exist across the multiverse. This situation had become dangerously unpredictable. The arrogant invader casually rested his sword on his shoulder. A challenger from an underdeveloped trash dimension? He mocked. I suppose you came here to clear a quest? Sung-yeon remained completely silent. This only fueled the enemy's arrogant smirk. Are you too terrified to even speak? It seems this will be your pathetic end. The enemy raised his blade, pointing it directly at Sung-yeon's heart. Sung-yeon was still reeling from the sudden shock. He never imagined his trial target could actually be stolen by an outsider. But amidst the chaos, he felt a tiny spark of relief. His floor trial had not yet been declared a failure. The system had not abandoned him yet. Seeing Sung-yeon's continued silence, the invader scoffed again. The fact that you cannot even form a single word proves that you are paralyzed by absolute fear. Let us get this over with. Prepare to meet your maker. Sung-yeon's eyes darkened with deadly serious focus. The invader suddenly exploded into motion. He charged forward, aiming to end things with a single devastating strike. Sung-yeon reacted instantly. He drove his foot into the dead werewolf boss. The massive corpse became a giant projectile, flying right at the attacker. The charging invader spotted the incoming obstacle. But a mere corpse was absolutely nothing to him. He swung his blade, slicing the giant beast perfectly in two. But it was a distraction. Sung-yeon had already closed the distance. He raised his blade, slipped flawlessly into the enemy's blind spot, and thrust hard into his back. But a metallic shock vibrated up his arm. The invader's armor was forged from an incredibly tough, unknown material. Sung-yeon's blade could not pierce it. The enemy slowly turned his head. His face twisted into a truly demonic grin. Did you really think it would be that easy? Without another word, he unleashed his counterattack. His glowing blade slashed ruthlessly toward Sung-yeon. Sung-yeon raised his newly purchased shield, but it shattered into a million useless pieces upon impact. The overwhelming destructive force was absolute. Sung-yeon was launched through the air like a rag doll. He crashed brutally into the cavern's jagged stone wall. Dust exploded upon impact. Agonizing pain flared through every nerve in his body. His left arm hung completely useless, shattered from the blow. The invader watched this pathetic display. He let out a dark, arrogant chuckle. Oh? I am surprised you blocked my aura blade. How slightly annoying. You are tougher to kill than I expected. Sung-yeon grit his teeth, his eyes burning with defiance. You dimensional invader rat, how exactly did you breach my private trial space? Hearing this desperate question, the invader burst into uncontrollable laughter. You truly are a pathetic beginner. Do you seriously not even know what a floor invasion is? Sung-yeon's mind spun with utter confusion. Why did these chaotic anomalies always seem to happen inside his own tower trials? The invader offered no real answers. He was completely certain of his immediate victory. Do not blame me for your weakness. This cruel tower has always operated exactly like this. You are just too ignorant. I will not waste any more time. Your life ends right here and now. But right before the killing blow fell, Sung-yeon raised his hand. Wait, if I am going to die, at least tell me what a dimensional floor invasion is. The enemy paused, narrowing his eyes in deep suspicion. But his overwhelming arrogance won out. Bah, you are a dead man anyway, so I suppose it hardly matters. Upon reaching floor 8, a special system feature is unlocked. It is called Dimensional Floor Invasion. By purchasing a specific ticket from the system shop, you can forcibly crash into another weakling's trial. Sung-yeon absorbed this crucial information. But another burning question remained. What about the origin dimension you mentioned earlier? Does that mean you are literally from a completely different universe? The invader scoffed, as if insulted by the question. Obviously. Where else could someone of my immense power possibly come from? Sung-yeon slowly pushed himself up from the rubble. I understand now, he muttered coldly. He instantly activated his Eye of Truth. He needed to verify the enemy's arrogant claims. The mystical eye confirmed every single word. The invader was not lying. Sensing the skill, the enemy instantly flared with rage. He aimed his glowing blade right at Sung-yeon's throat. You dare use a pathetic appraisal skill on me? Such unforgivable insolence. But Sung-yeon stared back with absolute chilling calm. I did. So what exactly are you going to do about it? The invader's eyes went wide with utter shock. The sheer audacity. What did you just say? How dare a filthy piece of trash, like you talk back to me? Sung-yeon completely ignored his furious ranting. You generously gave me the intel I needed. In exchange, would you like to know a very interesting secret? The invader froze, his face twisting in utter confusion. Sung-yeon calmly touched his mangled, shattered arm. The only reason I can endure this horrific damage is because of my pain-resistance skill. It completely blocks out the agony. This means I never actually needed to hold this broken arm in the first place. He let his arm drop freely to his side. And now, my rapid recovery skill will automatically trigger. Muscle and bone instantly began weaving themselves back together. I only played the victim because I knew your massive ego would compel you to brag. It was the easiest way to extract the truth. The invader watched the miraculous healing, completely unfazed. Is that supposed to impress me? So, you are merely a swordsman with a petty healing trick? Even fully healed, your pathetic strength remains the same. Nothing will change the fact that you are about to die. Sung-yeon gripped his sword tightly. I am not as weak as you think, he declared. The intruder stood there, completely baffled. How does his power keep surging? The system interface flashed relentlessly, updating his explosive stats. His body was regenerating at incredible speed. Shock crossed the enemy's face. You possess both healing and enhancement skills? Sung-yeon shifted into a battle stance. The real fight was about to begin. He instantly activated instant acceleration. Panic set into the intruder's eyes. This is absolute madness. How can a mere floor 5 challenger possess so many skills? But before he could process it, Sung-yeon was already upon him. A relentless storm of slashes rained down. The enemy desperately raised his guard, his arms trembling under the heavy blows. Damn it all. Is this really the 5th floor? How can a rookie be this monstrous? Spitting out vicious curses, the armored knight gathered his remaining strength. He launched a desperate counterattack, thrusting his blade forward. But Sung-yeon sidestepped with flawless precision. The heavy strike completely missed, shattering the stone wall instead. Sung-yeon kept his distance, dodging perfectly. He knew his opponent was using a high-tier enhancement skill. Even a single graze could be incredibly dangerous. However, with his superior stats, he easily evaded every lethal blow. Yet, there was one major problem. The knight's heavy armor was a massive obstacle. It was high-grade equipment, far too tough to pierce with his current physical strength. But physical damage was not his only weapon. The relentless pressure was taking its toll. The knight's body felt like it was tearing apart from the inside. Dark blood began to seep through the gaps in his heavy armor. What is happening to me? He stammered in terror. His massive frame violently crashed to the ground, utterly drained of life force. He could only gasp for air, choking on his own defeat. Sung-yeon stood over him with a cold gaze. It would have been troublesome if that armor resisted paralysis. He smirked. But the deadly game was already over. The fallen knight convulsed on the ground, struggling to form a single sentence. And yet, his final words still reeked of foolish arrogance. If this were a fair fight, I would have crushed you. How does a pathetic 5th-floor challenger possess so many skills? Sung-yeon slowly stepped toward the dying man. You lost because of your own arrogance. You placed too much faith in your armor and your superior level. But now, your time is up. The cold blade was raised for the execution. Panicking, the knight desperately begged for his life. Wait! I will tell you anything you want to know. Just spare me. Sung-yeon looked down like a merciless demon. "I have no need for your words." A single, clean strike instantly severed the intruder's life. He turned away from the corpse, a chilling thought crossing his mind. He was becoming far too numb to the act of killing. But in this merciless tower, a moment of hesitation would only lead to a tragic end. Just before the intruder's body dissolved into pure data, Sung-eun swiftly absorbed the enemy's soul. He let out a long breath, staring down at his glowing hands. That was a dangerously close call. He almost lost the opportunity to claim his prize. If someone dies in another dimension, do they vanish forever? He wondered. He waited in silence for a moment. Strangely, the expected reward notification did not appear. Then, the blue system window finally materialized with an answer. The trial's difficulty yielded no standard drop. Instead, the entire reward system was completely restructured. The original rank C reward was suddenly upgraded to rank A. A deeply satisfied smile crept across his face. Such a massive upgrade proved exactly how terrifying that invading knight truly was. Securing a rank A skill was an absolute jackpot. After safely claiming his hard-earned spoils, he was instantly teleported back to the waiting room. He immediately opened his dimensional inventory, sitting down to rest his exhausted muscles. A grim realization settled into his mind. The invasion dimension was absolutely real. From now on, he could never drop his guard inside the Tower of Trials. Not even for a single second. A flood of questions clouded his mind. What awaited him before reaching the 8th floor? He carefully debated what to ask the system next. Should I ask about the mechanics of the invasion floors in alternate dimensions? He muttered to himself. Will I receive a system warning if a challenger from another floor breaches my mission zone? He finally submitted his crucial question. Almost instantaneously, the blue holographic screen flashed. The system's processing speed was frighteningly efficient. The text revealed the dark truth of the invasion floors. It was a brutal system that allowed challengers to invade other players' trial zones, but this was strictly limited to the first 10 levels. However, interference was strictly prohibited during special events, such as combined trials. More importantly, this terrifying function could only be unlocked upon reaching the 8th floor. This meant he was completely unable to use it at his current level. The system had answered his primary question, but there was a catch. It flatly refused to provide any information on how to actively invade another player's mission space from his current standing. This restriction genuinely caught him off guard. It was a harsh reminder that the system was not an all-knowing oracle that answered every demand. Fortunately, his precious question token was not consumed for the denied request. Pushing his thoughts aside, it was time to test out his most valuable piece of loot. His dimensional inventory contained a mysterious chest, alongside his severely shattered shield. Left with no choice, he activated the magic repair box to restore his defenses. In a flash of brilliant light, the battered shield was completely restored to its original glory. Right after, he eagerly crushed a cleansing stone. A refreshing surge of magic washed over him, wiping away the grime of battle like a much-needed bath. He could not help but feel strangely embarrassed by the magical cleansing process. Once the dust had settled, he realized he still had plenty of time before the next phase. He casually opened the trial rankings and the community forums. He wanted to see if there was any crucial intelligence floating around the network. But as his eyes scanned the digital text, shock washed over him once again. He stared at the ranking board. He had skyrocketed from 16th place all the way up to rank 3. The massive leap truly surprised him. He assumed he had finally unlocked the exclusive benefits meant for the top tier. He burned with curiosity about the rewards waiting on the 8th floor. Right now, the chat window was exploding with fierce debates. Challengers argued over killing and looting others. Just skimming the text, he felt the pure chaos. It lived up to the rumors of a lawless wasteland. The status, resistance skill, was currently the hottest item on the market. He wondered if it acted like a double-edged sword. While resisting mental instability was a massive advantage, it came with harsh limits. The user had to sacrifice a precious equipment slot to equip this skill. It was only useful in rare, desperate situations. Still, he figured he should keep it for self-defense. Suddenly, an interesting question caught his eye. Hey, does everyone know that bastard? Who leaked information on the 4th floor? Did he really change his name to Princess Sudi? Even though challengers constantly competed, he wondered if they were seriously teaming up to hunt him down. Sung-yeon vividly remembered that guy. He was the main instigator on the 4th floor. He remembered how that scum actively manipulated everyone to turn on each other. There was a high chance they would cross paths again. He decided to memorize the name, Princess Sudi. Then, he stepped through the gate to the 6th floor. This time, the brutal mission required capturing one of the surrounding stations before time ran out. A vast, endless ocean stretched before his eyes. Floating pathways were scattered across the water. He took in the breathtaking view and muttered, "The ocean again?" The system had clearly announced that everyone was assigned a teammate. They had to cooperate to survive the trial. But something felt incredibly wrong. He stood there waiting, but there was no sign of any teammate. Don't tell me they overslept. Before the words even left his mouth, a deadly spear thrust straight at his head. Sung-yeon reacted with lightning speed. He raised his bare hand and crushed the spear shaft. At that exact second, the attacker stepped out from a spatial gate. The assailant froze in absolute terror. His eyes widened in shock as Sung-yeon yanked him, slamming him into the dirt. He stepped closer and coldly asked, "Attacking? Your own teammate? What the hell do you think you are doing?" The man glared up at Sung-yeon with vicious eyes. "Damn it. You would know the reason if you just checked the community board. Murder is the easiest way to claim the rewards here." Sung-yeon was already used to this pathetic human nature. He stared down with indifferent eyes. "So, betraying a comrade means nothing, as long as you get a reward?" The attacker barked a mocking laugh at his question. "You absolute hypocritical bastard. Before you try to act like a saint, look around." "You!" All around them, agonizing screams for help echoed through the air. "Wait! Please do not do this. We are supposed to be teammates. I did nothing wrong. If you want to blame someone, blame this wretched tower of trials. Just die already so I can claim my reward. You treacherous scum, somebody help me." The man flashed a sinister, bloodthirsty grin at Sung-yeon. "Now do you finally understand?" Spotless blades were raised high into the sky, ready to draw blood. These challengers were mercilessly slaughtering each other, without a shred of hesitation. However, not everyone fell to such darkness. Some actively chose to grasp hands, acting like true brothers in arms. They firmly believed that in life or death moments, uniting their strength was the only way. I am so relieved to meet someone who shares my mindset. How could anyone commit such blatant betrayal? Those arrogant fools who refuse to work together will never survive this trial. That is true. But honestly, you should have paid closer attention. I am the type of predator who never needs a teammate. With those chilling words, the man executed a brutal betrayal that shocked everyone. A warm smile remained on his face, but his hand viciously plunged a dagger straight into his comrade's gut. The look in his eyes had turned purely demonic. "Shaking my hand without a single ounce of guard? How can a fool like you even call yourself a challenger?" Shockingly, the system immediately rewarded him with the backstab achievement. Returning to Sung-yeon, the attacker sneered after observing his silence. "You want a piece of that reward too, do you not? There is absolutely no need to act like a saint here." Seeing Sung-yeon looking away, the assailant tightened his grip on his weapon. He saw the perfect opening. Channeling every ounce of his life force, he charged at him, fully intending to end the protagonist's life right then and there. Sung-yeon did not even bother to turn around. He could already sense the lethal aura of the blade, lunging toward him. With flawless grace, he completely evaded the strike. He casually snatched the enemy's spear mid-air, and then brutally impaled him straight through the back. You rejected a painless exit, choosing a pathetic death instead. Just before drawing his final, miserable breath, the attacker could only process one thought. "Damn it, how is this even possible?" The system promptly rewarded Sung-yeon with the betrayal achievement. He evaluated his fallen foe. Simply too weak. A special hidden trial? A forced teammate survival game? Honestly, this trial felt absolutely no different from a standard hunting event. However, securing a total victory would grant him an immensely powerful, high-tier skill. It was a rather lucrative mission after all. He swore to dominate this challenge at all costs. He set a firm rule to avoid meaningless slaughter, but if some fool handed him a death wish, he would gladly oblige. Meanwhile, in another brutal sector, a figure summoned a glowing magic shield to guard against the carnage. The shimmering barrier completely encased the single tile he stood upon. Safe within his sanctuary, he smirked with absolute certainty. This trial was practically made for those who wielded magic. Magic of the water attribute, just like him. But suddenly, a bizarre sight caught his eye. It was Sung-yeon. He parted the waters, sprinting at breakneck speed. He launched himself right at the man's shield. Completely bewildered, the man muttered, "Who the hell is this punk?" His identity remained a mystery, but right then, Sung-yeon kicked the shield with devastating force. Despite the impact, the man inside just kept laughing. He was overly confident. "This is a bulletproof magic shield, you bastard." But before he could even finish his curse, Sung-yeon smashed his foot right through it. The man was sent flying in absolute shock, crashing face first into the dirt. Sung-yeon landed smoothly beside his unconscious body. He thought to himself, maybe I went a bit too far. But seeing this brutal display, the other challengers instantly backed off. Is he a top-tier master? If so, we should take another route. The others quickly turned and fled. They quietly branded him with a new title, the Monster Bastard. Every challenger who approached immediately turned away in fear. He sat down on the red brick, lost in thought. Could he really intimidate all the others? Honestly, he really wanted the reward. But he had no desire to slaughter people, without a good reason. The system alerted him. Prevent enemies from capturing your base. 10 minutes remaining. He knew he just had to sit tight for another 10 minutes, and he would be completely safe. The high-rank challengers had probably cleared the 6th floor already. The moment he entered this floor, he realized most challengers here were low rank. This made things quite easy for him. But the trial, on the 6th floor, left him with a heavy realization. Trust no one. Misplaced compassion is a fatal mistake. That was the true lesson he had to learn from this trial. Anyone, even a teammate, could easily become an enemy. Even if he spared someone and let them run to another base, they would eventually die anyway. Suddenly, the system announced that intruders had entered Sung-yeon's base. He turned around to face them. A group of 4 stood before him. The blonde guy smirked. Truly impressive. You must be wondering why there are 4 of us in a 2-man team trial, right? Sung-yeon glared at them and replied, "It is entirely obvious. You 4 teamed up and merged your 2 parties. You did it to gain an overwhelming advantage against the other teams." The guy laughed brightly. Spot on. And just like you said, his true, ugly nature was revealed. He spat a venomous threat. "You should just die, you bastard." Seizing the moment, the 2 leaders charged straight at him. Sung-yeon gripped his sword tightly, shifting into a defensive stance. At that exact moment, a man in the back began radiating a sinister purple aura. He chanted loudly, "Synchronized hearts." Instantly, Sung-yeon's heart was heavily affected. The agonizing pain of Kim Ji-hyun would now be fully shared with Han Sung-yeon. Without any warning, the dark mage raised his sword and brutally pierced his own arm. The dark magic activated, forcing Sung-yeon to feel the exact same agony. His right arm throbbed with such intense pain that he could no longer hold his sword. Right in front of him, a massive, bald brute prepared to strike. He leaped forward, carrying a massive barrel of seawater, and splashed it all over him. He could not grasp the purpose of this strange seawater attack. But once drenched, all of his stats plummeted by 10%. Facing the overwhelming aggression of his enemies, he maintained an eerily calm composure. The demon-like brute in front of him swung his blade relentlessly, but his voice remained ice-cold as he exposed their plan. "Your strategy was to disarm me and drastically drop my overall stats. Not a bad idea. But you have made one fatal mistake." With those words, he blasted upward, grabbing the brute by his head. He delivered the harsh truth. "You chose the wrong opponent." He dragged the man's head and slammed it into the ground. A massive shockwave violently shook the entire area. The 3 remaining enemies watched the devastating scene in sheer terror. The system recorded the one-hit kill achievement. He was instantly granted the skill, Contempt for the Weak. Seeing his comrade fall, the bald man charged with his sword, aiming for a cowardly attack from behind. But Sung-yeon was one step faster. He effortlessly slipped past the deadly blade. To the man's absolute horror, he instantly appeared in front of him and smashed a brutal elbow into his face. This was followed by a devastating axe kick straight down to his bald dome. The confident smirk on his lips only grew wider. The last 2 enemies could only blink. As the bald man's lifeless body collapsed, the blonde guy was now trembling with intense, bitter rage. Sung-yeon stood coldly before them. The guy beside him panicked. "What should we do now?" Should we attack together? Suddenly, he swung his blade and viciously slashed his own leg. He collapsed to the dirt. His twisted goal was to severely injure Sung-yeon's leg through their cursed link. Sung-yeon was instantly hit by the agonizing effect, stumbling heavily. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Just as that bastard said, pain was the only thing they mutually shared. Thankfully, it did not cause real physical damage. But the grim reality was, his movements would be heavily restricted by the sheer agony. Agony ripped through his body. He shrieked in pure terror. "You bastard! Are you even human?" But the blonde-haired traitor completely ignored him. Without hesitation, he drove his blade deep into his own comrade's stomach. Trembling with fear, the blonde man barked an order. "Stay back, you monster. Take one more step, and I will gut him alive." Despite the agonizing pain coursing through his veins, Sung-yeon kept moving, completely sustained by his pain-resistant skill. Yet, a prolonged standoff would put him at a massive disadvantage. Suddenly, a brilliant strategy flashed through his mind. He had to eliminate the mage, the one controlling the shared heartbeat skill. Without a second thought, he launched himself forward. He hurled his shield with explosive force. The heavy steel spun through the air and cleanly decapitated the mage. Instantly, a phantom blade slashed across his own throat. The sheer agony forced him to his knees. He clutched his bleeding neck. Seizing this golden opening, the blonde rogue charged. He brought his blade crashing down, but Sung-yeon channeled every ounce of his remaining strength. He caught the lethal strike with his bare hands. Blood poured from his palms, but he smiled fearlessly. "Getting your throat slit is no joke. Care to experience it for yourself?" The blonde rogue froze in absolute horror. He could only force a twisted smile. He knew his miserable life was over. With a sickening crunch, Sung-yeon shattered the steel blade. Using the jagged tip, he severed the traitor's head in one fluid motion. His gaze remained ice-cold and utterly ruthless. At that exact moment, the system announced the end of the trial. The surviving players erupted into victorious cheers. "We are still alive. We actually survived." Had some unseen force manipulated them, pushing these ordinary people into a frenzy of relentless slaughter? From the very beginning of this bloody trial, the outcome was rigged. Ultimately, the true victors were the teams who protected their comrades, though a few ruthless exceptions remained. He stared down at his blood-soaked hands. Did the others view him as a complete monster, a cold-blooded demon of the tower? The system would grant his rewards in the waiting room. But before ascending, he had to feast upon the fallen. His necromancy skill evolved to rank D. He materialized in the floor 7 waiting room. Yet, there was no time to rest. He eagerly opened his new achievement log. A rank S title, the first regressor. As expected, this was a legendary, game-changing milestone. He scanned his other sinister titles. Rank C, murderer. Rank E, ruthless killer. Rank D, cold-blooded climber. He had stacked up a terrifying amount of slaughter-based achievements. With every bloody title he unlocked, the system rewarded him with vital skills, stat points, and endless loot. A random reward box suddenly appeared before him. This had to be the grand prize for clearing the Floor 6 trial. Anything from rank F to B would be completely useless to him now. Shrugging it off, he popped the lid open. While his soul absorption quietly processed in the background, a blinding light erupted. The box practically glowed with mythical treasure. Suddenly, a bizarre creature launched itself, straight out of the container. It was a tiny green goblin. He stared at the creature in absolute bewilderment. Then, unable to hold back, he burst into hysterical laughter. What on earth was this little guy? Resolving to catch his strange reward, he lunged forward to grab it by the neck. But this agile little demon was incredibly fast. It dodged every single one of his strikes. After precisely 7,749 hilarious laps around the room, he finally snatched it by the belly. Sung-yeon let out a triumphant laugh. "Gotcha, you little rascal." But the goblin unhinged its jaw and ruthlessly chomped down on his hand. Blinding pain shot through his arm. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull as he wailed. Taking advantage of his shock, the creature hopped onto the floor. Instantly, his expression darkened into a terrifying, demonic glare. "I was going easy on you because you were cute, but now, you have chosen death." The furious chase resumed. The goblin was on high alert, making it impossibly slippery. Whenever he launched himself, at the ceiling, it bounced right back to the floor. Spotting his target below, He dive-bombed like a missile. In the end, its nimble speed was absolutely no match for his awakened stats. He delivered a devastating punch straight to its bald head. The smooth skull glowed red-hot from the impact, and then violently shattered into tiny fragments. Hidden inside its body was a gleaming necklace. The system's mechanical voice chimed. "You have acquired the highest-tier item from the random reward box. A heavy iron necklace, forged with the lifelong dedication of a legendary master blacksmith." Sung-yeon cradled the heavy metal with deep reverence. He stared at the raw, unpolished craftsmanship. A necklace made entirely of wrought iron? He instantly pulled up its hidden stats. The divine passive skill, Blessing of Steel, has been activated. Your mortal skin has permanently adapted to the steel attribute. You can now absorb 10% of all incoming physical damage. Sung-yeon gasped in utter disbelief. It boosted every single sword-based combat skill by a staggering 7%. Combined with the 10% physical damage reduction, this raw chunk of iron was vastly superior to most rank A gear. It was an absolute cheat item, perfectly balancing god-tier offense and defense. Without a second of hesitation, he beamed like a man who just won the cosmic lottery. Securing this artifact meant unstoppable power. But the exact second the iron touched his neck, a sickening wave of exhaustion hit him. Warning: your mana is completely depleted. The Blessing of Steel has been forcibly deactivated. His triumphant smile instantly vanished, replaced by a deeply troubled frown. The legendary item had one catastrophic flaw. It devoured colossal amounts of mana just to stay active. Still, he secured the item safely within his jacket. He would only unleash it when absolutely necessary. Right now, restoring his depleted mana was the top priority. His gaze shifted to the glowing system window. Should he check his innate talent that had just ranked up? Suddenly, a cold system prompt interrupted his thoughts. Would you like to challenge the 7th floor of the trial? He narrowed his eyes. Challengers were supposed to be guaranteed a safe resting period, inside the waiting room before facing the next nightmare. Passing the trials quickly was certainly a tactical advantage, but this also meant the grace period for everyone else had vanished. He immediately opened the community forum to investigate the fallout. The chat was exploding with pure panic. Their safe zones had evaporated into thin air. The terrified players were in an absolute uproar, desperately cursing out the admin. Yet, he realized this sudden change hardly mattered in the grand scheme of things. It offered zero tactical advantage to the pioneers. Their only driving obsession was surviving long enough to return home. He theorized that this chaos was simply because most of them were high-ranking survivors. The heavy atmosphere here felt entirely different from the bloody 6th floor. He could not help but wonder about those psychopathic killers. The murderous bastards were probably keeping a low profile right now. After all, the upcoming trial was a pure solo survival mission. There was zero benefit in drawing unwanted attention. Those venomous snakes who treated the lives of their comrades as disposable tools were absolutely on his hit list. He needed to stay on high alert. His eyes flared with absolute resolve. He muttered to himself. It was time to master a completely new technique, one that would not be disrupted by any unpredictable variables. Let us check the necromancy skill that just evolved to rank D on the 6th floor. He instantly noticed a shift in its core mechanics. The system had altered its fundamental nature. Before, it merely boosted his raw stats. But now, it could manipulate elemental forces like magic, or forge an impenetrable defensive barrier. He had genuinely hoped it would amplify his soul absorption rate. However, acquiring an extra layer of physical protection was an undeniable blessing in this hellhole. Without hesitation, he plunged his blade toward the system panel to test the durability of his soul shield. Even if his arm was severed, the waiting room possessed divine healing properties to prevent permanent damage. The bound spirits flawlessly absorbed the devastating impact. It seemed the ethereal energy had perfectly synchronized with his sword. He stared at his trembling hands in sheer awe. The synergy was flawless. He made a tactical choice to reserve a fraction of the spirits specifically for absolute defense, rather than consuming their power entirely. Opening the current trial leaderboard, a grim truth revealed itself. He had plummeted to 4th place. A brief shadow of disappointment crossed his face, but he quickly brushed it off. The ultimate objective was merely surviving within the top 50 to secure his title as a pioneer. Having analyzed every variable, sheer boredom began to creep in. He casually started doing stretches to keep his blood pumping. His warrior spirit was starving for the next battle. The brutal objective of the seventh floor was simple: prove your absolute worth. He teleported into what looked like a desolate underground crypt. Every instinct screamed that this trial was fundamentally different from the rest. Advancing cautiously down the pitch-black corridor, he could not sense a single trace of life. The dead silence was heavy enough to suffocate his senses. Finally, a blinding flash of divine light erupted in the distance. The sudden visual explosion temporarily blinded him to the unfolding reality. As his vision cleared, a vast, scorched desert stretched endlessly before him. To prove his worth, he had to conquer his deepest fears. A chilling sense of déjà vu washed over him. He stood his ground, waiting for the hidden terror to emerge. Suddenly, colossal sandstorms erupted from the dunes. He gazed upward at the towering shadow. It was a monstrous sand golem. Was the system forcing him to repeat the tutorial nightmare? If so, he would have to crush the 3 trials he had already survived. Honestly, at his current power level, annihilating a sand golem was child's play. He could shatter it with his eyes closed. This must be a speed run to the 8th floor. However, this specific beast radiated a completely different aura. It was 3 times more massive than his previous encounter. The titanic golem clenched its granular fists. It raised its arms to the heavens, radiating pure killing intent. A wicked grin stretched across his face. He was burning to test the limits of its destructive power. The behemoth launched an earth-shattering punch into the sand. But with godly reflexes, he vanished from the impact zone. Sung-yeon dashed straight up its colossal arm. Launching himself toward the beast's crown, he executed a breathtaking aerial leap. His sharp eyes scanned its massive anatomy. Something was terribly wrong. He could not locate its vital core anywhere. A chilling realization hit him. The monster must have buried its core deep within its reinforced armor when its body expanded to this colossal size. Out of nowhere, a massive hand swiped through the air. Caught completely off guard, a shockwave of panic hit him. He was staring death right in the face. In a split second, the giant fingers successfully crushed his entire body within its suffocating grip. But suddenly, glowing fissures erupted across its stony knuckles. From inside the prison, Sung-yeon unleashed a storm of devastating slashes. He effortlessly shattered the earthen cage and broke free. Analyzing the battlefield, he made a ruthless decision. He would have to carve this titan into dust to expose its heart. And then, he blitzed across its towering frame. His blade carved deep, destructive ravines into its armor. The earthen body violently splintered apart following the arc of his sword. Witnessing the sheer devastation, a confident smirk appeared on his face. I knew it. Slashing this thing is like swinging a blade through an hourglass. He had to find and destroy the golem's core, using a completely different method. But his relentless assault only fueled the monster's blazing fury. Roaring into the heavens, it loaded a catastrophic straight punch aimed right at his skull. Sung-yeon scrambled to escape. The beast raised its massive foot again. It prepared to crush him into the dirt. He cursed under his breath. Dodging was simply not enough. Every time its colossal body slammed down, the shockwave threatened to crush him. He sprinted desperately for his life. The terrifying pursuit continued. Suddenly, he tripped into a deep pit. Tons of sand buried him alive. Moments passed in suffocating darkness. He finally burst through the surface. Now, he was genuinely furious. I am getting annoyed, he growled. He locked eyes with the towering monster. His gaze turned deadly cold. He unleashed the 3-step slash. His blade tore through the air. The monster was cleaved in 2, but the sand instantly reassembled. He launched himself upward once more. A relentless flurry of strikes followed. He knew he could completely obliterate it. With a single perfect blow. He recalled the fake challenger from earlier. Their interference had angered him at first, but now, he felt strangely grateful. That bastard provided crucial combat experience. This cursed golem regenerated endlessly from the earth. He had to shatter it completely. He would not stop until he found its core. Go ahead and rebuild yourself, he roared. I will cut you down. I will slice you into dust, until nothing remains. Yet no matter how many times he struck, the beast kept healing. Sweat poured down his face. What an incredibly stubborn bastard. Where the hell was its core hiding? Suddenly, he realized something crucial. The beast was actually shrinking. Since when did you get so small and cute? He mocked. The golem froze. It glared at him intensely. It seemingly understood his insult. Its rocky cheeks actually flushed bright red. He quickly deduced the truth. The sand was a finite resource. It could not draw infinite power from the environment forever. That explained its shrinking size. A demonic smirk crossed his face. "Hey there, Golem," he taunted. "Want to lose some more weight together?" The beast's eyes shifted in alarm. It immediately braced for combat. Sung-yeon vaulted off its right arm. His blade diced its body into fragments. The massive figure crumbled once again. It let out a desperate, furious growl. Its physical form was drastically smaller now, and there it was. The core on its back was finally exposed. Sung-yeon's eyes gleamed with victory. He rapidly calculated his next move. Piercing its armored shell was exhausting. It had drained his stamina heavily, but the core was finally vulnerable. 10 minutes had already passed. The 7th floor trial limit was only 40 minutes long. He needed to end this immediately. The golem abruptly launched a heavy punch. He swiftly sidestepped the massive attack. Instead of striking, he observed its movements. "You got a lot faster, after shedding all that weight. This is actually getting fun. I would love to play longer, but I am completely out of time." His sword thrust forward flawlessly. It pierced directly through the glowing core. The golem unleashed an agonizing shriek. The core shattered into glittering fragments. Its body instantly dissolved into lifeless sand. A brilliant light erupted behind him. Teleportation was beginning. He suddenly remembered the golem's soul. He reached out frantically to absorb it, but it was slipping through his fingers. A system alert flashed before him. Soul absorption had completely failed. "Damn it, this is so annoying," he cursed. But the next trial caught him completely off guard. He recognized the Oris village instantly. This was the 2nd floor trial zone. The system was recycling past floors. He stepped forward into the ashes. The ruins from his previous destructive fire still painted a picture of absolute ruin. The Oris hunters stood before him. He had decimated their home. Was this the bloody aftermath? The hunters mourned their fallen kin. Then, their grief twisted into venomous hatred. They trembled with unbridled wrath. Their eyes burned like demonic coals. A collective, deafening roar echoed out. They had entered a state of berserk frenzy. Pure rage had consumed their minds entirely. An enraged Oris was no joke. His luck was incredibly terrible today. The bloodthirsty horde charged forward. Yet, Sung-yeon remained completely unfazed. He stood his ground with icy calm. "You fools," he muttered darkly. "Never show your bleeding hearts, over losing your family." A dark fury ignited within his own chest. "At least, not in front of me." He vaulted forward, severing a beast's arm. To his absolute surprise, the bleeding monster immediately collapsed at his feet. It dropped to its knees in agony. He stared down with terrifying apathy. "Does it hurt? Watching your family die?" The beast snapped its razor-sharp jaws in rage. It lunged forward to rip his throat out, pushing its broken body to the absolute limit. Sung-yeon sidestepped like a phantom. His blade sang a lethal melody in response. The monster's head soared through the air. The 2nd phase of the trial had ended, just like that. He quickly turned his head. He could not afford to waste another second. As it turned out, he had hastily absorbed their souls just before the portal dragged him away. This time, the extraction was a perfect success. A wicked grin crossed his face. But the next trial caught him entirely off guard. It was complete chaos. He had been teleported straight to the ocean. This was the chase zone of the 6th floor. The previous trials were on floors 1 and 2, so he naturally assumed he would enter the 3rd floor next. He let out a heavy sigh, finally understanding the situation. Expecting any logic from this twisted tower was his first mistake. Without hesitation, he pulled out a recovery potion. He desperately needed to restore his stamina and mana. Popping the cork, he downed the entire vial in a single gulp. Raw energy instantly surged through his veins. Holding the empty glass vial, he glanced around suspiciously. Making a swift decision, he tossed the trash directly into the ocean, petty enough to pollute the tower's pristine waters. But the moment the glass broke the surface, a massive wave erupted from behind him. The very tiles beneath his feet were blasted into the sky by a sudden waterspout, all for throwing one tiny bottle. He instantly activated acceleration. He had to outrun the catastrophe. Sprinting for his absolute life, his mind raced as fast as his feet. He had cleared all the previous trial conditions perfectly, which meant, to survive this stage, he needed to locate the red chase tile. And above all else, he could not touch the water. He pushed his speed to the absolute limit. At this pace, the terrifying waterspout should not be able to catch him, or so he thought. Without warning, the tile beneath him was violently launched into the air. The cursed water splashed against him. Instantly, his stats began to plummet. The horrifying truth finally dawned on him. The tiles were not erupting in any logical sequence. This was the brutal price of expecting the tower to play fair. Pushed into a corner, he triggered burst acceleration. He launched himself forward like a human missile. His feet barely grazed the floating debris. Through gritted teeth, he cursed the system. Did it really think it could kill him here? Fueled by sheer willpower, he leaped frantically from tile to shattered tile. And then, breaking through the mist, the crimson tile finally appeared. But was reaching it truly the end? As he closed the distance, the roaring waves grew monstrously large. Violent geysers erupted all around him. The water hunted him as if possessed by a vengeful spirit. Sung-yeon was forced into a desperate dance of evasion. His eyes were locked on the prize. Just a few more steps. But reality was cruel. The massive waterspout towering behind him slammed directly into his back. The devastating impact launched him into the sky. Searing pain tore through him from the crushing water pressure. Suddenly, the forged iron necklace activated its power. He desperately tried to absorb the stored souls, but the violent torrent threatened to rip them apart. He braced himself for a fatal blow. Thankfully, the summoned shield absorbed the brunt of the lethal impact. Using them, Sung-yeon performed a mid-air backflip. He hit the ground running toward the crimson tile. Yet, the demonic waterspout refused to let him go. A deadly notification flashed. The time limit was up. The cloak's unique protective effect had vanished completely. Sung-yeon gritted his teeth in absolute frustration. Damn it. His mana pool was completely drained. With no other options left, he manifested a dark crimson orb. He shoved it into his mouth and swallowed it whole. It was the soul of the hunter he had recently slain. Explosive power immediately flooded his exhausted body. 2 monstrous waterspouts were now hunting him down. He pushed his burning legs to move faster. Victory was mere inches away. But in a cruel twist of fate, the tile right beneath his foot launched into the air. His vision was completely blocked. He could only stare in wide-eyed disbelief. Another vicious curse escaped his lips. Time was running out. Throwing caution to the wind, he braced his body and charged. He dove straight through the crushing wall of water. The moment the cursed ocean touched him, the goblin hunter's soul shattered into dust. The blast launched him high into the stormy sky. Looking down at the chaotic abyss below, a chill ran down his spine. He was in a terrifying freefall. Having completely lost control of his body, a desperate scream tore from his throat. But by a stroke of sheer luck, he crashed heavily onto the crimson tile. The tiles around him instantly shattered into dust. Sung-yeon lay gasping on the red stone, steam rising from his battered body. Yet 3 colossal waterspouts still loomed over him, ready to strike. He stared death in the face without a shred of fear. Suddenly, the system interface lit up. You have conquered your fear. With that single notification, the hellish trial finally came to an end. He cursed the twisted tower under his breath. Dragging his battered body through the portal, he collapsed onto the waiting room floor. A heavy sense of frustration washed over him. He was bitterly disappointed in his own performance. He had been mere seconds away from death. If the 6th floor was this brutal, what nightmare awaited on the 8th? He could not rely on sheer luck forever. He needed to prepare for the absolute worst. The skill shop, the return points, and the cross-floor invasions. All of these elements were crucial to his survival. But his absolute priority was his aura, the monumental rewards of becoming a pioneer. Across every single floor were too massive to ignore. The tower had dropped a hint about this before. His aura held a terrifying hidden significance. Behind this special reward, he faced a choice. He needed to review the aura descriptions first. After careful study, he learned it would impact every single ability and trait. Above all, the tower declared this the perfect aura for him. Yet, he wanted to examine the other options. The universal aura seemed decent enough. However, the aura that relied heavily on talent and perseverance was terrible. He immediately discarded the final option. The choice came down to the last 2. After agonizing over the decision, he made his choice. He selected the ruler aura. Its unique effect would trigger an immediate evolution. The aura surged into his body. The selection list adapted to the challenger's current abilities. Summoner class. Consume absorbed souls to command powerful immortal skeletons. Magic swordsman class. Both blade mastery and magical arts would drastically increase. Related skills would develop 3 times faster. Creator class. Item crafting abilities would soar, and related skills would also grow 3 times faster. These were the incredible effects of the ruler aura. The choice was obvious. As he confirmed his selection, his body completely transformed. At last, he possessed his very own aura. He could now fuse 2 useless skills into a brand new power. For him, this revelation was absolutely incredible. He debated which abilities to sacrifice. His least used skills were Contempt for the Weak and Relentless Combat. He decided to merge these 2 together. A new power was instantly forged. Suddenly, a strange light erupted from the system interface. Sung-yeon watched in pure astonishment. The system displayed a new notification. A new skill had been born. Powerful skill. Mastery at 0%. Effect. Can pierce through any restriction or barrier created by innate abilities or magic. However, your mana level must be higher than the caster to trigger this effect. Reading the details left Sung-yeon utterly speechless. Could this really to be his reward? He had hoped for an E-rank skill if he was lucky, but the system granted him a D-rank power. This skill was absolute madness. Grinning with excitement, Sung-yeon wanted to try again. He tapped the system screen. A new prompt appeared. Open your skill list. Please select the abilities you wish to merge. Marksman Knowledge, F rank, and Fire Resistance, F rank. You have selected these 2 abilities. Without hesitation, he clicked to confirm the fusion. Following the success notification, that strange light radiated from the system once more. What would he get this time? Sung-yeon could barely contain his anticipation. Skill generated. Enhanced Eyes E rank. Standard Vision upgraded. Mastery at 0%. Effect. Grants clairvoyance. Even in environments that completely obstruct vision, your sight remains perfectly clear. Sung-yeon stared at the system in disbelief. It only went up by 1 single rank? Was that it? He let out a sigh of disappointment. Fusing Contempt for the Weak and Relentless Combat yielded great results. Because of their high compatibility, that meant Marksman Knowledge and Fire Resistance were a bad match. Sung-yeon glared at the 2 F-rank abilities. It was obvious they clashed. That had to be the reason for the poor result. Exhausted, he collapsed onto his bed. Then he remembered the glory reward. Earning it for consecutively being the pioneer felt a bit strange to him. A sudden wave of doubt hit Sung-yeon. Was this really the fruit of his hard work, or just pure luck? He pondered the thought in silence. Suddenly, he sat bolt upright. Whatever, let us check out the reward. Elegant as the Wind A rank. Mastery at 0%. Effect. Increases movement speed by 10%. True to its name, this effect can stack up to 7 times. Upon reaching maximum stacks, the cooldown timer is exactly 1 day. Sung-yeon read the system data carefully. One specific detail immediately caught his eye. A flat 10% boost to all movement speed. This was absolute top tier. He continued reading the effects, a 10% speed increase that stacks 7 times. And when maxed out, it only takes 1 day to cool down. He could really stack this 7 times? Sung-yeon gasped in awe. A sudden realization hit him like lightning. This meant the skill required absolutely 0 mana. Without a doubt, elegant, as the wind had 0 weaknesses. Sung-yeon stared at the system screen, practically vibrating with excitement. Following that, he clicked the shoe icon. He calmly equipped the new gear. Acceleration shoes. Attack speed plus 30%. Movement. Speed plus 5%. The boots were adorned with tiny mechanical wings forged from pure magic. As he moved, his momentum would steadily build. Upon reaching a certain breaking point in speed, the system interface suddenly sprang to life. Data streams detailing the boots flooded his vision. Sung-yeon's eyes sparkled with sheer thrill as he examined the magnificent gear on his feet. He chuckled to himself. He loved that every reward on this floor was entirely speed-focused. Instantly, another notification flared brilliantly before him. You have entered the skill shop. Right before his eyes, a list of abilities, unrolled like a cinematic masterpiece. Immobilizing Petrification E rank, Monster Summoning, Weapon Enchantment E rank, and finally, Instant Acceleration, Mana Shield, Vision Enhancement, Mana Sensing. Sung-yeon skimmed the list and clicked his tongue. He never expected the shop's budget skills. to be this pathetic. And they were still ridiculously overpriced. He paused at instant acceleration. Price tag? 80,000 points. He shook his head. Absolutely absurd. Yet, his hunter instincts warned him. He desperately needed a magic-based ability. After a tense moment of hesitation, he locked in his final choice. System chimes rang out in rapid succession. You have purchased Mana Sensing. 515,000 points deducted. You have purchased Magic Resistance. 12,000 points deducted. The skill details flashed before his eyes. Magic Resistance. Proficiency 0%. Your body naturally repels a portion of hostile external magic. Warning. Without the Mana Sensing skill, this resistance will rapidly deteriorate. His eyes locked onto the glowing screen. He quickly calculated his future battles. With this skill, I can finally defend against those annoying mind control abilities. Immediately after, the second skill revealed its secrets. Mana Sensing. Proficiency 0%. The mana within your body will project a detection perimeter, drastically amplifying your magical awareness. As the notification vanished, a blinding crimson aura erupted. It completely engulfed his body. A sharp, profound change flickered deep within Sung-Eun's eyes. The system chimed once more. Mana Sensing is now being engraved into the user's flesh. The energy blazed with terrifying brilliance, radiating an unbearable, scorching heat. Sung-Eun could no longer hold back. He roared in agony. It felt like his very soul was burning. The magical light slowly seeped into his cells, fusing with his DNA. The sheer force whipped up a violent mini-tornado, blasting everything away. As the blinding light finally dissolved, absolute silence reclaimed the area. He slowly planted his feet on the ground. The transformation was undeniable. His body felt incredibly light. Sung-Eun inspected his new state, taking a few calm steps. But his sharpened hunter instincts immediately caught an anomaly. Suddenly, a raw surge of aura exploded from him. He gasped in shock. Wait, did learning those magic skills just boost my physical stamina too? He looked down at the pulverized floor beneath his boots. A smug, arrogant grin spread across his face. What an absolute steal. He threw his head back and let out a booming laugh. Right at that moment, the system offered a dark, tempting prompt. You may now use necromancy to awaken a nearby corpse. If activated at this exact moment, the potential of the awakened undead will perfectly scale with the quality and quantity of the souls consumed. Processing this grim information, he fell into deep thought. I am extremely curious about this undead awakening skill. But testing it right here in the arena, with a decisive wave, he instantly dismissed the system interface. Sung-Eun drew in a long, deep breath and let it out, heavily. The time for choosing had arrived. Should he dive straight into the next deadly trial? Or should he return to Earth? Meanwhile, worlds away in a different location, a young man's smartphone screen was flashing urgently. A recruitment notice blared on the screen. Emergency gates spawned at the Great Disaster Memorial Square, desperately seeking one tank and one healer. Rank D or above required. Below it sat a depressing status bar. Recruited hunters 0. Party members none. After waiting in agonizing silence, the young man lost his temper. Damn it all. Why the hell can't I find a single party member? Suddenly, an ominous shadow swallowed his vision. He flinched and looked up. 3 intimidating strangers towered over him. The heavy-set leader sneered with naked provocation. Still begging for party members, huh? Why don't you just hand that pass over to us? He pressed the boy aggressively. You know your gate pass will be permanently revoked if you don't enter within the time limit, right? His eyes narrowed with greedy malice. So why don't you do us a favor, withdraw some cash, and hand the pass over? The sudden arrival of these uninvited vultures made the young man's blood boil. He quietly assessed the thugs, groaning internally. This bastard is harassing me again. So utterly annoying. He shot back with absolute defiance. I told you before. I am never giving it up. Before he could even finish his sentence, the fat thug viciously cut him off. You little punk. Tsk. Why do you think you haven't received a single party request? Even with all these hunters swarming around? Looks like I'll have to play the villain today. He shot the boy a look of pure, concentrated disgust. The harsh reality stung deeply. Just as the thug claimed, despite the bustling crowd of hunters, not a single soul spared a glance at his party request. Let me spell it out for you. The fat man spat with venomous contempt. You are merely rank E, Who in their right mind would party up with trash like you? The words slashed through the boy like a physical blade. It hurt because the bastard was absolutely right. The thug's lackeys eagerly joined in, hurling toxic insults and laughing with sadistic glee. Does your party still have room? Right as the thugs reveled in their cruelty, a chilling voice echoed from behind, freezing them all in place. I am Han Sung-yeon, a rank C hunter. He casually held up his official hunter license as undeniable proof of his power. Does that meet your standards? He locked eyes with the stunned crowd, his question dripping with overwhelming pressure. Ah, yes. Of course. Seeing his absolute savior arrive, the young man scrambled to his feet to answer. Hey, tough guy. The fat thug suddenly slammed his hand into. Are you blind? The fat man barked. Everyone is waiting for you. Sung-yeon simply responded with a mocking smirk. If you are so annoyed, Sung-yeon stated coldly, you should have joined Lee Jong-won's party. The fat hunter's fragile ego shattered. What did you say? He roared. Do you have a death wish? Before the man could strike, Sung-yeon whispered, oh, one more thing. Instantly, a monstrous wave of magical energy erupted from Sung-yeon. His suppressed fury suffocated the air itself. Pure terror struck the fat hunter. He yanked his hand back, face pale as a ghost. How is his aura this terrifying? He panicked. Is he a C rank like me? Oblivious to the truth, a lackey cheered. Look at that overwhelming pressure. Our boss is amazing. The other minion clapped in awe. Hearing his idiots praise the wrong person, the fat hunter sweated bullets. It is not me, you fools. Realizing he was completely outmatched, he desperately scrambled to save face. He frantically searched for a way out. The Hunter Association is waiting, he stammered pathetically. So I will let you live this time. You should count your blessings. Humiliated, he turned his back and ran for his life, leaving his confused subordinates behind. Why did you provoke him right at the start? Jong-won scratched his head, completely bewildered. Hunter Lee Jong-won. Sung-yeon suddenly called out. Looking at this mess, no one else will join us. Let us enter the dungeon right now. Jong-won froze in absolute shock. Just the two of us? He gasped. His face was painted with extreme doubt. Without hesitation, they both stepped through the swirling magical gate, plunging straight into the dungeon's depths. Staring at the bizarre, alien landscape, Jong-won trembled. His anxiety was impossible to hide. I cannot believe we actually walked in here. Sensing his dread, Sung-yeon offered comfort. Relax your shoulders. I can slaughter most monsters in a D-rank dungeon. However, that bold statement only terrified Jong-won even more. Hunter Han Sung-yeon, is this your very first time in a dungeon? Sung-yeon stayed silent for a moment before nodding. Yes. He thought to himself, the Tower of Trials is not a dungeon. Forgive my rudeness since we just met. Jong-won's tone turned deadly serious. But clearing a dungeon is a matter of life and death. The atmosphere grew incredibly heavy. We need to get facts straight. Between an E-rank and a C-rank hunter, who has the higher mortality rate? He issued the grim question. Sung-yeon remained perfectly calm, listening closely. Most fools believe weak E-ranks die faster, but the bloody truth is quite the opposite. It is the C-rank hunters who perish. His eyes clouded with tragic memories. E-ranks know their absolute weakness, so they move with extreme caution. But C-ranks are blinded by arrogance. That foolish pride digs their early graves. It is just like driving a car. The moment you feel invincible, tragedy strikes. Dungeons are literal death traps. His voice shook with dread. And yet, we walked into this hell without a tanker. Not even a healer is with us. Your reckless confidence terrifies me. Hearing this desperate, heartfelt speech, Sung-yeon nodded in calm agreement. You make a fair point. Jong-won instantly made his move. Listen closely. I may be bottom-tier trash, but I have survived many raids. Let me take command of this party. Faced with this sudden request, Sung-yeon studied his nervous companion. I originally planned to lead, he pondered. But he chose to yield. Fine. Take the lead. Jong-won bowed deeply, relief washing over his face. Thank you for trusting me. Please do not be offended. This is purely to keep us alive. Let the hunt begin. Sung-yeon smirked inwardly. I will play along for now. Deep within the freezing, pitch-black cavern, a colossal shadow blocked their path. Gripping a bloodthirsty blade, a lizard man, Jong-won hissed. Masters of brutal armed combat. Pure terror filled his eyes. The monstrous predator glared at them. Damn it, I will draw its aggro. Once it locks onto me, aim for its blind spot. He gripped his sword with sweaty palms. Understood, Sung-yeon replied smoothly. A spark of genuine curiosity lit up his eyes. Let us see the true skills of a veteran Earth hunter. The beast unleashed an earth-shattering roar. It charged violently toward Jong-won. Screaming his lungs out, Jong-won swung his blade with all his might, but he was miles away from the target. His wild slashes cut nothing but empty air. Not a single strike landed. Even the bloodthirsty monster froze in utter confusion. Jong-won continued his intense, dramatic shadowboxing, treating the empty space like a mortal enemy. Witnessing this absolutely pathetic display, Sung-yeon sighed deeply. Are they having a staring contest? He watched his fearless leader, flailing like a complete idiot while the beast just watched. Reality hit Sung-yeon hard. I only have 3 days on Earth. My return is strictly temporary. I refuse to waste precious time playing games with a mere gatekeeper. His patience hit rock bottom. Sung-yeon stepped forward, his eyes turning cold. I will end this. Before Jong-won could protest, he launched forward like a loosed arrow. Instant acceleration. The magic skill burst to life. He tore through the beast. In a fraction of a second, his terrifying speed left the lizard man defenseless. It collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this absolute slaughter, Jong-won stood completely paralyzed in shock. Sung-yeon turned back, his expression perfectly calm. I stepped in, because I am pressed for time. Please understand. Ah, I understand. I get it completely. That is perfectly fine, Jong-won stuttered. He was still trembling at the sight of the blood-soaked monster corpse. Sung-yeon pressed forward. I have a proposal. May I speak freely? By now, Jong-won was completely overwhelmed by his aura. He nodded furiously. Of course. You can ask for absolutely anything. Wasting no more time, he stated his terms. I will be leading this team from now on. Right at that moment, a horde of vicious lizardmen shrieked from the absolute darkness. They charged. Sung-yeon shifted his stance. He unleashed a storm of attacks. He slaughtered them one by one. As the monstrous wave crashed down, he leaped high into the air. He executed a flawless mid-air spin. His blade pierced straight through the enemy from the sky. Jong-won stood, rooted to the ground. He was entirely consumed by awe. This was a completely one-sided massacre. A beast swung its lethal claws right at Sung-yeon, but he effortlessly dodged the strike. The beast slashed its own comrade by mistake. The deafening clash of steel echoed through the cave. In just a heartbeat, the entire horde lay completely decimated at his feet. I might actually be witnessing history, he muttered in pure admiration. The legendary battle of a super rookie. After executing the final beast, Sung-yeon calmly retrieved a glowing green crystal from its chest cavity. The system chimed in. Mana core extracted from a lizard man heart. It is highly valuable for alchemy and crafting. He tossed the spoils into Jong-won's massive backpack. It was already overflowing with similar mana cores. The porter looked at him with profound guilt. I am so sorry. I cannot do anything except carry your gear. Sung-yeon was about to assess their situation. Based on our gathered loot, there is barely anything left in this zone. Suddenly, a murderous intent violently washed over them. A hidden lizard man launched a deadly sneak attack from the shadows. With godly reflexes, he merely tilted his head. The lethal strike missed completely. He spun around and unleashed a devastating counterattack. The brutal impact sent the beast flying backward. It was pinned violently against the stone wall. Sung-yeon remained perfectly composed. Meanwhile, Jong-won trembled violently. At this cave-shaking display of absolute power, he let out a terrified gasp. Staring at the massive crater and mangled corpses, he was practically paralyzed with fear. Sung-yeon offered a calm warning. Save your panic for when we get out. We could still face fatal danger. If we drop our guard now. I am so sorry, he stammered in absolute shock. Wiping monster blood from his hands, Sung-yeon added. But of course, I will do everything in my power to keep you alive. Sung-yeon began formulating a plan. I will absorb their lingering souls while pretending to yawn. He casually raised a hand to cover a fake yawn. He secretly devoured the wandering spirits in the cavern. It seems increasing my proficiency with D-rank monsters will be quite difficult now. He clicked his tongue in slight disappointment. Just ahead, an ominous, glowing magic doorway materialized from the darkness. Jong-won gasped in disbelief. Did we actually reach the boss room? With just the two of us? Sung-yeon raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Oh? So this is the true boss room. I honestly did not expect I would get to challenge a dungeon boss today. Honestly, just clearing out half of this hellish dungeon would have been a massive success. The porter could not contain his wild excitement. Staring at Sung-yeon's broad back, he felt absolute, unwavering trust. With this monstrous young man, completely clearing the dungeon was an absolute reality. Sung-yeon glanced back. Well then, I am going to enter the boss room. What about you? The porter answered without hesitation. I am coming. But wait, do you not need to rest? Sung-yeon simply replied. No, I am. Perfectly fine. Then, let us go. They stepped across the threshold of destiny. Towering before them was a colossal, nightmarish lizard man, covered in a thick layer of razor-sharp scales and burning, bloodthirsty eyes. As expected, it is the Lizard Man King, Sung-yeon muttered. Do you have a strategy? Jongwon asked in total panic. Sung-yeon gave a chillingly brief reply. You. Just wait right here. The porter freaked out. What? Wait a second. You do not have a battle plan? Or anything like that? The monstrous boss suddenly charged. Its terrifying speed completely defied its massive, towering physique. Sung-yeon was genuinely amazed. In just a few massive strides, the behemoth closed the distance entirely. Sung-yeon explosively launched himself upward to evade. He dodged the lethal strike. He calculated rapidly. Its extreme speed completely contradicts its massive bulk. But his gaze instantly turned deadly cold. In a single flash, he vanished completely. He reappeared directly behind the boss, his blade drawn to strike. However, the beast's massive tail whipped around with blinding speed. It smashed into him unexpectedly. Jongwon screamed in absolute horror. Mr. Han Sung-yeon. Deep within the crushed rubble, he shattered the boulders and stood back up. The system chimed in. A captured soul has fully absorbed the user's damage. He menacingly marched back toward the boss. His terrifying aura flared to life. That is more like it. It has to be at least this strong, for me to properly test out my real skills. He let out a thrilling, battle-crazed laugh. Seeing that he was perfectly Dige, safe and unharmed, Jongwon gasped for air. Phew, I seriously thought you were dead. The Lizard Man King immediately shifted into high alert. Sung-yeon leisurely stepped forward with a deadly smirk. Too bad your little throne is already broken. A terrifying, ominous feeling. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. The beast unleashed a deafening roar. Dark energy consumed the entire space, as system alerts flooded his vision. Slow movement skill activated. All physical motions are reduced by 25%. Heavy demolition skill has been triggered. The player possesses twice the magical energy compared to the caster of the slowing spell. All movement restricting effects have been completely nullified. The monster froze in absolute shock, realizing its magic had completely failed. He silently analyzed the situation. He had doubted this newly combined skill at first, but the results were undeniably impressive. Suddenly, Chun-gun collapsed from the magical strike. I cannot move my body at all. Han Sung-yeon, please help me. Spotting the helpless prey, the Lizard King instantly shifted its deadly focus, charging straight toward the fallen hunter. Hey, you overgrown reptile, your opponent is right here, Sung-yeon roared, drawing its aggro as he launched himself forward. But his speed simply was not enough. Damn it, I am too far away. Just as the monster's brutal blade was about to execute his comrade, a brilliant strategy sparked in his mind. His eyes burned with intense resolve. Summoned directly from the abyss of death, skeletal warriors erupted from the earth, forming a bone shield before Chun-gun. The fragile bones were instantly pulverized, but that brief delay was all he needed. They lacked the power to stop the boss, but they bought him one precious second. Seizing that microscopic opening, Sung-yeon closed the distance instantly. His blade unleashed a merciless storm of strikes upon the beast. He landed with deadly grace as the monstrous enemy shrieked in agonizing defeat. I managed to save him in time. The mighty Lizard King finally collapsed. The system chimed, declaring their ultimate victory. Dungeon boss, Lizard King, has been successfully eliminated. The next dungeon boss will spawn in exactly 14 days. Your attributes have massively evolved by absorbing the Lizard King's soul. Strength has increased by 1 point. Agility has increased by 1 point. Endurance has increased by 1 point. Strength has increased by 4 points. Endurance has increased by 5 points. You have completely absorbed the Lizard King's skill set. Spirit Eye skill acquired. Proficiency at 0%. Combat effect activated. You can now perceive the invisible attacks of your enemies. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, the gate manager was yawning endlessly, drowning in absolute boredom. Aside from 3 gates opening simultaneously, absolutely nothing of interest had happened today. This is so painfully dull. He casually questioned his subordinate, only to receive the exact same lifeless response. Deep down, he harbored bitter envy toward the Plang Life, legendary assault guilds, secretly dreaming of a massive corporate bonus. If only a high-ranking hunter would show up here, that would be absolutely insane. Right on cue, Sung-yeon and Chun-gun emerged from the gate. The subordinate's sudden cheers echoed loudly, leaving the manager completely stunned. When he noticed the portal had faded to dead gray, he sprinted forward in absolute disbelief. Is it really true? Has the dungeon raid already been successfully completed? Sung-yeon raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Excuse me, but who exactly are you to ask me that? After formally introducing himself as Shin Ujin, the gate management team leader, he immediately proposed buying the dungeon's ownership rights. Chun-gun casually pointed his finger at his savior. Hunter Han Sung-yeon cleared this entire dungeon completely solo. That earth-shattering revelation left Ujin frozen in absolute awe. Sung-yeon completely ignored the starry-eyed admiration, cutting straight to the chase. How much are you offering for the gate's ownership rights? The fierce negotiation quickly concluded at a staggering 1.2 billion won. 1.2 billion? He gasped in pure disbelief. Meanwhile, at another location, a massive stack of documents slammed onto a desk. Lee Hyong let out an exhausted sigh. Phew, I am completely drained. After returning from the Tower of Trials, I have been working without a single break. Suddenly, her phone began to ring. She picked it up with a frown. Who could be calling at this hour? Glancing at the glowing screen, her eyes widened in shock. Huh? She turned to gaze at the imposing sign behind her. The Tower Challenger Management Division. Team Leader, Lee Hyong. A heavy thought weighed on her mind. I was absolutely certain that this new department would bring a revolutionary change to the High Council. The higher-ups pushed for this massive restructuring. Yet, despite all our efforts, these elusive challengers are still operating entirely in the shadows. I never expected tracking them down to be this impossible. Hyung let out another heavy sigh. I cannot even manage to recruit a measly 10 people. To make matters worse, the few recruits I did manage to find were all cowards who chose the easy difficulty in the tower. This pathetic roster will never satisfy the guild superiors. Speaking of powerful challengers, it makes me wonder what that specific man is up to right now. Haeyong gazed down at the sprawling cityscape through her window. A hunter with such monstrous strength. It is no exaggeration to say he completely obliterated the 4th floor all by himself. Han Sung-yeon. I really should have secured him with a contract during our very first encounter. She pressed her palm against the cold glass, her face clouded with deep regret. Right at that very second, her phone buzzed to life. She stared at the caller ID, completely caught off guard. Who is messaging me at this hour? Wait. A text notification flashed across the screen. It was Han Sung-yeon, the anomaly she met, on the 4th floor. Lee Hyong. If you have returned to the city, do you have time to meet up? Meanwhile, back at the guild, Sung-yeon was intently checking his newly updated bank account. Main account balance. Savings deposit confirmed. 1,290. 1,600,000 won. I just made almost 1.3 billion won in a single day. Sung-yeon gasped in absolute shock, his eyes glued to the glowing digits. This feels like an absolute dream. This is insanely good. He burst into triumphant laughter, completely satisfied. Should I invest in a new house? Just then, the cafe's entrance bell chimed sharply. Hyung rushed through the door, her eyes frantically scanning the room for him, her face glowing with undeniable anticipation. Miss Lee. Haeyeon. Sung-yeon waved her over. Her face immediately lit up. Mr. Han Sung-yeon. She rushed toward his table. She was completely out of breath. Did she sprint all the way here? He stared at her in sheer surprise. Before he could even greet her properly, she slammed herself into the seat directly opposite him. Her eyes pierced right through him with burning frustration. Han Sung-eun, you completely ignored every single one of my messages. Do you have any idea how long I waited? Sung-eun blinked in utter disbelief. A sheepish blush crept up his neck. My bad about the texts. I really do not pay attention to my phone at all. I guess I completely missed them. He rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. Then, buy me a coffee and a slice of cheesecake to make up for it. Her anger vanished in an instant. Relieved by her sudden change in mood, Sung-eun could not help but smile. Deal. It is my treat. Once their orders finally arrived. Have you given up on the Tower of Trials? She asked calmly. Not at all. I am actually planning my next run. Truth be told, that is exactly why I called you today. I have a serious favor to ask. Haeyeon leaned in with pure curiosity. I need to join a guild, he stated bluntly. A place that grants me absolute freedom. To climb the tower and raid dungeons at will. Condition 1. Total immunity from guild summons. Condition 2. Zero guild interference with my tower runs. Condition 3. Unrestricted access to private guild dungeons. I want to use them whenever I please. Do you know any guild crazy enough to accept these terms? Haeyeon fell dead silent. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Did he push his luck way too far? Mr. Sung-eun, she finally broke the silence. Those terms are absolutely impossible. From any guild's perspective, they gain absolutely zero benefit from taking you in. Yeah, I figured I was asking for the moon, he sighed. He let out a defeated breath. Suddenly, Haeyeon slammed her hands onto his. Her gaze burned with absolute resolve. But please, join my white-silver guild. I will make the impossible completely possible for you. Later, stepping out of the cafe, Sung-eun pondered her unbelievable offer. He was currently chilling on the roof of a massive, moving bus. The roaring traffic faded into mere background noise. Raiding dungeons, selling rare loot, and now, securing a guild. I have been insanely productive lately, he chuckled. But his smile quickly vanished into dead seriousness. To make this guild deal official, he had to solo clear a rank C dungeon. It was the only way to force her superiors to accept his outrageous demands. Haeyeon's fierce warning echoed in his mind. Unrestricted access to our private dungeons is not handed out to just anyone. It is an exclusive privilege, reserved strictly for the absolute elite who can bring immense value. To reap the ultimate rewards of the White-Silver Guild, you must prove yourself as an unstoppable rising star, someone the guild can stake its entire future on. His response to her had been ice-cold and confident. Book a rank C gate for me. I will clear it entirely alone. Gazing at the sprawling cityscape ahead. A quick sprint there should be a decent warm-up. He firmly planted his hand against the metal roof. Muscles coiled like a loaded spring. Boom! He blasted forward like a fired missile. His godlike speed shattered the very air. A devastating shockwave ripped through the streets, leaving normal citizens completely blind to his movements. No human eye could even track his shadow. Meanwhile, miles away at a highly restricted zone, 2 heavily armed guards secured a glowing portal. Team leader Haeyeon approached with commanding authority. Greetings. I am booking this gate for a raid, starting in exactly 1 hour. A guard quickly approached to verify her credentials. Understood. Team leader Lee Haeyeon of the White-Silver Guild. She flashed her sleek guild badge to confirm her identity. There is still plenty of time before the scheduled raid. Please, rest under the VIP tent, the guard offered politely. Thank you. But just as she was about to take a seat, kaboom! A deafening roar shattered the peaceful silence. Sung-eun crashed into the scene like a falling meteor. Haeyeon. I made it. The sheer force of his arrival unleashed a violent hurricane. The VIP tent and furniture were instantly obliterated. The terrified guards screamed for their lives. Oh crap, my bad. I guess I ran a little too fast and caused a sonic boom. Realizing the utter chaos he just unleashed, he frantically scrambled to piece the camp back together. Haeyeon stood completely frozen in absolute shock. Did his pure physical speed just generate a literal tornado? Her mind was racing wildly, but she forced a completely professional composure. You arrived early, Sung-eun. The guards were still trembling in pure terror. Is this monster even human? I had free time, he shrugged casually. Haeyeon gestured toward the swirling, ominous portal. The guild clearance is fully processed. Just give me the word when you are ready. Sung-eun cracked his knuckles with a fearless grin. Let us kick this off right now. Initiating the raid protocol immediately. Time to show this guild exactly what I am made of. Without a single second of hesitation, He strode straight into the swirling vortex. The portal violently spat him out into a new dimension, but before him stretched an endless golden rice field? A farming zone? Sung-yeon blinked in utter confusion. He suddenly turned back and spoke. Lee Ha-yeon, please give me a signal immediately when you feel your life is in danger. Ha-yeon replied. Ah, I am fine. I am equipped with an artifact that the guild entrusted to me. It is the Empress's necklace. It is an item capable of generating a mana shield, and although its defense is not absolute, it also possesses an invisibility function. Besides, even if a monster locks its sights on me, I can evade it, using my own skills, so I think I should maintain some distance. He nodded in agreement. Sounds good. Thanks to that, I can fight, without worrying about your safety. Without another word, he marched straight ahead. Right at that moment, the system announced that the Spirit Eye skill had been activated. A mysterious purple aura erupted from his body, taking him completely by surprise. Is this the skill I absorbed from the Lizard God King? At the exact same time, Sung-yeon sensed 3 invisible sources of demonic energy closing in. He exclaimed with a fierce thrill. Oh, I can actually sense enemies cloaked in invisibility. So, this is the true power of the Spirit Eye. 3 mysterious beasts lunged straight toward. Just as they leaped for the kill, he launched himself into the air with phantom-like agility to dodge. The 3 monsters finally revealed their true forms, bearing razor-sharp fangs and deadly claws. Witnessing their sudden ambush, Ha-yeon panicked. Those monsters carry lethal poison. Inside a rank C dungeon. Mr. Han Sung-yeon, watch out, she screamed at the top of her lungs. This is an abnormal dungeon. In stark contrast to her sheer terror, he stood completely unfazed. Moving like a flash of lightning, he unleashed a relentless barrage of fatal strikes, leaving the beasts with absolutely no time to react. In just a split second, all 3 were utterly obliterated. Witnessing this impossible feat, Ha-yeon gasped in absolute shock. This cannot be real. This completely defies common sense. He maintained absolute focus, channeling every ounce of his strength into the battle. Radiant magical light surged from his dragon blade, executing masterful ultimate techniques. Suddenly, he paused in slight confusion. Then realization hit him. Lightning flash activated so rarely that he had forgotten. He even possessed it. Just then, a furious alpha dinosaur boss, bearing terrifying fangs, charged forward, like a devastating missile. He effortlessly sidestepped its savage momentum. Without a single tremor of fear, he clamped his grip onto the monster's tail, and with godlike strength, hoisted its massive body into the air, and slammed it mercilessly into the earth, triggering a thunderous shockwave. Sung-yeon stood tall with an imposing aura. Satisfied with his flawless victory, I have swept this entire area clean. Miss Ha-yeon, it is safe for you to come over now. Simply unbelievable. He cleared a boss room in under 1 hour. Furthermore, he dominated it entirely solo. She was completely awestruck. But what truly shakes my core is, this is an incredibly abnormal dungeon. Poison demons are a lethal species of monster that absolutely cannot be taken lightly. Just one poison demon is the kind of nightmare that rank C hunters are strictly advised to hunt with a full party. Yet to slaughter such beasts single-handedly with sheer ease, Mr. Han Sung-yeon is destined to evolve even further, to a transcendent realm where he could never be compared to his current self. Right at that moment, the system window chimed. Thanks to the consumption of all possessed souls, stats have been permanently boosted. Strength has increased by 4 points. Agility has increased by 3 points. Stamina has increased by 4 points. Magic power has increased by 6 points. Endurance has increased by 7 points. Sung-yeon analyzed. If the difficulty remains at this pathetic level, the dungeon boss will not pose a genuine threat to me. I am entering the boss room, now. He marched fearlessly toward the crimson magic gate. Beyond it lay a suffocatingly pitch-black cavern. Sung-yeon strode forward with unshakable calm, while Ha-yeon felt a creeping sense of dread. Something feels terribly wrong today. It is utterly impossible for us to feel a monster's oppressive presence to this terrifying degree. The instant the words left her mouth, a cataclysmic blast of magic unexpectedly plummeted from above. Only when the blinding light nearly annihilated them did they realize. Sung-yeon's instincts screamed of mortal peril. The colossal silhouette of a gargantuan beast slowly materialized. It lunged straight at 𝙎𝙎𝙎 with a devastating, earth-shattering punch. "Watch out!" he roared. Just a microsecond before it crushed 𝙎𝙎𝙎 into dust. She vanished. Sung-yeon had moved at blinding speed to sweep her off her feet, evading death's door by a mere hair's breadth. Still reeling from her near-death experience, she was left utterly breathless as she gazed upon the handsome face of her savior right in front of her, her heart racing to the point of silence. The giant monster unleashed a deafening roar of absolute fury. It pried open its massive jaws, condensing an apocalyptic sphere of magical energy, and instantly fired it straight at the two of them. Sensing the looming shadow of death, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 desperately screamed at the top of her lungs, frantically pointing at the monstrous entity. "Mr. Sung-yeon, right behind you." A catastrophic explosion detonated immediately after, sending violent tremors throughout the entire cavern. Through the smoke and destruction, Sung-yeon secured 𝙎𝙎𝙎 firmly in his arms and soared gracefully into the sky. He landed lightly upon a nearby sturdy branch. 𝙎𝙎𝙎's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness in his strong embrace. Meanwhile, Sung-yeon remained dead serious, fully focused on the threat. He spoke. "That attack was extremely lethal. So please forgive me for abruptly repositioning us, without waiting for your permission. No. I owe you my life." She hopped down and replied earnestly. Sung-yeon locked his gaze on the brutal battlefield ahead and declared, "Then I will step forward and exterminate this thing." He glared down at the beast below. It frantically searched for their scent. "Should I use a buffing skill?" she asked with a deadly serious expression. "We can test the skill another time." He bluntly refused. "No." Sung-yeon gripped his blade tight. He slowly hovered in midair. "I only need a moment." His confidence was absolutely unshakable. Without hesitation, he plunged straight down, diving right toward the boss. The second, his boots hit the ground. The monster locked on. Its eyes burned with primal fury. The prey had arrived. Mana surged around Sung-yeon. His gaze turned completely cold. Suddenly, a system window flashed. Skill. Acceleration has been activated. Thanks to the rank C+ speed boots, the acceleration effect was massively amplified. The boss immediately took an offensive stance. It shattered the earth to build momentum. But the system chimed again. Skill. Graceful. Like the wind. Activated. Movement speed increased by 70%. Skill stack at maximum. 7 out of 7. The colossal beast bared its fangs. It unleashed a devastating blast of magic. Sung-yeon slid back and launched himself into the sky. With absolute resolve, he charged the giant beast. He bolted forward, then phantom stepped to the side. The monster roared in absolute confusion. It was way too slow to dodge his lethal strike. The blade connected perfectly. The creature's massive body was carved to absolute pieces. Flesh and blood rained from above. Right then, the system declared, "Dungeon boss. Blue fire destruction ogre eliminated. The dungeon seals in 3 hours." Witnessing this bloody spectacle, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 was left entirely speechless. She stared at him in quiet disbelief. Her mind was reeling. Honestly, who is the real monster here? Sung-yeon glanced back at the carnage. He stared at the chopped-up remains. Did I slice it up a bit too much? With the boss completely obliterated, they hurried toward the exit portal, before it permanently closed. Phew. I never expected you to clear a dungeon at such an insane speed. She was still completely blown away. You passed the test perfectly. You can now enter the dungeons, owned by the White Silver Guild. Our guild isn't foolish enough to ignore a powerhouse like you. Sung-yeon raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh? That works out great. She suddenly turned her back to him and softly spoke. On a different note, when you enter the Tower of Trials, your chosen difficulty doesn't matter if you achieve high scores. For those cruising through easy mode, their upcoming challenges will steadily scale up. And conversely, for those picking hard mode, if your score drops too low, you get demoted to easy mode. Under these tower rules, considering your utterly terrifying growth rate and the fact you rank in the tower's top 50, it means your upcoming difficulty could be absolutely lethal. He fell into a heavy silence. So please, be a little more careful. A deep blush spread across her cheeks. I want to stay by your side and witness your legend grow. Hearing those words, Sung-yeon finally caught on. A faint red tinged his own face. Later, under the cover of a quiet night, In a distant city, he perched on a towering rooftop, calmly biting into an apple for dinner. The system interface hummed to life. "You will return to the Tower of Trials in 5 minutes." Sung-yeon simply kept eating. Reflecting on his grueling 3-day grind, a thrilling smile crossed his face. But the payoff was immense. His stats had skyrocketed, and a fierce new confidence now coursed through his veins. Suddenly, a system alert flashed. The time had come. He was returning to the tower. A massive pillar of light pierced the heavens, crashing down toward him. He gazed up, a feral grin forming. The trial tower awaited his return. In a blinding flash, he materialized on his bed, inside his familiar sanctuary. Sung-yeon leaped to his feet, radiating absolute power. Another system alert flared. Would he accept the 8th grand trial? Without a second thought, he locked in his acceptance. The path of the tower diverged. Combat or raid? Staring at the new diverging paths, Sung-yeon calculated his next move. The crossroads system had triggered. If he wanted to perfect his necromancy skills, the combat path was his only true option. He smashed the combat button. The system locked it in. Combat path confirmed. Challenger Han Sung-yeon was now bound to the way of battle for all solo trials. This choice was absolute and permanent. He scoffed at the glowing screen. Retreat was never an option anyway, but a flashing new message caught his eye. Challenger Han Sung-yeon possessed the Vanguard trait. He blinked in genuine surprise. System alerts began flooding his vision. A face-to-face encounter with a supreme administrator was beginning. Locating a true combat specialist. Sung-yeon gasped in shock. An administrator? Search complete. A meeting with the Iron Blood Tyrant, the absolute master of warfare, was now commencing. Before he could even brace himself, Sung-yeon was ripped through space. In a single heartbeat, his boots crunched against a frozen, snow-swept forest. A graveyard of shattered blades pierced the frozen earth. The system chimed its final confirmation. The ultimate audience with the Iron Blood Tyrant was finally beginning. Regaining his balance, Han Sung-yeon scanned the desolate wasteland. Where exactly was he? The answer flashed before him. He had crossed into the legendary Iron Blood realm. A bitter, soul-chilling wind howled across the icy expanse. Razor-sharp blades stood buried in the deep, unforgiving snow. The Iron Blood realm. What was this place? Seeking answers in this lifeless tundra, Sung-yeon unleashed his power. He activated the Eyes of Truth. His gaze flared with a profound, mystical purple aura. Instantly, the system acknowledged his divine sight. Hidden data poured into his mind. The secrets of this frozen wasteland were laid bare. A rank A domain. The Iron Blood Realm. The private sanctuary of the absolute tyrant. Trespassers were strictly forbidden. Sung-yeon's lips curled into a fearless, battle-hungry smile. Danger lurked in the unknown, yet his blood was fiercely pumping. So domains like this actually existed? Suddenly, a blazing red warning flashed across his vision. The Iron Blood Tyrant was deeply offended by his invasive gaze. The Supreme Administrator had instantly detected his Eyes of Truth, and they were absolutely furious. Eyes wide with genuine shock. Sung-yeon read the glaring crimson text. To think an administrator could project such raw emotion through a screen. The sheer intensity was suffocating. Suddenly, blazing heat flared behind him. A crimson sword, wreathed in roaring flames, floated from the snow. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent, Han Sung-yeon whipped around. Another direct decree from the tyrant struck. Cease your foolish probing, and follow the blade. The flaming sword spun like a compass needle, and began its silent march. The glowing screens vanished. He stood frozen in the biting snow, debating if this was a deadly trap. Swallowing his doubts, he marched forward. The world vanished into a blinding white blizzard. Only the burning sword guided his path. He marched deeper into the unknown void, walking straight toward an unseen fate. His lone figure faded into the blizzard. Finally, the crimson flames completely vanished. He took a steadying breath, his ocean-blue eyes piercing through the relentless storm. A colossal wooden cabin loomed in the frozen wasteland. A bizarre, impossible sight in this endless blizzard that screamed of hidden danger. Bracing his spirit, he pushed the heavy doors open. What he saw inside froze his very soul. The system flared one final time. The Iron Blood Tyrant is observing you. The massive interior was surprisingly warm, bathed in the golden glow of a massive chandelier. Shadows danced wildly across the room, from a roaring fireplace. There, resting upon a grand chair, sat a girl with glowing violet hair. Clad in majestic battle armor, her fiery eyes locked entirely onto him. Triumphant and arrogant, she finally spoke. "You have arrived at last." She sat with crossing legs, a posture dripping with absolute authority, fitting for a tower administrator. "Welcome, pioneer," she purred. Her crimson eyes flared with a dangerous light, a sinister crimson gleam. She smiled fiercely. "A breathtakingly beautiful, yet terrifying sight. I am the administrator in charge of your consultation, iron-blooded tyrant." Sung-yeon remained completely silent. His sharp gaze analyzed her every movement. He thought to himself, her beauty is truly otherworldly. But he quickly snapped back to reality. The administrator tilted her head, watching him with amusement. His mind raced with calculations. Behind that stunning face hid a supreme entity, an absolute administrator of the Tower of Trials. Her aura was absolutely suffocating, a terrifying presence that completely defied her delicate appearance. Every instinct told him to stay on guard. Suddenly, a cold chill ran down his spine. The administrator vanished and appeared right before him. She stared at him with deep curiosity. Her movements transcended human perception. He could not even react. Those glowing ruby eyes, locked dead onto his face. His heart skipped a beat. What? He thought. He had never once broken eye contact, yet he could not track her speed. She casually reached past him. Grabbing a bottle from the shelf, she whispered, "I was wondering what kind of monster you were, but you look painfully ordinary." Sung-yeon narrowed his eyes. "You know me?" She glided back to her throne. Slowly unsealing the bottle, she smiled. "Of course. Your violent battles left quite an impression." She stepped forward. Golden liquid poured elegantly into her crystal glass. He pressed on. "Have you been watching my trials all this time?" Without missing a beat, she replied. "I only know the final results. Peering into trials beneath the 8th floor is strictly impossible." That revelation struck him like lightning. His eyes widened with intense suspicion. How could that be, he thought. Even a supreme administrator cannot see everything? She gently swirled her glass. A profound melancholy shadowed her face. She gazed into the empty void. "Judging by that look on your face, you must have realized the truth. Administrators are not omnipotent gods." Her voice grew heavy. "We do not rule this tower." She took a slow, deliberate sip. He maintained his composure. "Then what exactly are you?" Setting her glass down, she confessed. "We are merely servants of the tower. You have no reason to fear me." She smirked. "As long as I remain bound by the tower's laws, I cannot harm you." He studied her carefully. 1,000 questions burned in his mind. But her absolute guarantee brought a sliver of relief. She waved her hand dismissively. "Let us cast these trivial matters aside. This private consultation is your rightful reward. Ask whatever your heart desires." His mind immediately went to work. "A reward?" he pondered. "She truly emits zero murderous intent." Outside, a violent blizzard raged on. Inside, the atmosphere was perfectly calm. They sat across from each other. He finally broke the silence. "Then tell me, what is the true purpose of this consultation?" She leaned forward playfully. "Exactly as I stated. It is a divine privilege for a pioneer. You hold the right to question an administrator and receive absolute truth in return. No question tickets required." It was an unimaginable advantage. Sung-yeon seized the moment instantly. "In that case," his voice grew cold. "On the 5th floor, I was nearly slaughtered by an otherworldly challenger." Horrific memories flashed through his mind. The image of that monstrous armored warrior. How did he infiltrate my trial? Can they freely invade any floor? She chuckled with dark amusement. Swirling her golden drink, she smiled. There is no profound mystery behind it. Her intoxicating gaze locked onto him. When one invades another world's trial, the plunder goes far beyond simple rewards. They reap unimaginable cosmic benefits. She leaned in, her voice dropping. These otherworldly challengers are veterans who have survived this tower for decades. Therefore, slaying one of these invaders grants astronomical rewards. A heavy silence swallowed the room. Every shadow seemed to listen. And mark my words, this world's tower will eventually merge with the otherworldly towers. Sung-yeon's eyes widened. What are you saying? She smirked playfully. Exactly what it sounds like. Past the 20th floor, the rules change completely. Solo trials will vanish. Forced cosmic integrations will begin. You will face monsters from countless other dimensions. Visions of brutal multidimensional death, matches flashed before him. They are simply slaughtering their future competition early. She placed her glass down with a sharp clink. Does that satisfy your curiosity? He did not hesitate. I have one final question. What exactly is this Tower of Trials? The atmosphere instantly froze. A suffocating, dead silence filled the room. The administrator finally sighed. Oh, how I wish I knew the answer to that. Sung-yeon was completely paralyzed. You are an administrator. How can you not know? She stared blankly into the eternal void. The weight of centuries of ignorance crushed down on her. Slowly, she revealed the tower's darkest secret. We, administrators, were once challengers just like you. Those who died past the 14th floor were cursed with resurrection to serve this tower. Eyes blazing like fire, she gazed into the distance. She was lost in memories of her days as a challenger. She whispered softly, I too wish to climb to the very top of the tower. But I failed. Not just me. Every fallen administrator failed to reach the summit. She recalled her darkest hour. Her broken body lay soaked in blood. She was surrounded by absolute ruin, blazing flames and countless corpses. She was covered in crimson stains. Was it her blood or the monsters? Hearing the administrator's tragic past, he clenched his fists tight. Were all administrators once ordinary challengers? Sung-yeon lowered his head in sorrow. I was truly hoping to learn about the tower's summit. The moment those words left his mouth, the administrator's expression darkened. She scowled in pure fury. Blurring forward, she seized his throat and slammed him against the door. Her movement was terrifyingly fast. He could not even react. He was forced to take the brutal impact. She hissed with deadly venom. The summit of the tower is not a topic you can treat so lightly. Her grip around Sung-yeon's throat tightened violently. Murderous aura spilled from her glowing eyes. The gentle, drunken woman from earlier was completely gone. She had become a truly terrifying administrator. Despite being brutally choked, despite being pinned against the heavy wooden door, he showed absolutely no trace of fear. He stared back in calm silence. He was calculating a way to soothe her blazing fury. Seeing his unwavering gaze, she let out a cold sneer. You are not surprised at all? Are you not terrified of me? He gave an honest and blunt reply. You promised this meeting was a mutual benefit. Besides, I do not sense any genuine, murderous intent coming from you. He smashed his fist against the door. Splintering the thick wood, he continued his bold stand. An instant later, the entire door shattered into countless pieces. Freezing blizzards howled into the room. White snow danced wildly in the frigid air. She could not hold him down any longer. He instantly dashed back into the open snow. The system materialized a gleaming blade in his grasp. He declared boldly, I will not let you attack me so easily. His eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit. He was fully prepared for a deadly clash at any given second. The administrator froze in pure shock. Her jaw dropped at his defiant maneuver. He was finally revealing his deeply hidden strength. Suddenly, she burst into roaring laughter. Her wild laughter echoed across the frozen wasteland. She narrowed her eyes, filled with thrilling amusement. This is the very first time I have ever seen a challenger destroy an administrator's home. She took a slow breath and continued. However, your bold actions have totally convinced me. He maintained his fierce guard, watching her every single word and movement carefully. She claimed she would not harm him, but in this bloody tower, absolutely nothing was guaranteed. He stared, with deep suspicion. Following her bizarre declaration, she locked eyes with him and spoke smoothly. Challenger Han Sung-yeon, she declared firmly, I wish to offer you a master and disciple contract. Now, it was his turn to be utterly paralyzed with shock. He never expected her to drop such a massive bombshell of an offer. Had she truly acknowledged his vast potential? Suddenly, a bright system chime rang in his mind. You are now entering the 8th floor lobby. Right in the middle of their tense conversation, he was forcefully teleported away. He crashed heavily onto a plush, soft bed. Her stunning contract offer echoed loudly in his mind. Combined with the sudden system spatial jump, his brain was still spinning in pure confusion. He leaped to his feet and commanded, Exclusive shop. A glowing blue holographic panel materialized instantly. Exclusive shop. For the contracted. Product cost. 1,000 points. Category sorting. Skills. Category sorting. Abilities. Category sorting. Items. The unique contractor, known as the Blood Iron Tyrant. He stared blankly at the floating, glowing text. Unbelievable. I actually signed a divine contract with a supreme administrator. He took a deep breath. This was definitely no dream. He flashed back to her blinding skill activation. A glowing mystical parchment had manifested right in her palm, along with her mighty declaration. I refused to let a brilliant and fearless challenger slip away, the absolute system prompt had demanded. Will you accept this supreme sponsorship contract? Without a single ounce of hesitation, he had smashed the accept button. Instantly, a golden notification popped up. The divine contract has been successfully established. The system chimes echoed endlessly. The exclusive contractor shop is now generating. Special unique items are now fully available. All base stats have permanently increased by 1. A grand reward from the sponsor. She had smiled with sheer chaotic joy. This is getting truly thrilling, Pioneer. Before completely dissolving into thin air, leaving behind an echoing promise. We shall meet again very soon. Snapping back to reality. He firmly tapped another glowing tab on the holographic screen. The digital interface expanded instantly. The abilities category of the exclusive shop is now unlocking. Fresh blue text continuously scrolled down. List page 1 of 3 displayed clearly. Heart of Bedrock, Iron Blood Soul rank A, and Ice Emperor rank D+. He carefully pondered these mysterious, unique skill grades offered in this VIP shop. Would his exclusive abilities gained on the 8th floor be fundamentally different from standard ones? He stared intensely at the floating system data. Suddenly, a detail caught his sharp eyes. This is just the first page. Let us check the next page. A red warning error flashed fiercely across his vision. Access denied. You do not have clearance for page 2. This highly restricted ability list will only become fully accessible once you reach the 10th floor lobby. He gaped at the bold restriction text. Are you kidding me? So at this exact moment, I can only view a mere 3 abilities? Another informative window instantly popped open. It revealed the detailed specs of each divine skill. Heart of Bedrock, costing 1,000 points. Skill description. No matter how terrifying the situation becomes, you will maintain absolute cold logic. The debilitating duration of negative emotions like blinding rage and hesitation will be forcefully slashed entirely in half. Furthermore, your tactical coordination in heavy combat will significantly skyrocket. The next item was Iron Blood Soul rank A, costing a massive 6,500 points. Description. A soul forged directly from the title Bloodless and Tearless King. Weapon skill proficiency has increased by 2.3, 2 times. All newly acquired weapon skills start at 10% proficiency. And finally, the Ice Emperor's Might rank D+. Cost, 800 points. This trait belongs to the Northern rulers. In freezing environments, your stats temporarily increase. You become completely immune to the cold. Without hesitation, he purchased the trait Heart of Stone. 1,000 points vanished from his balance. The system displayed its power. No matter the crisis, you will maintain perfect rationality. The grip of extreme emotions, like blinding, rage, and hesitation, is cut in half. Meanwhile, your combat coordination receives a massive boost. Sung-yeon analyzed his choice, a trait that guarantees crystal-clear judgment. In any terrifying situation like Heart of Stone was an absolute necessity. The path ahead would only grow darker. Countless deadly trials awaited him. He needed split-second precision. Total emotional control was vital. Leaving his survival to chance was not an option. Every advantage mattered. He had to maximize his odds of living. This trait would save his life later on, especially since his shelter could be breached at any given moment. Without a shred of hesitation, Sung-yeon stepped into the teleportation gate. The 8th floor trial awaited. He had to face his destiny. The 8th trial officially commenced. Difficulty level, hard. Trial theme, absolute destruction. The victory condition, annihilate the summoned skeleton soldiers. The penalty for failure, the agonizing death of the challenger. The clear reward, +2 to all base stats. And once again, failure meant permanent death. He materialized in a desolate wasteland. A chilling crimson-purple sky hung heavy with the stench of death. He glanced down and let out a sharp breath. What on earth was this? Beneath his feet, an endless sea of undead. shrieked with bloodthirsty hunger. They wanted to tear him limb from limb. A dark fortress loomed in the distance, pouring out this endless, monstrous horde. That fortress was his final destination. Standing at the edge of the towering abyss, he surveyed the absolute chaos below. Tens of thousands of skeletal warriors surged forward like a tsunami of bone. He expected a massive, undead army. But this immense scale was beyond imagination. How long would this slaughter even take? Defeating them all seemed impossible. He let out an exhausted sigh. Why the hell are there so many? The deafening shrieks of the rotting horde completely drowned out his voice. His eyes scanned the grim battlefield. Their strategy was brutally simple. Crush the challenger with overwhelming numbers. He shifted into a perfect combat stance. A fearless smirk crossed Sung-yeon's face. Shall we get this bloodbath started? Despite the terrifying nightmare waiting to devour him below, his absolute resolve never wavered. He launched himself off the precipice, plummeting at breakneck speed. He struck the rocky ground completely unharmed. Using the terrifying momentum of his fall, he rebounded directly into the monstrous swarm. His devastating landing obliterated hundreds of skeleton warriors in an instant, but the endless sea of bone immediately closed in. His explosive aura flared to life. Unbound power coursed through his veins, plunging straight into the heart of enemy lines. He felt absolutely zero fear. But the undead horde felt no terror either. They were mindless killing machines. They lunged with rusted swords and jagged spears, every rusty blade aimed straight for his heart. They swarmed him from all directions. Their hollow eye sockets burned with crimson malice, a brutal symphony of impending violence. But before a single blade could graze him, a violent shockwave obliterated their ranks. Skeletons shattered into millions of fragments. Sung-yeon stood in the epicenter, completely untouched. He exhaled a long, heavy breath. He had not even cleared the first monster wave. Despite turning hundreds of monsters into dust, it was barely a drop in this ocean of bone. Every devastating punch he threw, every explosive kick he delivered, obliterated the undead into fine powder. As he fought, he clicked his tongue. These skeleton soldiers are absolutely pathetic. Proficiency increased by 0.08%. He let out a frustrated groan. Only 0.08%? What an absolute waste of time. Disappointment washed over his face. He was fighting with everything he had, crushing countless skeletal warriors. Yet the system rewards were incredibly pitiful. The relentless slaughter continued, striking and crushing in a seemingly endless cycle of destruction. With every single wave he wiped out, that miserable 0.08% notification chimed in. He just kept watching. The endless sea of bones shattered to pieces. He lost track of how much time had passed. The undead were ridiculously weak, but their absolute numbers were suffocating. Fatigue slowly began to set into his muscles. A mountain of shattered bones surrounded him. He finally made a tactical decision. It was time to abandon the proficiency grind. Prolonging this trial offered zero real benefits. But suddenly, a booming voice shattered the battlefield's chaos. Who dares trespass on my domain? Which arrogant fool defiles my sacred land? The entire undead army instantly froze. A terrifying aura rolled across the wasteland. It was the voice of their undead king. Sung-yeon flinched at the sudden pressure. The explosive sound wave rattled his senses. He swiftly pivoted, tracking the energy source. His sharp eyes pierced the gloomy horizon. The voice is coming from over there. A confident smirk returned to Sung-yeon's face. He knew exactly what had to be done. Wasting energy on these trash mobs was pointless. Without a second of hesitation, he unleashed his dark skill, corpse absorption. Dark energy swirled around the shattered bones. The fallen skeletons reassembled and rose again. Bound entirely to his absolute command, the system chimed with a new alert. You have dominated and absorbed the skeleton soldiers. Current captured souls, 1 out of 30. The newly resurrected dark soldiers moved out. They immediately grabbed chunks of heavy debris, hurling massive rocks straight at their former comrades. Enemy skulls exploded into bone dust. Sung-yeon stood in awe of the chaotic scene. His own private army of the dead, brutally slaughtering each other in massive waves. A look of sheer amazement crossed his face. I never realized skeleton minions were this damn useful. A thrill of excitement rushed through Sung-yeon. He stepped completely back from the front lines. Time to make my exit, he declared. I will leave the grunt work to my loyal minions. As for me, time to hunt the real prey. He ignored the pathetic skeleton soldiers. leaving the battlefield to his newly recruited army. Behind him was a chaotic scene of shattered bones flying everywhere. He launched himself high into the sky, leaving the undead horde below to stare up, in absolute despair. Suddenly, the system chimed. Skill, elegant as the wind, activated. All movement speed increased by 60%. Current skill stack progress is 6 out of 7. Combined with the special effect of his C-rank haste boots, his speed exploded in an instant. He soared through the sky like a shooting star, bypassing thousands of undead soldiers. His godlike speed left them completely paralyzed. They did not even realize he had passed. He tore through the air like a raging storm. Touching down, he immediately sprinted forward, evading their sight and shaking off pursuit. Running further ahead, a towering castle loomed in the distance. That had to be the source of that mysterious voice. Reaching it meant finding the mastermind controlling the undead army. He felt a surge of adrenaline, like spotting a beacon of light in the endless dark. He hoped this would clear his 8th floor mission. He smirked, locking eyes onto the fortress. He pushed his speed to the absolute limit. The anticipation was mutual. The mastermind was undoubtedly waiting, eager to see who dared invade his sacred domain. This entity was the undisputed ruler of this land. The shining crown resting on his head proved it, even for a fragile skeleton. Furious emerald flames violently coiled around his body. In his skeletal grasp rested a mysterious grimoire, pulsing with overwhelming magical power. It was undoubtedly his weapon. The boss spotted him just as he landed perfectly before the skeleton lord. A fearless smirk crossed his face. Found you. The boss roared with deafening fury. A lowly human dares to enter my sacred sanctuary. The lord activated his skill. The grimoire snapped open, unleashing monstrous shrieks. Terrifying torrents of crimson energy erupted wildly from the cursed pages. You will pay a heavy price, he arrogantly declared. The crimson beams ripped through space, opening portals. Massive spatial rifts summoned colossal beasts into the battlefield. The giants unleashed a blood-curdling roar, a sound terrifying enough to make an ordinary person completely lose their sanity. Yet Sung-yeon remained entirely unfazed, treating them like mere oversized sand golems. Outwardly, he faked a gasp of exaggerated awe, but internally, he scoffed with utter boredom. These brutes are no stronger than standard sand golems. The skeleton lord erupted into arrogant laughter. Ha ha! Do you finally realize what kind of divine territory you have foolishly entered? Sung-yeon's voice cut sharply through the laughter. Anyway, he sighed. Is this really the strongest trash you can summon? Towering beasts surrounded him, radiating murderous intent. Meanwhile, the skeleton lord froze in utter disbelief at the insult. What did you just say? He shrieked. He never expected a mere mortal to mock his supreme summons with such chilling calm. Sung-yeon opened his system interface, drawing his blade with one hand, casually rolling his entourage, wrist to warm up. If this is your absolute limit, I am going to be severely disappointed. His gaze burned, with an overwhelming thirst for battle. It was the first time an insect dared to humiliate the Lord's power. Pure wrath consumed him completely. He pointed a bony finger and screeched, "You arrogant bastard! My royal guards are more than enough to rip that mocking smile off your face." Obeying the command, the behemoths charged forward. Every single footstep triggered a massive earthquake, shattering the solid bedrock beneath their feet. A system alert flashed. Skill, instant acceleration, activated. In a fraction of a heartbeat, he vanished faster than the naked eye could track. His blade danced in a merciless arc. Giant heads rolled across the shattered earth one by one. Before the Lord could even process the massacre, his invincible guards had been cleanly eradicated. Sung-yeon instantly materialized behind the boss, aiming for his skull. The skeleton desperately spun around, shrieking in horror. What? A devastating slash sent the boss crashing into the dirt. His bony frame violently splintered. System alerts flooded in. Proficiency has increased by 1.2%. Proficiency has increased by 1.2%. Seeing this massive surge in his stats, Sung-yeon grinned with absolute satisfaction. These undead are a goldmine for grinding proficiency. Realizing he was facing a true monster, the Lord trembled in overwhelming despair. With his legs severed, he crawled pathetically on the ground, staring up at the human in raw, unfiltered terror. The predator had become the prey. What kind of monster are you? he stammered. In the eyes of the fallen boss, Sung-yeon was a true demon summoned to destroy everything. He casually stepped forward, raising his blood-stained blade, preparing to execute the pathetic ruler. "Time to wrap this up," he declared coldly. The skeleton begged for mercy. But then, something far more intriguing caught his eye. The mysterious grimoire lying in the dust. The very artifact used to summon the giants. If this walking corpse can endlessly summon monsters with that book, then wouldn't milking this opportunity be absolutely perfect? It was the ultimate infinite farming glitch. A wicked smirk crept across his face. A thought flashed. Why not turn this pathetic creature into my personal summoning slave? He tossed the grimoire onto the trembling skeleton. The Lord flinched, shocked to find his skull still attached. He demanded, "Can you summon more undead soldiers?" The skeleton lord stammered in confusion. Why do you ask me that?" Too lazy to explain, the hunter pointed his lethal blade. "If you cannot, then your life ends right here." Seeing the deadly aura closing in, the boss waved his bony hands in absolute panic. "Wait! Stay back! Go away!" Sung-yeon offered the skeleton lord one final chance to start summoning again. Fearing for his pathetic life, the monster lord scrambled to answer. "When a guard falls, I can summon another within a few minutes." Han Sung-eun pondered for a second. "Then summon one right now," he ordered coldly. The creature instantly obeyed. Terrified of losing his head like his fallen minions, the lord did not dare resist. Sung-eun urged him on. "Do it!" The monster trembled, asking why, since they could not defeat him anyway. Sung-eun glared, his killing intent flaring. "Shut your mouth and obey. I am losing my patience. Should I just end you right here?" Panic-stricken, the monster frantically flipped his grimoire. "I will summon them. Right now." He activated his skill. The pages blurred, and ominous red lights tore through the air. Dimensional portals ripped open. A new wave of monsters roared, charging forward to tear the boy apart. But in a mere flash, Sung-eun's blade danced in a deadly symphony. In seconds, shattered corpses littered the ground. The monster lord watched in absolute horror. His elite army had been slaughtered with terrifying ease. "Is that enough?" he stuttered. Sung-eun just smirked and swung his blade. A fierce gust of wind erupted from the sword. "No, this is only the beginning." He commanded the lord to revive the dead, bring the skeleton soldiers back to life, and summon every last guard you have. Without giving the creature a second to breathe, Sung-eun kicked the lord to speed him up. The pathetic boss could only whimper and block. Wave after wave emerged, only to be instantly decimated. Many monsters collapsed before even seeing their executioner. The monster lord was on the verge of breaking down. "How long must I keep doing this?" he wailed in despair. The boy's absolute ruthlessness was shattering the boss's mind. But Sung-eun felt zero pity for the sobbing monster. He was a machine of death, continuously swinging his sword without pause, cutting them down one by one. Suddenly, a massive stone golem roared, smashing its devastating fist toward Han Sung-eun. Golden light blazed from its furious eyes. Yet, Han Sung-eun stood completely still. He did not even flinch. He slowly raised a single hand. His expression was terrifyingly calm, while his deep blue eyes radiated a lethal aura. The moment of impact triggered a deafening shockwave. The colossal stone beast was deadlocked, stopped cold by a fragile human. Sung-eun had not been pushed back an inch. Swift as lightning, he launched himself from the ground, dashing straight up the giant's arm. Gripping a small dagger, a flash of absolute murder crossed his eyes. The beast froze, completely caught off guard. Before the golem could even process its doom, its head was cleanly severed. Foul blood erupted like a geyser. The system chimed in. Proficiency has increased by 1.2%. As the headless monster crashed to the earth, toxic blood pooled from its severed neck. Another notification echoed. Proficiency increased by 1.2%. But the mechanical voice was not finished. It announced the ultimate breakthrough for his unique trait. Unique trait, Soul Summoning, has reached 100%. The skill has officially leveled up. A brilliant blue aura erupted from Han Sung-eun's chest. His entire being felt as if it had ascended to a new realm of power. Despite his icy demeanor, awe flickered in his eyes. The radiant light was rewriting his limits, surging through his veins. "My soul summoning has finally reached rank C," Han Sung-eun thought to himself. Pure triumph danced in his ocean blue eyes. Suddenly, a chilling, raspy voice sliced through his thoughts. "You deranged monster. Even demons would tremble before you. I will curse you from the very depths of hell." The skull-faced lord sat slumped on the ground. His eerie blue flames were dying out, yet he continued to spit venom, cursing Sung-yeon with his final breaths. The necromancer wheezed as sinister cracks began to spiderweb across his skull. Every forced summon had taken its toll. The expanding fractures signaled that his miserable life was coming to an end. Spinning his small blade, Sung-yeon took slow, calculated steps toward the shattered boss. I was planning to squeeze a little more use out of you. What a pity. Han Sung-yeon's eyes glowed blood red, his face a mask of apathy. He raised his blade to deliver the final judgment. Just looking at you makes me sick, human. Sung-yeon did not let him finish. His blade carved a flawless silver arc, instantly decapitating the skull-faced lord. With his death, a cascade of level-up screens flooded the system. You have earned a new reward. The mortal who transcends demons. Agility has increased by 1. You have absorbed an undead soul. Proficiency has spiked by 17.4%. A blood-red sphere materialized in Sung-yeon's palm, acting like a vortex, devouring all the ambient energy in the room. Pure power was compressed into that tiny orb. Yet, Sung-yeon's expression remained as cold as ice, completely unfazed. The system chimed one final time. Congratulations. You have cleared the 8th floor of the tower. All stats will increase by 2 as a reward. You also receive 30,000 points and 300 items. Please proceed to the Grand Hall. As the announcement faded, a spatial portal suddenly materialized out of nowhere. You have entered the 9th floor Grand Hall. The system's central command is now fully online. It is ready to monitor the entire trial. All previous restrictions have been permanently lifted. You may now purchase rank C skills from the system shop. Endless notifications flooded his vision the moment he arrived. Sung-yeon just smirked with absolute confidence. Absorbing skills was already an incredibly overpowered ability, but inheriting their mastery as well? That was truly a god-tier blessing. Before he could fully process this heaven-defying power, his eyes suddenly locked onto an entirely different technique. The exact absorption rate was clearly displayed in his vision. Even though the trials on the previous 8 floors were utterly boring, that did not mean the 9th floor would be the same. He needed flawless preparation. He could still wield this blade for a little while longer. The real issue was his lack of defensive capabilities. He murmured, while slowly raising his sword to examine its condition. He desperately needed a new swordsmanship technique to replace it. The moment that thought struck him, he immediately opened the system shop. A massive holographic list of purchasable skills materialized. Han Sung-yeon rested his chin, scrolling through the vast inventory, hunting for the perfect match. But his search quickly hit a frustrating dead end. There were barely any blade techniques that actually fit his combat style. Han Sung-yeon frowned in pure disappointment, endlessly swiping through the shop pages without finding his desired skill. Then, a crazy idea flashed through his mind. If the shop did not have it, he would just forge the ultimate skill himself. Without hesitation, Sung-yeon spent his points, purchasing rank E basic swordsmanship. This foundational technique cost him 25,000 points. Its core effect drastically enhanced basic blade mastery. Furthermore, the sheer slashing power of his equipped weapon would increase by 1.5 times. However, this devastating damage multiplier could not be stacked with any other weapon mastery skills. Han Sung-yeon calculated his next move. Basic swordsmanship would amplify all blade-related abilities. He planned to evolve his hunter's dagger. Using his absolute skill fusion authority, he just needed to verify their compatibility. Before initiating the merge, out of his entire current skill arsenal, the most perfect match had to be rank E basic swordsmanship and rank D hunter's dagger. The cold, mechanical system voice shattered the silent space. The ranks of your fusion materials differ. The synthesis process will heavily favor the hunter's dagger technique. The evolution path will center entirely around it. The fusion success rate is 75%. Do you wish to proceed? Without a single second of hesitation, Sung-yeon accepted. The moment he confirmed the fusion, a blinding, mysterious golden light erupted. The system announcement echoed majestically once more. Congratulations on a successful skill synthesis. A completely new, evolved technique has just been born. The rank C Demon Hunter skill has been forged. The radiant golden aura left him utterly stunned. He analyzed. This was an elite combat art meant for true hunters, forged specifically to butcher demonic beasts. The foundation of this technique maximized all fundamental blade mastery to its peak. Furthermore, the destructive force of any equipped blade would instantly be multiplied by 3 times. But this devastating multiplier could not be stacked with other skills. However, it possessed an incredible secondary trait. When engaged in mortal combat against non-human adversaries, the user's attack speed would instantly double. My strike speed will be multiplied by 2, just by fighting monstrous entities? This was the absolute perfect monster hunting weapon. Sung-Eun's eyes blazed with intense excitement. Skill fusion was an absolute game-changer. A dangerously predatory smile crept across his face. His ambition began to spiral wildly. Should he just fuse every single skill he owned? The thrill of this power synthesis felt exactly like a high-stakes gamble. He knew pushing his luck was incredibly dangerous, but the temptation was simply irresistible. He smiled like a madman craving more power. His hand moved instinctively to confirm the next fusion. He muttered under his breath, calculating the compatibility and success rates. This time, Sung-Hyun selected a massive combination: Rank B, Rapid Recovery; Rank D, Defying Natural Laws, along with Rank C, Lost Blood Regeneration; and finally, Rank D, Pain Resistance. The result was the legendary Rank C, Gray Blood, a devastating power originally born from mutated vampires. The core mechanic tied the user's cellular regeneration directly to their sheer willpower and tenacity. The healing factor would triple the moment he took physical damage. Furthermore, his pain reception would drop by 40%, scaling perfectly with the severity of the incoming attacks. Han Sung-Eun's face was partially hidden in shadow, but the wild gleam in his eyes revealed his absolute shock at this monstrous ability. He was desperate to test this godlike regeneration immediately. But the Grand Hall's safe zone had a mandatory auto-healing effect in place, making a true test completely impossible. He pondered his options for a brief second. 100 points at this stage was just pocket change. Without hesitation, he spent his hard-earned points, purging the Grand Hall's passive healing system entirely. 50 points vanished from his balance. A Stark system warning immediately flashed red. Fatigue will now continuously accumulate, and you will no longer regenerate from incoming physical damage. Since Sung-Eun had devoured the entire soul core, the divine protective barrier was permanently shattered. It would never activate again. With cold calculation, he raised his blade high and viciously slashed his own wrist. Crimson blood sprayed wildly across his hand, proving the terrifying destructive force of his own strike. But the pain wasn't enough to satisfy him. Sung-Eun ruthlessly carved into his flesh again. For any normal person, his arm was completely ruined. But with his overpowered healing skill, the shattered limb immediately was engulfed in a brilliant green light. The flesh knitted back perfectly. Even Sung-Eun was astonished by this miraculous power. What an incredible divine art. Even outside the lobby, this regeneration was absolutely terrifying. He marveled at his flawlessly restored arm, now armed with the soul shield and an invincible healing factor. Deep down, he felt his arsenal was perfectly complete. He needed nothing else. Pushing his new powers aside, Han Sung-Eun examined his tattered garments. He would wear them until they turned to dust. After all, this outfit suited his style perfectly. He comforted himself while looking at the worn fabric. What was happening on the community forum? Curiosity flared in his veins. Without a second thought, he accessed the digital network. But disappointment washed over him. The discussions were entirely lifeless. With time running extremely short, there was no reason to hesitate. Discarding the idle chatter, Han Sung-Eun stepped directly into the spatial gate. A new trial awaited. You have entered the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. The difficulty level is hard. The theme is mortal combat. The time limit is 1 day. The victory condition requires eradicating every single monster within the blood-stained arena. The trial will result in total failure if the challenger perishes or the countdown hits 0. The ultimate reward for surviving this brutal slaughter is the Beast Instinct skill. The penalty for absolute failure is certain death. As he analyzed the system panel, a blood-red warning suddenly flashed, jolting Han Sung-Eun to his absolute core. His calculated trial on the 9th floor was instantly thrown into absolute chaos. An unknown challenger from the Murim world had forcefully breached his dimension. This ruthless invader had already slaughtered his designated targets with terrifying ease. Before Sung-Eun could process the mortal danger, the system dragged him into an entirely new bloody battlefield. Standing proudly atop a mountain of butchered monsters was a mysterious man. This horrifying massacre was his absolute solitary work. Sensing the intense bloodlust, Sung-eon's azure eyes flashed with sharp vigilance. Before our hero could even draw a breath, the enigmatic intruder spoke first. "So, you have finally arrived." Suddenly, a cold system alert echoed in his mind. The trial target has been forcibly altered. The arrogant martial artist declared his supreme sovereign title. "I am the Supreme Lord of the Murim Alliance, 𝙎𝙎𝙎-𝙎. The absolute decree from the cold system demanded Sung-eon to annihilate 𝙎𝙎𝙎. Sung-eon locked eyes with the foreign invader, calculating the immense threat before him. The Supreme Grandmaster demanded an answer. "What is your name, boy?" Sung-eon remained fiercely silent, his brow furrowing with suspicion. "Why? Would you ask for my name out of nowhere?" "Humph. I have already bestowed the honor of my own title upon you." Sung-eon's expression hardened like solid steel. "You forcefully invaded my trial domain with obvious malicious intent. Exchanging polite pleasantries is entirely meaningless now." The martial master scowled with righteous authority. "That is basic martial etiquette among true warriors. It seems your pathetic mind is still utterly unrefined." Sung-eon was completely speechless by the sheer arrogance of this dimensional trespasser, who dared to lecture him in his own trial. He grimaced in sheer frustration. Why were all these otherworldly challengers such self-righteous lunatics? 𝙎𝙎𝙎 sternly raised his gleaming blade, channeling the very last remnants of his formidable aura. His majestic expression remained carved in stone. "Very well. Wasting words on an uncultured savage is completely pointless." With that absolute decree, the Grandmaster exploded forward at truly terrifying speed. He unleashed a devastating weapon art. Instantly, tens of thousands of phantom blades materialized and rained down upon Sung-eon like a catastrophic storm. The protagonist instantly triggered his graceful as the wind technique. His agility surged by an explosive 30%, fueled by 3 out of 7 ultimate stacks. Staring down the apocalyptic strike of 𝙎𝙎𝙎, Sung-eon's expression grew even more terrifyingly cold. Channeling his godlike momentum, he gripped his trusted blade tight. With absolute flawless mastery, he flawlessly parried the blinding barrage. Unleashing his ultimate counterattack, he shattered the myriad of phantom swords. An overwhelming shockwave of pure energy erupted across the arena. The mighty 𝙎𝙎𝙎 froze in absolute disbelief at the boy's monstrous strength. But quickly, the old master masked his shock with arrogant composure. "Oh, how deeply unexpected. To think a true master existed in this wretched realm. Forgive me for daring to underestimate your profound martial arts." Sung-eon merely scoffed in absolute disgust. "Drop that fake, honorable Grandmaster act right now. You crawled into my domain with a singular goal: to murder me and steal my divine rewards. If you came to slaughter, why hide behind this pathetic righteousness? It makes me sick to my absolute stomach." Murderous fury blazed fiercely across Sung-eon's face. His piercing gaze radiated an overwhelmingly thick killing intent. "It is painfully obvious you hail from a realm completely alien to our human comprehension." Slowly, the arrogant lord opened his glowing purple eyes, dropping his meditative facade. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 stood completely erect, raising his divine blade to the heavens. A devastating gale violently erupted around his body, violently purging the tainted atmosphere. Cutting through the oppressive, suffocating darkness, the weapon in his grasp pulsed with blinding, terrifying radiance. With a bone-chilling calm dripping in absolute disdain, the martial lord pronounced his death sentence. "Farewell, you pathetic, nameless swordsman." Sung-eon was shaken to his core by the old monster's catastrophic hidden power. Before his sharp senses could fully adjust, a suffocating veil of pitch-black mist completely swallowed him whole. In that terrifying abyss, the cold mechanical voice of the system echoed faintly. "Warning. The enemy has unleashed their supreme ability. Unique trait activated, the light sword. You will be blinded for 5 seconds." Shock washed over his face as he read the system prompt. His blade was already poised to strike. "My vision is completely gone," he thought. Yet, even in total darkness, he swiftly unleashed a vicious slash toward his unseen attacker. Suddenly, the system chimed again. The blinding effect of the light sword had finally worn off. He immediately unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes toward the old man, but 𝙎𝙎𝙎 remained perfectly calm. With one hand on, his hilt and the other casually resting behind his back, He effortlessly dodged every single blow. The gray blood skill suddenly flared to life. It instantly healed the deadly gash across his neck. He glared forward, realizing the terrifying truth. I was almost completely read by him. The old man tilted his head and asked, "How did you know my move?" The system rang out. The instant acceleration skill has been triggered. The graceful as the wind skill activated. Total movement speed increased by 50%. The passive, stacking progress for the skill reached 5 out of 7. He gripped his blade tightly. He crouched low to the ground with one hand planted, like a coiled spring ready to snap. His eyes flashed with killer intent. He launched himself at breakneck speed toward his formidable opponent. The old man stood entirely motionless. He focused solely on the sound of the approaching wind. Both warriors swung their blades. A fierce and explosive clash erupted between them. Blinding sparks scattered into the air as steel met steel. He stared down the imposing figure before him. Then, he abruptly spun his body for a vicious sweep kick. Even though 𝙎𝙎𝙎 leaped to evade, the strike still clipped him. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 immediately slashed downward at the offending leg. With lightning reflexes, he retracted his kick. He spun fully around to dodge the deadly blade. Sung-yeon swung his sword upward in a desperate counter. But the old man caught his wrist in an iron grip. Without missing a beat, he launched his other leg toward the hand holding the enemy blade. Neither warrior had any intention of backing down. They remained locked in a deadly, motionless struggle. Gripping Sung-yeon's wrist tightly, the old man finally spoke. "The dark magic you wield is extremely peculiar." Hearing this, he froze in sheer disbelief. He thought to himself, "I cannot believe I have improved this much, yet our power gap remains completely unchanged." He violently wrenched his trapped hand free. He leaped backward, aiming his blade straight at the enemy face. 𝙎𝙎𝙎's eyes overflowed with pure, unadulterated bloodlust. He slowly raised his sword and declared, "I will no longer show any mercy." A devastating strike rained down from above. The system chimed with a grim warning. "Due to the unique trait light sword, you will be blinded for 5 seconds. He was instantly plunged into absolute darkness once again. Damn it all, he cursed bitterly in his mind. The mana resistance skill forcefully activated. It reduced the blindness duration to 2.5 seconds. At the exact same moment, the Spirit Eye skill awakened. He could sense an overwhelming barrage of attacks crashing down upon him. Sung-yeon desperately swung his sword to deflect the invisible onslaught. "This is absolute madness," he thought in a panic. His attack speed has skyrocketed to an unbelievable level. Suddenly, a terrifying sensation washed over him. A fatal horizontal slash was tearing right toward his torso. The system alerted. The unique skill activated. The iron shield of the forged iron necklace triggered. It will absorb 10% of all incoming physical damage. Pushing his body to the absolute limit, he tried to block the sweeping blade, but it was too late. One of his hands was cleanly severed from his arm. The pain-resistant skill instantly flared to life. He stared at his brutally amputated hand. Even the powerful iron shield could not completely absorb that devastating strike, he realized. The system chimed again. The blindness effect, from the light sword, has completely worn off. He vaulted fiercely backward to escape the old man's lethal range. His boots slammed into the earth, creating flav, a massive trail of friction. Meanwhile, crimson blood continuously poured from Sung-yeon's severed limb. He pivoted sharply, casting a deadly glare at his pursuer from Sung-yeon over his shoulder. He immediately sprinted toward a nearby boulder to create a distraction. The old man stood perfectly still. Hearing the sudden noise in front of him, he unleashed a monstrous slash, straight toward the massive stone. Despite the excruciating blood loss from his missing hand, he pushed his speed to the absolute max. He barely evaded the catastrophic strike. The boulder instantly exploded into a cloud of dust and debris, but Sung-yeon had already circled around, slipping into 𝙎𝙎𝙎's blind spot. Catching the subtle sound, the old man shifted his deadly gaze over his shoulder. In that crucial moment, he was aggressively channeling his skills to regenerate his completely severed hand. Witnessing this impossible feat, the old man scoffed coldly. "Dark magic once again. I actually mistook you for a staff, true master of the blade, but it seems you rely entirely on pathetic borrowed tricks." His eyes slowly fluttered shut. His grip on his sword relaxed entirely. Meanwhile, his newly healed fist clenched tightly, testing the perfection of his regenerated flesh. He let out a dark chuckle. Are you forgetting something? Is your unique trait not also a borrowed power granted by the tower? He tightened his grip with a surge of newfound power. A mocking sneer crossed his face. What an absolute hypocrite you are. The old man leveled his glowing blade and sneered. Relying on dark magic once again? Calling yourself a swordsman while crawling back to those stolen abilities. Seizing the tiny window of distraction, he exploded forward with a lethal strike from the right. But the exact moment his deadly blade descended, the old man raised his own weapon with impossible speed to block it. What kind of trick is this? The master gasped in pure shock. Staring back with icy, merciless eyes, he whispered, Why do not you die to these borrowed skills of mine, old man? The master desperately braced his blade horizontally to hold back the piercing steel inches from his face. Memories flashed through the master's mind. I have conquered countless floors of absolute hell with this very blood-stained blade. I have slaughtered an ocean of challengers from thousands of different worlds using this exact sword, especially those pathetic beings from planet Earth. They were incredibly frail and so painfully weak that they were called sweet prey. He remembered all those arrogant challengers from Earth. They could not even land a single scratch, touch a single strand of his hair. Moreover, just his unique trait, light sword, was enough to annihilate them in one devastating strike. But as the razor-sharp blade thrust toward his face, his absolute confidence instantly shattered. This time should have been no different. He violently dodged aside to evade the lethal tip. Yet, he was a fraction too slow. His tied hair was instantly sliced free. He ground his teeth in pure fury, glaring at his opponent in total disbelief. A relentless storm of strikes rained down upon him. The overwhelming pressure forced the old master into a desperate retreat. The young man's face was also painted with brutal fresh wounds. He let out a heavy sigh, pausing to cast a recovery skill. The disheveled elder backed away, his face scarred and his chest heaving. A heavy silence fell as system alerts flooded his vision. The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, is absolutely astounded by the young challenger. The administrator, Northern Monster, predicts your imminent defeat. The administrator, Ruler of the Night, shows immense interest in the youthful challenger. The administrator, Black Island Hero, marvels at his flawless technique. Humiliation twisted the elder's face into a demonic scowl. He gnashed his teeth, his eyes burning with absolute defiance. Gripping his blade, he ignited every last ounce of his power. He would fight to the bitter end. Seeing this, Sung-yeon let out a cold, mocking laugh. Did you not look down on magic? Suddenly, a grim system warning materialized. The floor invader penalty has activated. All stats reduced by 8. A partial skill restriction is now enforced. Damn it. The old master cursed inwardly, the relentless system declared. Skill, 1 arrow 2 targets, forcibly disabled. Skill, light sword aura, forcibly disabled. However, the cooldown for the unique trait, light sword, was finally complete. The unique trait ignited once more, plunging Sung-yeon back into pitch-black darkness. But he was already adapting to this deadly rhythm. He instantly activated the skill, Spirit Eye. The elder lunged forward with a blood-curdling roar. You wretched demon, I will slice you to pieces. A lethal strike shot straight toward Sung-yeon. He answered with his own martial technique. The system flashed. Skill, 3-step strike, activated. The next 3 attacks will receive a massive enhancement. Eyes burning with fierce resolve, he ground his teeth and fearlessly charged forward. He met the devastating blow head-on. The blinding effect of the light sword finally shattered. Battered and bloodied, he hunched over, gasping for breath at his absolute limit. Behind him, Bi-sun-ha stood frozen like a statue. The master's blade hit the stone floor with a hollow clang. He dropped to one knee in exhaustion, while the old man staggered away. A fatal slash tore across the elder's stomach. Trembling violently, he gasped in pure, agonizing denial. This is impossible! Crimson blood erupted from the horrific wound. As he forced himself up, the Grandmaster's body completely split in two. He collapsed lifelessly to the ground. A victorious smile formed as the golden text appeared. Congratulations. You have conquered Floor 9 of the Tower of Trials. He reached out to claim his hard-earned prize. System alert. You have absorbed the soul of the challenger, Basunha. All stats have surged by 27%. He gasped in pure awe. A 27% boost? Now that is an epic power-up. The system chimes echoed again. Floor 9, clearance confirmed. Rewards. And floor difficulty remain unmeasured. Rewards are undergoing recalculation. His heart skipped a beat at the strange message. This anomaly had happened once before. Anxiety gnawed at him as he awaited the final judgment. But then, recalculation complete. Delivering legendary spoils. The ultimate skill, Sixth Sense, has been forged as your reward. Wish fulfillment achieved. Rewarding 35,000 points, plus 1,000 bonus items. Commencing teleportation to the Grand Hall. Scanning the glowing loot table, he narrowed his eyes. Sixth Sense, huh? This feels way higher ranked than the standard Monster Instinct reward. A cosmic rift tore through space. He stepped toward the portal. I will examine this later. Time to head to the Grand Hall. But as he crossed the threshold, his eyes widened at the sudden flood of messages. The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, is deeply moved by your phenomenal battle. The administrator, Northern Monster, is going wild over your relentless drive. The administrator, Ruler of the Night, is absolutely thrilled by your flawless performance. The administrator, Black Island Hero, roars in approval for your victory. He stood in stunned silence, absorbing the divine praise. A final golden text illuminated the darkness. System updating. Administrators are now granted full spectator rights to the trials. Sung-yeon smirked confidently. He had already anticipated this move. Still, winning over the supreme beings with sheer martial prowess, it fueled the burning pride in his chest. They had finally acknowledged his true power. Suddenly, a warning flashed. The administrator, Iron-Blooded Tyrant, scowls at the others' reactions. The Iron-Blooded Tyrant warns you not to be seduced by the other administrators. He blinked at the jealous message. Yes, sir. A system window flashed. The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, requested to add new authorities to the contractor's store. Exclusive store. Do you accept? He froze in surprise. White Crane Swordmaster clearly wanted a shocked reaction. What in the world is happening? He blurted out. Were they really doing all this just to grant him a new authority? He stared at the glowing screen. Another system message appeared. The Iron Blood Tyrant stated he should eagerly accept this power. The tyrant revealed their true motive. They were offering this power to earn the favor of the contractors. He pondered this revelation. Could he really accept this? What value did the favor of trial clearers actually hold? Narrowing his eyes, he asked aloud. So, will you all be contacting me in the future? He fell silent. White Crane Swordmaster smiled through the system, hinting it wouldn't be just once. It would happen many times. The Iron Blood Tyrant quickly chimed in, claiming this gifted authority was nothing too extraordinary. He told him not to overthink it. Reading between the lines, the protagonist scoffed inwardly. It wasn't just a simple gift. They desperately wanted his favor. Like any transaction, they expected a return on their investment. If that was the case, there was no reason to hesitate. He tapped the screen. Thank you, he declared. The authority of White Crane Swordmaster was successfully added. Sword Aura Master was now unlocked in the exclusive store. White Crane Swordmaster beamed with a smile, hoping the contractor would remember this kindness. I understand, he replied calmly. I will put this to good use. But a wave of suspicion washed over him. He processed the situation. Could the administrators actively watch everything happening down here? Breaking the silence, he suddenly asked, Are you all still watching me right now? He scanned the empty room in silence. Sung-yeon covered his mouth, letting out a few awkward coughs. The system interface flared to life. The contractor's authority store was now open. A brief introduction to the authority system appeared. Intrigued, he reached out and tapped the glowing panel. The details for the Sword Aura Master authority popped up. He realized he could now channel mana into his weapon and manifest destructive sword aura. They called this a basic ability? He muttered in awe. This looks incredibly powerful to me. He swiped to the second page and let out a surprised gasp. Oh, I can actually see the next page now. His eyes scanned the newly unlocked authority details. Bone Regeneration Authority, Iron Blood Sword, the Reaper's Hand. Reading through the legendary descriptions, a smirk formed on his lips. These skills are absolutely insane. But reality hit him. He only had 2,000 points left in his account. The absolute priorities right now were Bone Regeneration and Sword Aura Master. He stared at the glowing options, torn between the choices. Which path should I take? Do I need to grind for more currency first? His finger hovered in the air. He remembered 𝐵-Sunha, the powerhouse old man he faced on the 9th floor. With unwavering resolve, he made his choice. He tapped the screen with purpose. To avoid dying like the countless others before him, he absolutely needed this power. The system confirmed his purchase. Sword Aura Master Authority acquired. 1,500 points deducted. He gripped his sword as a radiant light enveloped it. Sword Aura Master activated. He examined the newly purchased blade. He already possessed 3 mana-based skills, but this felt entirely different. A profound sensation rushed through his grip. His previous skills forced mana like a raging waterfall, but this new authority flowed like a smooth, tranquil stream. A new system alert flashed. Sword Aura Master activated. Mana consumption increases by 2% every minute. 2 minutes in. Mana consumption increased to 4%. 3 minutes in. Mana consumption spiked to 6%. Analyzing the data, he quickly did the math. The drain compounded by 2% every 60 seconds. At this rate, it will completely drain my mana core in exactly 50 minutes. With a flick of his wrist, he deactivated the aura. Absolute mana control would be vital when wielding this terrifying ability. Pointing back at the glowing interface, he muttered, "Now, what about that 6th sense? From the 9th floor?" He studied his updated status window. Incredible. Does this mean all my physical senses will evolve to a superhuman level? Crossing one arm, he rested his chin on his hand. His eyes remained locked on the digital display. If my perception reaches the absolute peak, the tactical advantage in battle will be overwhelming. His gaze shifted to the community tab. All right, let's see what we have here. Hopefully a veteran can show me the ropes in this new central square. A chime echoed. You have entered the hard difficulty community of the 10th floor. He scrolled through a flood of chaotic messages. The chat was exploding with 10th floor theories. Just as I expected. Using 2 fingers, he navigated the rushing stream of text. There's massive hype about this newly unlocked square in the 10th floor lobby. Suddenly, his fingers stopped. His eyes widened at a specific thread. The comment read, "When I entered the square, a bizarre foreigner approached me. He actually offered to trade his system authorities with me." He finished reading, utterly stunned. Wait, authorities can be traded between players? Gripping his sword tight, his other hand swiped rapidly through the endless forum. A thrilling smile crept across his face. Looks like I need to visit this square and see for myself. System alert. Teleportation to the 10th floor hall commencing. A spatial rift tore open, revealing 2 figures stepping through. He gazed forward, his blood pumping with excitement. So this is the legendary central square? His mind immediately raced back. It is time to use that question ticket. I will gather as much intel as possible. Then, I will return. However, lurking behind the trees, unseen eyes watched the cheerful pair walk by. A figure crossed his arms with a sinister grin. I bet these bastards are from South Korea. His companion proudly placed his hands on his hips. You hit the mark, brother. He is an A-rank hunter from South Korea. I recall reading his profile. Hearing this confirmation, the first man scoffed in disgust. How annoying. They still think they hail from a mighty nation. A wicked grin twisted his demonic face. Murder is permitted outside the plaza, right? Meanwhile, a young woman walked ahead. A young man followed closely behind her. They strolled peacefully through the dense forest path. Suddenly, the system flared to life. Mana consumption reached 100%. Special skill activated. Weakening light. Under the terrifying effect of the terror skill, all stats plummeted by 20%. A haunting light washed over them. Their physical bodies grew incredibly heavy. The young man instantly collapsed to his knees. Complete paralysis locked his limbs. Panic seized his trembling voice. A sinister laugh echoed from the shadows. He forced his head around to look. 3 towering figures loomed over his helpless body. Terror gripped his soul. Stop, please, what are you doing? The leader dragged his tongue across a wicked blade. I was just wondering what we should do to a Korean. You come from a nation of mighty hunters. You should know the rules. Despair crashed over the young man. I am going to die here. The trial has not even begun, and we are already being hunted. 2 bandits stood guard. The third squatted down, pressing his cold steel. Against the kneeling victim's face, a desperate scream pierced the air. Please, stop this. His female companion turned back in absolute horror. Are you really allowed to do this? If you do not back down, I will report you to the hunter community. The bandit leader narrowed his deadly gaze. He slowly rose to his feet. Is that so? He mocked. He stared her down with murderous intent. His voice dripped with pure malice. Take his place, and I might consider stopping. He rested his bloodthirsty blade against his neck. A dark chuckle escaped his lips. Leave behind every single item you own. Then, I will let one of you live. Trembling with rage and fear, she took a step back. What are you saying? She gasped. The leader took a menacing step. Or should I take them from your corpse? But lurking just behind him, Sung-yeon casually strolled past them. A faint footstep broke the tension. The bandit snapped his head around. Sung-yeon kept walking, his hood hiding his face. He moved like a phantom. Completely ignoring the bloodthirsty gang, he simply drifted past them. The leader scowled in disbelief. Who the hell is this bastard? He glared at Sung-yeon's retreating back. Hey, Black Hood! Sung-yeon stopped and glanced over his shoulder. He slowly pulled down his dark hood. A calm, icy smile formed on his lips. Were you calling me? The bandit stomped forward. Damn right I am, he barked. The three hunters erupted into savage laughter. You are Korean too, aren't you? Without warning, the trio launched a lethal strike. Blades slashed toward Sung-eun's vitals. He watched the weapons close in. His voice remained dead calm. I just wanted to keep a low profile. The system flared to life. Powerful impact skill activated. Mana shield skill activated. Mana seal cleared. 20% stat debuff cleared. Paralysis effect cleared. Sung-yeon casually raised his bare hand. He shattered their combined assault effortlessly. The bandit leader froze in absolute shock. His deadly strike did 0 damage to Sung-yeon. He reached into his subspace inventory. His fingers wrapped around his trusted blade. He readied his stance for slaughter. You brought this upon yourselves. Skill activated. Instant acceleration. He vanished like a phantom wind. The sheer pressure blew the young woman back. She threw her hands up to shield her eyes. The three bandits stood paralyzed by his godlike speed. Pure terror forced them into a desperate retreat. He carved through their ranks in a flash, delivering precise, devastating strikes. One bandit screamed in panic. Lightning ice shield. It was utterly useless. Two bandits were instantly slashed across their throats and stomachs. Blood painted the forest floor as they collapsed. He did not stop there. He pulled back his fist, channeling raw power. He smashed his knuckles into the desperate ice barrier. The rescued pair watched in sheer disbelief. Their jaws dropped at the overwhelming display. Behind the frozen wall, the final bandit slumped to the ground in terror. Spiderweb cracks spread across his ultimate defense. Sung-eun's monstrous strength was too much. Without a shred of hesitation, he unleashed another blow. The ice shield exploded into a million shimmering shards. Exposed and broken, the bandit threw his hands up in sheer terror. Wait, I was wrong. He begged for his pathetic life. Please, spare me. But his final words were cut painfully short. Sung-yeon's blade cleanly severed his throat. A fountain of crimson painted the air as life left his eyes. System alert. You have absorbed the soul of player Hyun Moo-jin. You have absorbed the soul of player Lee Chon-jin. You have absorbed the soul of player Nam Joon-hyun. Proficiency has increased by 6.4%. 3 lifeless bodies now littered the blood-stained clearing. The apex predator sheathed his weapon. He approached the 2 traumatized survivors. The young woman clutched her chest, letting out a shaky breath. I am so sorry. I should have helped. But the battle ended faster than I thought. He replied with calm indifference. It is fine. You can leave now. Do not worry about a thing. He looked at the girl. She nodded happily and thanked him. What about you? The young man behind him breathed a heavy sigh of relief. He hesitated before speaking. Are you, perhaps a ranker? He calmly glanced over. He looked at him and answered. Yeah, let us just say that, he thought to himself. After all, I was always in the top 10. The young man's face lit up with absolute thrill. I understand now. What an honor to meet you. I am only alive because of you. Thank you so much. He thought about his own motives. I only helped because my own life was at risk. Then he spoke up. It is no problem. You can leave safely now. Having said that, he nonchalantly turned his back. Behind him, the young man stepped forward and reached out. Confused, he turned his head to look back. The young man stared at the fallen monsters. He made a sudden request to Sung-eun. Those corpses, please hand them over to me. He looked at the young man with pure curiosity. Why? The young man answered eagerly. Because you saved my life. If you give them to me, I will trade you a skill in return. Those words caught him completely off guard. A strange, ethereal voice echoed out. Gluttony. The young man raised his hand. A bizarre eye suddenly ripped open right in the center of his palm. In an instant, it swallowed all the corpses whole. The young man pulled his hand back. He stared intently at the grotesque eye. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He let out a deeply satisfied sigh. He watched in absolute silence. Is that an awakened skill? The young man smiled brightly. He pointed directly at the glowing screen. Now, I will give you a skill as promised. System prompt. Skill accepted. Addition from the administrator Gluttony. Visual prowess has been added to the skill shop. He stared at the system notification. A subtle smirk crossed his face. I did not expect to gain another skill like this. The young man began to explain the new power. It is a skill that manifests wings on your back. It grants you the absolute power of flight. You can use it the moment you unlock it. If you buy it with points. He smiled faintly and thanked him. I will test it out the moment I return to the waiting room. Suddenly, administrator notifications flooded his vision. Master of Swordsmanship White Crane issues a fierce warning. Do not approach my challenger. Gluttony is furious. This business ethic is a complete disgrace. Iron Blood King complains bitterly. These wanderers circling the contractors are absolute pests. Meanwhile, Black Demon happily watches the chaos unfold. He is thoroughly enjoying the three-way argument. He watched the intense administrator debate with sheer amusement. What a dramatic show. Then, his thoughts turned deadly serious. If these cosmic beings are fighting over the challengers, there must be something incredibly valuable they want to extract. Well, I guess I will find out soon enough. Sung-yeon walked forward alongside his new companion. The young man suddenly turned to him. The public zones are divided into three main sectors: the arena, the auction house, and the casino. He shared valuable intel. This information might be quite useful for you. Sung-yeon listened with sharp focus. Currently, the known invading dimensions are Eris, Murim, and 𝐄𝐗𝐿. They are the only three dimensions actively conquering Earth. He continued his detailed explanation. Eris highly values the spirit of chivalry. The Murim challengers are quite similar, just far more vicious. A sudden realization hit him. So the Black Knight hails from Eris, and the White Crane descends from Murim. As the pieces connected, the young man kept talking. I heard that 𝐄𝐗𝐿 is a magical realm, home to elves, fairies, and beastmen. He was genuinely impressed. You know your stuff. The young man flashed a massive, eye-crinkling grin. I learned it all through question tickets. They continued chatting as they walked. Finally, they stopped before a towering gate. We have finally reached the public zone. The young man turned to face him. He handed over a small card. It might not be much, but this is my personal business card. He took it with genuine curiosity. He read the title aloud. Challenger Management Team Manager of the Hunter Association. The young man replied smoothly. If you are curious about anything, or need absolutely anything, just contact me. A grand system notification flashed before their eyes. You have entered the public zone. All abnormal status effects will be instantly cured. Furthermore, all combat between challengers is strictly prohibited. Everyone around them paused to read the floating text. Meanwhile, the young man practically vibrated with excitement. He cheered out loud. He clenched both fists with burning enthusiasm. I think I will head straight to the auction house. He stared straight ahead with a cool, indifferent gaze. All right then. I have a destination in mind as well. The young man looked at Sung-yeon curiously. Where are you heading? Sung-yeon smiled with a fierce sense of anticipation. The arena. Welcome to the arena. He stepped inside and scanned his surroundings. A massive crowd was screaming at the top of their lungs. They were going absolutely insane over a match. How the hell did that bastard lose? I am ruined. I bet a whole skill on him. He watched the chaotic scene unfold in disbelief. Is this really an arena? It looks more like a degenerate sports betting parlor. The system flared to life again. The administrators reacted instantly. Black Demon notes that this brutal sight brings back the good old days. Conversely, Iron Blood King turns his back on the arena in absolute disgust. Meanwhile, Master of Swordsmanship White Crane, he embraced the arena's electrifying atmosphere. He sat tall on the throne-like chair with an imposing posture. His elbows rested heavily on the armrests while his hands clasped together. A glowing system window materialized. The arena system was officially online. Two paths appeared: wager or combat. He pondered these options with deep curiosity. He tapped the interface for further guidance. Detailed rules flooded the holographic display. The arena was strictly divided. Two distinct domains existed here: wager and combat. The betting system allowed spectators to gamble on active warriors. Fortunes could be made or lost based entirely on the chosen champion's fate. He realized the shadows lurking behind him were merely gamblers seeking a quick profit. His gaze returned to the glowing text. The combat path offered something entirely different. Challengers could clash directly for supreme rewards. Once a duel was locked in, both true names and power rankings would be exposed to the world. But a battle could only commence after wagering a prize of equal value: skills, ancient artifacts, or divine authority. The spoils of war would directly match the caliber of the enemy, standing across the battlefield. Upon mutual agreement, the fighters would be summoned. The bloodshed would only cease when one side finally surrendered. Afterward, reality would snap back to the exact moment before the clash. He analyzed the mechanics. The system utilized spatial magic to drag participants into the void. Ultimately, the true allure of this brutal coliseum was the promise of legendary gear, lost techniques, and sheer authority. A confident smirk crossed his face. Let us hunt for worthy prey. He scoured the interface for a suitable prize. Suddenly, whispers erupted throughout the spectator stands. Was that truly Catherine, the infamous Hellfire Witch? The legendary American hunter had appeared. A monk clasped his hands in sheer disbelief. Heavens above! To witness her mortal form in person was a rare miracle. A striking woman with hair like blazing embers sat with her legs gracefully crossed. Her piercing gaze locked onto the holographic display. She scoffed in absolute disdain. Is no one brave enough to face my wrath? Perhaps my winning streak has crushed their spirits. She reviewed her flawless combat record with a sigh. These cowards would be bolder if my overwhelming stats were hidden from view. Suddenly, the system delivered a prompt. The administrator, known as Master of Fire, chuckled, mocking the pathetic challengers. Her slender finger swiped, dismissing the empty interface. This entire domain is filled with nothing but spineless fools. How utterly dull. She prepared to sever her connection. Wasting precious time here was a mistake. But abruptly, a dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. A glorious surprise materialized. The system blared. A new challenger approaches. She analyzed the daring fool's data. Sung-yeon, a complete novice with zero combat history, dared to target a supreme ranker? A wicked smile curved her lips. How wonderfully suicidal. The system roared. Battle parameters locked. Commencing spatial transfer to the deathmatch arena. The two warriors materialized on the grand stage. Tension crackled in the air. She offered a patronizing laugh. I admire your reckless courage. But a smart hunter carefully evaluates the monsters they wish to slay. He remained silent like a stoic mountain. The grand announcer echoed, Sung-yeon versus Catherine Bennett. Let the slaughter begin. She extended her hand with supreme arrogance. Blazing demonic claws erupted from her fingertips. Her absolute confidence radiated true destructive intent. Consider this an expensive lesson in power dynamics. She thrust her palm toward the heavens. A catastrophic pillar of inferno materialized. She invoked her divine authority, Genesis Fire. Yet he stood perfectly still, calmly analyzing the blazing threat. His blade remained sheathed. The crimson claws slashed through the void. A devastating sphere of flames roared toward his face. He watched the approaching doom and vaulted into the sky. Sword tightly gripped in his right hand, shield in his left. As the inferno threatened to consume him, he executed a tactical retreat. The scorching heat licked at his very skin. Catherine thrust her hand forward with a triumphant smirk. It ends right here. But the tides of fate shifted. He activated his own hidden authority. Sword Aura Master. A blinding arc of pure sword energy erupted, colliding directly with the apocalyptic fireball. The devastating parry cleaved the inferno perfectly in two. Ignoring the raging flames roaring behind him, he charged forward like a phantom. In a single breath, his blade loomed over Catherine. Her jaw dropped in sheer, unadulterated terror. Her ultimate technique shattered so effortlessly. The roaring flames instantly died out. Only wisps of dark ash danced between them. Reality shattered around her as he coldly whispered. An expensive lesson indeed. Meanwhile, far beyond the battlefield, sunlight filtered through a serene bamboo garden. Deep within a secluded chamber, a mysterious figure watched with intense fascination. Slender fingers gracefully lifted a steaming cup of exquisite tea. An ethereal entity, possessing an otherworldly androgynous beauty, their silver hair cascaded endlessly. They gazed into a mystical whirlpool, serving as a cosmic mirror. The watery projection flawlessly broadcasted Han Sung-yeon's overwhelming victory. A profound murmur escaped their lips. To think you have already attained mastery over sword aura. Delicate fingers joyfully caressed a spirit bird resting upon their shoulder. Gifting him that supreme hidden technique was an absolutely brilliant maneuver. From this moment onward, I must aggressively secure the unwavering loyalty of this destined warrior. I must outpace the other cosmic observers. The enigmatic being looked toward the heavens. The spirit bird took flight into the endless blue. This anomalous challenger, perhaps he is the one to finally break the cycle. The fierce battle continued to rage on. He stared intently at the roaring flames ahead. Activating instant acceleration, he leaped high into the air. He narrowly dodged the blazing inferno, but the relentless fire chased after him. Sung-yeon swung his blade, unleashing a flurry of strikes. While blocking the frontal assault, a hidden danger approached. Another fireball rocketed toward his blind spot. It struck before he could even react. The scorching heat ignited the hem of his clothes. He quickly spun around. He landed hard, bracing his hand against the ground. His cloak continued to burn. Without the wind's blessing, he realized his limits. The cloak's true power remained sealed. Catherine raised her hands high into the air. The surrounding flames grew incredibly massive. Fire swirled viciously above her head. She smirked and taunted him. How much longer can you survive this heat? System messages suddenly flooded his vision. The administrator, iron-blooded tyrant, watched with deep amusement. The administrator, White Crane swordsman, watched his movements with high expectations. Meanwhile, the dark demon administrator laughed wildly at the destructive flames. Catherine thrust her hands forward. The giant inferno roared toward Sung-yeon. He wildly slashed his sword to repel the blaze. 3 minutes had passed since activating the special skill. Sword Chi Master was draining him. Mana consumption increased by 6%. He kept fighting until 4 minutes had passed. The mana drain spiked to 8%. He grimaced, realizing the danger. A drawn-out battle would guarantee his defeat. Suddenly, his chest burned. He was actively absorbing a soul. The system confirmed the absorption. It was the soul of the challenger, 𝙎𝙎𝙎-𝙎. His permanent stats skyrocketed instantly. Intelligence increased by 2. Agility increased by 1. Strength and magic power both increased by 3. Endurance increased by 2. He also devoured one of 𝙎𝙎𝙎's abilities. He acquired the Lightning Sword Chi skill. The system displayed the details of his newfound power. His eyes widened in absolute shock. Lightning Sword Chi? A guaranteed critical strike? Does this mean I can shoot blade aura now? But before he could test it out, a fresh wave of fire erupted from Catherine's palms. She yelled out, "Did you really think you had time to zone out?" He snapped back to reality. He looked up and gasped in horror. Countless flames gathered above. They formed a massive, apocalyptic ring of fire. Searing fireballs began raining down from the sky. Sung-yeon immediately dove forward. He desperately tried to evade the meteor shower. But 2 massive fireballs crashed right in front of him. They were inches away from melting his skin. He punched straight into the blazing inferno. At the exact same moment, he activated his hyperemia skill. The severe burn wounds on his hands healed instantly. He leveled his sword with deadly focus. This was his first time testing this combination in actual combat. He had no idea if it would even work. Regardless, Sung-yeon tightened his grip on the hilt. He prepared his final counterattack. You never know until you try. He fully activated the Sword Chi Master skill. He combined it with his standard Sword Chi. He unleashed a barrage of furious slashes. Lethal shockwaves tore through the air, completely obliterating the raging flames. Panic flashed in Catherine's eyes. She desperately raised her guard and screamed, "Magic shield!" A wall of fire materialized to block the devastating strikes. She ignited both hands, preparing an immediate counterattack. But the shadow of death had already arrived. To her absolute horror, Sung-yeon materialized right behind her. He pressed his cold blade directly against her throat. Catherine froze, utterly terrified to even twitch. She let out a defeated sigh. "You are unbelievably strong. I surrender." The system voice immediately echoed across the arena. "Challenger Catherine has officially surrendered. You have won the match." You have acquired the Sword Storm skill as a reward. You will now be teleported to the floor 10 waiting area. In a flash of light, Sung-yeon returned to his seat. He relaxed into the chair and sighed. I only used this fight as practice for my sword chi, so I held back a lot. But she was surprisingly tough. She completely ruined my favorite cloak. He pointed sharply at the glowing screen. Catherine Bennett. I will definitely remember that name. The system abruptly displayed the details of his new Sword Storm skill. He read the description and frowned in deep disappointment. I thought it would be some legendary ultimate technique. It is literally just a single thrust. I completely got scammed. The system chimed in once again. Match confirmed. Teleporting to the arena. Han Sung-eun versus Uwaki Yuji. The next brutal battle officially began. He analyzed his opponent with piercing eyes. Rank 11 on the Japanese server, huh? Ugaki broke the silence. I was really looking forward to fighting the third-ranked Korean player. But you look like a pathetic, burned-up beggar. I bet your combat skills are just as garbage as your outfit. Sung-eun merely smirked in silence. Ugaki furrowed his brows in anger. What is so funny, trash? Sung-eun chuckled darkly. I find it hilarious because I was just thinking the exact same thing about you. Ugaki ground his teeth in pure rage. He thrust his spear and roared. Die, you arrogant bastard. Sung-eun reacted with terrifying speed. He casually tilted his body to the side. He watched the deadly spear tip slice through the empty air right past his face. He smirked internally. Is this all the 11th ranked Japanese player has to offer? A confident smile spread across his face. He realized just how monstrously strong he had truly become. This match was already over. The battle ended in an instant. With just one devastating slash, Uwaki coughed up blood and collapsed. The system chimed in. Challenger. Uwaki Yuji has taken critical damage. You are victorious. He let out an arrogant, mocking smirk. Is that really all you have? He ruthlessly dominated several more matches. Every single bout ended in his absolute victory. The system announced his new reward. You have earned the title Combat Master. Strength increased by 2 points. Meanwhile, on a mist-shrouded mountain in China, deep within a silent bamboo forest, a man meditated upon a massive boulder. Footsteps approached. Without even opening his eyes, he sensed the intruder's presence. His eyes snapped open. Speak! But the next words left him utterly shocked. What did you just say? Grand Elder Beck, Sunhak is dead? The terrified servant bowed his head in deep respect. Yes, young master. The servant kept his hands clasped tightly. His final words spoke of a realm called Earth. This unknown dimension recently connected with our own world. The Grand Elder perished while trying to invade that spatial layer. Suddenly, an eerie sound echoed through the air. The young master tensed up. It must be here. A deafening, beastly roar shattered the silence of the bamboo forest. A terrifying monster emerged from the shadows, roaring fiercely. Yet, the young master remained completely still on his rock. He did not even flinch. The beast loomed right behind his resting spot. He spoke with terrifying calm. Has it really been 5 years since I stopped climbing the tower? A slender, pale hand reached out. The ancient sword embedded in the stone began to violently shake. The monster let out a bloodthirsty howl. It charged blindly at the man who just drew his blade. He leaped into the air with perfect timing. The massive boulder exploded into dust beneath the beast's gaze. Leaning his head back in midair, he prepared his next move. He flipped gracefully over the endlessly snarling monster. With an ice-cold expression, he dived down without hesitation. Gripping his sword, he pierced the giant beast's skull. The monster thrashed around in absolute agony. The trembling servant watched the brutal execution. He easily overpowered a mythical creature. The young master's martial arts are terrifyingly supreme. Such devastating power strikes fear into men's souls. He casually yanked his blood-stained blade from the beast's head. Standing proudly atop the massive corpse, he smirked. The Earth dimension, huh? Sounds like absolute fun. Meanwhile, Ha Sung-eun stepped out of a spatial portal. The system declared, you have entered the 10th floor waiting room. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the soft bed. Staring up at the ceiling, a cheerful smile crossed his face. All my fatigue is completely gone. Just as expected from the waiting room. He raised his hand to tap the floating system interface. Excitement bubbled within him. This was totally unexpected. But I just gained a brand new special skill. The glowing screen displayed the details of iron wings. After reading the magical description, his eyes widened. A skill that actually lets me fly. Just imagining it sent a thrill down his spine. But then he noticed the item cost on the screen. The brutal reality hit him. The only problem is I cannot afford it right now. I simply do not have enough points. Pushing that disappointment aside, he sat straight up. Both hands swiftly swiped across the holographic panel. All right, it is time to start. The synthesis process. The screen flashed brightly. Unique skill synthesis, has been activated. Skill synthesis is now complete. A flood of brand new abilities populated the screen. He stared intently at the glowing text in awe. He discovered something truly unexpected. He carefully reviewed and summarized his new arsenal. After 1 hour of intense focus, the magnificent skills he created were revealed. Defense, counter shield, movement speed, shadow step, and attack speed, chaotic sword tactics. He reached out toward the holographic projection. One of these is a rank B defensive skill. The counter shield skill has been fully activated. As he touched it, a strange, powerful sensation rushed through him. He could only let out a gasp of pure awe. The system suddenly broke the silence. You have entered the 10th floor of the trial tower. The theme for this trial is cooperative play. Remaining time is 3 hours. Clear condition. Prevent the resurrection of the dark devouring king. You must succeed within the given time limit. Failure condition. The entire team is annihilated before time runs out. The clear reward is a skill proficiency potion. The penalty for failure is absolute death. 4 ominous portals materialized one after another. The system relayed crucial information. Team members will be assigned based on individual rankings. Team assignment is now complete. The player rankings were immediately displayed on screen. Rank number 1, 𝐄𝐗𝐏𝐄𝐋. Rank number 2, 𝐿-ཆུན-so. Rank number 3, Hunter. And rank number 6, Princess Sudi. The system flashed a new warning. 30 minutes of preparation time has been granted. This grace period will not count toward the trial's time limit. Use this time wisely to prepare for the boss monster raid. The 4 chosen players stood face to face. Sung-yeon looked completely annoyed. So this is one of those annoying co-op trials. Hearing this, Chun-so eagerly ran up to him. Huh? Sung-yeon, you are climbing the tower too? Sung-yeon quietly observed the unfolding dynamic. Oh, so these are the top-ranked players. It seems they already know each other from past trials. Sudi stood off in the distance. She watched them chat with an utterly bored expression. Suddenly, a chilling noise echoed from behind. The front 3 whipped around in high alert. Sudi's eyes went wide with pure madness. She frantically pointed her finger straight ahead. He screamed out, You are the guy I met on the 4th floor. The man he pointed at was none other than Han Sung-yeon. Seo-eun looked surprised. Did you two meet on a previous floor? He noticed the tension. Looking at his expression, that first meeting was far from peaceful. Sudi suddenly wrapped his arms around his trembling body. You are exactly right. We met each other on the 4th floor. It was a cooperative trial tower. That is where this bastard Hunter put on a pathetic act. He pretended to be weak and terrified, only to ruthlessly slaughter everyone to steal their power. A quick introduction to Princess Sudi. Sejun's daily life was built entirely on deceit. He was a master of manipulation. He would stir up chaos by forcing others into deadly confrontations. While they fought, he would snatch up all the rewards for himself. This was his ultimate survival strategy, and it worked perfectly within the brutal walls of the trial tower. The administrator, cunning clown, was roaring with laughter at his contractor's wicked deceit. After spewing those pitiful lies, Princess Sudi smirked inwardly. Sung-yeon was completely stunned by this bizarre behavior. He thought to himself, that stiff look on his face, he looks like a total psychopath. Should I add a little more spice to this? He stepped forward to clear the air. I really think you have misunderstood the situation. But Sudi did not let him finish. He aggressively pointed his finger and roared. And what is worse, he brutally murdered his own teammates in cold blood. Sung-yeon frowned in pure confusion. Hey, what on earth are you babbling about? Suddenly, a massive hammer was drawn. Seo-won gripped the heavy weapon and declared, Instead of 4 divided members, 3 unified allies are more than enough. The trials of this tower are not to be taken lightly. He raised the giant hammer with a deadly aura. Who is telling the truth here? The liar will be executed immediately. Right here, right now. Sung-yeon stared at the 3 men before him. His mind raced. If this spirals out of control, and I have to fight all 3 of them at once, his expression darkened with deadly seriousness. This would be the absolute worst-case scenario. Suddenly, Jun-seok pointed toward the moon. Everyone, just relax for a second. He turned his gaze. Princess Sudi, you claimed that you met Hunter on the 4th floor, correct? Sudi did not miss a beat. Yes, that is absolutely true. Jun-seok calmly dropped a critical question. Then you must know Hunter's real name, right? After all, starting from the waiting room, on the 5th floor, the nickname system was implemented. But you two supposedly met on the 4th floor. Hearing this logic, Sudi froze in sheer panic. If Princess Sudi could actually state Hunter's real name, this deadly situation would be resolved immediately. Sudi stammered nervously. Well, about that Hunter's real name. He forced a calm expression and declared, "Ah, his real name is Lee Chon-min." But deep down, he was laughing maniacally. That is right. There is absolutely no way to verify a real name in this place. Chun-seok spoke up again. Mr. Lee Chon-min, do you have anything to say? Sung-yeon let out a soft chuckle. Well, this has stopped being entertaining. He casually reached into his collar and pulled out a lanyard. He calmly held up the plastic card and spoke. This right here is my official hunter license. He thought to himself. I only brought this by accident when returning to Earth. I never expected it to save my life in a situation like this. He confidently read the text printed on the card. My real name is Han Sung-yeon. Princess Sudi began to tremble in absolute terror. Seo-eun turned his cold gaze toward Sudi. Well then, it seems we have decided exactly who needs to be eliminated. Hearing this grim verdict, Sudi started sweating bullets. Damn it, this is bad. A system window popped up. The administrator, cunning clown, clicked, his tongue at his contractor's pathetic clumsiness. The administrator, combat master, was laughing out loud at the intense interrogation. The seeker of deceit was thoroughly enjoying the consequences of your petty lies. The administrator, night watcher, was mocking your impending doom. Sudi was consumed by sheer panic. Damn it all, I played my cards completely wrong. Sung-yeon suddenly raised his hand, blocking So-eun from advancing. I am truly sorry, but I want to handle this trash myself. He drew his blade, standing firmly in front of the others. Right now I am beyond furious. Seeing the murderous aura in his eyes, Seo-eun remained silent for a tense moment. Very well. I will let you handle this on your own. Sudi was caught completely off guard. What? Is this guy really coming at me alone? A twisted smile crept across his face. What a complete idiot. There is still a glimmer of hope. If I can just brutally murder this bastard, the others will not dare to touch me. It would be impossible for just 2 people to clear a 4-man trial anyway. Stepping up to face Sudi, Sung-yeon finally spoke. You have been spouting a lot of interesting fairy tales. I think it is time you take responsibility for your careless words. Sudi spread, his arms wide with arrogant defiance. Responsibility? I have no idea what the hell that is. He confidently raised the mysterious notebook in Stein, his hand. The only thing I care about in this tower is my own survival. He stretched out his arm and sneered. Besides, you are not the only one. Who possesses special powers around here? A system window flashed. The vines of the swamp soul had fiercely entangled his legs, gripping his sword tightly, even while before his feet were bound by the creeping magic. His mana-resistant skill suddenly activated. The swamp soul vines instantly withered into dust. Breaking completely free, he dashed towards Sudi like a bolt of lightning. Locking eyes with his prey, he raised his blade high. Sudi quickly opened his notebook, raising Sudi, one hand to cast. How incredibly annoying. You even possess mana resistance? The 2 forces clashed with explosive power, causing the very earth beneath them to shatter. Feeling the violent tremors, Seo-eun, it is best we keep our distance, he warned. Yet, Junso buzzed with pure excitement. But I want to feel the clash of the battle. Ignoring the boy's plea, So-eun grabbed his collar. Caution keeps us alive. Move. The boy whined about losing his front row view. Meanwhile, Sudi thrust his hand forward. Die, you arrogant bastard, he roared. A relentless barrage of strikes rained down. Sung-yeon darted forward instantly. He flawlessly dodged the fatal blows. His eyes narrowed with chilling wrath. He raised his fist and charged. A devastating strike landed squarely. Unfazed, the enemy sneered. The hunter becomes the prey. Sung-yeon paused. Lethal energy orbs materialized behind him. A quick glance revealed the truth. They were the exact same projectiles from before. A blinding flash of lightning struck Sung-yeon. Clutching his bleeding stomach, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 held his tome. He cackled with wicked glee. "Look at you now, acting so tough." Suddenly, the villain's triumphant smile vanished. "What the hell is that?" Counter shield activated. An invisible barrier flickered to life. Sung-yeon casually raised his battle shield. The system window glowed with radiant light. 𝙎𝙎's face twisted in unadulterated fury. His ultimate skill was completely nullified. It was effortlessly brushed aside. Blade in hand, Sung-yeon closed the distance. Panic flashed in 𝙎𝙎's eyes. He swung his magical tome desperately. The earth shattered beneath them. Sung-yeon vaulted through the explosion. Sword and shield danced in lethal harmony. Watching safely, Junso whispered, "Seo-eun, do you know him? Who exactly is Challenger Han Sung-yeon?" Seo-eun shook his head slowly. "Never seen him among the high rankers. If you don't recognize him, he must be a completely average civilian." "But wait, is that even possible? Just look at the way he fights." A sharp glint sparked in Sehun's eyes. "He may not wear a high ranker's badge, but my eyes do not deceive me." He analyzed Sung-yeon's flawless movements. The truth is actually terrifying. Han Sung-yeon is holding back. Sehun's gaze grew utterly serious. "I believe his true combat prowess might actually rival my own." Chunso gasped in absolute disbelief. "He is truly that monstrous? But his rank is 2 entire tiers below us." Sehun thought back to the previous trials. "It is merely a theory. However, if he survived every floor without relying on a team, the system has severely underestimated his true worth." Back on the brutal battlefield, the vicious clash of titans continued. Sung-yeon lunged, his eyes devoid of warmth. His blade carved a perfect, bloody arc. It sliced right through 𝙎𝙎's casting arm. Crimson blood sprayed as the villain shrieked. 𝙎𝙎 collapsed heavily onto one knee. He clutched his mangled limb in pure agony. He glared violently at the dripping steel. Seo-eun watched the brutal suppression in awe. Total domination, yet so frighteningly calm. Panic-stricken, 𝙎𝙎 threw his hand up. "Wait," he begged for his miserable life. "Kill me, and you perish in this trial. Use your brain for a second. This floor requires 4 absolute top rankers." Cold sweat drenched his trembling face. "This is the Tower of Trials. Our only goal is survival." Sung-yeon listened in dead silence. "Do you think the system will show mercy if we lack a member?" Slowly, Sung-yeon glanced over his shoulder. Seo-eun and Chunso stood on the high ledge. Seo-eun finally broke the tension. "We will not interfere. His fate is yours." 𝙎𝙎 choked on his own bitter resentment. In a flash of pure treachery, he drew a hidden blade for a sneak attack. Disgust flashed across Sung-yeon's face. "Who do you think you are fooling?" His sword descended, cleaving 𝙎𝙎's skull in 2. But it was merely a phantom illusion. 𝙎𝙎 had already vanished into the shadows. Trait activated. Deception. All stats temporarily boosted by 10. He retreated, cursing under his breath. "I wanted to keep my trump card hidden." Dark chains coiled around his blade. "Go straight to hell," 𝙎𝙎 roared madly. Sung-yeon offered only a cold, mocking smile. He raised his glowing countershield. The barrier flawlessly caught the heavy blade. But the dark chains acted like living vipers. They slithered rapidly through the air, snapping violently toward Sung-yeon's blind spot. The iron struck the earth with deafening force. Dust and debris exploded skyward. Yet, the solitary warrior stood completely unscathed. 𝙎𝙎's eyes bulged in spine-chilling terror. Sung-yeon's voice dripped with frost. Facing this trial with only 3 people is far safer than trusting absolute trash. The villain's face contorted in rage. "You arrogant bastard!" 𝙎𝙎 shrieked. Skill activated. Counter shield release. All absorbed kinetic energy erupted at once. A singular, devastating shockwave obliterated the space. Before he could even blink, 𝙎𝙎 was vaporized. The system window chimed brightly. Loot acquired. The Vampire Count's old cloak. And the legendary Heavenly Blood magic sword. He casually tossed the mythical gear into his inventory. "Not bad. I will examine these later." The 2 observers finally leaped down from the cliff. Chunso landed with an excited thud. Wow. You are absolutely incredible, Sung-yeon. So-eun approached with measured steps. Has the trash been fully disposed of? Indeed. Your non-interference made it quite simple. Suddenly, a red system alert flooded their vision. The 10th floor trial commences in exactly 10 minutes. All challengers, prepare yourselves for the abyss. Sehun took the lead with a firm nod. Let us proceed. The trio marched into destiny. They passed by a massive cavalry statue. Chun-seok stared at it and muttered, "A cavalry statue? This thing is massive. It won't come alive, right?" So-eun replied with chilling calmness. In this tower, anything is possible. Sung-eun's eyes widened. He glared at the stone figure. It felt like the statue was staring right back. He observed it closely, but kept his silence. The three warriors pressed forward, deeper into the unknown. Chunguk suddenly broke the silence. He scanned their surroundings. I think we have reached our destination. He pointed at the figures ahead. 3 more statues. My instincts are screaming at me. He hesitated. And right here, the 3 stood before a terrifying, seated colossus. He finished his thought. This must be the Dark Tyrant. A system window flashed. Break time is over. The 10th floor trial begins now. The countdown has started. The Dark Legion approaches. You must prevent the resurrection of the Dark Tyrant. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground. The statues were waking up. Crimson light flared within stone eyes. The colossus locked its deadly gaze on them. It crushed its pedestal and launched into the air. 3 massive stone golems crashed down with an earth-shattering roar. Sehun glared at his towering opponent. Allow me to take the lead to warm up. My muscles have been stiff lately. Sung-yeon glanced at Sehun with a sharp warning. Focus on the head, he quickly explained. We must stop these guards from delivering the heads on their backs to the tyrant. So-eun hoisted his mighty hammer. Understood. Keep it simple. We will take them one-on-one. The stone guardians charged forward with terrifying speed. All 3 monsters attacked at once. Sung-yeon drew his blade and dashed into the fray. I will end this in a single strike using my sword aura. The giant golem swung its massive weapon right at him. A fierce clash of power shook the battlefield. No one yielded an inch. He swiftly dodged a lethal strike. He stepped back to analyze the situation. The glowing blade in the statue's hand caught his eye. It was using sword aura. He narrowed his eyes. So, this enemy is no joke. How are the others holding up? Suddenly, a devastating blow struck So-eun. His body was sent flying, across the room, crashing hard into the stone floor. The impact shattered the ground. The victorious golem immediately dashed toward the Dark Tyrant, but a sudden surge of energy blocked its path. The statue whipped its head around. It raised its weapon and shattered a massive rock, flying straight at its face. Sehun slowly rose from the rubble. He gripped his hammer, his other arm glowing, with a mystical aura. These bastards. Every single one of them is boss level. He raised his weapon high. A chilling layer of frost enveloped his hammer. Do not drop your guard for a second. Suddenly, a mocking laugh echoed through the hall. I think you are the only one struggling here, Kim. A strange witch hat materialized from thin air. Chun-seok casually placed it on his head. This ridiculous thing completely ruins my style. Honestly, I hated the idea of wearing it. He smirked. But since you forced me to put this joke of a hat on. Before he could finish, a stone giant lunged at him with terrifying speed. He smoothly drew his bowstring back, aiming dead center. It means that your fate, he is already sealed. A magical arrow pierced through the air with deadly intent. However, the monstrous golem did not even flinch. It violently dodged the barrage and closed the distance in a heartbeat. Even hidden beneath the brim of his hat, a supremely arrogant smile formed. Rushing a mage in close combat? A very textbook strategy. He suddenly tossed his weapon into the air. His bare hands shoved the bow aside. He mocked the beast. Too bad that only works against your average, weak mages. Watching his comrades unleash their true power, Sung-yeon felt a wild thrill rushing through his veins. I have only been surrounded by weak challengers until now. Seeing these monsters fight, it makes my warrior blood boil with absolute excitement. He leaped into the air, gracefully dodging a lethal swing. I just need to play my part perfectly. A raging storm whipped up around him. He manipulated the wind to gather shattered boulders in midair. With a powerful spinning kick, he launched the debris like meteors at the statue. Skill, elegant as wind, activated. All action speed increased by 50%. Current stack is at 5 out of 7. He instantly vanished, rocketing toward his towering foe. The golem thrust its massive spear, pulverizing the flying boulders into dust. A system alert chimed in. You have stepped into the shadows. Skill, secret, phantom step. Activated. Temporary strength increased by 3 points. Sung-yeon moved like a ghost, slipping right past the monsters. Massive legs. He unleashed a blinding flurry of strikes onto the grotesque head chained to its back. The thick iron chains snapped. The head crashed to the floor, splitting completely in two. Across the room, Soon roared. Lightning burst. Apocalyptic lightning rained down on his target. The colossal golem convulsed and shrieked in absolute agony. The cursed head on its back exploded into a million pieces. So-un smoothly turned, away from the destruction. That takes care of that. Chun-Sok was not about to be outdone. He unleashed a brutal, relentless combo on his enemy. He launched himself high into the air, pulling his weapon back for the ultimate strike. He brought down an earth-shattering cleave right down the middle. The grotesque head on its back was perfectly sliced into two halves. The Stone Guardians unleashed a deafening roar of pure fury. The ground violently quaked. But to their surprise, the monsters abruptly turned around and fled into the darkness. Chun-Sok lowered his weapon in disbelief. Wait, are they seriously running away? So-un smirked and explained. We just destroyed the core of the Dark Tyrant. We no longer need to worry about that nightmare resurrecting. A sharp voice pierced the tension. Let us finish this quickly. With no time to lose, the three hunters surged forward. They bolted after the three retreating statues. Suddenly, a bizarre noise caught Sung-eun's attention. What was that sound? He wondered. Another massive statue crashed into the ground, shaking the earth beneath them. Sung-eun gasped in shock. The three statues ahead suddenly knelt, forming a massive human springboard. A stone warhorse charged past, leaped onto their backs, and launched itself high into the air. It soared forward with terrifying speed. Sung-yeon looked up at the airborne beast. He realized it instantly. That was the statue. From the entrance gate, the armored rider landed perfectly before the Tyrant King's statue. Seeing this, the three hunters pushed their speed to the absolute limit. They raced furiously toward the stone rider. We are too late, Sung-yeon realized with blazing frustration. The armored knight grabbed the severed head, using its saddle to launch itself straight at the Tyrant King. From behind, Sung-eun unleashed a devastating sword strike, pouring all his strength into the blade. He aimed right for the head about to be placed on the statue's neck. Before the stone head could connect, the brutal slash shattered it into dust. The stone rider hung suspended in midair, its empty hands grasped at nothing as it watched. The ruined fragments and the crown fall to the earth. The statue turned its terrifying, wrathful gaze upon the hunters. Unable to contain its fury, the monster unleashed an ear-piercing roar. Chun-Sok jumped with absolute joy. We did it! Sung-eun also let out a heavy sigh of relief. But suddenly, a stone hand reached down. It grabbed the fallen golden crown. The armored rider placed the crown upon its own head. Then, raising its massive blade, it brutally sliced off its own head. The three hunters froze, absolutely paralyzed by the gruesome spectacle. We have to stop it right now, a desperate voice screamed. The trio charged forward as one. But the decapitated knight, clutching its newly crowned head, leaped straight for the Tyrant King. They launched their attacks to intercept it. But they were a second too late. The head perfectly locked onto the Doptime, colossal statue. A deafening explosion shook the very air. The hunters watched in pure horror as the Tyrant King came alive. A system message flashed. Required conditions have been met. The Black Tyrant King is resurrecting. Sung-eun stared in absolute disbelief. No way. The gigantic stone deity was now a living, breathing nightmare. Another chilling system alert appeared. Due to absolute invulnerability, all damage is nullified. Challengers, with stats exceeding the Tyrant King, cannot inflict damage. Sung-eun gritted his teeth. An exclusive skill? I have never heard of a monster wielding an exclusive system skill before. The Tyrant King raised its massive hand toward the heavens. A colossal sword materialized, dropping straight into its terrifying grip. The boss swung its blade down with world-shattering force. By sheer luck, the three hunters dodged out of the way just in time to escape the devastating strike. Sung-yeon crouched low. his hand sliding against the cracked earth. He glared at the monstrous tyrant king. What kind of demonic ability is that anyway? If inflicting damage is completely impossible, then we are just sitting ducks here. The colossal tyrant king aggressively stomped forward. Sung-yeon twisted his body to dodge the incoming assault. The blade crashed down again, but this time, his luck ran out. A glancing blow ripped right across his stomach. Blood sprayed wildly into the air. He clutched his bleeding torso, his eyes burning with rage. Damn it! He leaped backward. He immediately triggered his healing skill. Staring down the imposing boss, his mind raced. Because we could not finish this quickly, we are trapped in this absolute nightmare. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of realization hit him. Wait a minute. He scanned the gigantic statues towering around the room. A wild strategy formed in his mind. But before he could finish, he turned to see his two comrades rushing toward his position. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 cried out in pure panic. Sung-yeon, are you holding up all right? Seo-eun, sprinting right beside him, yelled out her tactical assessment. We have to find a way to shatter that monster's defense. But first, we need to wipe out those armored knights. Sung-yeon locked his gaze onto the unmoving stone figures. I have a crazy request, he declared intensely. Can the two of you block that tyrant king's massive attacks? Seo-eun stared at him in sheer confusion. We literally cannot leave a single scratch on that boss. Wouldn't it make more sense to crush those armored knights first? Sung-yeon's expression grew dead serious. I just realized a hidden loophole in this system. He glared fiercely at the towering boss. I know exactly how to crush that tyrant king. Hearing his absolute confidence, Seo-eun fell into a stunned silence. After a heavy pause, he turned his back to the monster and gripped his weapon. All right, we are betting our lives on you. He glanced over his shoulder, his aura flaring with deadly resolve. But buying time against that thing is near suicidal. Do not take too long to pull this off. Let us go. Chun-so, okay. Sung-joon let out a beastly battle cry and charged. Right behind you, boss. Chun-so okay roared with blazing enthusiasm, charging straight into the jaws of death. Sung-joon watched their backs as they pushed forward. He gave a single, determined nod. All right, let's do this. Suddenly, the dark armored knights pivoted, moving to block Sung-joon's path. A chilling smirk formed on his face. Looks like you useless hunks of rock want to play with me first. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-joon raised his colossal warhammer high into the air. Golden lightning crackled wildly around the weapon. The overwhelming electrical energy gathered at the peak. Lightning bomb, he roared. A terrifying explosion of golden electricity violently engulfed the Black Monarch. But immediately, the ruthless system interface flashed before their eyes. Due to absolute invulnerability authority, all incoming damage is completely nullified. The two vanguards landed heavily back on the ground. They stared at the unscathed monster, unsurprised but still bitterly disappointed. Kim Sung-joon clicked his tongue in deep frustration. Just as we expected. Pure force will not work. Suddenly, a suffocating, invisible pressure crushed down upon the entire room. The terrifying aura forced them to their knees. A crimson message appeared. The monarch's dignity authority has been activated. Show your utmost reverence to the monarch. All unpermitted actions were strictly forbidden. Both Kim Sung-joon and Oh Jun-so were forced to slam their weapons into the ground. They braced themselves against the invisible, bone-crushing pressure. It was terrifyingly heavy. Jun-seo gasped desperately for air. He felt like his entire body was being ground to dust. The Dark Sovereign swung its catastrophic demonic sword. A massive red shockwave violently swept across the ground. It tore through solid rock with absolute devastation. Kim Sung-joon let out a fierce roar. His grip on the hammer glowed brilliantly as the mana. Resistance skill was fully activated. A radiant, blinding light completely engulfed Sung-joon's body. He gritted his teeth, green veins bulging on his forehead, and groaned, in agonizing pain as a hidden power finally erupted. A temporary seal has been lifted from your body. Oh Jun-so could no longer withstand the crushing weight. He was struck by the energy wave and screamed in absolute agony. Without a second thought, Kim Sung-joon lunged forward. He shielded Jun-so, using his own body to absorb the devastating strike. He was completely swallowed by the blazing red sea of energy. His body violently trembled against the sovereign's overwhelming, nightmarish might. Sung-joon was brutally thrown backward. Crimson blood violently spattered from his mouth. "Big brother!" Jun-seo screamed in absolute frantic panic. He desperately rushed over to catch his falling, staggering comrade. Big brother, are you okay? Sung-yeon could only answer with a weak, agonizing groan. He was critically injured. Junso stared at him in pure despair. The Dark Sovereign slowly raised its colossal demonic sword. Deadly, suffocating black smoke swirled around the cursed blade. It was preparing the ultimate finishing blow. It unleashed a catastrophic, vertical slash. A massive aura blade roared toward the two hunters with a speed that was completely impossible to dodge. Just as the blade was about to annihilate them, a mysterious figure suddenly materialized, raising a sword to conjure, a brilliant crimson energy shield. It perfectly blocked the destructive, catastrophic attack. Junso looked up, absolutely stunned and relieved to see the newcomer. Sung-yeon turned back to them with an apologetic smile. Sorry, I arrived a little late. Brother Han Sung-yeon. Junso exclaimed in pure disbelief. He could not believe his eyes, seeing Sung-yeon single-handedly block the Sovereign's attack. A powerful red aura erupted from his body. Sung-yeon gritted his teeth intensely. He channeled every ounce of his remaining strength into the blade. With sweat pouring down his face, he muttered, a single, commanding word. Absorb. A sudden cascade of system notifications flooded his vision. You have consumed all of the accumulated souls. Your core stats have been permanently increased. Dark, swirling energy from the fallen knights he just slaughtered flew directly into his body. Strength increased by 4. Agility increased by 3. Stamina increased by 3. Magic increased by 6. Endurance increased by 4. Empowered by this explosive new strength, Sung-yeon unleashed a beastly roar. With just one hand, he effortlessly pushed back the 40 Sovereign's colossal demonic sword. A final system alert flashed, signaling a deadly counterattack. The countershield skill will now unleash all accumulated damage in a single blast. His glowing shield pulsed fiercely, ready to release the absorbed apocalyptic energy. Sung-yeon's sword burst into a blinding, magnificent blue light. Violent lightning danced fiercely across the razor-sharp blade. He activated every last drop of his inner power. Aura Blade Master Authority has been triggered. Thunder Aura Blade skill is now active. He swung his sword, conjuring a colossal, thundering aura blade. The piercing blue light tore through the very fabric of space, surging directly toward the Dark Sovereign. Sung-yeon gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with an unbreakable fighting spirit. It has to reach, he roared within his mind, pouring all of his soul into the devastating strike. The razor-sharp aura violently impaled the Sovereign's chest. A catastrophic, thunderous explosion rocked the battlefield, causing the monster's solid stone body to tremble violently. Seeing that the Thunder Blade had successfully carved a deep wound, Sung-yeon let out a heavy sigh of relief. Thank God, it actually worked. But suddenly, the Dark Sovereign unleashed a furious, deafening roar. A blazing, demonic red aura erupted around the monster, effortlessly shattering the layer of ice. The Sovereign's dignity authority has been activated once more. An unbearable, invisible pressure crashed down upon Sung-yeon. You must pay profound respect to the Sovereign. All unpermitted actions are strictly restricted. Sung-yeon was forcefully slammed to one knee. His entire body felt bound by unbreakable, invisible chains. He ground his teeth, desperately fighting against the overwhelming oppression. Suddenly, the system interface flashed. Rank D Forced Breakthrough Skill has been activated. Rank D Mana Resistance Skill has been activated. Sung-yeon unleashed a furious roar, forcing himself up and shattering the energy chains that were binding his body. A brilliant, erupting green aura exploded from his core. It completely neutralized the Sovereign's absolute authority. All divine restrictions have been completely lifted. Immediately after, a cascade of skill upgrade notifications flooded his vision. The proficiency of the Forced Breakthrough skill has reached 100%. The skill has officially evolved to Rank C. The proficiency of the Rank D Mana Recovery skill has also reached 100%, evolving to Rank C. Similarly, the proficiency of the Mana Resistance Rank D skill has reached 100%, officially evolving to Rank C. Realizing its absolute authority had been shattered, the Dark Sovereign swung a catastrophic strike at Sung-yeon. He stared up at the colossal blade plummeting toward him. Yet, there was not a single trace of fear on his face. This was clearly a fatal situation. So why on earth am I smiling right now? A wildly excited, adrenaline-fueled smirk spread across his lips. Was this the intoxicating feeling of absolute victory? Or was it the primal, burning desire to become endlessly stronger, he wondered, bracing himself for the ultimate clash. Staring imminent death in the face, a strange thrill washed over him. From a distance, 𝐄𝐗𝐏𝐄𝐋 glanced at Kim Sung-hoon. His voice trembled with absolute shock. "Boss, that challenger Han San-jun is an absolute monster. I feel a bizarre presence, almost as if I am staring at someone else entirely." Sung-hoon casually slung an arm around his shoulder. A proud smile crossed his face. "But we should congratulate him on becoming a new top ranker." Suddenly, Sung-john's shield erupted. A blinding crimson light engulfed the area, absorbing the full destructive force of the Dark Lord's strike. Energy charging. Complete. The counter-shield skill has reached its absolute maximum damage absorption. He spun fiercely, and the shield in his grasp transformed. It became a massive ring of pure energy. Thrusting his hand forward, he compressed the sphere to its absolute limit. "If I shrink the counter-shield's range and focus all its power into a single point, the damage output will multiply exponentially. The counter-shield skill will unleash every ounce of stored devastation in one colossal strike." He fired. A blinding beam of annihilation obliterated everything in its catastrophic path. The pure beam of energy pierced straight through the Dark Lord's chest. His stone body instantly began to crumble into dust. Sung-joon offered his enemy zero time to recover. He dashed forward at breakneck speeds, his entire body cloaked in a surging tempest of power. A relentless chain of skills activated, pushing his power beyond its absolute peak. The skill, Grace of the Wind, has been activated. All movement speeds have increased by 70%. Current skill stack progress: 7 out of 7. Maximum stacks reached. A 1-day cooldown has been applied. The skill, Chaos Sword Art Rank C+, has been activated. All sword speeds have increased by 10%. Current skill stack progress: 10 out of 10. He materialized right before the Dark Lord. With one final, devastating swing, he decapitated the monstrous ruler, snuffing out his dark life forever. "You have defeated the Dark Lord." The scenery suddenly warped. Sung-joon found himself standing in the heart of a frozen wasteland. Right before him stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman with flowing white hair. A seductive, dangerous smirk played on her lips. Utterly unbelievable. A challenger with this kind of monstrous growth rate is actually my contractor. Normal challengers, climbing the tower, prepare meticulously to avoid deadly risks, and it takes them agonizingly long periods of time just to clear a single floor. But Han San-jun is an incredibly rare gem. Even across vastly different dimensions, he is the very embodiment of the burning desire to evolve. The problem is, as time slips by, the other administrators will inevitably set their sights on Han San-jun. The white-haired woman's piercing gaze locked onto the frozen wasteland, a graveyard where countless blades were buried in the cross. Earth. I must get closer to him, and I must do it before any other administrator steals my chance. In a flash, the illusion shattered into a blazing, blood-soaked battlefield. She stood proudly amidst a mountain of corpses and an ocean of shattered swords. An ironclad resolve ignited in her eyes, burning to achieve her ultimate desire. Back in the Grand Hall, the Dark Lord's massive body crumbled into fine dust. His ominous crown clattered violently against the cold stone floor. A cascade of system alerts flooded their vision, cementing their legendary victory. "You have defeated the Dark Lord. Congratulations. You have officially cleared the 10th floor of the Tower of Trials. A skill proficiency potion has been deposited into your inventory as a completion reward. You have successfully acquired 6,000 points as a standard clear reward. You have received 1,000 products as a completion reward. You have acquired an additional 1,000 products as a completion reward. The challenger, Han San-jun, has contributed the most to this special mission. You have received a staggering 10,000 products as a special mission bonus. You have earned 1,500 products as a special mission reward." Sung-joon let out a confident smirk. Pure satisfaction filled his chest. The bonus rewards were incredibly generous. But then again, this deadly trial had demanded nothing less. 𝐄𝐗𝐏𝐄𝐋 cautiously approached, his face still painted with sheer disbelief. "How in the world did you?" Sung-joon simply turned and sheathed his sword. He replied, with a humble shrug, "I just happen to have the perfect skill for this exact situation. Honestly, I think I just got incredibly lucky." Kim Sung-hoon stepped up and firmly patted Sung-joon on the shoulder. You completely blew my mind today, in more ways than one. Let us talk about the details after I send over a friend request. Besides, we really need to patch up these battle wounds first. Suddenly, 2 glowing alerts popped up before Sung-Joon. The challenger, Kim Sung-hoon, has sent you a friend request. The challenger, Oh Jong-seok, has sent you a friend request. A shimmering teleportation portal ripped open right behind them. Sung-hoon smiled and waved. We will definitely cross paths again. Sung-joon confidently stepped into the glowing rift. Over 1,000 people have cleared the 10th floor trial. The system expansion protocol will commence immediately. The interdimensional travel category has been officially added to the shop. You are now authorized to travel to other dimensions. He stood alone in the endless white void. He muttered softly, dimensional travel. It meant he could traverse to realms like RS or the Murim. But that was pure suicide. Why would he risk that? Such a foolish move. The administrator's observation territory had expanded. It now reached the dimension of Earth. You may now converse with an administrator in the lobby. The intervention territory had also expanded. It embraced the earthly realm. You may enter an administrator's domain. Supplementary contracts can now be forged. However, these secondary pacts require an existing primary contract. You may sever this supplementary bond at any time. Sung-Joon crossed his arms. Deep in thought, a holographic diagram materialized. It displayed the web of contracts. So, it was merely an addition. But if he could break the chain at will, wouldn't the administrators suffer a severe loss? He shook his head. He summoned his status window. He could not be certain right now. It was time to organize the loot. The rewards reaped from the 10th floor. A mesmerizing blue potion materialized before him. Skill Proficiency Enhancement Potion, rank B+. A rare elixir brewed specifically for the gifted. This mystic draft allowed the user to instantly boost 20% proficiency. It could be applied to any chosen skill. Without a second thought, he popped the cork and drained the vial. You have consumed the Skill Proficiency Enhancement Potion, rank B+. Please select the skill you wish to enhance. Wiping his mouth, his voice rang out clearly. The choice was already made. Grace of the Wind. Confirmed. The proficiency of Grace of the Wind, rank A, has surged by 20%. Grace of the Wind rank A has achieved maximum proficiency. The skill, Grace of the Wind, has evolved to the next tier. Grace of the Wind rank A. Proficiency 0%. The effect, speak its true name, and all speeds increase by 10%. This buff stacks up to 7 times. Upon reaching maximum stacks, 1% of your mana drains every minute. A gasp of pure awe escaped Sung-Joon. A completely alien energy coursed through his veins. The skill's cooldown had been utterly erased. Next,
Locked his gaze on the floating specter.
the soul of the Dark Monarch. You have absorbed the Dark Entity. Your base attributes have been permanently elevated. Strength has increased by 5. Agility has increased by 4. Stamina has increased by 4. Magic has surged by 7. Endurance has increased by 5. You will now inherit a skill from the Fallen Monarch. The skill Mana Management rank A has been acquired. Mana Management, rank A. Proficiency 0%. The effect, you have entered the domain of a natural genius. Almost all restrictions regarding mana flow have been shattered. However, mastering this power demands true self-enlightenment. Mere repetition of the skill will yield absolutely nothing. Sung-Joon rested his chin in deep thought. So, I am suddenly a gifted prodigy. In the mystic arts? He scoffed at the system prompt. His quiet reflection was violently interrupted. System alerts flooded his vision. The Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch requests your presence. The Administrator White Crane. Swordmaster extends a formal invitation, his brow furrowed in utter confusion. What is this? Both at the exact same time? You have accepted the summons. Commencing spatial transfer to the Administrator's domain, you have breached the Iron-Blooded Realm. Sung-Joon materialized within a desolate, snow-drenched forest. He strode forward in absolute silence. His black cloak thrashed wildly against the freezing blizzard. He marched toward an isolated wooden cabin. Suddenly, the cabin door violently swung open. A stunning white-haired woman stepped into the freezing storm. She wore only a sheer nightgown. She threw her arms wide to the heavens. A roaring, triumphant laugh echoed through the woods. Ha ha ha. Amidst this freezing wasteland, the bizarre woman stood completely unfazed by the biting frost. Her laughter rang with pure exhilaration. Exactly as I predicted. I knew you would choose my domain. She gloated with supreme arrogance. Sung-yeon merely stood in stoic silence. He had no idea how to process this absurdity. Striding toward him, her grin widened. Thanks to your choice, I just won a massive wager. As a reward, I shall prepare a magnificent feast. The realization struck Sung-yeon like a blade. No wonder they sent dual invitations. I was nothing but a pawn in their betting game. He walked beside the eccentric monarch. Aren't you freezing? Not in the slightest. She dismissed the harsh winter effortlessly. As they crushed the thick snow beneath their boots, he spoke. May I ask one crucial question? His piercing gaze met hers. I recently obtained the mana management skill. By any chance, do you know the true nature of this power? The monarch froze in her tracks. Her crimson eyes widened in absolute shock. A sinister smirk curled her lips. You managed to acquire a truly terrifying ability. She stretched with a predatory grace. Very well. Before we seek shelter, let me enlighten you on your newfound strength. Regarding your new mana management skill, try gathering every ounce of magic power within your body. Do it as fiercely as you possibly can. Following her strict guidance, Sung-yeon closed his eyes. He crossed his arms over his chest and focused his aura. A brilliant blue energy began radiating from his core. Ugh! He gritted his teeth as a sudden, agonizing pain struck him. The magic power inside his veins grew completely chaotic. His entire figure was instantly swallowed by a blazing pillar of azure energy. Violent arcs of magical lightning danced wildly around him. Your mana circuit has been severely impacted by the activation of mana management. The skill, Mana Circuit Rank Q, has been forcibly enhanced by Mana Management Rank A. Overwhelmed by this violent transformation, he collapsed to the ground. His muscles convulsed violently as he dropped to one knee. Sweat poured down his face while his body trembled without control. He felt as if his physical limits had been shattered. His strength was amplifying exponentially. As he slowly raised his head, a terrifying aura erupted from his core. The blast instantly blew away the thick layer of snow around him. Now, let us see what I should do. He let out a fierce roar, unleashing his newly enhanced power. A sudden shockwave erupted, forcing the white-haired woman to stumble backward. Her expression was filled with absolute shock, mixed with slight annoyance. The raging storm of energy had completely torn and blown away her delicate dress. Suddenly, realizing the massive blunder he had just committed, Sung-yeon had accidentally seen everything. Inside a cozy cabin, the two now sat facing each other. They quietly shared tea and sweet pastries. The woman finally spoke up, breaking the heavy and awkward silence. I truly had no idea. To think that you were the type of man who would do such shady things. Sung-yeon immediately choked on his tea. Cough, cough, you have it all wrong, he stammered frantically, his face burning bright red. She simply let out a teasing giggle. Why are you acting so flustered? Haha. Anyway, whenever you find some free time, try activating every single one of your magic skills. Combine them with your mana management skill. A diagram suddenly appeared before him. It revealed that, as his mastery over mana management grew, his other magic skills would level up alongside it. Taking another slow sip of his tea, he finally asked, "But why, exactly, did you summon me here?" She calmly answered his question. "You are aware that the system was expanded the moment you entered the 11th floor lobby, right?" "That is correct. Thanks to that, I could come here without passing through the tower." He slowly placed a sweet pastry into his mouth and chewed thoughtfully. She continued speaking. "That is not the real reason the intervention territory was added. The true motive behind this update is to allow the administrators to actively nurture their chosen challengers. You ask what that means? It simply means this." As she spoke, a blazing sphere of crimson energy materialized right above her fingertip. The administrator, Iron Blood Monarch, has utilized the intervention territory. She has bestowed a special authority upon her challenger. A brand new authority has been permanently engraved into your soul. The authority, Iron Blood Magic Sword Rank A, has been engraved into your soul. Sung-yeon could only sit frozen in his chair. He was completely astounded by this unimaginable and sudden gift. He stammered in absolute disbelief. "You can just hand out authorities like this?" She casually shrugged her shoulders. "Of course not. Then does that mean I have contributed enough to the tower to make this possible? Sung-yeon looked at her with a highly complicated expression. The ability to sign additional contracts has already been unlocked for her. So honestly, it would be much better for her to just choose another challenger. If that is the case, then why? Why are you going out of your way to help me so much? Staring deeply into his eyes, she answered with absolute sincerity. It is simply because I can see your true potential. He questioned her words. My potential? She elaborated on the harsh truth of the tower. The administrators are rewarded for actively nurturing their chosen challengers. However, their motives are far from pure or positive. His eyes narrowed sharply. They are merely investing power into their challengers to fulfill their own earnest wishes, he muttered under his breath. An earnest wish. Suddenly, their intense conversation was completely cut off. A relentless barrage of invitations from another administrator began flooding his vision. Sung-yeon let out a heavy, irritated sigh. The white-haired woman flashed a wide, knowing grin. Let us end our little chat right here. Because of a certain someone's extreme impatience, I suppose I have no choice. I have already handed over the authority anyway. Heh. Until we meet again. Sung-yeon nodded and accepted the flashing invitation. You have accepted the invitation. You will now be transported to the administrator's territory. You have entered the bamboo forest. He materialized right in the middle of a lush, green bamboo forest. This place is absolutely perfect for training. I was just getting curious about the training methods that the Iron Blood Monarch had mentioned to me. Perfect timing. Without hesitation, he activated his newly acquired skill. Mana Management. The proficiency of the skill, 3/ rank A, has increased by 8% due to Mana Management rank A. The skill, Instant Acceleration, has been forcibly enhanced by Mana Management rank A. The skill, Instant Acceleration, has been forcibly upgraded to rank B. This upgrade was caused by Mana Management rank A. The proficiency of the skill, Counter Shield rank B, has increased by 7% due to Mana Management. A satisfied smile crossed his face. Perfect. I will unleash my sword aura too. His blade erupted in a brilliant azure light. But suddenly, his brow furrowed in frustration. What? He stared at his blade in sheer confusion. Why will the sword aura not activate? I channeled my mana perfectly. I meant to enhance my triple slash with aura, yet the blade remained unchanged. No matter how many times I try. He gritted his teeth. A wave of bitter frustration washed over him. This makes absolutely no sense. Is it because sword aura is an authority? Just then, a new system message flashed. Administrator White Crane. Swordmaster eagerly awaits your visit. He let out a heavy sigh and sheathed his blade. Aura mastery will have to wait. All right. I am on my way. He grumbled under his breath. Trudging through the dense bamboo forest, he pondered the title this mysterious administrator used. He assumed it belonged to some ancient elder, much like Big Sun Haka, and their tone is incredibly annoying. As he finally cleared the bamboo grove, a breathtakingly tranquil scene unfolded. A striking woman with snow-white hair sat gracefully on the porch of an ancient pavilion. A gasp escaped his lips. Huh? Her gentle voice broke the silence. You have finally arrived. She rose to her feet and turned. A radiant smile graced her features. It is an absolute pleasure to meet you. I am Administrator White Crane's Swordmaster. I have waited countless ages for a challenger like you. Sung-yeon stood completely paralyzed in shock. He muttered in pure disbelief. Forget being a grumpy old man, this is a beautiful woman. Noticing his silence, she tilted her head. Is something wrong? He quickly scrambled for words. It is simply fascinating, meeting an administrator in the flesh. Especially one I only knew through system messages. A soft giggle escaped her lips. Ahahaha, I completely understand. But standing here is quite tiresome. Please, come over here and take a seat. He offered a polite bow. Pardon my intrusion. As he sat beside her, a wave of pure, refreshing energy washed over his entire body. Whoa, this feels incredible. He glanced at her with realization. Now I see why you sit out here instead of inside. Her smile deepened warmly. It feels wonderful, does it not? Her gaze drifted into the distance, her voice heavy with nostalgia. I have been watching you from this very spot, ever since your mortal clash with Baek San-haka on the 9th floor. He blinked in surprise. So you kept your eyes on me? You watched all my trials? But is it not a massive waste to grant your authority to a challenger you have only met once? Her response was swift and absolute. Not in the slightest. You must recognize your own true worth. Even the legendary elder, 𝙎𝙎𝙎, failed to master the lightning sword aura. In the martial realm, he was an unstoppable absolute. True, he lost some power upon entering the tower, but crushing a challenger of his caliber remains a monumentally epic achievement. Do not dare belittle your own strength. I am the one who formed a contract with 𝙎𝙎𝙎 himself. Hearing her words, Sung-yeon widened his eyes in sheer terror. A drop of cold sweat rolled down his temple. Wait a second. Does she hold a grudge against me? Panic seized his racing mind. As if reading his very thoughts, she let out a soft, amused giggle. There is no need to look so terrified. To me, he was merely an easy challenger for farming points. A breathtaking azure butterfly gracefully landed upon her slender finger. I have forged contracts with countless challengers in the past, but never once have I invited a single one of them to my personal domain. The glowing butterfly fluttered over and gently rested on Sung-jun's nose. Except for you. Her playful gaze suddenly sharpened into deadly seriousness. I am sure you have already guessed it, but I will be direct. Please, forge a supplementary contract with me. Sung-yeon remained utterly silent. Finally, he broke the tension. What exact benefits will I gain from this? She slowly rose to her feet. Her elegant robes fluttered in the whispering wind. If you accept my offer, I shall make you the sole disciple of Administrator White Crane's Swordmaster. He narrowed his eyes in calculation. And what exactly is the advantage of becoming your chosen disciple? An administrator may only appoint one disciple in their entire existence. Bearing the title of an administrator's disciple within the treacherous floors of the tower signifies a supreme, unbreakable bond. You form an ultimate contract. Furthermore, a chosen disciple earns the absolute right to purchase every single authority that administrator possesses. Sung-yeon's eyes widened in absolute shock. He muttered under his breath, "A disciple contract carries that much weight? What the hell?" Was the iron-blooded monarch thinking? She never bothered to explain this to me. And I am literally her designated disciple. Maybe that woman is actually an idiot. They say supplementary contracts can be broken any time. Why offer a once-in-a-lifetime bond when the risks are entirely against you? Her eyes gleamed with profound resolve. Just like that woman, I have chosen you to fulfill my one desperate wish. Such a task requires the sharpest blade, the absolute best sword in existence, one that will never bend, nor lose its deadly edge. You possess the terrifying potential to become that supreme weapon. As she spoke, a fiery silhouette reflected in his eyes. A desperate wish. The iron-blooded monarch used those exact words. Could they both be talking about the exact same ultimate desire? His intense gaze locked onto hers. What exactly is this desperate wish? She hesitated for a fleeting moment. It revolves around what happens next, she explained with a slow, heavy tone. An administrator's earnest wish is born from their deepest past regrets. It stems directly from their shattered memories. At the same time, this earnest wish is a supreme authority granted by the tower itself. It acts just like the Tower of Trials, a unique quest only given to challengers, those who have forged a binding contract. A contract with an administrator. If this wish becomes reality, the challenger receives a legendary reward. The White Crane Swordmaster gazed into the distance. Her voice turned soft and distant. If my earnest wish, if it actually comes true. She locked eyes with Sung-yeon. She made an impossibly heavy promise. You will be able to change the past. Sung-yeon froze completely. His blue eyes widened in pure shock. I can change the past? How could such a miracle even exist? She cut him off with total confidence. You should already know the answer. You have climbed the tower yourself. You know if I am lying or not. Sung-yeon fell dead silent. Flashbacks of impossible trials flooded his mind all at once. He muttered under his breath. With the tower, nothing is impossible. He stared back at her. A firm decision formed in his mind. Can I ask you one question? She nodded her head gracefully. Of course. He met her gaze with absolute resolve. How many more floors must I conquer? How high until your earnest wish becomes reality? She hesitated for a moment. An awkward smile played on her lips. About that. You must reach the highest floor's lobby, the absolute peak of the Tower of Trials. Cold sweat dripped down Sung-yeon's temple. The sheer difficulty of this quest was crushing. But in that very second, the system interface rang out. A contract has been established. The Swordmaster cheered with bright eyes. You made a brilliant choice. You definitely will not regret this. She happily tossed Sung-yeon a resting pillow. So I really accepted her contract, he thought to himself in silence. The image of the colossal tower pierced his mind. The absolute highest floor. I know exactly where my path leads now. Fulfilling an administrator's earnest wish means conquering the very peak of the tower. System alert. You are recognized as the true disciple. Mastered by Administrator White Crane Swordmaster. Due to disciple benefits, all authority and skill effects from the martial arts dimension increase by 10%. Due to disciple benefits, total mana has increased by 3. Challenger Han San-jun has now been formally recognized. You are the disciple of 2 administrators. Dual disciple benefit activated. Agility has increased by 3. He smirked as raw power flared. A tremendous energy surged through his veins. I could never pass up this golden chance. Immediate, explosive growth in strength. And on top of all that, I secured a very special gift. He smiled inwardly. The White Crane Swordmaster's reflection gleamed brightly on his sharp blade. He turned his attention back to her. But wait, did you hear anything else? Did that iron-blooded girl say more? About someone searching for me? No, not exactly, she replied, though suspicion gnawed at his mind. The White Crane Swordmaster rubbed her temples. I wonder what that iron-blooded girl is plotting. This gives me a headache. It seems that she completely and utterly trusts you with everything. She stared deeply into Sung-yeon's soul. Her expression grew terrifyingly serious. Of course, I trust you too. But I must warn you about this. Sharing this will consume a question ticket. Do you accept? Sung-yeon fell silent, then firmly nodded. Do it. I have no immediate use for them anyway. I was just stockpiling them for later. System alert. Challenger Han San-jun has consumed all available question tickets. His eyes widened in absolute shock. Wait, it used every single ticket I had? Just how massive is this information? She began her heavy explanation. Within the martial arts dimension exists a supreme ruling faction. They are known as the Murim Alliance. And Beck, Sanhaka, the man you slaughtered on the 9th floor, he held a position of absolute authority. He was an esteemed elder of the Murim Alliance. Because of your actions, a monster from the Murim dimension is hunting you. Sung-yeon's brow furrowed sharply. Don't tell me the Murim Alliance dispatched assassins to silence me? No, she replied flatly. Instead, the entire Murim Alliance is tearing itself apart in pure chaos. They are waging war over the empty elder seat. Then, who exactly wants me dead? She glared at him, her voice trembling. A lethal warning dripped from her words. The sword dragon of the Namgung family. Meanwhile, in the neon-lit streets of Shinjuku, Tokyo, a spatial rift tore open in brilliant blue. A menacing figure stepped through the void. His entire body radiated suffocating purple dark aura. The heavenly sword blue dragon, 𝙎𝙎𝙎𝙎, a legendary monster among martial arts fanatics. A being feared by those who have survived the Murim dimension for centuries, hailed as an absolute martial genius. The White Crane Swordmaster continued with grim precision. While his direct motive for hunting you is disguised as righteous revenge, the horrific truth is mere twisted curiosity. She looked away, shadows of dread in her eyes. I cannot predict when it will happen, but when that fateful clash arrives, when you stand face to face with 𝙎𝙎𝙎𝙎, you must be fully prepared. Prepared to wager your very life. Her chilling warning hung heavy in the air. Instantly, a massive spatial portal materialized. System alert. You have entered the 11th floor lobby. Sung-yeon exhaled a heavy breath. He began to strip off his battle-worn gear. His coat hung in tatters. He stood alone in the ruins, muttering his new enemy's name, 𝙎𝙎𝙎𝙎. To summarize, simplifying the situation, he tapped the glowing system panel, his expression clouded with confusion. The psychotic killer of the Murim was hunting him down. They were the ones who invaded his floor earlier. The mystery deepened. He decided to secure necessary supplies. System alert. Authority Steel Wings. C+ has been purchased. 1,500 points. Deducted. Return Stone F+ has been purchased. He clenched his fist tightly. A vibrant pink aura enveloped his entire body. A new truth had been revealed, but his grim reality remained unchanged. Before clashing with that monster, 𝙎𝙎𝙎𝙎, he needed to level up like absolute crazy. You have used a return stone. returning to Earth. A brilliant blue light. He swallowed him whole. He instantly reappeared in his bedroom, his phone already in hand. His eyes widened in shock as the screen lit up. What in the world? The display flashed 132 missed calls and 87 unread messages from 𝙎𝙎𝙎. One text screamed absolute urgency. Please come to the Hunter Association immediately. Upon seeing this, a heavy knot of worry formed in his chest. 𝙎𝙎𝙎? What exactly happened? He wondered, gripping the device tightly. Without a single second of hesitation, he unleashed his new skill. Authority Steel Wings C+ activated. A majestic pair of energy wings erupted from his back. He blasted through the window, soaring at terrifying speeds. In a flash, he touched down at the Hunter Association headquarters. A massive crowd had already gathered outside. Nervous whispers filled the air. I am so glad this is not a mandatory draft. Me too. I saw the leaked footage, it was brutally violent. What is going to happen? To Japan now? He politely navigated through the dazed onlookers. Excuse me, coming through. He quickly breached the building. The crowd stared after him in absolute disbelief. Wait, did that guy just fly? What the heck? Inside the facility, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 and another official stood waiting. The man offered a polite smile. It is a relief to see you again, Hunter Han Sung-joon. I deeply apologize for the chaos inside the tower. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 bowed respectfully. Welcome back, Mr. Han Sung-joon. He nodded in return. It has been a while. So, what went wrong? Why? Was I summoned so urgently? 𝙎𝙎𝙎's expression turned grim. A catastrophic incident just erupted in Japan. If you heard the news, I was terrified you would fly to Japan all alone. That is why I issued the emergency call. The official stepped forward. We needed to discuss things properly, but the situation is rapidly deteriorating. We must get straight to the bloody point. He activated a secure video file. This is classified bodycam footage from a Japanese hunter. The location is Shinjuku, Tokyo. The Japanese Hunter Association detected an overwhelmingly violent wavelength from a gate. They deployed an elite squad of 7 A-rank hunters, but the human who stepped out from that rift shockingly slaughtered 6 A-rank hunters in mere seconds. Intelligence strongly suggests that this monster is a foreign challenger who has invaded Earth's dimension. Sung-joon froze in absolute shock. A foreign challenger? That is impossible. He scanned the desolate briefing room. The lobby was packed with fleeing hunters earlier. Shouldn't you draft every single one of them to support Japan? The official sighed heavily. About that. In this unprecedented crisis, almost every nation is prioritizing their own defense. They are actively locking down their elite hunter resources, refusing any dispatch to Japan. Our nation is doing the exact same thing. They will not authorize a single hunter to cross the sea for backup. He switched to a second encrypted file. And this is the final bodycam of the sole survivor from that elite squad. The bloody footage showed a battered hunter, begging in sheer despair. Please, save me. The ruthless attacker, with eyes glowing with demonic power, stepped into the frame. He declared with supreme arrogance, I am 𝙎𝙎𝙎, the Azure Dragon. Heavenly Sword has arrived to avenge Baek Sanhaka. Let the world know my name. Sung-joon ground his teeth at that cursed name. 𝙎𝙎𝙎. I never expected our fates to cross this soon. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 desperately grabbed his hand, trying to anchor him. She asked softly, Why are you making such a terrifyingly serious face? This is not a mandatory draft mission. It has been such a long time since we last saw each other. Should we not just grab a meal first? Sung-joon hesitated, the weight of destiny crushing down. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 stared at him, her eyes swimming with desperate worry. You are not actually going, right? Sung-joon's eyes hardened with resolve. He delivered his absolute verdict, answering Japan's distress call. I will head straight into the hell of Shinjuku, Tokyo. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 froze in disbelief. Why? She could no longer hold back. The storm of emotions and screamed, Why do you constantly throw yourself into death? You need to consider the feelings of the people left behind. Even just a tiny bit. Han Sung-joon smiled softly, gently resting his hand on her trembling head. Thank you for caring about me. Slowly, he detached her grip and spoke with unbreakable conviction. But this is a nightmare only I can slay. Meanwhile, in a memory of a distant past, a youthful 𝙎𝙎𝙎 was fiercely practicing his sword arts. Surrounded by his breathless fellow disciples, he muttered with dark frustration, "Why can none of you comprehend the true song of the blade?" A senior disciple stepped forward to calm him, but the sheer pressure of his sword aura unleashed a devastating shockwave. A sickening snap echoed through the courtyard. Witnessing the absolute carnage, the horrified disciples screamed, "Young master!" Going this far during a light sparring match, isn't that crossing the line? At that moment, an elderly man stepped forward and observed the boy. To wield sword aura at age 13, your achievements already surpass my own youth. Immediately, the bystanders bowed their heads in deep reverence. We humbly greet the swordmaster. He gently placed his hand on young 𝙎𝙎𝙎 head. However, 𝙎𝙎𝙎, martial arts do not exist to harm others. They are a divine path to transcendence. With a stern and piercing gaze, the master warned him, "You must never strike down anyone without just cause." The boy simply listened in heavy silence. Meanwhile, the Tower of Trials began its cosmic selection. Seeking a champion from the martial realm, countless years slipped by. Namgung 𝙎𝙎𝙎 now stood at the absolute pinnacle of the tower. Yet, his face held not a single trace of joy. He muttered under his breath, "The young master has already conquered the 20th floor of the tower. Yet, my hunger remains unquenched. My dark desires cannot be satisfied simply by scaling this structure. I cannot believe a 70-year-old man achieved a milestone of such legendary greatness. I am deeply sorry, grandfather," he whispered, his expression twisted with bitter resentment. Just as fate dictated, the system window chimed. "You have successfully activated an interdimensional invasion ticket." Surrounded by a mountain of mangled corpses, he sat with a savage, bloodthirsty grin. He thought to himself, "I find the ultimate ecstasy when destroying humanity." Standing amidst a sea of hellfire, he mused once more. "Slaughtering pathetic wretches wandering the martial world no longer brings me any thrill. Besides, mindless murder is strictly forbidden by the cosmic rules." A vicious, demonic smile curled on his lips. But this prey, named Han San-jun, he might just give me a thrilling time. Snapping back to present reality, Sung-yeon had just stepped off. His private flight. A woman in a sleek suit stood waiting. She gestured respectfully. "Right this way." An escort fleet raced down the highway. She spoke. "Challenger, Han San-jun, please follow me. The other elites are waiting inside." Within the grand facility, Oh Chul-sok and Kim Sung-hoon waited patiently. Oh Chul-sok broke the heavy silence. "Since crossing paths on the 10th floor, destiny brings us together again. You arrived later than expected." As Sung-yeon stepped into the room, he spoke. "The association informed me you two were here. But you actually showed up in the flesh." He wondered silently. "Still, is this everyone who gathered to answer Japan's desperate cry for salvation?" Sung-hoon replied calmly. "I heard rumors that an additional challenger from America will arrive shortly." Sung-yeon frowned in deep thought. "I see how it is. Even if the three of us wield power equivalent to S-rank, hunters, the otherworldly challenger currently wreaking havoc in Shinjuku is an absolute, nameless monster. One capable of crushing all three of us. It would be a true blessing if this American challenger is a genuine powerhouse." The heavy doors suddenly burst open, cutting his strategic thoughts short. "Huh?" A fierce red-haired woman entered, stunning Sung-yeon completely. "Catherine?" She appeared equally as shell-shocked. "Mr. Han San-jun?" The female guide escorting Sung-yeon immediately intervened. "Are you two acquainted with each other?" Sung-yeon nodded. "Yes, to a certain degree. We crossed paths within the tower, for a brief time." Catherine stared at him, a shadow of sorrow in her eyes. "I did not want our reunion to happen like this. Is there another way you wish to meet? I wanted our reunion to be perfectly normal." He countered smoothly. "Our very first encounter was far from normal. So how could we possibly meet under normal circumstances now?" Catherine pouted her lips. "Well, I suppose that is true. But could you not sugarcoat your words a little? You are entirely too cold-hearted." Kim Sung-hoon observed the unfolding drama right before his eyes with absolute bewilderment. "Are we witnessing a lover's quarrel?" Catherine flinched, frantically waving her hands. "Huh? Absolutely not. That is completely false. Never," she screamed defensively. While Sung-yeon remained stoically silent, flustered, she thought to herself, This guy could have just said no. Why go as far as saying never? The mysterious woman from the airport finally stepped into the center of the room. At long last, all the chosen challengers have officially gathered. Forgive my delayed introduction. I am the reigning president of the Hunter Association in Japan. My name is 𝙎𝙎𝙎𝙎. This revelation caught Sung-yeon off guard. She is the actual president of the association? Because she came to greet me at the airport, I assumed she was merely a standard association staff member. If the president is moving like this, I guess that means Japan is truly pushed to the brink of despair. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 spread her arms wide and made a grim announcement. We anticipate 0 additional reinforcements for Japan. The crisis is far more catastrophic than projected. So I believe international forces are restricting their hunter deployment. Oh, Chul-suk muttered quietly to Catherine. Even if foreign nations are holding back their hunters, it is absolutely unbelievable that only 4 people volunteered out of the entire global population. This bloodbath is far worse than my darkest estimations. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 clenched her trembling fists, her voice shaking with heavy burden. As of this exact moment, no nation is actively willing to shed blood for Japan. Suddenly, she bowed at a perfect right angle. To all of you mighty warriors who marched into hell when the rest of the world turned their backs on us, I offer my deepest, eternal gratitude. Sung-yeon stepped forward, gently lifting her back to her feet. Please raise your head, Madam President. Now is certainly not the time to be bowing in defeat. Catherine thought quietly to herself. Han Sun-jun, this complex man, he acts like a block of ice on the outside. But Sung-yeon bluntly declared, instead of bowing your head, you should increase our reward right now. Everyone froze in absolute shock. Huh? He placed a hand over his heart. I demand you double the promised reward. Only then will I lend my full strength to solve this crisis. Catherine screamed in her own mind. I knew he was completely cold-blooded. Meanwhile, a chilling smirk crept across Sung-yeon's lips. He scoffed internally. I did not come here to play the Good Samaritan or act like some righteous hero. I came solely for the massive reward and the power I will gain by slaughtering Nam-gung-hui. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 stood tall, her composure finally restored. Very well. Your conviction has moved me. In this dire crisis, the entity that has descended upon Shinjuku is an absolute anomaly of a monster. Since you are all betting your very lives, I vow to double your reward. She continued with steely resolve. The situation is not completely hopeless. We still have a single path to victory. The ability that Catherine Bennett wields can completely turn the tide of this battle. A blazing sphere of fire materialized in Catherine's hand. One of the absolute powers I possess is known as flame suppression. If an opponent far stronger than me touches these flames, the true ability will awaken. All of their stats will plummet by 10, and a random skill will be completely sealed, Catherine explained. The other 3 exchanged heavy, serious glances. If we use this authority, we can grasp victory. We will win, provided he touches it, she stated. Meanwhile, a fierce flame roared to life in her hand. Sung-yeon crossed his arms. In other words, we must force a situation where Catherine can trigger her fire suppression. The team boarded a chopper heading straight for Shinjuku. Breaking news echoed from the radio. We have reports that China's S-rank hunter, 𝙎𝙎𝙎, has arrived in Shinjuku. He has just encountered the challenger from the other world. There is no movement yet. It appears they are speaking. Yes, this is a known phenomenon. Tower challengers can seamlessly communicate, regardless of their original dimensions. On the battlefield, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 sneered. Are you Han Sun-jun? He faced the martial artist from the Murim world. I am China's 𝙎𝙎𝙎. You will deeply regret underestimating Earth. Nam-gung-hui merely let out a disappointed sigh. Why do mere insects keep swarming me? Where is the man I summoned? Suddenly, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 lunged forward, appearing right before Nam-gung-hui to deliver a devastating punch. Unfazed, the Murim warrior scoffed. A brawler, huh? An amused smirk crept across Nam-gung-hui face. How entertaining. He vanished. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 could only raise his arms in absolute terror. A catastrophic shockwave violently rocked the district. Everything within dozens of meters was instantly reduced to dust. High above, the team stared down at the ruined wasteland. Damn it. Why did that Chinese hunter charge in blindly on his own? This is a disaster, Kim Sung-hoon growled, his expression darkening. Song Yi-eun quickly turned to Catherine. Miss Catherine, Can you guarantee a safe landing, even if we drop straight from the sky? Startled, she blinked in confusion. Excuse me? What do you mean by that? A fiercely confident grin spread across Song Yi-eun's face. I just had a brilliant idea. Realizing his plan, Catherine replied. A tactical drop? You want me to use my skill to negate all fall damage? Song Yi-eun gave a firm nod. That is all I need to hear. His eyes burned with sharp intensity. If this works, we can hit him with devastating damage in a single strike. The exact second we land, activate your authority. Without giving her a second to process, he wrapped his arm firmly around her waist. Forgive my rudeness. Catherine's face flushed crimson. Wait, what are you doing? Instead of answering, he whispered, a single command, fly. The Steel Wings authority activated. The pair launched themselves out of the roaring chopper, propelled downward by radiant crystal wings at breakneck speed. Kim Sung-hoon and Oh Chon-so stood completely paralyzed in shock. Is he serious right now? Always charging ahead like a madman. He hasn't changed one bit. Kim Sung-hoon gritted his teeth. Well, we cannot just stand here. Without hesitation, the two hunters dove out of the aircraft, plunging after Song Yi-eun and Catherine. Mid-air, Catherine screamed over the howling wind. Are you insane? Who dives into a death zone without a proper explanation? But Song Yi-eun ignored her, locking his absolute focus on the war zone below. Perfect. The Chinese hunter is successfully drawing Namgung Hui-Uiger's attention. Catherine glared at him. He is not even listening to me. Song Yi-eun briefly caught her eye. The second you see an opening, unleash your authority. I will clear the path. Releasing his grip, he plummeted toward the earth like a blazing meteor. Down below, the deadly duel between Namgung Hui-Uiger and Benji-an raged on. Terrifying shockwaves violently erupted as their fierce auras crashed. Benji-an let out a sudden, agonizing scream. His combat gauntlet, his ultimate weapon, was completely shattered into pieces. Namgung Hui-Uiger looked down on his broken opponent with absolute disgust. You cannot even channel martial aura into your own fists. What pathetic mockery of martial arts is this? With zero hesitation, he unleashed a ruthless barrage of oppressive chi, preparing for the final, lethal sword strike. Suddenly, Namgung Hui-Uiger froze. A spine-chilling sense of impending doom washed over him. He snapped his head upward, eyes widening in sheer disbelief. A colossal, blood-red stream of energy was hurtling straight down from the heavens. The overwhelming strike made impact, triggering a catastrophic, earth-shattering explosion. Thrown violently backward by the blinding blast, the Murim warrior finally showed genuine shock. As the dust cleared, Song Yi-eun rose from the crater's center. His heavy blade stood deeply embedded in the shattered earth. He let out a long breath. Phew. Dropping from the sky is a stunt I will absolutely never attempt again. Namgung Hui-Uiger glared at the new arrival, his eyes narrowing with lethal intent. Who are you? A fearless, mocking smirk tugged at Song Yi-eun's lips. You searched so desperately for me, yet now that I am here, you fail to recognize me? The rank B skill, Blood of Ashes, violently activated. The pain inflicted on the user decreases by 40% if you manage to survive. The proficiency of the blood skill will increase by 20%. Seong-eun stood tall. A confident smirk formed on his lips. You searched for me everywhere, but now that I stand before you, you do not even recognize me. Namgung Hui-Uiger narrowed his eyes. He studied the intruder. A knowing smile crept across his face. I understand now. You are the one. Seong-eun raised his head. His piercing blue eyes locked onto his enemy. He declared with absolute certainty. That is right. I am Han San-jun. Authority. Sword Aura Master. Activated. Instantly, his blade erupted with blinding light. A mesmerizing blue aura wrapped around the steel. It radiated an overwhelming pressure. Namgung Hui-Uiger lost his amused expression. Pure disappointment and disgust took its place. I was looking forward to seeing your true identity, but you are just a weakling, relying on fake aura. A terrifying blood-red killing intent exploded from his body. His face twisted in absolute fury. He ground his teeth, spitting out every word. His purple eyes flashed with murder. I am extremely furious right now. Seong-eun remained completely unfazed by the crushing pressure. He issued a fearless challenge. So what? He shot forward like a fired arrow. His mind raced with battlefield calculations. I must take the initiative. Strike now, while he is unarmed. But 𝙎𝙎𝙎 simply raised his hand. From the shattered ruins of a nearby building, his massive blade flew toward its master as if it had a soul of its own. Sung-yeon's eyes widened in pure shock. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 effortlessly caught the hilt. He unleashed a devastating slash. A terrifying shockwave erupted outward, wiping out everything in its path. The earth shattered. Boulders flew into the air, creating a perfect picture of absolute destruction. Sung-yeon's shield began to crack under the massive pressure. He gritted his teeth against the shockwave. Taking that head-on would be fatal. The blood-ruined skill activated. He furrowed his brows in frustration. I thought he would take heavy damage from that high-altitude drop. Damn it. He glared at his trembling blade. His counter-shield had been shattered in a single strike. At this rate, I cannot rely on my defensive abilities. Is that the power of true sword aura? 𝙎𝙎𝙎 noticed Sung-yeon's wounds, stitching themselves back together. He clicked his tongue in absolute disdain. Regeneration? Relying on cheap dark magic from the 𝙎𝙎𝙎 tower. How pathetic. Unshaken, Sung-yeon swung his blade. He gathered a fresh surge of power. Thunder sword aura activated. An explosive wave of blue lightning instantly enveloped his weapon. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 merely glanced at the display. Two supreme auras, one gold and one blue, clashed violently. The impact triggered a blinding explosion of pure energy. In that chaotic moment, Kim Seung-hun suddenly charged in. Gripping his massive hammer, he rained countless blows upon 𝙎𝙎𝙎, taking advantage of Sung-yeon's distraction. But 𝙎𝙎𝙎 sensed another deadly threat approaching from behind. Catherine had closed the distance. Her palms blazed with roaring flames. She screamed, "Authority! Suppression, fire!" When cast upon an enemy, this skill drops all their stats by 10. It also seals away a portion of their abilities, but nothing happened. Catherine widened her eyes in absolute horror. My authority failed? How is this possible? From high above, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 screamed in panic. Hey, look up! He is right above us! 𝙎𝙎𝙎 stood perched upon a severely bent street lamp. He glared down at the group. His eyes burned with volcanic rage. You little bugs are ruining my entertainment. He raised his blade toward the heavens. A colossal pillar of golden sword aura pierced the sky. The survival instincts of the seasoned hunters screamed in unison. They knew one absolute truth. They could never block this strike. With purple eyes glowing in madness, he roared, "Die! You worthless insects!" A desperate scream echoed out. Dodge! The three hunters violently threw themselves in different directions, escaping the apocalyptic pillar of light crashing down upon them. In that very split second, a memory flashed through Sung-yeon's mind. A warm hand gently holding his. Consider this teaching a small gift. The image of the white crane swordmaster appeared. She channeled a stream of pink energy into his hand. This is a simple method of mana transfer, she explained smoothly. Then a mystical purple energy began to wrap around Sung-yeon. This, on the other hand, is not a simple transfer, because it maintains a deep, spiritual connection. Sung-yeon gasped in absolute awe. He felt the profound difference. A single thread of energy linked their fingers together. Well, can you feel the difference? Sung-yeon recalled that exact sensation perfectly. The first time felt like pure mana flowing into me, but the second time felt as if the White Crane Swordmaster herself had entered my body. The vivid image of their souls merging flashed through his mind. She smiled with deep satisfaction. Excellent. Now, you just need to apply that exact feeling to your blade. However, use this supreme power after you leave this realm. You must not be put at a fatal disadvantage from administrator interference. Back in the harsh reality, 𝙎𝙎𝙎's destructive pillar of light crashed down, but it was completely blocked. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 froze in pure shock. A cascade of glowing system alerts materialized before Sung-yeon's eyes. Your skills and authorities are no longer bound by sword aura. Instead, they flow entirely through your own perception. You have successfully manifested the Earth Dimension's very first sword aura. The Tower of Trials bestows its highest praise upon Challenger Han Sunjun. The legendary achievement, Unity with the Sword, has been unlocked. Due to the massive mana drain of the Sword Aura Master Authority, the penalty has been completely lifted. The blade in Sung-yeon's hand now blazed with a pure, brilliant azure light. It pulsed with a power far greater than ever before. His voice rang out with absolute certainty. This is the true, complete sword aura. He glanced back at his redder one, fallen comrades. Is everyone all right? Catherine's face flooded with overwhelming gratitude. Yes, thanks to you, big brother, she thought in absolute awe. In that fraction of a second, he unleashed an attack of the exact same caliber to perfectly neutralize the strike. These two are absolute monsters. Standing amidst the smoking ruins, an eerie laughter echoed through the air. Ha ha, ha ha. Witnessing 𝙎𝙎𝙎𝙎𝙎's explosive display of power, 𝙎𝙎𝙎𝙎 threw his head back and laughed. It was a savage, blood-chilling roar of absolute madness. Yes, that is exactly how you should fight back. I was almost starting to get disappointed. Ha ha ha. A twisted memory from the dark past flashed through his psychotic mind. The image of a young 𝙎𝙎𝙎𝙎 crushing a sandcastle with a purely evil smirk. The more effort you pour into building a pathetic sandcastle, the sweeter it feels to trample it into dust. Snapping back to reality, he lunged at 𝙎𝙎𝙎 like a starving beast. The two blades clashed with earth-shattering force. A violent storm of sparks rained down around them. The deafening shriek of grinding steel echoed across the battlefield. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 gritted, his teeth, his eyes blazing with absolute fury. Every single challenger from another world has been a massive headache so far. But this bastard, he is a certified, bloodthirsty psychopath. Channeling every ounce of his aura, he violently shoved the madman back, creating a brief sliver of space. He stood between the monster and his three teammates behind him. He threw a glance over his shoulder. His voice was deadly serious, and laced with urgent authority. He left zero room for argument. I am sorry, but all of you need to fall back to safety. If I am forced to shield you all from another attack like that, I will completely lose my focus on the battle. Catherine opened her mouth to protest, but she swallowed her words, clenching her trembling fists in sheer helplessness. Kim Sung-hoon silently agreed. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but it was the undeniable truth. The thought of being completely useless again after the last trial. Damn it all. He stared at Sung-yoon's back, with unwavering resolve beneath his mask. The moment we spot an opening, we will execute the flame strategy. Watch your back out there, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 shouted back over the roaring wind. The three of them instantly fell back to a safe distance. They left behind a devastating arena, meant only for two absolute masters of the blade. Without missing a beat, two terrifying columns of sword aura erupted. One brilliant azure, one blazing gold. They collided with earth-shattering fury, tearing into each other like two mythical beasts locked in a death match. The sheer force of the impact birthed a catastrophic storm of pure energy. It ripped the very earth apart, obliterating everything in its destructive path. The entire battlefield was reduced to a smoking wasteland. Countless flashes of blinding sword light sliced violently through the empty air. Every single swing carried enough power to sever mountains. They painted a chaotic web of deadly afterglows against the dark, suffocating sky. The entire district of Shinjuku violently quaked beneath the overwhelming magnitude of their war. Towering skyscrapers were reduced to mere flickering shadows behind the relentless shockwaves. Boom! Another catastrophic explosion erupted. It illuminated the heavens above like a terrifying, deadly firework. Watching from a safe distance, oh, John, Seo, Jenny, you, now I finally understand why he ordered us to stand back, but he is fighting on equal footing with that absolute monster? Kim Sung-hoon slowly shook his head. His voice dropped into a heavy, anxious whisper. No, I have a terrible feeling. He is slowly being pushed back. If this keeps up, he is going to die. Sung-yoon desperately braced his core, blocking a heaven-shattering downward cleave. The devastating impact forced a violent cough from his lungs. I honestly thought I could hold my ground against him. At least to some extent, if I just upgraded my sword aura. Cough. The stern words of the White Crane swordmaster suddenly echoed in his mind, like a grim warning. I estimate that 𝙎𝙎𝙎𝙎's swordsmanship has reached the realm of rank A. But your sword skills are merely at rank C. XE. Ong-un stared into the terrifying, oppressive aura bleeding from his opponent's blade. Forget about technical skills. This monstrous bastard is just absurdly overpowered. Without warning, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 unleashed a devastating hammer-like kick. The blow sent 𝙎𝙎𝙎 violently stumbling backward. The madman's lips curled into an arrogant, mocking smirk. Cough! What is the matter? Is that truly the limit of your power? 𝙎𝙎𝙎 gasped desperately for air, drenched entirely in a freezing sweat. His muscles screamed in absolute tearing agony. Damn it all, I burned through way too much stamina on rapid recovery. Ha! If I drain even a single drop more of my endurance, my combat abilities will completely collapse. Suddenly, a desperate shout pierced the chaos from behind. Brother Sanjun, catch this. Catherine hurled a glowing crimson recovery potion through the air. He immediately reached out, snatching the vial flawlessly into his grip. Perfect timing. But in that exact fraction of a second, his blood ran cold. His eyes blew wide open in sheer, unadulterated horror. 𝙎𝙎𝙎-𝙬𝙬 was already one step ahead. With a blindingly fast kick, he shattered Sung-yeon's grip and ruthlessly snatched the potion away. He snatched the vial from thin air. A savage smirk twisted his face. I will savor every last drop. Catherine screamed in sheer frustration. You wretched bastard. I should have laced that with poison. Sung-yeon clicked his tongue bitterly. Their one desperate chance for victory had just been snatched away. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 let out a dark chuckle. Fresh energy surged through his veins. A fraction of his strength had returned. His eyes gleamed with pure malice. Humans blindly cling to this pathetic illusion called hope. You are no different, Han Sanjun. He began to mock their foolish optimism. If I just push a little harder, I can win this battle. If I give it my all, I will survive. He clenched his fist tightly. Demonic madness flared within his crimson eyes. But tearing that fragile hope to shreds, watching your face twist from optimism into absolute despair, that is the ultimate thrill. With an earth-shattering roar, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 unleashed hell. He launched an all-out assault. His sword aura erupted like a violent hurricane, shredding the very ground beneath them, and blasting Sung-yeon away. The tyrant narrowed his eyes in sheer disgust. I despise that look. Buried beneath the crushed rubble, Sung-yeon gritted his teeth through the agony. Yet his piercing blue eyes still blazed. With an unbreakable will, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 snarled in his mind. Those eyes still reeked of foolish hope. He ground his teeth in fury. His rage warped into a psychotic grin. He gathered a devastating amount of power and brought down an apocalyptic punch. He smashed right into Sung-yeon's position. The earth shattered instantly under the impact, carving a massive crater into the ground and obliterating everything in a terrifying shockwave. Sung-yeon let out a choked gasp of agony. He slumped amidst the jagged rocks. His battered body trembled, blood spilling from his lips. Yet he forced his head up. Despite the bone-crushing pain, his glare remained as sharp as a blade. Not a single trace of fear, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 glared down at his broken prey, his face contorted with absolute fury. He shouldn't even be able to stand right now. So why does he still look at me like that? Unable to stomach that defiant gaze any longer, the tyrant lunged forward with a deadly slash. Sink into true despair. A gut-wrenching scream tore through the battlefield. Crimson blood sprayed into the air. The cruel blade had slashed straight across Sung-yeon's eyes. My eyes. Warm blood poured from his ruined sight. Sung-yeon gasped in blinding agony. I have reached my absolute limit. I do not have enough stamina to heal this. I only have enough strength left for one final, desperate strike. A sinister dark aura violently swirled around 𝙎𝙎𝙎 as he gloated over his broken prey. But Sung-yeon realized a grim truth. I cannot see my target. There is zero chance for my last attack to land. Trapped in darkness and searing pain, a bitter, reckless smile crept onto his blood-stained face. What the hell do I do now? Just then, a familiar voice echoed from the distance. Sanjun. Catherine and the others were charging in. Pure panic gripped Sung-yeon's heart. If they face this monster now, it will be an absolute slaughter. He forced out every ounce of breath, reaching out into the void as he screamed, "No, stay back!" 𝙎𝙎𝙎 froze mid-step. A twisted realization sparked in his evil eyes. Oh? He glanced at the approaching rescue party, then back down to the blinded hero. The most demonic smirk stretched across his face. Your precious comrades, so that is the source of your pathetic hope. Before the tyrant could make a move, Catherine and Kim Seung-hun launched a fierce pincer attack. A scorching pillar of fire and a razor-sharp energy slash hurtled straight toward the villain. But he phased through them with terrifying ease. He delivered a brutal kick to Catherine's ribs. She gasped violently as the impact broke her defense. Catherine! Kim Seung-hun roared in panic, instantly charging forward. He summoned a devastating barrage of golden lightning. But the tyrant danced through the explosive strikes effortlessly. The sheer power gap was simply overwhelming. Kim Seung-hun gritted his teeth, desperately throwing up a guard. Violent golden sparks roared wildly around his body. But in a mere fraction of a second, the monster shattered his defenses completely. A mountainous blow crashed down upon the lightning user, smashing Kim Seung-hun ruthlessly into the dirt. Blinded and broken, Seong-eun could only listen as his comrades were mercilessly crushed. The physical agony was nothing compared to this soul-crushing despair. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 snatched Catherine by her hair, dangling her like a helpless hostage. She thrashed against his iron grip. "Let me go." He pressed his searing, white-hot blade straight against her fragile neck. She let out a blood-curdling shriek of pure agony. The tyrant looked down at the kneeling hero, his voice dripping with sadistic joy. "Can you smell it? Your precious comrade's flesh is burning." "Ha ha ha." Song-eun roared with a blazing, homicidal fury. "Stop it, you psychotic freak." Seeing his prey finally pushed to the absolute brink, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 erupted into a maniacal fit of laughter. "Yes. Now that is a truly beautiful expression. Ha 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 ha." But just as the tyrant basked in his twisted victory, from out of nowhere, a mysterious hand wrapped in a gold-trimmed glove reached out, striking from the shadows. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 made his move. He unleashed a shimmering orb of absolute frost. "Frost imprisonment," he roared. A jagged wall of ice erupted from the earth. It violently encased 𝙎𝙎𝙎. The sudden trap left the monster completely stunned. Seizing the moment, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 quickly caught the wounded Catherine. A gentle green light softly enveloped her body. "Let us do some basic emergency healing first." Suddenly, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 roared in pure fury. He violently struggled to shatter his icy prison. "You insignificant insects." With an earth-shattering bellow, he obliterated the freezing chains with raw, physical might. The ice violently exploded into glittering fragments. He instantly charged after the fleeing duo. "Basketball!" 𝙎𝙎𝙎 cried out. A massive blue sphere of energy rapidly materialized. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 gritted his teeth as he sprinted. "I will send her as far away as possible. It is my only choice. Then I will vanish again," he shouted. "Conceal." But the moment the skill activated, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 was already there. He loomed behind him like a phantom. His grip crushed 𝙎𝙎𝙎's skull. The monster slashed 𝙎𝙎𝙎 without mercy. The boy desperately summoned a fragile ice shield, but it shattered into absolute dust instantly. An agonizing scream ripped from his throat. Meanwhile, Kim Seung-hun lay broken on the ground, his mind drowned in traumatic memories. This was exactly like that nightmare 7 years ago. Right now, Sung-yeon collapsed with his vision utterly destroyed, consumed by overwhelming helplessness. Blood and tears violently mixed. He could not protect anyone. A high-pitched squeak pierced the deadly silence. A lone rat bearing blood-red eyes scurried across the ruins. Then, tens of thousands of rats began pouring out from beneath the earth. Their chaotic squeals echoed everywhere. A horrifying sea of rodents flooded the battlefield. These creatures sensed an apocalyptic disaster. Fleeing to the surface, they were drawn to one single thing: the brilliant blue pillar erupting from Seong-eun's blade. It contained the absolute final strike that he had left. He burned every possessed soul just to restore his stamina. A blazing crimson aura of pure death enveloped Seong-eun. He sacrificed his stored souls for one last drop of desperate power. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 slowly turned around. He looked down at the writhing Kim Seung-hun. With absolute indifference, he muttered, "Calm down, you fool." Sung-yeon, now cloaked in a sinister dark aura, raised his head. Black blood poured heavily from his ruined eyes. He growled fiercely, "You martial arts pervert." 𝙎𝙎𝙎 just smirked. He tossed aside the cloth he used to wipe, his bloody blade. "No, this reaction of yours is much more entertaining. He. Suddenly, a figure dashed forward like a lightning bolt. A blazing, fiery punch smashed straight into 𝙎𝙎𝙎's face. A massive explosion rocked the battlefield. System authority engaged. Fire suppression. Targets touched by the flame will suffer a massive stat drop. Sword aura will be sealed. For 10 minutes. Fire sword will be sealed for 10 minutes. Everyone, excluding 𝙎𝙎𝙎, is now granted complete flame immunity. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 unleashed a roar of extreme agony. Pensy Yang, the man presumed dead, stood tall, his entire body engulfed in flames. His eyes burned with an unyielding fighting spirit. "I am China's hero, Ben Ziyang. I am still breathing, you absolute bastard." He glanced back, urgently signaling the others. Because Catherine's flames have ignited the path. We leave. Right now. 𝙎𝙎𝙎𝙬𝙎 frantically tried to channel his inner power, but it was completely useless. System warning. You cannot use sword aura. It is sealed by fire suppression. He ground his teeth in furious disbelief. Even at the very end, these pathetic insects, he roared, with overwhelming, explosive rage. Damn it. I cannot use my sword aura. Instantly, he switched to a different skill. Forced duel. Countless, purple energy swords materialized across the sky. A deadly rain of blades violently crashed into the earth. Immediately, a system notification flashed before them. A gigantic dome of purple energy swallowed the two warriors, dragging them into a brutal life or death arena. System warning. Unique trait triggered. Forced duel initiated. A combat zone with a 30-meter radius has been established. Everyone except Han Sunjun and 𝙎𝙎𝙎 is banned from entry. 𝐄𝐗𝐏𝐄𝐋𝐋𝐄𝐃 stood perfectly still within the purple domain. His expression was terrifyingly calm. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 let out a sinister, twisted laugh. His fists erupted with a brilliant golden battle aura. My sword aura may be locked away, but my battle aura still flows. He launched himself forward like a ravenous beast on the hunt. He mocked his opponent with absolute disdain. What can a pathetic, blind fool possibly do to me? 𝙎𝙎𝙎𝙎 remained unmoving. A single memory suddenly flashed through his mind. When was it again? He recalled the spirit. The power to perceive strikes completely beyond his normal vision. I always thought that was its only limit. But suddenly, the entire world shifted and transformed. Everything now materialized as flowing, intricate lines of brilliant blue energy. He painted a perfect three-dimensional space within his mind. It mapped every single detail, including the barrier formed at a radius of 30 meters. He could even sense the exact placement of every rock in the zone. An astonishing revelation flashed across his mind. He could somehow perceive the world far more clearly after losing his actual eyesight. Until this very moment. He had never utilized the spirit eye to its true potential. Suddenly, a third eye glowing with brilliant ruby light snapped open upon his forehead. He had finally awakened his third eye. Immediately, a relentless cascade of system notifications flooded his vision, signaling an absolute metamorphosis of power. You have discovered the true essence of the Spirit Eye. The skill Spirit Eye has upgraded from rank D to rank B. By wagering your very life on your senses in the heat of battle, the skill Sixth Sense has upgraded from rank C to rank B. He felt the explosive evolution surging through every competist muscle fiber. The Sixth Sense, a skill he had entirely forgotten after obtaining it, had now evolved. It honed his perception to a terrifying razor-sharp edge. Endless alerts continued to chime, a testament to his miraculous growth, forged in the fires of a life-or-death struggle. You have successfully survived a battle against a master swordsman. The skill, Demon-Slaying rank, has upgraded to rank B. Within a fleeting fraction of a second, your physical vessel has endured a colossal amount of lethal danger, shattering its own mortal limits. The skill Blood Ruin rank B has upgraded to rank B+. 𝙎𝙎𝙎𝙎 suddenly froze in his tracks. A flicker of sheer shock crossed his face as he felt Sung-Ji-Hoo's aura rapidly transforming. Sung-Ji-Hoo effortlessly swung his blade, swatting away the enemy's attack. He thought with surging confidence. With this newfound power, his eyes blazed with a tyrannical crimson light. I can finally fight on equal footing with 𝙎𝙎𝙎𝙎. The enemy's power had been drastically reduced. The bloody clash resumed, but this time, Sung-Ji-Hoo perfectly matched his opponent's pace. 𝙎𝙎𝙎𝙎 began to panic at this miraculous turnaround. What the hell is happening? He gritted his teeth, entirely unable to believe his own eyes. How did his movements improve so drastically? And why is his blade suddenly sharper than ever? Before? Activating skill. Phantom Steps rank C+. The user is currently traversing a shadow-covered domain. Movement. Speed will increase by 30%. Activating skill. Instant acceleration. Activating skill. Grace of the Wind. Total speed is now boosted by 70%. Current active stacks are at 7 out of 7. Activating skill. Chaos Sword Art rank C+. Attack speed with bladed weapons will increase by 20%. Current active stacks are at 10 out of 10. Despite holding the absolute upper hand, Sung-yeon remained acutely aware of the lethal danger. Even when I unleash every single one of these skills, we are still merely locked in a stalemate. This is far too reckless for me. He knew his borrowed time was rapidly slipping away. My stamina will drain completely very soon, and the terrifying power of 𝙎𝙎𝙎𝙬𝐄𝐋𝐋𝐄𝐃 will return to normal in just 10 minutes. I must end this brutal war right now, while the burning flames are still alive. He focused entirely on his ultimate trump card. The only thing capable of flipping the board in this razor-thin battle is a completely unpredictable variable. His sword began to radiate a terrifyingly ominous aura. He ruthlessly hurled the blade straight at his foe. 𝙎𝙎𝙎𝐿 scoffed in sheer arrogance. He assumed Sung-yeon was throwing away his life in desperation. You just made the most foolish choice possible, because you are backed into a corner. He roared out, "You idiot," and lunged forward with a blazing, fiery fist. He was absolutely certain this would be the final execution strike, but Sung-yeon dodged the flaming fist with ghostly, unnatural grace. His hand locked onto the enemy's fist, without a single shred of fear. He growled out every syllable with deadly intent. Iron Blood Sword. Activating authority. Iron Blood. Sword. A terrifying torrent of crimson energy manifested in the air. 𝙎𝙎𝙎𝐿's eyes blew wide in horrific realization as he felt the cold steel burying itself deep into his abdomen. He violently coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, screaming in absolute agony, and completely shattered disbelief. The Iron Blood Sword had somehow impaled his entire body out of nowhere. The unimaginable torment forced a blood-curdling shriek from his lungs. He staggered backward, desperately clutching the fatal wound struck directly at his dantian. Damn it all. That strike, definitely, ruptured my dantian. I need to take immediate action if I ever want to fully recover from this. Suddenly, a system alert echoed. The authority, fire, suppression, has concluded. The unique trait, forced duel, has concluded. The locked combat zone, spanning a radius of 30 meters, will now be lifted. External interference is now permitted. The desperate comrades waiting on the outside cheered, with overflowing hope as the barrier vanished. 𝙎𝙎𝙎𝐿 glared at Sung-yeon with venomous, boiling hatred. He knew his absolute defeat was sealed. I was too distracted playing around with you. I will definitively end this miserable war next time. He viciously pulled out an ancient runestone, glowing with a demonic crimson light. It was a high-tier teleportation artifact. He crushed the stone without hesitation, ripping open a blazing blue spatial portal for his escape. Benjamin and Oh Jong-so screamed in sheer shock and towering fury. A spatial portal? He is desperately trying to flee back to the martial arts dimension. In that exact, heart-stopping fraction of a second, as 𝙎𝙎𝙎𝐿 turned his back to them, standing right upon the threshold of the dimensional rift, an icy realization struck everyone present. If they did not slaughter him right here and now, if he escaped now, it would spell ultimate doom for Earth, a catastrophe waiting to happen. Their voices tore through the air in pure despair. We cannot let him escape. Stop him. Without a single second of hesitation, they charged at the portal with every ounce of their remaining strength, feeling a blazing, killing intent erupting from behind. He slowly turned around, his face twisting in complete shock. What? His purple eyes narrowed into deadly slits. His voice echoed, drenched in pure mockery and absolute disgust. Running away? He roared with terrifying fury. The blade in his grasp erupted, unleashing a devastating storm of golden flames. A colossal pillar of fire pierced the very heavens, before crashing down like an apocalyptic meteor, aimed directly at the charging hunters. Their eyes widened in absolute terror. Catherine let out a blood-curdling scream, as the inferno mercilessly swallowed everything in its path. An earth-shattering explosion tore through the zone, violently shaking the entire battlefield, vaporizing a massive building in a mere heartbeat, amidst the smoking ruins. As the thick dust finally settled, Sung-yeon was forced onto one knee, gasping for air, his entire body trembling violently. His heavenly reflection skill was completely shattered. The absorbed damage could no longer be unleashed. He violently coughed up black blood. Catherine screamed in absolute panic. Sung-yeon! She pointed at his brutally mangled left arm. Your arm! But Sung-yeon simply brushed her off. His voice remained unshaken. Do not worry about this. The enemy is still standing. From the thick smoke of the portal, Nam Gun-hyuk emerged, glaring at Sung Ji-hoo with freezing, merciless eyes. Han Song-gu, he sneered with overwhelming arrogance. I could have ended your life with my very first strike. Do you truly wish to see this to the bitter end? Song Ji-hoo gritted his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. Pure rage and bitter helplessness painted his face. This is infuriating, but I have no words to prove him wrong. Nam Gun-hyuk cast one final, disdainful glance at him. I will return soon enough. With that, he turned his back and stepped into the swirling blue light of the portal, vanishing completely from the face of the earth. Song Ji-hoo could only watch in agonizing silence before his battered body finally collapsed onto the ruined earth. His comrades desperately rushed to his side. Song Ji-hoo. Meanwhile, in the martial arts dimension, the very moment Nam Gun-hyuk stepped out of the portal, his loyal retainers bowed deeply. Welcome back, young master. But their master instantly staggered, violently coughing up a massive pool of blood, his entire body convulsed, the devastating internal wound to his dantian taking its toll. He hacked violently. Panic erupted among his followers. Young master, are you all right? Summon the royal physician at once. He fiercely wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes glowing with demonic fury. He swore a vicious, blood-soaked oath. Han Song-gu, I will drag you down into the ultimate depths of despair. Later, at a hospital in Tokyo, fighting through the hazy darkness, Song Ji-hoo slowly opened his eyes. A familiar voice broke the silence, dripping with profound relief and worry. Han Song-gu, are you finally awake? Song Ji-hoo struggled to sit up, glancing at the woman beside him. Where am I? AK gently pushed him back down. You are in a hospital. You must not move yet. He looked down at his ruined body, wrapped entirely in thick white bandages. Even his eyes had suffered catastrophic damage. AK lowered her head, her voice trembling with heavy emotion. She gently placed her trembling hand on his shoulder. I do not even know what to say. To repay such a monumental sacrifice. Suddenly, a vibrant burst of green life force erupted around Song Ji-hoo. Flesh and bone aggressively knit together. He had activated the blood ruin skill. AK widened her eyes in absolute disbelief. The blood-soaked bandages violently snapped apart, revealing his perfectly sculpted, rapidly healing physique. He spoke with deadpan calmness. I am completely fine. Where is everyone else? He casually strolled up to a nearby hospital room. The nameplate clearly read, Catherine. Without a single second of hesitation, Song Ji-hoo boldly ripped the privacy curtain open. Catherine, are you all right? But his words instantly died in his throat. He froze like a perfect statue. Right behind the curtain, both Catherine and Lee Hee-eun were sitting right there, dressed in practically nothing at all. The two women slowly turned their heads, locking eyes with him in dead silence. Their absolute shock turned into deadly fury. A deafening scream shattered the hospital's peace, followed by the brutally crisp sound of a violent slap. The sharp crack echoed down the entire hallway, dragging his heavy, cast-bound legs on a pair of crutches. Oh Jong-sok let out a deeply depressed sigh. My life is an absolute tragic joke. He suddenly looked up, a bright smile forming as he spotted Song Ji-hoo. Ah, Han Song-gu. But Oh Jong-sok immediately froze, staring at the blazing red handprint stamped across his face. What on earth happened to you? Song Ji-hoo awkwardly rubbed his stinging cheek. Ah, I just checked on Catherine. Seeing her strike with such explosive energy, she is clearly doing perfectly fine. His gaze seriously swept down the empty hallway. But where is Kim Song-hoa? Do you have any idea where he went? Oh Jong-sok let out a heavy breath. I only caught a brief glimpse of him this morning. His expression instantly darkened into pure sorrow, his voice dropping to a somber whisper. Right now, he must be in an unimaginable state of grief. The toll of the battle was too great. He completely lost his right arm, the tragic image of a lonely warrior, standing on the hospital rooftop. His cloak fluttered wildly in the cold night wind. It revealed a tragic, empty space, where his right arm once was. Song Ji-hoo had finally found him. So you were here. Kim Seonghwa turned around calmly. Ah, Sword Shadow has arrived. Sword Shadow? Song Ji-hoo was caught completely off guard. Kim Seonghwa's gaze shifted downward. He stared intently at the arm. Song Ji-hoo's left arm was completely healed. Not a single scratch remained. Did you heal that using a skill? A shadow of sorrow fell over his eyes. He looked down at his own missing right arm. What an unbelievable skill. You truly have a talent for surprising people. He spoke with a tone of quiet acceptance. Well, I am sure that you have already heard the grim news. My right arm cannot be saved. He slowly turned his body, facing 𝙎𝙎𝙎 directly. His voice was low and muffled beneath the mask. I am sorry. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 clenched his fists tightly, his face twisted with bitter regret and deep torment. If only I were stronger, this tragedy would never have happened. Kim Seonghwa gently patted his shoulder. It was a silent gesture of comfort. Do not blame yourself. I have a special skill to compensate for this loss. Suddenly, from his severed stump, an arm of pure, glittering ice began to materialize. It gleamed with a brilliant azure light. He shifted his gaze outward, staring into the sprawling night city. His voice carried a heavy sense of nostalgia. I climbed the tower like a raving madman. My only goal was to gain absolute power. It was like I was possessed by a demon, as if I suffered from total tunnel vision. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 pulled out a cigarette. He lit it with a quiet flick. That is not entirely a bad thing. I am absolutely certain that drive is what made you so incredibly strong. But Kim Seonghwa's eyes suddenly turned razor sharp. He voiced his unwavering core belief. The strong have a duty to protect the weak. At the very least, that is the righteous ideal I choose to live by. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 stared thoughtfully into the pitch-black night. I learned a great deal from this brutal war. I finally remembered a crucial truth. Something important I had long forgotten. Kim Seonghwa exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. A faint smile appeared beneath his mask. Well, that brings me great relief. To know an overwhelmingly strong hunter like you is not some psycho with evil intentions. I honestly had no idea. What was going on in your head when we first met inside the tower? He extended his cigarette pack forward. Do you care for a smoke? 𝙎𝙎𝙎 firmly shook his head. No thanks. I strictly avoid tobacco and alcohol. Suddenly, a dormant memory struck like lightning. It flashed vividly across 𝙎𝙎𝙎's mind. His eyes widened in absolute shock. The staggering realization finally hit him. Wait, you are. The masked man revealed a completely different face. It was the legendary Lightning Emperor himself. He offered a casual shrug. A wildly smug grin stretched across his lips. It revealed his signature sharp fangs. Ah, that is right. I completely forgot to introduce my true identity. After that world-shaking revelation, a grand commemorative photo was finally taken. It captured the legendary hunters who fought so valiantly. They stood proudly alongside top association officials. This single image officially marked the end. The glorious end to a truly historic, bloody war. Hailed as the ultimate savior of the battlefield, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 stepped into the spotlight. He participated in an exclusive global interview, broadcasting the terrifying life-or-death struggle at Shinjuku to the entire world. A fleeting memory suddenly danced through 𝙎𝙎𝙎's mind. It was the peaceful day following the Great War. He and Catherine had gone shopping together. He carefully picked up an elegantly crafted necklace. Its craftsmanship was absolutely flawless. Catherine wore the stunning apple pendant around her neck. She flashed a breathtaking, radiant smile. A smile glowing with pure, unadulterated happiness. Snapping back to the present reality at the airport, the inevitable moment of farewell had finally arrived. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 waved to his honorable comrades, the warriors who had bled beside him on the battlefield. Catherine, Kim Seonghwa, Oh Jong-seo, and Benjamin. They all waved their heartfelt goodbyes. He finally returned. Back to the quiet solitude of his hospital room, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 equipped his signature combat gear once again. The iconic, crimson-red tailcoat. He flexed his arms, testing the familiar, perfect fit. He closely inspected the coat's intricate design. It radiated an aura far more exquisite than before. The sleek design of the tailcoat. It definitely received an impressive upgrade during the repair process. He smoothly drew the iron blood sword from its scabbard. The legendary blade had been flawlessly restored. A deeply satisfied smile crossed his face. All my equipment is in absolute perfect condition. Well then, considering I just single-handedly stopped an apocalyptic disaster, I suppose elite VIP service like this is completely justified. He collapsed back onto the soft hospital bed. He let out a long, heavy sigh of relief. Phew. The Return Stone's 3 days of cooldown were absolute chaos. I really never wanted to become this insanely famous. Idly scrolling through his smartphone, his jaw practically hit the floor in pure shock. Hey, the battle footage is already trending everywhere. It has completely taken over the internet. Then, the realization struck him. Ah. It was all recorded by the Japanese Hunter Association's news helicopter. He began scrolling through the explosive comment sections. Are all the tower challengers this ridiculously overpowered? He is completely carrying the entire squad. He fought basically by himself. Did he not single-handedly crush this apocalyptic threat? Wait, I think I actually know who that masked guy is. There used to be an exclusive player training center. It was known as the White Lotus. And rumor has it, he relentlessly trained there for 7 whole years. Yeah, right. Next liar, please step up. There is absolutely no way some talentless hack could do that. How could he butcher those terrifying monsters so easily? He was literally leveling entire buildings. His devastating combat style. It looks exactly like the legendary 𝙎𝙎𝙎-𝙬𝙠. His battle instincts are completely god tier. Honestly, crowning him the new 𝙎𝙎𝙎 makes perfect sense. LOL. At long last, the missing puzzle pieces clicked for 𝙎𝙎𝙎. Ah, so this is exactly what Kim Seonghwa meant. So this is why he called me 𝙎𝙎𝙎? He sank deep into profound thought. As another mind-blowing revelation suddenly surfaced in his mind. But to think he was the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor. An absolute legend. Even among South Korea's 30 S-rank hunters. His speed in annihilating gates? Completely unmatched. The other S-ranks cannot even compare. He is the ultimate hero of South Korea. The protagonist recalled Kim Seonghwa's offer on that hospital rooftop. If anything happens, you can contact me. Honestly, you can consider this a formal recruitment. But feel free to reach out for everyday matters too. Seong-ji-hoo pondered the offer. Recruitment, huh? Suddenly, a system alert flashed. His permitted time on Earth had ended. He bolted upright. I must grow stronger. I will prove myself worthy of the title. 𝙎𝙎𝙎. It was time to return to the Tower of Trials. A determined smile graced his lips. Let's return to the tower. Light engulfed him, dropping him onto the cold stone. You have entered the 11th floor lobby. Sitting alone in the vast hall, he analyzed his previous battle. There is a crucial lesson I learned from my death match against Nam Gong-hyuk. He summoned the System Shop interface. And that is the absolute importance of stamina. The bitter taste of helplessness lingered. He could not activate his healing skill. Blood Ruin is my most powerful recovery art, but it is completely useless without enough stamina to cast it. His eyes blazed with fierce determination. It is time to acquire a true stamina recovery skill. He scrolled through the endless System Shop. All of these options seem a bit lacking in reliability. The ultimate solution for system shopping? Just buy every single one of them. You have purchased D-Rank Automatic Stamina Recovery. Stamina will naturally regenerate by 0.07% every 180 seconds. 15,000 points deducted. You have purchased E-Rank Moonlight Absorption. Recovery efficiency increases by 100% under Moonlight. 10,000 points deducted. You have purchased E-Rank Sunlight Absorption. Recovery efficiency increases by 100% under Sunlight. 10,000 points deducted. You have purchased D-Rank Supreme Growth. All physical and stamina recovery rates increase by 70%. 20,000 points deducted. You have purchased D-Rank Call of Blood. Upon absorbing the blood of a slain enemy, stamina and health points will rapidly regenerate based on consumption. 20,000 points deducted. A deeply satisfied smirk crossed his face. I farmed enough points to buy everything I need. And I still have plenty left over. Activating Skill Synthesis Authority. Skill menu opened. Please select the possessed skills for synthesis. First, let us combine the ones with the best synergy. He selected E-Rank, Sunlight Absorption and E-Rank Moonlight Absorption. The two skills violently merged within a blinding golden pillar of light. Skill Synthesis. Complete. D-Rank Skill. Photosynthesis has been created. D-Rank Photosynthesis. Proficiency at 0%. Effect. Base recovery increases by 200% under direct sunlight or moonlight. User can now passively absorb mana through pure light. He nodded in approval. Not bad. The rank increased, and the core benefits merged perfectly. Now, if I fuse Call of Blood into this new skill, the results will be god tier. He confidently selected D-Rank Photosynthesis and D-Rank Call of Blood for his next synthesis. Skill synthesis complete. D-Rank Skill. Blood-Drenched Contract has been forged. D-Rank Blood-Drenched Contract. Proficiency at 0%. Effect. User can forcibly extract health points, stamina, and mana from the blood of any slain biological creature. He clicked his tongue, a wave of bitter disappointment washing over him. Damn it. This is an absolute failure. The rank did not increase at all, and the passive light absorption completely vanished. But true hunters never give up. In that case, he aggressively reopened the system shop. You have purchased D-rank Call of Blood. 20,000 points deducted. A wicked smirk returned to his face. I will just buy another copy. I am practically swimming in system points anyway. Time to fuse blood-drenched contract directly with Call of Blood. Once again, the cosmic forge of the system activated, blending the dark arts together. Skill synthesis complete. A brand new power is being born. This time, the resulting aura shattered all of his expectations. B-rank skill. Blood Truth Seeker has been created. 𝙎𝙎𝙎-𝙬𝙍's eyes widened with pure absolute thrill. Jackpot. A B-rank skill. B-rank Blood Truth Seeker. Proficiency at 0%. Base effect. User can forcefully drain health points, stamina, and mana from the blood of living targets. Furthermore, the user gains absolute dominion over blood manipulation. Detailed effect. Any blood lost by the user will rapidly regenerate, on a cellular level. He stared at his hands, trembling at the sheer magnitude of this new power. I can drain endless energy from my enemies, and I can actually manipulate blood itself? Let us test this. He focused his sharp intent. The dried crimson stains on his blade violently vibrated. Instantly, droplets of crimson shot into the air. They danced to his will, twisting into razor-sharp, deadly projectiles. A dark, utterly thrilled grin stretched across 𝙎𝙎𝙎-𝙬's face. He could feel the ancient, dark power surging through his very veins. Incredible. It is literal, blood supremacy. He tested the terrifying limits of his new art. He commanded the crimson droplets, forging them into a vicious, spiked morning star, and then morphing them into a lethal, scythe-like blade. Unbelievable. I can shape it however I want. He decided to test another theory. He focused his sheer will into his fingertip. Let us see. Something like this. A sharp breath escaped him. A single drop of blood slowly seeped from his fingertip. No physical cut was required. Incredible. I can force the blood out, even without an open wound, though I will still need to cut my flesh to draw a massive amount of blood instantly. He watched the crimson drops literally dance in the air. A supremely confident smile curved his lips. The truth seeker of blood. This skill will be incredibly useful. He did not stop there. He continued investing deeply into his power. I have spent so much time upgrading the Eyes of Truth. Skill synthesis complete. A brand new skill is being generated. The skill, Fire Dragon Eyes Rank A+, has been successfully created. Fire Dragon Eyes Rank A+. Proficiency, 0%. Base effect. The absolute authority of the Fire Dragon will be transferred to the eyes. The user can now perceive the unseen. Detailed effects. The user can view hidden information regarding objects and pierce through the lies of others. As the newly awakened skill activated, 𝙎𝙎𝙎's eyes flared with a mystical blue flame. It granted him a completely elevated realm of vision. He gazed at his gear, and the hidden details that he never knew existed now appeared with absolute clarity. The Vampire Count's old tailcoat. The user can temporarily manifest a blood shield by consuming either stamina or blood. The Swift Boots. When infused with mana, acceleration time will dramatically increase. He whispered to himself in pure awe. These are the secrets I could not see before? His intense gaze shifted to the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, and an even more astonishing revelation materialized. The Heavenly Blood Demon Sword. When a user reaches the realm of the Fire Sword and maximizes their blood energy, the ultimate skill will be unlocked. Memories of Nam Gong-hyuk's devastating power flooded his mind. The Fire Sword. That was exactly how Nam Gong-hyuk managed to obliterate the entire Shinjuku district. He stared intently at the blade, radiating a faint, ethereal aura. I suppose only those who reach that supreme level can awaken the true power of the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword. I honestly thought it was just a rather excellent blade. I never expected it to harbor such a terrifying hidden ability. Armed with newfound strength and a crystal-clear goal, he decisively initiated the next divine trial. Let us go, then. Entering floor 11 of the Tower of Trials. Difficulty level: hard. The current trial theme is clarity of mind. Time remaining, 7 days. Clear condition. Overcome the 7th trial, within the given time limit. Failure condition. Death of the challenger, or time expiration. Clear reward. The Ancient Mirror of Clarity. Rank S. Trial failure penalty. Absolute death. Sung-yeon absorbed the system information with a remarkably grave expression. Filled with unwavering resolve, he stepped into an ancient, solemn temple. There, a heavily muscled man with deep blue hair boomed out a heavy greeting. "Welcome to the Temple of Clarity." Sung-yeon was slightly taken aback. "The Temple of Clarity?" The imposing man began his stern explanation. "Now, you shall endure the harrowing trials bestowed by the God of Clarity, and these relentless trials will continue until the exact moment you die. You actively chose to participate in this divine being's challenge, even though you are merely a lowly adventurer. Therefore, you must absolutely face the fatal consequences." Sung-yeon cut straight to the core issue. "So, what exactly must I do to clear the very first trial?" The towering man furrowed his brow. "You do not even know the fundamental rules of the top 7 gods of RS?" Sung-yeon answered with brutal honesty. "No," the man muttered under his breath. "That must be why the Black Knight's dimension invaded the 5th floor." The man let out a deeply troubled sigh. "I truly do not comprehend how a foolish adventurer like you ever managed to reach this far. Fine, I shall explain it to you. The trials are brutally simple. Prove your physical body, your unwavering faith, and your very mind." He continued with a grave tone. "First is the body. The final trial is the mind. That is the most devastatingly difficult one. The method to pass these trials is incredibly simple. A high priest will be waiting for you inside every single trial room. You only need to advance to the next room by either slaughtering them or persuading them." Sung-yeon confirmed the condition. "So, I simply need to get past them, regardless of what method I choose to use?" The muscular man smirked coldly. "I have explained more than enough for you. You can find your own bloody answers now." He fiercely clenched his massive fists. His knuckle joints cracked like snapping timber. "Then, let us begin. The very first trial." He lunged forward like a devastating hurricane, initiating the ultimate test of the body. Instantly, Sung-yeon was forced to confront the high priest's overwhelming physical avatar, forcing him to unleash a relentless barrage of strikes and frantic defenses. He rapidly analyzed his fearsome opponent. This man is easily on par with a challenger possessing the Vanguard title. Realizing that raw physical strength alone would never be enough, Sung-yeon decided to end this brutal clash immediately. He instantly activated the Truth Seeker of Blood. His hand blazed with a deadly 𝙎𝙎𝙎 crimson glow. Veins of pure blood energy spread out like a sinister spiderweb. Moving at a truly terrifying speed, he dashed forward, his violently glowing hand aimed straight for the High Priest's core. The High Priest's eyes widened in absolute horror. Completely unable to react in time against, struck by the devastating attack, a scream of sheer agony ripped from his throat. Cough. As his life force was ruthlessly drained dry, Sung-yeon stood over the vanishing loser. He smirked with cold satisfaction. "Damn. This skill is absolute insanity," he muttered to the fading corpse. "Thanks for the explanation." In that exact moment, a cascade of system alerts flooded his vision. System notification. "You have absorbed the soul of Priest Johan. Proficiency has increased by 5.8%. Suddenly, notifications from high-ranking administrators began to pour in. The administrator, priest of the 7 gods, is utterly shocked by the scene they stumbled upon. The administrator, god-slaying swordsman, nods in deep approval of your ruthless actions. The administrator, warrior of the fallen world, praises your highly entertaining performance. The administrator, seeker of divinity, tells you not to worry. You are doing exceptionally well in forging your path." Sung-yeon stared up at the glowing system windows. His piercing blue eyes narrowed, with deep calculation. Judging by their titles, he thought, I must have caught their attention because this trial is directly connected to the divine. Even more messages flooded the screen. The administrator, Lord of Iron Blood, is shocked by your audacious actions. The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, is deeply saddened that you entered the trial without a word. A cold sweat broke out on Sung-yeon's neck. What the hell? He muttered. It is not like I have a hotline to call them. Brushing those absurd thoughts aside, he approached Johan's lifeless remains. The body lay frozen on the unforgiving ground. A single item had dropped. He picked up the glowing mirror card. The administrators immediately resumed their relentless commentary. The administrator priest of the 7 gods is quietly observing your every move. The administrator warrior of the fallen world is highly impressed by your insatiable greed. The administrator god-slaying swordsman nods in complete understanding. To inspect the loot, he activated the Dragon Flame Eye skill. Eerie blue flames erupted within his pupils. The item's core details materialized in thin air. Mirror, containing the High Priest's divinity, rank C+. A mirror infused daily with the divine power of High Priest Johan. The user can expend this divinity to forge a sacred barrier. Limit, one-time use. Warning. Upon creating the sacred barrier, the user's mind may be utterly shattered. That was the basic data. But through the Dragon Flame Eye, a hidden truth emerged. The divinity, sealed within this mirror, can guide the wielder to prove their ultimate destiny. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 stared down at the mirror. He frowned in deep confusion. Guide the user to prove their destiny? What kind of cryptic nonsense is this? He shook his head. Sounds like nothing more than a disposable meat shield. He casually pocketed the mirror and marched toward the massive iron doors of the next trial. Pressing his palm against the freezing metal, a confident smirk crossed his face. I really hope there are more physical exams waiting for me. Pushing the heavy doors open, he spotted a woman lounging on a throne, in the heart of a mystical purple void. Her mocking voice echoed through the chamber. To think a nameless foreign adventurer could reach this place so quickly. She glanced toward the entrance, a venomous sneer twisting her lips. Johan must be completely washed up. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 stepped into the vast hall. Shards of broken glass hovered in the air like frozen rain. He asked, bluntly, "Are you the priestess of the second trial?" The woman offered a dangerously seductive smile. Her ruby eyes gleamed with twisted amusement. "That is correct, my dear adventurer." She leaned against the armrest, proudly declaring, "I am 𝙎𝙎𝙎, priestess of the second trial. It is a pleasure to meet you." With those words, she violently hurled her massive throne straight at 𝙎𝙎𝙎, with terrifying, blinding speed. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 casually raised a single hand. He caught the crushing projectile without flinching. His expression remained absolute ice. He calmly noted, "Seeing you resort to brute force." His eyes narrowed with lethal intent. "This must be another physical exam." "Spot on," 𝙎𝙎𝙎 chirped with a maniacal laugh. She flipped gracefully through the air. Her skirt flared out like a blooming flower of death. A blade blazing with sinister pink energy materialized in her grasp. She plummeted from the sky, unleashing a deadly strike on 𝙎𝙎𝙎. He flawlessly parried the devastating blow. But instantly, a striking familiarity washed over him from 𝙎𝙎𝙎's blade. He thought, "This sword aura, it feels exactly like the power I wielded in my past life." Activating authority, sword aura master. Activating skill, thunder, sword aura. 𝙎𝙎𝙎's entire body erupted. A magnificent storm of brilliant blue lightning sword aura tore through the hall. 𝙎𝙎's eyes went wide. Her arrogant smirk instantly shattered into absolute pure terror. Faced with the monstrous power 𝙎𝙎𝙎 just unleashed, a terrifying spray of blood painted the air. Ugh! A scream of agony ripped from 𝙎𝙎's lips. She was blasted across the room by 𝙎𝙎𝙎's blindingly fast counterattack. 𝙎𝙎 crashed into the ground, plunging her blade into the floor just to stop her momentum. Her face was twisted in absolute horror. Sword aura? How could a lowly mortal adventurer possibly wield perfected sword aura? Why? Can't I use it when you clearly can? 𝙎𝙎𝙎 shot back coldly. The blade in his hand blazed with apocalyptic, blue lightning sword aura. His overwhelming presence completely suffocated 𝙎𝙎. She screamed, her voice trembling in sheer shock. "That is divine power granted by God. That is exactly how we priests obtain our divine might." She glared fiercely at 𝙎𝙎𝙎. "I am simply amazed that a mere human, without any divine power, can wield such a breathtaking sword aura." 𝙎𝙎𝙎 pondered internally. Divine power, huh? Suddenly, a brilliant green energy erupted, enveloping 𝙎𝙎 completely. It healed her brutal wounds in a flash. She leaped backward, her body fully restored. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 furrowed his brow. That strike was meant to be entirely fatal. Divine power was truly a troublesome force. Without a single warning, the two warriors clashed once more. Pink and azure sword auras collided violently, creating a devastating explosion of sheer energy. As their blades locked together, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 spoke calmly. From what the very first priest told me, it seems I do not actually have to kill anyone to pass these grueling trials. Is there any possible way to change your mind? Gula smirked with sheer, sarcastic mockery. Who knows? Perhaps if you possessed some legendary divine persuasion skill. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 completely ignored her taunts. He pressed on. How many physical trials exactly like this one remain? His casual question seemed to deeply infuriate Gula. Her eyes blazed with uncontrollable wrath. You are far too arrogant. You are way too relaxed. Do you truly believe you have already won? You can only ask those questions after you actually manage to defeat me, she roared with wild fury, lunging forward with a devastating, anger-fueled strike. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 stood in absolute silence, calmly, analyzing the fatal path of her blade. He instantly activated his acceleration skill. Just as Gula's deadly sword approached, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 vanished into thin air. He materialized right before her, gripping her wrist with crushing force. The priestess Gula froze in sheer shock. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 coldly declared his absolute victory. I win. He held her wrist in an iron grip. His voice was entirely void of emotion. What? Why? Is it ending? Exactly like this. Now, tell me the exact procedure of this verification trial. Zen's face flushed crimson, with both blazing anger and utter humiliation. What kind of dirty trick are you playing? Reactions from the observing administrators poured in instantly. The administrator, warrior of the fallen world, eagerly awaited his answer. The administrator, iron-blooded monarch, narrowed his eyes in intense scrutiny. Meanwhile, the administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, was completely shocked by the sudden unexpected inquiry. Sung-yeon forcefully slammed her against the stone wall. I have absolutely no interest in such trivial matters. Zen let out a breathless, relieved laugh. Ah, well then that is good. The divine administrators continued their live commentary. The iron-blooded monarch agreed, with Zen. The White Crane Swordmaster proudly stated she already knew he was a decent man, and the administrator, seeker of divinity, observed his every move with deep curiosity. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 stared at her with deep confusion. Why? Would you even ask something like that? Who would travel all this way just to do something so entirely meaningless? Zen scoffed loudly in response. Do you truly believe others would not do exactly that? You are incredibly naive for an explorer. 𝙎𝙎𝙎's patience finally wore completely thin. Just explain the remaining trials to me. Zen finally began to reveal the grand structure of the gauntlet. There are currently 2 physical trials remaining, and the final proof of 2T faith begins at the 5th trial, officially ending at the 6th. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 raised an eyebrow. So, there is only one mental proof trial, waiting at the very end? Exactly. But before you blindly challenge that final trial, Zen's voice grew deadly serious. It would be best if you seriously considered giving up right now. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 was completely taken aback. Not a single soul, she warned, has ever successfully survived the 7th trial. Every single challenger who stepped foot into that dark domain either completely lost their minds or died drowning in their own blood. The Dragon Flame Eye skill detected zero deception in her voice. 𝙎𝙎𝙎's eyes flashed, confirming her grim warning was the absolute truth. Zen offered a faint, resigned smile, fully accepting her dark fate. Those are my final words. Well, it has been a very long time since I enjoyed such a thrilling battle. If there is any way to clear this stage without taking your life, tell me right now. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 still actively sought a bloodless path. Zen simply shook her head. You cannot do that. He questioned her. Are you truly not afraid of death? Not at all. Zen smiled, with twisted, fanatical devotion. I am merely returning to my god's warm embrace. Realizing words were utterly useless, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 raised his blade. I suppose dragging this out will do absolutely no good. With one decisive, merciless strike. System prompt. You have successfully absorbed the soul of the priestess, Zen. Proficiency has increased by 8.8%. Strangely, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 muttered darkly as a sinister black aura engulfed his entire body. I feel absolutely disgusted. Turning his back, he pushed the massive stone doors wide open with both hands. He was completely prepared to face the 3rd trial. Inside waited a massive, muscular, bald warrior. The imposing man spoke with booming authority. I am 𝙎𝙎𝙎, the future blade of the god of clarity. From this moment on, I shall severely test your martial prowess. Prove to me that you are truly worthy of continuing to the next trial. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 raised his colossal greatsword to the heavens. It instantly erupted in blazing golden flames. An aura blade. Sung-yeon's eyes widened in sheer recognition. It was slightly unstable, but there was no mistaking that fiercely burning flame upon the steel. Without a doubt, it was the legendary soft flame sword. Right at the third trial, Sung-yeon took his battle stance. His fierce lightning aura roared to life. He realized he would have to risk his life from this moment on. The two warriors clashed violently, igniting a devastating battle between blazing golden flames and crackling blue lightning. After exchanging a few deadly strikes, Sung-yeon noticed something. Something felt entirely wrong. He carefully analyzed his opponent's movements. The old man's physical strength and sword techniques, they were actually far weaker than his own. Sung-yeon reached a stunning conclusion. He had found his enemy's fatal flaw. Sung-yeon growled while parrying a heavy strike. His face twisted in absolute confusion. Then why was his powerful sword aura being shattered? He recalled his brutal fight with Nam Gung-hyuk. After seeing that man wield the soft flame sword, he thought it was a supreme technique. Or perhaps that monster was simply strong to a terrifying degree. But this flame sword technique, a harsh truth struck his mind like lightning. It was not a high-tier skill at all. Suddenly, the two mighty energies clashed once more, and his lightning aura was completely shattered again. Sung-yeon gritted his teeth. He knew it. His eyes narrowed in deep, tactical focus. No matter how many times they crossed blades, his sword aura would always lose. He was forced back by 𝙎𝙎𝙎's overwhelming slashes. The stone arena shattered beneath his boots. Yet, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 stood as firm as a massive mountain. His commanding voice echoed with absolute authority. Even if your aura is fierce, you cannot shatter this very blade. The only warriors who can break this weapon are the chosen few, who can grasp the unseen, he declared with absolute solemnity. The flaming sword blazed furiously in his hand. Sung-yeon let out a bitter smirk. This old man was weaker than him, yet he mastered the flame sword. It felt exactly like watching a fool scoring higher on every single test. He ground his teeth together, pure annoyance painted across his face. This was incredibly frustrating. Grasp the unseen, my foot, he roared within his mind. His utter frustration forged into iron resolve. That sword, no matter what it takes, I will shatter it. He gathered every ounce of his explosive power. He charged forward with terrifying new momentum. The two blades clashed in a storm of blinding sparks. The voice of 𝙎𝙎𝙎 echoed deep within Sung-yeon's mind. I will break it. Only those who grasp the unseen can forge a blade that severs all creation. I will destroy it. Sung-yeon roared out loud, pouring his sheer, unbreakable will into his blade. 𝙎𝙎𝙎's voice continued. That is how an aura blade is truly forged. How absolute power is born. Sung-yeon's willpower pierced the heavens. I will break it to pieces. His blade was empowered by an unshakable resolve. It carved right through the flaming sword and pierced straight into 𝙎𝙎𝙎's shoulder. The man coughed up blood, crying out in shock and agony. I finally understand, Sung-yeon muttered softly. Profound enlightenment washed over his face. The true difference between the flame sword and aura, the ultimate source of power, is a will strong enough to materialize into reality. His sword erupted once more. The lightning aura was now perfectly stable and more devastating than ever before. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 collapsed heavily to the ground. Blood poured endlessly from his fatal wound. But surprisingly, the old man burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. He looked at Sung-yeon with absolute pride and deep satisfaction. Your flame sword is the real deal. Unlike my unstable, borrowed power, drawn only from a divine spark, you actually achieved it. Ha ha. Sung-yeon was utterly baffled. Why is he so happy? He cares more about my martial progress than his own impending death. Sung-yeon observed the dying man. He was clearly driven by a higher, mysterious purpose. But was it truly pure madness or absolute faith? 𝙎𝙎𝙎 spoke, his voice fading away. You learn so fast. I can almost feel the power myself. His blood-stained hand trembled weakly. You have proven your martial prowess. Keep moving forward. Just like this. Yes, just like this. The old man took his final, rattling breath. I will free you from this pain. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 swung his blade downward, ending 𝙎𝙎𝙎's suffering with a strike of mercy. System alert. You have absorbed Priest Lillian's soul. Proficiency has increased by 14%. A familiar, surging dark energy wrapped around his body. Unique authority alert. Necromancy proficiency has reached 100%. Unique authority necromancy rank E is now upgrading. Necromancy has reached rank B. It jumped to rank B already? 𝙎𝙎𝙎 widened his eyes in sheer shock. What new, overpowered skills did I get this time? Secondary effect unlocked. When absorbing a stronger opponent's soul, you may now extract 1 authority. His eyes gleamed with absolute astonishment. A divine skill to steal another's authority? He could not hide his surging excitement. Necromancy has never let me down. And to think it is only at rank B right now. If it is already this insanely overpowered, what happens at rank A or rank S? Thrilled by the endless possibilities, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 decided to check his updated status window. The glowing holographic panel instantly appeared. Status window. Name: 𝙎𝙎𝙎. Title: The Ruler. Along with his massive stat growth: Strength 86, Stamina 84, Agility 85, Magic Power 79, and Endurance 81. Under his traits panel, he now held rank B Necromancy, a terrifying unique authority, and skill synthesis capability. He stared at the numbers in awe. His stats were almost reaching the triple-digit threshold. It was a monumental achievement, a legendary level he once thought impossible back when he was just a normal student. Suddenly, a massive cascade of system notifications flooded his vision, explaining this explosive surge in terrifying power. System alert. Priest Johan's soul absorbed. Your stats will permanently increase. The same message repeated for Priestess Zen and Priest Lillian. A magnificent surge of aura erupted around 𝙎𝙎𝙎. His stats skyrocketed. Strength up by 8, Agility up by 6, Stamina 7, Mana 8. Endurance increased by 9. But that was not all. The system chimed again. He had absorbed a skill from Lillian. He acquired the A-rank skill, Indomitable Will. He immediately checked the skill window. Indomitable Will, rank A. Proficiency at 27%. The description was legendary. It was the absolute symbol of one who defies despair. A warrior always ready to challenge the impossible. The base effect granted immense physical boosts and absolute focus when facing down an overwhelmingly stronger foe. Furthermore, the passive effect accelerated his learning speed and fortified his mental defenses. The power absorption was finally complete. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 lay catching his breath amidst the absolute devastation of the third trial room. He pushed himself off the ground, forcing the massive door open to face the next stage. His body hummed with newfound power, craving another battle. However, stepping inside, he only found a vast empty void. He scanned the silent chamber. Was the enemy hiding? Suddenly, a celestial figure with pure white wings descended gracefully from the heavens. A majestic voice echoed through the hall. I assume Lillian has met his end, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 muttered in disbelief. He never expected his next opponent to be an actual angel. The administrators immediately flooded the chat with urgent warnings. The god-killing swordsman advised him to tread carefully. The warrior of the fallen world declared this an extremely dangerous foe. He warned him not to get arrogant. The White Crane swordmaster pointed out the enemy's pure sword aura. Meanwhile, the iron-blooded monarch was simply awestruck by the priest's divine aura. Without a single word of warning, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 unleashed his blade. A colossal arc of blinding sword energy shattered the massive dome. The angel realized 𝙎𝙎𝙎 was not there to chat. I see you prefer action over words. Then let the trial commence immediately, the divine priest declared. His golden eyes flashed with freezing intent. Your fourth trial. He spread his majestic wings, bathing the room in holy light. I am the apprentice priest, 𝙎𝙎𝙎. I shall commence your physical verification according to the sacred laws. System alert. You face an overwhelmingly superior foe. The Indomitable Will skill has activated. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 instantly felt the crushing gap in power. This angel's pure energy was on a completely different level, compared to the previous priests. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 conjured a mirror of brilliant light in one hand while gathering devastating power in his other palm. He fired a devastating beam of pure light straight at Sung-yeon. He dodged by a hair as the beam completely obliterated the ground he had just stood on. But the beam did not stop. It hit the floating mirror and refracted, striking blindly from a terrifying blind spot. Skill activated, Dragon Flame Eye. Sung-yeon unleashed the blazing dragon's vision to analyze the battlefield. He cursed. These bouncing beams of light were an absolute nightmare to track. He made a split-second choice. A frontal assault. I need to strike him down before he unleashes a storm of lasers. Without a second of hesitation, Sung-yeon charged with terrifying, explosive speed. He unleashed his crackling lightning sword energy. But 𝙎𝙎𝙎 simply used his wings as an impenetrable divine shield. It completely absorbed Sung-yeon's legendary strike and violently blasted him backward. Ugh! In a flash, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 retaliated with a blinding slash of light. Sung-yeon blocked with his blade, but the sheer force dragged him back. Using fire sword energy was basically mandatory now. He glared up at 𝙎𝙎𝙎, who was hovering menacingly in the sky. The stage was set for a clash of absolute masters. Sung-yeon coldly analyzed the enemy's battle rhythm. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 maintained absolute distance, raining down deadly lasers from afar. Even if the target dodged perfectly, the floating mirrors scattered around the room would endlessly refract the beams from impossible, unpredictable angles. And whenever Sung-yeon managed to close the gap, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 would violently flap his wings, unleashing a tempest of wind, to blow him away and shatter his stance, only to instantly counter with a fiery blade. Sung-yeon gritted his teeth. What a truly disgusting battle style. He violently struck one of the floating mirrors, but his blade wildly bounced off. Shattering these reflective shields was going to be a living nightmare. A terrifying realization struck him. If 𝙎𝙎𝙎 broke them into tiny shards, to infinitely reflect those lasers, evasion would become mathematically impossible, even with the godlike vision of his dragon flame. The administrators watched the desperate struggle unfold. The Nine Heavens Overlord questioned the insane difficulty of the 11th floor trial. The penitent priest was absolutely stunned that a mere apprentice possessed such divine mastery. The black demon mocked him, wondering how he would die. Sung-yeon simply smirked with overwhelming confidence. How will I die? He glanced at the messages from the familiar administrators. The administrator, the iron-blooded monarch, grew deeply frustrated. The priest was clearly stalling for time. Meanwhile, the administrator, the White Crane Swordmaster, waited eagerly to witness what the mortal would do next. Well, his administrators certainly did not seem worried at all. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 raised his blade high. He gathered a blinding energy of light. This time will not be so simple. Try to take this, if you even can. He unleashed a devastating rain of light beams. The catastrophic attack blanketed the entire battlefield. Hundreds of deadly rays wove together. They formed a lethal net with absolutely no escape. All of that destructive energy converged right onto Sung-yeon. It triggered a terrifying, earth-shattering explosion. Energy charging was now complete. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 gasped in sheer disbelief. What is happening? The damage reflection shield was fully prepared to return every ounce of devastation. It had absorbed the impact flawlessly. A blazing crimson sphere of energy manifested. It completely encased Sung-yeon. He absorbed the entire explosion from within the glowing orb. Sung-yeon issued a bone-chilling command. Release. The damage reflection shield activated. It unleashed all the absorbed devastation in a single heartbeat. A colossal pillar of raging energy blasted straight toward 𝙎𝙎𝙎. The priest had no time to react. He could only watch in absolute terror as doom approached. He coughed up a heavy mouthful of blood. His physical body was severely shattered. He stared at Sung-yeon with unutterable shock. What? Is this power? I see absolutely no proof that you have mastered any magic, he stammered in sheer panic. Could it be that you possess the authority of a god? A heavy silence fell. Sung-yeon coldly replied, I do not know what this authority of a god even is. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 seemed to accept his bitter fate. I understand now. Despite his grievous wounds, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 stood tall. He panted heavily. You did not flee from this battle. You also did not face defeat. I hereby declare that you have conquered all the physical verification trials. With those final words, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 collapsed. His majestic wings shattered into countless fading particles of light. You have absorbed the soul of Priest 𝙎𝙎𝙎. Proficiency has increased by 13%. Because the soul is stronger than the user, the ARSO, Authority Absorption Evaluation will now commence. Evaluation complete. Verification of Priest 𝙬𝙬𝙬's authority is complete. Authority has been extracted from the soul. Sung-yeon's eyes flared as the next system prompt appeared. Divine Power Authority, rank C, plus will be engraved into the soul of Han Sung-yeon. A highly complex magic circle materialized. It channeled an entirely new power into his physical vessel. He felt the surge immediately. Divine power was the very force these ancient priests wielded in combat. It felt strangely similar to mana. He tried to command the flow. He could sense this mysterious energy pooling within his heart, yet he could not move it at all. This felt entirely different from basic mana. The administrator, the White Crane Swordmaster, questioned this anomaly. Why does your divine power reside within your middle donjon? The administrator, the iron-blooded monarch, was utterly shocked. There is absolutely no trace of a god within your divine power. Sung-yeon wondered silently. Is this divine power, truly, such a massive deal? You have absorbed the soul of Priest 𝙬𝙬𝙬. Your base stats will permanently increase. Strength increases by 4. Agility increases by 3. Stamina increases by 3. Mana increases by 4. And endurance increases by 5. The next heavy door creaked open. An ancient voice echoed, "Welcome." An elderly woman stood at the center of the dark room. She spoke softly. Welcome, the one wrapped in the absolute madness of martial arts. Sung-yeon narrowed his eyes. He wondered internally. What does wrapped in madness even mean? The old woman explained smoothly. Is your ultimate goal not to win? To win and win again. To grow infinitely stronger. To one day rise as the absolute strongest being in existence? Sung-yeon pondered her words. I do genuinely want to become much stronger, but the absolute strongest? Is she not exaggerating my ambitions? In a flash, the old woman appeared right behind him. I am not exaggerating at all. That is simply the inevitable final result of your relentless efforts. Her chilling words seemed to strike something buried deep within Sung-yeon's mind. A sudden wave of intense dizziness hit him. He fell to his knees. He looked up in pure shock. He realized the old woman was still standing in her original spot. Yet, he felt an overwhelming, invisible force, crushing his very soul. Do not get too excited. The old woman shifted with surreal, impossible speed. Her voice echoed throughout the entire dimension. This trial is not designed to test your physical limits. Instead, it exists solely to prove your absolute faith. Damn it all. Sung-yeon gritted his teeth. He roared in defiance as he desperately swung his blade, but his weapon could not even touch his phantom opponent. He clenched his jaw tightly. Cold sweat poured down under the invisible pressure. He suddenly realized the horrifying truth. This kind of movement could not possibly exist in reality. A chilling revelation flashed through his mind. Dozens of the old woman's illusions surrounded him completely. Could she have already invaded my actual mind? He felt the vital energy draining from his body. He was being violently restrained by unseen, phantom hands. A pitch-black shadow hand clamped over his face. It forced a scream of pure agony from his lungs. Within this nightmare illusion, a colossal demonic visage roared fiercely. It attempted to swallow his very soul whole. That monstrous face suddenly morphed into the old woman. It lunged at him. It devoured him like a waking nightmare. She seemed to taste his unbreakable willpower. What a truly delicious flavor. The illusion shattered into nothingness. Sung-yeon stood firm in the grand hall, his senses on high alert. The old woman before him stared coldly. You have passed, she declared. Sung-yeon froze in surprise. Excuse me? He asked, his voice laced with doubt. What do you mean, passed? The old woman cut him off. You have conquered the 5th trial. Sung-yeon remained bewildered. How could this be possible? The old priestess clarified the truth. You are worthy to proceed. The 5th trial tests the ultimate perception. Only those with an unbreakable will are qualified to gaze into their own minds. Her piercing eyes locked onto Sung-yeon. I sensed that overwhelming willpower within you. A ruthless determination. One that is fully prepared to slaughter anyone in your path to ultimate power. She raised a trembling hand to the air. Ah, I can feel its heavy aura. A bloodthirsty craving for absolute strength. No matter the body count. I can sense it, lurking in the deepest abyss of your mind. She let out a dark sneer. If you wish to strike me down, do it now. I would gladly embrace death and return to my God before old age claims me. Haha. I refuse to do that. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 shot back, with unwavering resolve. The old priestess gasped in shock. She demanded to know his reasoning. 𝙎𝙎𝙎's logic was razor-sharp. There is no reason to spill blood, when victory is already mine. Why ask something so utterly obvious? The old woman muttered under her breath. Oh, how truly unexpected. It would be perfectly fine if I forced you to endure the entire trial. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 leveled his blade in a chilling warning. I will say this once more. Since you acknowledge my victory, farewell. Suddenly, the old woman grabbed 𝙎𝙎𝙎's shoulder. I truly hope you succeed in proving your ultimate worth. With those final words, she stepped back. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 marched forward into the pitch-black corridor. But the moment he moved, the fabric of space warped grotesquely around him. Absolute darkness swallowed the mirrored walls. In the blink of an eye, he was cast into an endless void. Not a single speck of light survived here. Without any warning, a sinister whisper brushed against his ear. A chilling presence lurked within the suffocating darkness. Hello there. Struck by sheer instinct, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 swung his blade. His reflexes were absolute. He scanned the pitch-black void, his guard at maximum alert. It cannot be. The mysterious voice echoed again. Oh, but it is. You guessed correctly. You have already stepped into the realm of the mind. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 gritted his teeth in fierce realization. I knew it, Lady Henia. Planted a spiritual seed within your very soul. A trap to drag you into this mental domain. A faint, glowing sprout, pulsed with light upon his shoulder. 𝙎𝙎𝙎's mind raced. Henia? Was she referring to that ancient priestess? From the Grand Hall? The hidden voice chimed with twisted glee. Bullseye! It purred with deceptive comfort. But do not let terror consume you. There is no need to panic. Suddenly, thick, blood-red veins erupted, binding 𝙎𝙎𝙎 tightly within the mental plane. The woman whispered directly into his ear. I am perfectly guarding your physical body on the outside. Cold sweat dripped down 𝙎𝙎𝙎's face. He muttered under his breath. Somehow, that makes me infinitely more worried. The mysterious entity giggled darkly. Oh my, why so hostile? Such cruel words to a fragile lady. The icy steel of a dagger, pressed hard against 𝙎𝙎𝙎's throat. I could carve a hole through your windpipe right now. Surely, you must agree with that fact. A heavy silence fell over the void. Keeping his deadly cool, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 asked, Then tell me, how do I prove my faith? The woman burst into hysterical laughter. Ha ha ha. Look at you. So incredibly polite it is absolutely adorable. Her smile dripped with malice. Very well. Listen closely. You are trapped within the realm of the mind. Your only task is to peer deep into your own mental domain. Accomplish that, and the sixth trial will instantly end. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 frowned in sheer confusion. What does that even mean? My own mental domain? A warrior's psyche is deeply shaped by their absolute faith, yet no mortal can truly look inside it. It is like shutting your eyes to stare at an empty void. 𝙎𝙎𝙎's strategic mind raced. So you are saying I clear this stage by perceiving the true essence of my mental realm, a place completely invisible to the eye. Bullseye again. She purred with a venomous, seductive charm. Therefore, in the name of Ailin, and as the high priestess of the god Sak-min, I shall initiate the sixth trial this very second. The solid ground beneath 𝙎𝙎𝙎 completely vanished. He plummeted into an abyss of endless despair. A horrific sensation of drowning in the deepest ocean depths swallowed him whole. He gasped wildly in pure panic. Ugh! A terrifying suffocation crushed his lungs. But the mocking voice of Ailin echoed right beside his ear once more. Caught you off guard, didn't I? I guarantee this agony feels flawlessly real. You had better uncover a solution, and fast. Otherwise, you will be forced to endure the absolute hell of drowning without a single drop of water. She flashed a wickedly sadistic smile. Skill activated. Clear mind. A blinding surge of energy erupted, shattering Ailin's blood-red bindings. What? System prompt. Due to the clear mind authority, the user maintains absolute mental clarity. System prompt. All mental constraints have been severely weakened. 𝙎𝙎𝙎's breathing stabilized instantly. He analyzed the battlefield with cold precision. The situation has flipped. As long as I banish my fear, I can hold my breath indefinitely. Furthermore, just a second ago I swore I felt a strange sensation at my fingertips. Aylin gasped in genuine shock. Whoa. Your willpower is absolutely terrifying. To actually move your physical vessel within the mental plane? She muttered, to herself in pure disbelief. He can actually defend himself inside the subconscious abyss? This monster's talent is defying all logic. I better keep my mouth shut about nearly killing him. All right then. Unfazed by the chaos, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 refocused his aura. He began to trace every single nerve, pushing his physical senses to their absolute limits. His bodily senses were slowly but surely returning. Aylin roared in absolute disbelief. What is this? You should only be able to feel a tiny fraction of it here. How on earth are you perceiving your physical body after a mere 2 hours? What kind of monster are you? 𝙎𝙎𝙎 froze in shock. Did she just say 2 hours? It felt like barely 1 minute had passed. Time in the real world was moving entirely differently. 𝙎𝙎𝙎's eyes widened as a terrifying realization struck him. The imminent danger was crystal clear. If he exhausted the remaining time of his 7 days trapped in this realm, the trial's failure penalty would kill him instantly. He desperately needed to access his mind realm, and fast. A sudden idea sparked in his mind. If he could bridge his physical senses through the clear mind skill, then perhaps his abilities could still be triggered. Activating skill, Dragon Flame Eye. Blazing crimson flames erupted from his eyes, incinerating the surrounding darkness. A horrifying spectacle unfolded before him. He could finally see it. Looming ahead was a colossal waterfall of blood, the raw manifestation of his very own mind. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 muttered in absolute awe. An endless ocean of blood. Eileen shrieked in terror. She refused to believe her own eyes. Impossible. What is this madness? Why did his mind realm suddenly materialize with such overwhelming clarity? She watched in sheer horror as 𝙎𝙎𝙎 unleashed a massive torrent of energy, shattering the mental dimension. Forcing herself to calm down, she glared at 𝙎𝙎𝙎 with deep suspicion. I have a serious question for you. Are you even human? Why? Do you bear steel wings upon your back? Activating authority, steel wings. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 instantly unleashed magnificent wings of azure energy from his back. A violent vortex of power spiraled from the wings, forging a devastating hurricane within the mental space. This mind realm, viewed directly through his dragon flame eye, he couldn't fully comprehend its meaning, but it radiated a twisted, highly ominous aura. He soared through the vast expanse of his own mind, dodging countless blood-red blades. Focusing his absolute willpower, he descended toward a single sword, forged entirely from his mental energy. Gripping the blade of willpower with both hands, he compressed his strength and unleashed a devastating slash that cleaved the very mind space in two. The illusion shattered into pieces. Ripped back into reality, he found himself standing in the center of a completely demolished room. He stared in disbelief. Did I cause all this destruction? Aylin stammered. Who else could have done it but you? The administrators immediately flooded his vision with messages. Administrator Sword, Master 𝙎𝙎𝙎, rejoices at your awakening. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch breathes a heavy sigh of relief upon your return. Administrator Warrior of the Fallen World is utterly shocked by your premature awakening. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 remained bewildered. But how does this actually prove my faith? I completely fail to see the connection. Aylin patiently explained. The proof of faith is the ultimate path to acknowledging oneself. Acknowledging oneself? 𝙎𝙎𝙎 questioned. Most people remain totally ignorant about their own core beliefs. They wander blindly, never truly understanding what they place their faith in. The true goal of this trial was to confront the mind realm forged by one's own process of believing, thinking, and acting. Aylin stared profoundly into his eyes. To conquer a dark, traumatic past and ascend in absolute power without losing your humanity, that is the absolute truth I read from your mind. What do you think? Pretty straightforward, right? But sometimes, surrendering to your deepest desires is the only true path forward. Farewell, brave explorer. Eileen offered her final parting words as a brilliant portal of light materialized. The 6th trial has concluded. You have entered the 7th trial. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 stepped out onto a crumbling bridge suspended in a chaotic cosmic void. At the far end, a violently fluctuating core of chaotic energy pulsed with immense power. Sung-yeon's eyes reflected its bizarre, otherworldly glow. The god of Sakmin is watching you. He suddenly recalled the grim warning. No mortal had ever conquered the seventh trial. The exact moment he took a step, an invisible, crushing pressure slammed into his shoulders, forcing him to his knees. The god of Sakmin has acknowledged the existence of Challenger Han. Sung-yeon. A divine eye tore open within the energy core. Sung-yeon violently coughed up blood as an overwhelming wave of lethargy crashed over him. I am losing consciousness. He fought desperately against the heavy pull. No, something is not right here. This is another illusion. A vision flashed before him. A helpless mouse paralyzed before a gigantic, monstrous python. This terrifying sensation. It feels just like facing an absolute existence that completely defies resistance. His own body was automatically surrendering its will to survive. He realized with sheer horror, all he had done was merely endure its gaze. Is this the true, overwhelming terror of a god? But in that dark moment, a blazing defiance erupted from the very depths of his soul. He ground his teeth together in absolute fury. I refuse to kneel, ever again. Agonizing memories of his past helplessness flooded his mind. He unleashed a furious, heaven-shaking roar, shattering the oppressive domain of the divine being. Never again. He viciously sank his teeth into his own hand, using the sheer pain to stay awake. Skill. Blood ruin has been activated. All physical damage and pain inflicted on the user shall be heavily reduced. 17%, he roared. I will never accept being trampled upon so helplessly. Every trial has a hidden path to victory. He tightly gripped the hilt of his blade. The Tower of Trials was built exactly for this. He glared, straight into the massive eye of the divine being. He had no idea if a mortal strike could actually pierce those godly eyes. But if even a fraction of a chance existed, if he could advance even 1 single centimeter, he would take it. He charged forward, pouring his absolute limit of strength and willpower into one final, desperate strike. I will cut you down. With a heaven-shaking roar, Sung-yeon swung his blade, unleashing a massive storm of lightning sword aura. You are merely a false deity. The earth-shattering slash flew straight toward the god of verifications, I. The violent lightning aura completely shattered upon impact, leaving only destructive ripples of energy tearing through the empty space. Sung-yeon gasped for air, his entire body breaking down. My consciousness is truly fading, he muttered. Just as he was about to collapse, a sudden system alert materialized before him. The god of verification is deeply moved by your fierce tenacity. The god of verification rejoices at finding a challenger with such unbreakable mental fortitude. For the first time in an eternity, the god of verification beholds your limitless confidence. Quote, and demands that you prove your true worth. Sung-yeon stood up straight, completely stunned. The god of verification shall engrave the existence of Challenger, Han Sung-yeon, into memory. He could not hide his utter confusion. Huh? The god of verification? Announcing the grand opening of the seventh gate. The divine eye began to distort, completely vanishing into thin air. It left Sung-yeon standing entirely alone on the crumbling bridge. It actually disappeared. He was still paralyzed by the overwhelming sheer scale of what just happened. The god of verification? Did beings like gods actually exist? At that exact moment, the ultimate clear reward materialized. An ornate, ancient mirror floating before him. Sung-yeon cautiously approached the artifact. This relic will link you to your future. Commencing synchronization. His reflection inside the mirror began to warp and shift. Driven by pure curiosity, he slowly reached out his hand, gently grazing the cold surface of the glass. The very second his fingertips made contact, a massive surge of pure energy erupted. Commencing the trial of mental verification, the synchronization rate with your mirrored reflection is slowly increasing. A terrifying gravitational force violently sucked him straight into the mirror, generating the ultimate verification trial perfectly tailored for Challenger Han Sung-yeon. Verify that your absolute convictions will remain unchanged, even in the distant future. A crushing mental pressure slammed down on his mind. He was violently thrown through a stained glass window, free falling through the sky. Whoa! He crashed into the ground, frantically scanning his bizarre new surroundings. Where did it go? Suddenly, he spotted Johan, the priest from the very first trial, running around in pure panic. Johan? From the first gate? Johan screamed, "My mirror! My mirror! Where did it go?" Without warning, a blinding flash of divine light swallowed the entire space. He threw his arms up to shield his eyes from the violent glare. Realizing where he was, he muttered in shock. He was hovering high above a massive, modern metropolis. It was a snowy Christmas night. This place, it looked exactly like South Korea. Then, he saw it. Another version of himself. His future self was standing completely still on the frozen ground below. How did I end up back here? Suddenly, the future version of himself unleashed a devastating wave of dark energy, mercilessly slaughtering the innocent civilians in the streets. Sung-yeon watched, the absolute massacre in pure horror. Panic gripped his throat. Wait, what the hell is he doing? The entire city descended into absolute chaos, drowning in blood and agonizing screams. Ah! The terrifying cries echoed endlessly. Sung-yeon roared in horror. Are you insane? The synchronization rate between you and your mirrored self is forcefully rising to 10%. He immediately felt an excruciating surge of physical starred himself. Agony as he was forcibly synchronized with that bloodthirsty lunatic. Arg! He violently clutched his own chest. A bone-chilling pain violently pierced straight through his heart. My chest, it feels like it is being torn into pieces. What were these disgusting, chaotic emotions? These dark feelings violently struck his mind like jagged bolts of black lightning. Pure guilt, absolute madness, and uncontrollable wrath. A twisted, shadowy illusion of Johan suddenly whispered directly into his ear. It was you, wasn't it? You are the thief who stole my mirror. Dark chains of demonic energy violently wrapped around Sung-yeon, making him scream out in pure agony. Ah! The dark, suffocating tendrils mercilessly crushed around his skull. All mental intervention skills possessed by challenger Sung-yeon have been completely sealed. The dark illusion of Johan instantly vanished as his future self charged directly toward him with killing intent. Sung-yeon grabbed his head, desperately fighting off the violent mental invasion. Damn it! During a mental verification trial, protecting your mind is the absolute most critical rule. What am I supposed to do if clear mind is completely blocked? Grotesque tentacles, made of pure blood, shot straight toward him, physically manifesting the absolute insanity of his future self. He tightly gripped one of the bloody tentacles, a fierce spark of pure resolve flashing in his eyes. If I knew it was going to be this bad, I would have broken past my limits a long time ago. The synchronization rate between you and your mirrored self has forcefully increased to 20%. Due to unbearable mental shock, you have been afflicted with the abnormal status. Chi deviation. He violently coughed up a mouthful of dark, fresh blood. He stared down at his trembling hands, completely lost and drowning in absolute horror. How? Why? Why would I ever commit such an unforgivable atrocity? He stared directly at his future self, who was still engulfed in a frenzied, endless massacre. I was absolutely obsessed with claiming more power. But there is no way I would ever do something like this. You are currently, system warning, abnormal status, chi deviation. Failure to stabilize this chaotic energy will severely damage your mana circuit mastery. The penalty could reach a devastating 10%. Mana circuit mastery decreased by 0.3%. Mana circuit mastery decreased by 0.7%. The degradation continued without mercy, decreased by 0.4%. He clutched his chest as his body writhed in sheer agony. Arg! My mana circuit. It feels like molten lava. Suddenly, the scenery warped. He was dragged into a familiar dimension, the martial arts world. There stood his future self, an imposing figure standing before the Martial Arts Alliance gates. Bring out your alliance leader right now, he commanded. Do this, and perhaps I will spare the rest of your miserable lives. His voice was utterly devoid of emotion. An elderly master stepped forward. I heard whispers of a madman, roaming the Murim. They call him the Ghost Sword. Seeing your bloodlust, the title fits perfectly. It is an honor to meet you in combat. I am 𝙎𝙎𝙎, the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Identify yourself. Before the elder could draw another breath, the future self vanished. A merciless blade flashed through the air. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 was instantly cleaved in two. The surrounding masters met the exact same gruesome fate. The grand hall became a river of blood. Corpses littered the shattered courtyard. A lone survivor stared in pure terror, his mind completely broken. You slaughtered everyone. You promised to spare us. Have you no honor? The future phantom simply tilted his head. Not really, he replied with chilling indifference. You weaklings are nothing but combat resources to me, mere stepping stones that offer neither a challenge nor a threat. You hold zero value beyond that. The blade fell once more, silencing the final survivor. Assimilation rate between the mirror entity and the host has increased to 30%. Sung-yeon violently coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. The sheer agony was tearing him apart from the inside. The mirror's reflection warped dozens of times, showcasing endless slaughter. After reaping thousands of lives and acquiring boundless power, you will be forever cursed. Even Ares, the god of war, will beg for your ultimate demise. The future self had completely devolved into a monster, consumed by absolute madness, driven solely by an insatiable hunger for supreme strength. Stop this madness. Have you not slaughtered enough of the royal guard? Please, at least spare the king, an unstoppable beast that knew no defeat. A terrifying one-eyed pirate collapsed to his knees, his massive frame trembling in absolute, suffocating dread. This is impossible, he stammered, his spirit utterly broken. A transcendent monster who conquered the entire martial arts dimension. Why descend upon our pathetic, lower realm? Meanwhile, in the real world, the psychic backlash within Sung-yeon's mind exploded with devastating force. Assimilation rate between the mirror entity and the host has increased to 40%. He let out a blood-curdling scream. His very consciousness was being shredded to pieces. Through the dark abyss, the glowing crimson eyes of his future self locked onto his soul. Assimilation rate between the mirror entity and the host has increased to 50%. Hitting that halfway threshold felt like a divine hammer smashing directly into his sufferer's soul. Sung-yeon desperately clutched his skull, his physical body violently convulsed. If this demonic synchronization reaches completion, it is game over. Sung-yeon gritted his teeth until they nearly cracked. A solitary tear of pure agony traced down his cheek. Yet, against his will, a twisted, psychotic grin stretched across his face. Damn it. What is this sensation? This twisted euphoria, flowing from the slaughter. It is terrifyingly addictive. The mirror's illusion shifted once more. Beneath a raging, stormy night sky, a titanic bolt of lightning shattered the roof of a towering skyscraper. A strike team breached the perimeter, obliterating the heavy steel doors. Did you really think you could walk away from this massacre? Han Sang-jun, the squad leader roared. His eyes locked onto the place, future iteration of Sung-yeon, who was casually dangling the lifeless body of a woman. Why? Tell me why. Why would you commit such an atrocity? A young girl sobbed uncontrollably, her heart shattered into pieces. She screamed through her tears. What twisted motive drives you? To slaughter innocents just for a taste of power? A motive? The dark entity slowly turned his head, his pitch-black eyes entirely devoid of humanity. Why would you ask such a profoundly meaningless question? A manic, blood-chilling smile crept across his face. I harvest lives simply because it accelerates my evolution. The opposing leader ignited his aura, summoning raw lightning. You know my innate element is thunder, right? Under these raging storm clouds. My power is absolute. Say your prayers, you demonic bastard. A catastrophic pillar of heavenly lightning crashed down upon Sung-yeon. The present-day host muttered through clenched teeth. Fair enough. I definitely cannot underestimate an attack of that caliber. Yet, the future phantom merely smirked. A predator's grin. If I were actually Han Sang-jun, you might have stood a chance. A sinister whisper echoed within the present Sung-yeon's fractured mind. Cleave this weakling in two. Show them true despair. In a flash of brutal steel, the lightning user was bisected mid-air. The traumatized girl could only watch the horrific spectacle, frozen in an absolute nightmare. Please, dear God, please. The girl shrieked in soul-crushing despair. Snap out of it, Han Sang-jun. That desperate plea acted as an anchor, desperately trying to pull the real Sung-yeon back from the consuming darkness. He bit his lip, fighting to retain his sanity. If I make even a single misstep, this phantom's malice will completely devour my consciousness. Hitting just 50% synchronization. has already fractured my mind into bleeding halves. I need to break this curse, right now, before I lose myself forever. Assimilation rate between the mirror entity and the host has increased to 60%. Monocircuit mastery decreased by 0.1%. System alert. Proficiency for the monocircuit skill has dropped by 0.5%. It drops by 0.2%. His monocircuit suffered catastrophic damage. He unleashed a final roar before madness completely swallowed him. The assimilation rate with his mirror reflection skyrocketed to 70%. I cannot endure this. The mental shock was overwhelming. The line blurred between pure agony and twisted pleasure. He plummeted into the vortex of assimilation. This feels amazing. Johan's phantom suddenly materialized, gripping his throat. You are the thief who stole my mirror. Sung-yeon's mind flashed back. He remembered taking that mirror from Johan's lifeless corpse. The High Priest's mirror, an artifact overflowing with S+ divine power, forged by High Priest Johan himself through daily prayers. It could expend its divinity to cast a holy barrier once. Upon activation, the barrier would purge mental corruption to a manageable level. The mirror in his hand ignited. A holy barrier shielded his mind, instantly eradicating all traces of mental corruption from his system. System activated. Crimson threads of energy wrapped tightly around him. The demonic deviation status was shattered. He snapped back to reality. Standing in the pouring rain, he swung his blade high. Crimson aura erupted from his very core. With an earth-shattering roar, he unleashed a torrent of pure energy. A blinding explosion of light violently pushed back the deadly assimilation process. I refuse to be swallowed alive. His furious scream shook the entire mental realm, an ironclad oath of his sheer will to survive. System alert. You have acquired the mind of steel. Stamina has increased by 1. As the blinding light faded, the illusionary skyscrapers shattered like glass. You have proven your unwavering faith. Amidst the desolate ruins, before a blazing portal of light, he stood completely alone. The mental verification was finally complete. Still reeling from the shock, he stared at the shattered fragments of the virtual world. Was I trapped in here this entire time? In the celestial realm, Administrator Blood-Murdering Monarch let out a heavy sigh of relief. His contractor had survived. Administrator Fallen Warrior of the World burst into roaring laughter. He openly admitted he never expected him to actually survive. Administrator White Crane Swordsman shared the profound joy. Their chosen champion had finally stabilized. But higher up, the God of Brightness smiled. Challenger Han Sang-jun had delivered a flawless performance. The God of Brightness demands an audience with Challenger Han Sang-jun. He froze in absolute shock. A forced divine summons? He was being dragged directly to the sanctuary. Instantly, a brilliant golden light swallowed Sung-yeon whole. It lifted him violently into the air. The divine sanctuary? And a forced summon at that? The God of Brightness had weaponized his divine power, hijacking the Tower of Trials to seize temporary authority. The administrators were completely locked out. They could no longer watch Challenger Han Sang-jun. As long as his survival was guaranteed, the Tower of Trials permitted this outrageous divine summon. Entering the sanctuary of the God of Brightness, his physical body rocketed forward, tearing through endless ribbons of light. A subconscious scream escaped his lips as he was violently dragged, at breakneck speeds, into an entirely unknown dimension. As the blinding light faded, Sung-yeon found himself floating. An infinite void stretched out, blanketed in pure white clouds. He scanned the area in absolute bewilderment. Where am I? Suddenly, a golden sunburst erupted, right before his eyes. A majestic cosmic entity, radiating limitless authority, slowly descended. Sung-yeon flinched, instinctively retreating. One step. The entity of pure light spoke. Its ancient voice vibrated through space. Who are you? The absolute tone carried a distinct trace of genuine surprise. Why do I sense divine power radiating from you? Sung-yeon froze completely. One absolute truth flashed in his mind. The God of Brightness. The levitating deity spoke with chilling calmness. There is no need to glare at me like that. To your mortal eyes, I probably just look like a blinding ball of light. The deity tilted its head and continued. But gazing upon your physical form is quite perplexing. Are you a divine clone forged by the tower? Sung-yeon frowned. He completely failed to grasp the deity's cryptic words. A divine clone? He answered with raw honesty. I have no idea what you mean. The god patiently clarified. A divine clone. I believe your kind refers to them as administrators. I am asking, if you are a mortal who obtained divinity through a direct contract with the tower? Sung-yeon shook his head without hesitation. I am no administrator. I am simply a challenger. I see. You are entirely different from those divine clones. The god proclaimed, genuine amusement dripping from its ancient voice. You possess a pure divine power that belongs entirely to you. Faced with this revelation, Sung-yeon was left in absolute bewilderment. The majestic deity seemed to drift into deep cosmic contemplation. The tower has grown incredibly fascinating during my prolonged absence. I suppose they finally realized that utilizing divine clones could never forge the real thing. The deity fixed his gaze upon Sung-yeon. His piercing eyes seemed to see through everything. To forge a true mortal, by using an apostle of a divine clone. I understand now. Challenger Han Sung-yeon. You are no ordinary being. Sung-yeon froze in shock. What? He thought to himself. He speaks as if I have achieved something truly legendary. All I did was destroy Chiron. I only stumbled upon this divine power by chance. He could not help but wonder, was this divine power really that important? As if reading his mind, the deity spoke again. Do you truly not know the answer when you extracted the divine power with your own hands? A hint of doubt laced the god's heavy voice. I assumed you erased a deity's trace because you already knew the truth. It seems you are entirely clueless. The god concluded. A heavy silence filled the air. Sung-yeon finally admitted the truth. I merely obtained it by chance. The god echoed his words in absolute disbelief. By chance? You accidentally managed to perfectly erase a deity's mark from the very divine power I bestowed upon my followers. How could you be blind to your own feet? But extracting that divine power from Chiron was no mere accident. The deity's tone grew absolute. I can sense a clear chain of causality. Sung-yeon asked in absolute awe. Causality? I am certain of it, especially since the Tower of Trials places such high expectations upon you. The god's revelation struck Sung-yeon like a thunderbolt. He muttered in pure disbelief. The Tower of Trials holds high expectations for a mere challenger? Suddenly, the deity realized his slip. I have made a grave mistake. It seems I am forbidden from telling you this. The tower is growing furious. This is where we part ways. Challenger, Han Sung-yeon. The god's voice boomed. I shall be watching to see what you achieve. Panic gripped Sung-yeon's heart. He desperately reached out. Wait, I still have questions. What happens to me in the future? He roared into the void. What is this causality and divine power you speak of? But a violent headache suddenly crashed into him, forcing him to clutch his head in sheer agony. The deity fell silent for a moment. It seems you have peered too deeply into your future self. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back into you. The god warned with chilling solemnity. That abyss constantly seeks a crack to invade your mind. You must remain forever vigilant. Sung-yeon gritted his teeth in silence. He suppressed the blinding pain and carved the warning into his mind. You will soon return to your origin. Hearing this, Sung-yeon flinched in shock. He reached out in sheer desperation. Can we not speak a little longer? It is a pity, but our conversation must end here. I have no other choice in this matter. The tower is a formidable entity, even for a god. If you ever visit the Temple of Sakmin in the future, I may answer a few more of your questions. I shall leave you with one final warning. Do not trust the other gods. From now on, they will view you as their mortal enemy. Following those chilling words, Sung-yeon's body began to dissolve into light. A flurry of system messages flooded his vision. Congratulations. You have cleared the 11th floor. The S+ rank Ancient Sakmin mirror will be delivered to your inventory. As a clear reward, you have earned 70,000 points as a reward. You have acquired 20,000 products as a reward. You have obtained 10,000 megapixels as a bonus reward. You are now being transferred to the waiting room. Upon arriving at the waiting room, Sung-yeon stood completely frozen. One single word echoed relentlessly in his mind. God. He recalled the words of that transcendent being. That almighty entity, towering above all creation, had claimed that extracting Chiron's divine power, he was no mere coincidence. The god had sensed a definitive thread of causality. He gazed up, into the boundless void. and began piecing the puzzle together. Did the tower want him to extract that divine power and forge it into his own strength? That must be the causality the god spoke of. Furthermore, the deity had mentioned the tower's immense expectations. Why would it expect so much from a mere challenger? What if every single event was orchestrated by the tower? From signing the contract with the administrators to tearing away Chiron's divine power. A terrifying hypothesis began taking root, deep within his mind. He muttered under his breath. Sung-Jun's striking blue eyes shimmered with profound contemplation as he stared into the void. What is the tower's true endgame in orchestrating all of this? The fragmented puzzle pieces spun wildly in his head. The administrators, the divine clones, the divine power, and the ultimate goal of forging a true mortal. And then, the god's chilling warning echoed in his ears. Do not trust the other gods. He collapsed onto his bed. He buried his face in his hands, completely overwhelmed. I do not understand any of this, he muttered in utter frustration. This is maddening. But then, he shot up to his feet. His gaze sharpened with unyielding resolve. At the very least, he told himself, even if the gods brand me as their mortal enemy, they cannot touch me while the tower protects me. Suddenly, a barrage of blinding system messages erupted before him. Before his eyes, the system expanded. Earth was officially registered. It became an authorized tower-climbing dimension. As a reward for this registration, dimensional invasion protection was granted. From this moment on, challengers from other dimensions would face a severe penalty upon entering Earth. Furthermore, as an added benefit of this new status, ordinary challengers, those outside the pioneer ranks, they could now earn their very own halo. Challenger Han Sang-jun. He was once again visible to the administrators. Almost immediately, familiar messages flooded his vision. The administrator, monarch of blood and iron. He expressed sheer relief at his return. The administrator, White Crane, swordmaster. She scoffed, judging him from head to toe. A faint smile graced Sang-jun's lips. He could feel their genuine concern. But suddenly, the god of verification's words, they echoed darkly in his mind. Divine clones. I believe your kind calls them administrators. His warm smile instantly vanished. It was replaced by a cold and calculating glare. So, these administrators, were they just another type of god? His eyes narrowed. Deep suspicion crept into his mind. Could he truly trust them? He gritted his teeth. A chilling resolution took form in his heart. No, I cannot trust anyone right now, he muttered under his breath. His voice was laced with heavy bitterness. This is an absolute nightmare. System prompt. You have entered the world of blood and iron. The scenery instantly warped. He was thrown into a desolate, snow-covered battlefield. Han Sang-jun, a familiar voice, echoed across the snow. The White Crane swordmaster rushed toward him. Her face was etched with deep concern. Are you hurt? Anywhere? Her sentence was brutally cut short. In a flash, Sang-jun closed the distance. His freezing blade was pressed directly against her throat. Her crimson eyes widened in absolute shock. Disbelief washed over her features. Han Sang-jun? What are you doing? All of you administrators. Sang-jun finally spoke. His voice was terrifyingly cold and completely devoid of emotion. He stared directly into her eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a dagger. You are cooperating with the tower. You are just using me, aren't you? The White Crane swordmaster's expression fell. Deep sorrow mixed with her anxiety. It seems he is still suffering from the mind verification's aftereffects. Suddenly, Sang-jun swung his blade, but it was not aimed at her. He viciously slashed, straight into his own arm. Blood splattered across the snow. The White Crane swordmaster watched in pure horror. He is severing his own arm, she stammered in panic. Han Sang-jun, wake up, you have lost your mind. The administrators and the tower. Sang-jun completely ignored her desperate pleas. His blood morphed into floating crimson spears. They hovered menacingly in the air. Between the tower and you administrators, there must be some twisted alliance, right? An icy light flashed within his eyes. Your true purpose. It is to exploit us challengers. That makes absolutely zero sense. She screamed at the top of her lungs. She desperately tried to snap him out of it. Please, wake up, Han Sang-jun! She roared and charged directly at him. But Sung-yeon merely glanced back. A wicked, mocking smirk crept across his face. Why do you keep telling me to wake up? I am perfectly conscious. I am wide awake. Damn it. He roared like a wounded beast. His face twisted into a maniacal grin. His blue eyes glowed with a terrifying light. The white, crane swordmaster froze in her tracks. She was utterly terrified by his demonic aura. Wait a minute. But Sung-yeon gave her no time to react. He swung his hand with explosive force. A massive wave of lightning sword aura erupted. The devastating energy grazed right past her. It shot straight, into the distance behind her. If I had taken that head on, she stammered in shock. She finally realized his true target. A catastrophic explosion violently shook the earth. The distant wooden cabin was completely vaporized. The white crane swordmaster snapped her head back toward him. Her eyes were blazing with absolute fury. You really crossed the line. Countless crimson swords manifested from the void. They hovered menacingly in the frozen air. Sung-yeon gripped his hilt until his knuckles turned white. He cautiously observed his opponent, the only enemy left on this snowy battlefield. A devastating rain of blades crashed down like a catastrophic waterfall. He desperately dashed backward to evade, but suddenly, the white crane swordmaster vanished. She materialized directly behind him. One hand violently grabbed the collar of his coat. Just where do you think you are going? She growled in a low, dangerous tone. Her crimson eyes boiled with rage. With overwhelming physical force, she brutally slammed him into the frozen earth. Sung-yeon only managed a single gasp of shock. Her terrifying strength had completely overwhelmed him. A brilliant blue light flashed across his vision. He lay sprawled across the melting snow. His body was completely paralyzed, mustering every ounce of his remaining willpower. Sung-yeon desperately thrust his sword upward, but instantly, an array of phantom blades pinned his arm down. The sheer impact sent his body skidding across the battlefield. Panting heavily, Sung-yeon used his blade as a crutch. He forced himself to stand amidst a graveyard of broken swords. The jagged blades littered the frozen wasteland. He slowly looked up at her. The madness in his eyes had finally faded. It was replaced by striking clarity and deep remorse. I am so sorry, he spoke, his voice steady once again. I have finally regained my sanity. So, please, a few moments later. Sung-yeon was tightly bound and strung completely upside down. He dangled from the charred ruins of the obliterated cabin. Below him, the white crane swordmaster sat elegantly in her wheelchair. She leisurely took a sip of her warm tea. Please, just untie me already, he pleaded with a thoroughly defeated expression. She looked up at him and released a soft sigh. I will certainly untie you, but I greatly fear what you might do next time. Visiting my home might just make you evaporate. Her sarcastic words pierced the air. She set down her teacup. As her gaze locked onto Sung-yeon, what she saw was not a man. It was a dark phantom, a far more sinister version of himself. When you desperately tried to prove your sanity, I saw the truth. The abyssal corruption still lingered. It has not been erased. It is permanently woven into your very soul. Suspended upside down in midair, Sung-yeon listened in silence. Even if that twisted entity was his future self, it was still a part of him. Therefore, his deep-rooted suspicion of the administrators was not entirely baseless. A blade of glowing pink aura materialized in her grasp. Let me make one thing absolutely clear. No one can read the tower's true intentions. That rule applies to the administrators as well. Sung-yeon narrowed his eyes with heavy doubt. So, the tower expects something from me? Impossible. The white crane swordmaster swung her aura blade. A flawless, swift strike severed the ropes. Sung-yeon landed softly on his feet. Yet, his mind was caught in a chaotic storm. From what I know, the tower has never revealed its will to a challenger. To think the tower expects something from a mere challenger is completely absurd. Seeing the lingering doubt on his face, she gestured toward the ruined balcony. You must have heard this from someone. Sung-yeon nodded in admission. Yes. Divine Brilliance spoke those words. He made it sound like the tower had expectations for me. A flash of realization struck her eyes. A cold drop of sweat trailed down her temple. Divine Brilliance. So that is why you harbor such deep suspicions. She stood up and walked back inside. As I told you before, I am also a servant bound to the tower. Now seated at the table, Sung-yeon took a sip of tea. Just as I guessed. Is there truly nothing else I can learn about the tower? The White Crane Swordmaster flashed a mischievous smirk. I am so glad you are enjoying the tea. It was brewed from the urine of a black dragon. Drink up. It is incredibly rare. Disgusted, Sung-yeon instantly spat out. Coughing violently, he managed to speak. Right, Divine Brilliance also mentioned this. He wiped his mouth, his expression turning deadly serious. Administrators are beings who obtained a divine copy through a contract with the tower. She placed a plate of pastries on the table. Her playful demeanor vanished, replaced by solemn gravity. The divine copy. I cannot explain that to you right now. But knowing you, you will uncover the truth yourself very soon. Even if you do not want to. Then I have one final question for you. What is it? The White Crane Swordmaster asked. You mentioned before that you had an earnest wish you wanted to fulfill. She remained silent, giving a slight nod. Sung-yeon continued, pressing her. You said an earnest wish is a privilege granted to the administrators by the tower, and that you can achieve your desires through challengers who sign a disciple contract. She closed her eyes softly. I see. That brat told you everything. His piercing gaze met hers. His voice dropped an octave. Then why did you keep your earnest wish a secret from me? She hesitated for a fraction of a second. Because I was afraid, she admitted bluntly. Sung-yeon blinked in pure shock. What is that supposed to mean? You are currently underestimating your own worth, she explained. I saw how terrifyingly obsessed you are with growing stronger. She stared out the shattered window. Her voice grew heavy with burden. I knew you would sacrifice anything for power. I feared you would dive straight into the earnest wish trial like a moth drawn to a blazing flame. I cannot deny that accusation. But there is a reason I was pushed to such extremes. Sung-yeon replied firmly. A dark shadow of sorrow passed through his eyes. It is because I possess absolutely zero talent. I do not know what you consider talent to be. Her gaze sharpened like a honed blade. But very soon, you will realize just how much you have underestimated yourself. The truth lay waiting in the trial of the 12th floor. The scenery violently shifted. Sung-yeon sat in deep meditation, preparing his mind for the upcoming trial. Talent. An unchangeable absolute. A heaven-sent gift that defined a hunter's existence. It was divided into 3 distinct aptitudes: skill acquisition, stat growth, trait awakening. These were known as the 3 gifts of a hunter. Meanwhile, in an abyss of darkness, a younger Sung-yeon lay broken on the dirt, surrounded by splintered wooden training dummies. I was born without a single one of those gifts. I cannot acquire new skills. My stats refuse to grow, and I cannot even awaken a unique trait. His inner voice echoed through the void, dripping with gloom and utter despair. Entering the Tower of Trials had changed countless things, but absolute truths do not change. The cruel reality remained untouched. A talentless bastard simply could not grow stronger, bound by the cursed limits of his own traits. The words of the Bloodslaughter Monarch echoed in his mind. He shook his head with crushing self-deprecation. The Bloodslaughter Monarch was completely wrong about me, he muttered. Talented? He whispered to the empty room. He sat alone, drowning in deep thought. If I truly possessed such a gift, I would have been a legendary hunter long ago, even without ever stepping foot inside the tower. Suddenly, the White Crane Swordmaster's words echoed in his mind. Soon, you will realize just how vastly you underestimate your own power. Her cryptic expression flashed before his eyes. Her voice had turned dead serious. The trial of the 12th floor is a life-or-death battle against yourself. He carefully recalled her strict warning. To clear the 12th floor, he would have to cross blades and defeat a perfect replica of his own existence. Overthinking this changes nothing, he muttered, exhaling sharply to banish his lingering doubts. He tapped the glowing system window, his gaze burning with absolute resolve. This trial forces me to face my true limits. He would treat this deadly encounter as the ultimate training ground for his combat arts. A glowing notification materialized. Rank C, plus skill proficiency potion. The holographic image of an elixir appeared, a rare artifact forged by the tower itself, gifted only to the highly talented. Upon consumption, one random skill will instantly gain a 10% proficiency boost, he muttered under his breath. With Nam Gong-hyuk making moves, this was his hard-earned reward from the Japanese government, and Catherine had graciously surrendered her own proficiency potion to him as well. Now, 3 mystical vials materialized before him. Upon one of the glowing flasks rested a sticky note with a drawn heart, reading, Do your best. Without a second of hesitation, he popped the cork, downed the liquid. System alert. You have consumed the rank C+ proficiency potion. Please select your target skill. His answer was immediate and absolute. Magic management. Selection confirmed. This was the legendary power he claimed. After slaying the Dark Monarch on the 10th floor, the magic management skill. He knew this sacred ability served as the absolute foundation for all his techniques. It was the perfect investment. Rank A magic management has grown by 10%. Rank A magic management has leveled up. Rank A magic management has leveled up again. Now, for his ultimate spoil from the 10th floor, the ancient Sak-min mirror. A divine artifact granted exclusively to those who flawlessly execute the brutal trials, demanded by the god Sak-min. Channeling mana into the glass triggers the exclusive lingering will effect. For the first activation only, his blazing dragon eye skill ignited. A fierce light erupted from his pupils. During this one-time activation, the user may absorb a legendary technique sealed within the will. However, the absorbed skill is entirely random. Fortunately, the great god Sak-min had specially altered the artifact's rules for this specific challenger. As immense magical energy surged into the glass, the rank S artifact resonated. Lingering will is now active. Suddenly, his reflection twisted into a sinister grin, with glowing, blood-red eyes. Just as I calculated, he smirked. The rank S artifact's true power unleashed itself, and you have extracted a hidden skill from the lingering will. You have inherited rank A+, battle focus. The artifact's centuries of combat experience are now fusing with rank A+ battle focus. The dormant memories of pure slaughter have boosted its proficiency by 11%. Rank A battle focus is now at 11%. Skill details unlocked. A transcendent state of absolute mental clarity, pushing your senses to their absolute limit during mortal combat. The effect exponentially multiplies your battle awareness. At your current level, you can amplify your concentration by a staggering 20 times. However, pushing past the limit will trigger a devastating physical backlash. Sung-yeon smiled, his blood pumping with anticipation. Not bad at all. This trial was all about shattering human limits. The 12th floor trial begins now. 40-8 hours remaining on the clock. Victory condition revealed. Annihilate your exact duplicate before time runs out. Failure conditions. The challenger's death, or total time expiration. The ultimate reward for survival? The rank A ruined crown of the ancient emperor. And the penalty for failure? Absolute death. He confidently stepped into a colossal ancient grand hall. The very air choked him with an eerie, dark purple aura. The sinister blessing of the god of darkness had detected an intruder in the sacred palace. The system was forging a guardian of pure malice. A massive vortex of pitch-black energy violently erupted in the center of the arena. The intruder was about to face his darkest reflection. Equipment detected. Rank A Vampire Count's old cloak has been successfully duplicated. Stepping out from the swirling abyssal shadows, a flawless copy of himself emerged. Its eyes burned with a demonic crimson light, radiating a terrifying, bloodthirsty aura. Please execute the doppelganger forged by the god of darkness. The White Crane Sword Master's voice flashed through his mind again. The tower's replication doesn't just stop at your physical stats. It steals your very battle instincts. He gritted his teeth, analyzing the threat. In other words, this nightmare clone already knows every single move I'm about to make. The ultimate battle of wits had begun. Well then, your clone has perfectly copied your innate talent. Her voice echoed ominously. You will face disaster if you underestimate your own potential. Sung-yeon smirked fearlessly. Let us test that theory, he shouted. The blessing from the god of darkness sensed an intruder. Deep within the ancient palace, it forged a guardian warrior. Now, he faced the ultimate trial. Did he truly understand his own limits? Item. Old Cloak of the Vampire Count has been completely replicated. Quest. Destroy the alternate version of yourself. A pure creation of the god of darkness. The god of darkness? He grumbled inwardly. Why am I always tangled in divine schemes? He studied his reflection. More like a perfect copy, he muttered. He carefully analyzed his bizarre opponent. The resemblance was absolutely striking. It mirrored his every detail. He recalled the blood-killing monarch's vital advice. He pieced together the clues, gained from using his question ticket. The clone could only replicate one single item. It had made its choice. The old cloak of the vampire count. A strictly defensive piece of gear. He drew his blade with a confident smirk. If it truly copied my entire arsenal, he thought, this is the perfect chance. I can finally measure my own true limits. Skill. Instant acceleration. Activated. Skill. Grace of the wind. Activated. Power surged through his veins. Overall speed increased by 70%. Current stacks applied. -7 out of 7. He dashed like a raging tempest. Time to test my own genius. A system screen materialized before his eyes. Skill. Combat focus. Has been successfully activated. User concentration boosted twofold. A brilliant blue aura erupted around Sung-yeon. His senses sharpened to an absolute pinnacle. He gasped in pure awe. The flow of time. It feels incredibly slow. In his heightened state, the clone's every subtle flinch and blade strike played out in slow motion before his eyes. A wildly excited smirk stretched across his face as he embraced the overwhelming sensation. So this is true, combat focus. He channeled pure energy into his blade. He raised the glowing steel toward the heavens. Ability. Burning sword intent. Activated. A blinding flash of azure light detonated. The two fierce sword auras clashed violently, but the clone did not even flinch. It summoned a blazing purple blade of pure energy. Its eyes gleamed coldly. Blood-killing sword. Sung-yeon kept his icy composure. An expected counterattack, he reasoned. And next comes the absolute defense. A glowing red hexagonal shield formed on his arm. Counter shield, he declared boldly. Sword and shield. It is the clone's only logical move. Suddenly, an impossible variable occurred. His eyes widened in utter disbelief. The clone ignored all defensive tactics. Instead, its crimson shield began to morph. The energy twisted violently. This cannot be happening, he gasped. The imposter gripped a second blazing blade. It had transformed the counter shield into another lethal weapon. The clone took a formidable combat stance. Dual-wielding swords. Sung-yeon had never dared attempt this feat. His eyes darted in rapid analysis. Dual sword art. I have never wielded two blades, he calculated. Yet this copy uses it in a mortal duel. Morphing the shield drains massive mana reserves, he theorized. It requires insane mental fortitude. That is exactly why I avoided that treacherous path. His expression darkened with profound caution. Why would it choose such an inefficient tactic? It defies all battle logic, he pondered. I conceptualized the dual blade style before, but executing it in a life-or-death battle? The twin-blade clone lunged forward mercilessly. Doubt clouded Sung-yeon's racing mind? It makes absolutely no sense. He gritted his teeth in sheer frustration. Does it think this is a mere spar? The two warriors violently collided. Steel sang against steel in a destructive symphony. Trails of piercing azure and crimson light shattered the darkness. He felt a terrifying microshift in momentum. A fraction of a millimeter. He was suddenly forced back. I am losing the edge in pure swordsmanship, he exclaimed. The replica's deadly blade grazed his throat. How is this possible? A sudden revelation struck like lightning. Could it be that specific ability? Skill. Indomitable will rank A. Proficiency 27%. Description. The emblem of one who defies despair and perpetually challenges the impossible. Base effect. Against a vastly superior foe, your physical specs and combat focus skyrocket. Detailed effect. Upon true activation, the threshold for enlightenment lowers drastically. Your mental fortitude is absolutely fortified. Sung-yeon analyzed the dire situation. I hold the ultimate gear advantage right now, which means the system thinks. My own indomitable will has triggered for the clone, he realized. The very skill I absorbed from Lee Jin-ho. If its physical parameters are artificially boosted above mine. His mind raced at the horrifying implications, and its combat focus is pushed to the absolute limit. It is achieving transcendent battlefield awareness. He ground his teeth, desperately blocking the crushing assault. The terrifying truth was undeniable. That completely made sense. He gritted his teeth. The real problem was finally clear. But right now, an even greater threat loomed. He stared down his opponent. The clone was executing sword strikes that even he had never mastered. Watching the copy's flawless technique, Sung-yeon muttered under his breath. It was using a dual sword style. His eyes locked onto every single movement. That fighting style was terrifyingly familiar. The clone lunged forward. Twin blades painted deadly arcs through the air. As he desperately dodged, Sung-yeon analyzed the strikes. There was no mistaking it. That was his sword technique. A devastating blow sent him flying. His body slammed into the Grand Hall's stone pillars, shattering them into dust. He hit the ground, skidding backward, before finally regaining his balance. He glared at the clone as it slowly marched toward him. Now he was absolutely certain, the blue heavenly dragon sword. Behind the clone, the blazing red-haired phantom of 𝙎𝙎𝙎 manifested with an arrogant aura. Sung-yeon screamed in his mind. This was 𝙎𝙎𝙎's sword mastery. Memories of the ruined city flooded back. 𝙎𝙎𝙎's terrifying power. He had only met the man once, yet he remembered it with bone-chilling clarity. That maniacal grin. That overwhelming divine presence that made him realize why the man was so arrogant. He looked down on ordinary skills. Sung-yeon realized this was not about system stats or magic. This was pure, unadulterated technique. A mastery so absolute, it made him question if 𝙎𝙎𝙎 was right. Could pure martial arts truly surpass system skills? He drifted into his memories, recalling his own bitter helplessness. Because 𝙎𝙎𝙎's sword style did not use system skills, Sung-yeon had assumed he could never learn it himself. But then, the words of the White Crane swordmaster echoed in his mind. Soon enough, you will realize just how much you are underestimating yourself. He snapped back to reality, facing the clone. A bitter yet hopeful truth flashed through his mind. So this was it. The true talent that the Blood Murder Monarch spoke of. It was this very ability. System alert. You have encountered an overwhelmingly powerful foe. The unyielding will skill has been activated. A massive surge of power coursed through his veins. He gritted his teeth. Even the system knows. I am at a total disadvantage, even with my superior gear. He watched the hovering clone. Its killing intent was skyrocketing. He questioned himself. Is this really it? Has the clone truly evolved? The imposter flashed a wicked, arrogant smirk. System alert. Combat focus skill. Fully engaged. The user's concentration has increased 10 times. A fierce blue aura erupted, engulfing Sung-yeon entirely. His eyes blazed. He charged, swinging his blade with terrifying speed and precision. Yet, the clone parried effortlessly, blasting him backward. Sung-yeon stumbled, staggering back. A low groan escaped his lips. Blood trickled from his mouth. He muttered in disbelief. How is this thing on my level? He finally accepted it. This clone was an absolute monster. System alert. The user's concentration has increased 15 times. He ground his teeth, pouring every ounce of strength to shatter his own limits. The two warriors clashed, again, unleashing a violent hurricane of sword strikes. System alert. Steel Wing's ability activated. Sung-yeon launched himself into the air. He channeled all his destructive power into a single, devastating dive bomb. Reaching maximum velocity, he plummeted like a falling meteor. System alert. The user's concentration has increased 17 times. He roared, pushing past his absolute limits. With his blade primed for the kill, he landed perfectly behind the clone. He confidently declared, I have got to you. But the imposter did not even flinch. It morphed its own arm into a condensed sphere of blood and detonated it right in Sung-yeon's face. A massive explosion swallowed him whole. Blown away by the shockwave, he screamed in pure agony. Damn it, my vision. Unfazed, the clone stood tall, unleashing a massive sword beam forward. Sung-yeon looked up in sheer horror. A blinding light was gathering. The clone had regenerated its arm and was focusing all its energy into one final, decisive strike. A gigantic beam of crimson energy erupted, rocketing straight toward him. Sung-yeon could only gasp in disbelief. What? As the wave of absolute destruction closed in, a single, desperate thought flashed through his mind. I am going to die. The entire hall drowned in blinding crimson light. As the blast hit his face, hovering on the brink of death, time seemed to freeze completely. System alert. The user's concentration has increased 20 times. You have entered a state of limitless focus. In that transcendent realm, the phantoms of legendary swordsmen from the past materialized. They guided his body, executing divine movements he had never known before. As the explosive smoke cleared, Sung-yeon emerged. His body was battered and broken, but by some miracle, he had survived. Clutching his head, he muttered, "This feels like hell." The clone stared back, a flicker of shock crossing its lifeless eyes. Sung-yeon exhaled heavily, and a wild smirk spread across his face. Exhausted, he gasped. "Ha! I really almost died just now." The clone sneered at Sung-yeon. A wicked smile twisted its face. Its eyes flared with red, chaotic madness. He growled through gritted teeth. "You bastard! A mere copy dares to play dirty tricks? System alert! You have entered a state of limitless concentration. Warning. Side effect detected. You will suffer massive mental backlash." The clone's eyes now shifted to an eerie purple glow. It launched forward at terrifying speed. In an instant, it summoned a blazing 𝙎𝙎𝙎 crimson sword and attacked. It slashed downward with explosive force. A massive wave of energy tore through the very fabric of space. It rushed straight towards Sung-yeon. The devastating impact triggered a massive explosion. The ground completely shattered under the sheer weight of the overwhelming attack. As the dust finally settled, Sung-yeon emerged, completely unharmed. He raised one hand, controlling levitating drops of blood. His expression remained ice cold. With a swift wave of his hand, he morphed the floating blood into countless razor-sharp blood spears. They shot forward, straight toward his clone. The deadly blood spears tore through everything. They easily pierced the massive stone pillars of the Great Hall. Yet, the clone stood completely still. Its single eye flashed with a menacing purple light. It coldly watched the incoming barrage. The blood spears obliterated everything in their path. The Grand Hall turned into absolute chaos. The clone simply smirked, revealing its razor-sharp fangs. It mocked him with pure arrogance. "How does that taste?" Hovering midair, the clone gathered. A terrifying surge of dark energy around its body. Two explosive auras, one green and one red, violently clashed. A blinding white light erupted. It completely swallowed the Grand Hall. The force of the blast blew them both away. The floor collapsed under the crushing pressure. Suddenly, the clone's severely injured arm was enveloped by a mysterious green aura. The devastating wounds healed in mere seconds. It glanced around with a sickeningly smug smile. "You bastard. You are so foolishly strong." Meanwhile, in an entirely different realm, the White Crane Swordmaster was watching the clash. Through a magical sphere of water. Suddenly, her teacup began to fiercely bubble. The liquid turned pitch purple. She let out a heavy sigh. "So, this is happening. All over again." She pressed a hand to her forehead, looking deeply troubled. "This is quite a dilemma," she thought. "I cannot openly offer my help, but I cannot just stand by and watch him die." She bit her lip. A sly, yet deeply worried smile crossed her face. She quietly muttered, "I am slightly concerned about the tower's reaction." Connecting to Challenger Han Sang-jun, she desperately tried to send a warning message, but the water sphere instantly shattered. She groaned in frustration. "System alert. Administrator messaging has been temporarily disabled. Advice-type messages are currently blocked." She forced a bitter smile. "Please forgive me for wanting to serve. At least one cup of tea to my contractor." Back on the brutal battlefield, the clone suddenly staggered in absolute confusion. It acted as if an unseen force had struck it. A massive invisible punch smashed into its face. The heavy blow sent it crashing backward. The clone frantically looked around the empty air. It could not see its attacker anywhere. Rising to its feet, it brushed off the dust. A dark smirk formed. It muttered, "Damn it, that was too close." Right in the heat of battle, another voice echoed. It was the exact voice of Sung-yeon. It echoed from deep inside the clone's body. "Stop interfering with this vessel, and stay down." Suddenly, terrifying tentacles of pure shadow erupted from the clone itself. They violently tried to drag it into the abyss. The clone roared in agonizing pain. "You bastard! Not this again!" It screamed with absolute unyielding rage. "I thought I was completely done with that annoying future. That trial was supposed to be over. I am losing my patience." A colossal entity of darkness manifested. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed out, coming straight from Sung-yeon's own mouth, but the tone was entirely different. It was dripping with pure, mocking arrogance. I fought for you because you were on the brink of death. Yet, you cannot even offer a single word of gratitude? Deep within the mental scape, Sung-Jun's soul roared with blazing fury. He glared at another version of himself. This entity had much longer hair and an infuriatingly smug smirk. It was completely hijacking his body. You absolute bastard. He struggled fiercely but in vain, screaming like a madman trapped in his own mind. Why do you not get the hell out of my body? Leave right now, you filthy scum. The dark ego merely threw him a side glance. Its eyes were filled with pathetic pity. Its voice oozed with absolute superiority. You utter fool. Do you still not understand? Take a very close look at this situation. Look at what is truly happening here. It is all your own doing. With completely unconcealed disgust, he smirked, revealing a row of razor-sharp teeth. The dark entity continued its arrogant lecture. You have trained for so incredibly long. You have even conquered the 12th floor of this tower. And yet, you still cannot perceive your true self. Hearing this final, crushing insult, Sung-John's fists clenched so tightly they bled. His entire soul trembled with unbridled rage. You pathetic, miserable bastard. Refusing to yield to this parasite, he roared back with every ounce of his fury. So what? Unable to contain his explosive wrath for another second, the soul of Sung-Jon lunged forward like a striking beast. He threw a devastating punch straight at the ego's face, but the dark ego merely raised 2 fingers. It effortlessly blocked the furious blow of his own soul. They stood within a terrifying forest of sharp bloodthorns. Flashing a sinister sneer, the dark entity simply turned its back and walked away. It left Sung-Jon completely imprisoned, trapped behind unbreakable bars of crimson energy. Sung-Jon violently grabbed the blood-red bars. He desperately tried to shatter them in absolute despair, screaming at the top of his lungs. Where the hell are you going? Come back here, you bastard. Meanwhile, the dark ego simply tossed back, a frighteningly calm remark. What an incredibly annoying pest. He turned his head just a fraction. With eyes as cold as death itself, he spoke. Let me teach you if you never break the habit of blindly relying on your skills, you will never master true technique. Do you understand? You fool. With those words, he steps into a vast ocean of blood. Lie there for the rest of your life and watch. His body slowly sinks beneath the surface, leaving one final declaration behind. From now on, I will control this body. That chilling sentence echoes through his pitiful mind. Sung-Jun can only scream helplessly from inside his own mental cage. Back in reality, Sung-Jun's physical body, now completely controlled by his dark alter ego, effortlessly raises a single hand to block the clone's incoming attack. This move shocks even himself. He stares at the blade, then clenches his fist with a dangerously confident smile. All right then, I think I finally understand the core of it. I know exactly how this feels. Right at that moment, a system notification chimes in. The administrator, Blood Slaughter Monarch, has delivered an item. A gleam of dark curiosity flashes in his eyes. Deep inside the mental realm, Sung-Jun also sees the alert for the Black Dragon's item. It is a special potion forged from the Black Dragon's fluid. It boosts mental fortitude and grants complete immunity. When consumed, it purifies the mind. A tiny spark of hope ignites within the real Sung-Jun. But instantly, bloody chains of energy from the alter ego erupt, binding his soul tightly. He can only gasp in sudden pain and utter panic. What? Just as the alter ego reaches out to claim the potion, he abruptly freezes. His face twists in deep annoyance at the clone's unimaginable stunt. It is this bastard again. Driven by unexpected willpower, the alter ego violently shatters the system window itself to snatch the vial. The furious clone wildly charges forward to stop him. The alter ego mercilessly severs the clone's arm. Both warriors collide in a blindingly fast exchange of blows. But he proves to be one step faster. He dashes past, dragging a trail of fresh blood across the floor. Landing, with perfect balance, he opens his mouth and aggressively bites down on the recovery potion. The clone quickly leaps back. That identical enemy can only watch in absolute horror. As the dust clears, he stands there, spitting out the shattered glass he just swallowed. He straightens up, chuckling with a cold and terrifying composure. Haha, I have finally returned. Sung-Jun's face hardens with absolute resolve. He realizes in silence, while my alter ego was fighting for control, I definitely felt the shift. He stands unshaken amidst the crumbling grand hall. So that is the feeling of casting aside my total reliance on the system skills. He grips his hilt. A blazing conviction sets his heart on fire. If a mere clone can achieve this, then so can I. The user's concentration multiplies by 20 times. A majestic blue aura erupts around him, elevating his pure focus into a divine realm. He grits his teeth, feeling the intense acceleration of his own mind. His frenzied alter ego roars back to life once more. He exhales a long, heavy breath. A deeply satisfied smile crosses his face. I, who have entered the flawless thought acceleration state, can finally feel the true flow of battle. A moment of pure enlightenment washes over him, stretching into what feels like eternity. The clone lunges at him with a blazing crimson sword. He knows he must strip away all dependence on the powers he has gathered so far. He whispers softly amidst the clash of steel, "I need to empty my mind of everything and adapt." He vows to erase all conventional boundaries. Through sheer independent enlightenment, the proficiency of Magic Management A has increased by 10%. By casting away stubbornness, you have unlocked the Enlightenment achievement. Your stamina increases by 1 point. He closes his eyes, completely surrendering to 𝙎𝙎𝙎 focus. He finally empties his soul of all lingering illusions. You have achieved the trance state. Your pure mana increases by 4 points. The user is now facing an enemy they can completely overpower with pure mastery. The unyielding will skill is forcibly deactivated. He touches the ground, a supremely confident smirk blooming on his face. I will turn this entire tide, starting right now. He launches forward like a roaring thunderbolt. His blade blazes with radiant blue energy. 2 warriors, one wrapped in blue, the other draped in red, violently crash together, unleashing sword shockwaves that rip the great hall apart. He whispers, with an amused grin, "To wield 𝙎𝙎𝙎𝐿 overwhelmingly destructive sword techniques with my own hands, this feeling is absolutely insane." He launches into the air, effortlessly dancing through the clone's lethal strikes. His eyes burn with sapphire light. Moving at absolute maximum speed, he combines grace of the wind and instantaneous acceleration. He phases like a phantom. Appearing directly beside the clone, he violently drives a devastating sword strike into the stone wall behind it. In response, the clone unleashes 2 razor-sharp waves of sword energy, designed to shred anything in their brutal path. But Sung-yeon, guided by his newfound enlightenment, gracefully sidesteps, using his blade to casually swat away the twin strikes with 0 effort. He lands flawlessly on his feet. The glorious sword flares with a blinding blue light, perfectly primed for a devastating counterattack. The clone's eyes erupt with a sinister purple glow, radiating a piercing gaze packed with absolute murderous intent.